No wonder it is said that in the infinite battlefield, the further you go, the stronger the enemies you encounter. This is not only because the gold diggers who went to the inner area are stronger in themselves. It also has something to do with the amount of natural materials and earth treasures they ate. For those seniors, the more resources they collect and the more heavenly materials and earthly treasures they eat, the less oppressive force they receive from the world's rules, and the stronger their bursting strength will naturally be. It seems that the rules in this infinite battlefield are not as simple as imagined. Now that there is an initial force suppression and vitality locking, it shows that this secret space is pursuing a certain balance. And the purpose of this balance is probably to minimize the gap between all gold diggers. Then, step up the competition. The reason is simple. When you encounter an enemy that is too powerful, your first reaction must be to avoid, not attack. This is the instinct to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages, and no one likes to make fun of their own lives. Therefore, if there were no such strange world rules in the infinite battlefield, those powerful demon gods would have already started killing randomly, and it would be impossible to give the weak and weak a living space. After all, no one knows how many natural materials and earthly treasures there are when you come to seek gold in the secret realm. If you can reduce one potential competitor for yourself, it is equivalent to gaining yourself an extra gain in disguise. Why not do something about moving your fingers? And it is because of the existence of such weird world rules in the infinite battlefield that the gap in the realm of cultivation among many gold diggers can be narrowed, so that the weak have the opportunity to challenge the strong. Give a very simple example. The combat power of the weak is regarded as 100 points, and the combat power of the strong is regarded as 1,000 points. Then, under normal circumstances, with a tenfold difference in combat power, it is absolutely impossible for the weak to defeat the strong. But in the infinite battlefield, the strength of both of them was superset to the level of 1%. At this time, the weak are 1 point of combat power, while the strong are 10 points of combat power. The gap between each other is also 10 times. But in terms of the specific gap in combat power, it has been reduced too much. Then, the most important thing came: the weaker, in the infinite battlefield, relieved part of the suppression of their strength by devouring the treasures of heaven and earth, thus increasing their combat power from 1 point to 10 points. Does that mean that he is qualified to challenge the strong man whose combat strength has been suppressed to only 10 points? Assume again. The combat power of the weak was reduced to 20 points. Would it be possible to fight against the strong man whose combat power suppression has not been lifted, and even win the battle? This is a very likely scenario. It is also in the infinite battlefield, the world rules that exist, the greatest fairness for all gold diggers. And the ultimate goal is to increase the competition generated by the creatures who come to the infinite battlefield. When the strength gap is narrowed, the weak may defeat the strong. Let me ask, isn't this kind of temptation great? The answer is naturally ready to come out: it is absolutely huge. This is also one of the most interesting places in the infinite battlefield, that is uncertainty. Interesting, another interesting discovery. Qi Lu thought to himself. If it wasn't for this whim experiment, Qi Lu was sure that he would definitely suffer a big loss when he went to the inner area, and the consequences would even be unbearable. Fortunately, it was discovered. After that, even with the effects of these natural treasures, Qi Lu has little effect. But in order to be able to relieve the suppression of world rules in the infinite battlefield, Qi Lu also had to look for these things. But fortunately, judging from the taste of the blood spirit fruit, other natural and earthly treasures should not be much worse, at worst, just treated as a snack. Anyway, Qi Lu liked to eat food. Okay, now for the second question. I found that those corpses seem to turn into dry bones in a short period of time, but you are not surprised at all. Is it because I've seen it a lot, or is there another reason? This question was also something that Qi Lu felt puzzled from the very beginning. The infinite battlefield seems to have the characteristic of devouring corpses. Such a secret space is weird even if you think about it. Even a little scary. So I still ask these guys who seem to have been in the infinite battlefield for a long time. See if these senior gold diggers are not clear about this situation. What is going on? You don't even know that? Are you really a newcomer? After the scales heard this question, the expressions on their faces once again showed astonishment and confusion. Why is the question asked by the human race in front of him such a basic question? No, I'm really a newcomer. How? Do I look like an old hand? Chila raised his eyebrows and asked back. What's the matter, these seniors, are they still proud? No, nothing. The scales sighed in their hearts, knowing that they really deserved their losses. It is conceivable that a rookie can defeat the 3 senior gold diggers so easily. If it is outside the infinite battlefield, I am afraid that it is an existence that can call wind and rain in the entire Tianji domain. Perhaps this peerless power is really the same as what he said before. Came to the infinite battlefield, really just to find someone. I actually provoked such a terrifying existence, I dare not think about anything else, I just want to survive. Actually, the answer to this question is very simple. The treasures of heaven and earth in the infinite battlefield do not grow out of thin air. Of course, they need a lot of nutrients. As for the source of these nutrients, you have already guessed it here. The scales still answered Qi Li's doubts. Having said that, Qi Li even answered a sentence directly, nutrition, are those corpses? That's right. The scales nodded. Qi Li's eyes suddenly became serious. It turns out that the infinite battlefield will really devour those corpses. And the purpose is to provide nutrients for the growth of those treasures of heaven and earth, and help those treasures of heaven and earth to mature quickly. This was definitely something Qi Lu had never thought of before. The treasures of heaven and earth in the infinite battlefield did not grow naturally. No wonder there are such weird world rules. It seems that they are really meant to increase the competition among gold diggers. Because the more those gold diggers die, the better the growth of Tiankdba will be, and the faster it will mature. It really strengthened the natural law of natural selection to the limit. Those victors stepped on the corpses of the losers to reach a higher level of cultivation. The temptation in the infinite battlefield is huge, that's right. But another point is not clear. That is, the danger is greater. Hearing this, Qi Lu also wanted to understand. Why do those strong men who left the infinite battlefield keep silent about what happened in it? There is no mention of the weird world rules in the Infinity War venue. It is because of the operating rules of the infinite battlefield. If you want to use the infinite battlefield to continuously mass-produce top powerhouses, you need countless stepping stones to meet the nutrients needed for the growth of those natural materials and earthly treasures. Otherwise, there will not be enough nutrients, and the circulation will be broken. The infinite battlefield needs to constantly devour those gold diggers who are not strong enough to achieve a small number of extremely talented beings. This is also the meaning of the elimination rule. However, in Qi Li's view, even if the rules were told, it might not be able to stop the enthusiasm of those gold diggers. Because no one will feel that they must be the loser. What if you are the winner? This is a big gamble, and the bet you put down is the life of the participants. So, it's no wonder that all creatures who come to the infinite battlefield will have their lifespan locked. Qi Lu thought of this matter again, and couldn't help but feel suddenly enlightened. All the rules here are actually for one thing. It is to make all gold diggers unable to stand alone, and must come out to compete and fight with other gold diggers. Either you die, or I die. Because even if you hide and avoid fighting, you will die when your lifespan expires. It's better to come out and fight. If you win, at least you can live a few more days. Speaking of which, Qi Lu had figured it out. What is the whole process of the scale-armored tribe, the Uran tribe, and the rock people in front of us? That big tree that can bear blood spirit fruit is definitely the key. Only by using the blood spirit fruit as bait can they stir up disputes among the three parties formed by the three of them. Then use means to consume almost the number of those newcomers, and then they can come out and collect the net. They got their lifespans, and the infinity battlefield got the corpses off newcomers. It will soon be converted into nutrients and regenerate bloody fruit. After that, it was the same strategy, which continued to circulate. Use the lives of those newcomers to continuously pile up their own potential and lifespan. When the time is right, they can go to a deeper secret space and find a way to leave the infinite battlefield. If it does make them do it, then there's no doubt about it. It won't take long for these three guys to become famous in the extreme domain and become the top demon gods. Really good plan. From this point of view, the time for you to come to the infinite battlefield should not be short. After Qi Lu finished asking these two questions, he was silent for a while, then stood up suddenly. Now that the basic situation of the infinite battlefield is understood, there is nothing to ask. Based on what these three guys have done, it is estimated that they have not been to other areas, but are just wandering around in the outermost area. However, Qi Lu, who knew about this kind of thing, also understood that in the infinite battlefield, such situations would certainly not be uncommon. Not everyone will show off their swords and horses and compete with their opponents. In comparison, it is a better choice to use this kind of strategy to calculate those newcomers. Of course, only those newcomers can be counted. Those veterans who have been in the infinite battlefield for a long time are very shrewd. How can it be so easy to be calculated? I just don't know if you Shi'er will encounter such a thing. I just hope that she is a lucky person. The time we have come to the infinite battlefield is indeed not short. The scales replied subconsciously. Then, a bad premonition suddenly appeared in my heart, and then I struggled desperately to raise my head, looked at Qi Lu, and shouted with the last bit of strength, "No, you can't keep your word, you said you would let it go I've answered all your questions, you can't count your words." Because the scaled armor tribe saw a rather familiar look in Qi Li's eyes. That was the expression he often showed when he was calculating those newcomers. Murderous look. I didn't take my word for it. My original words are, if you behave well, I will let you go. Qi Lu spoke slowly, without feeling guilty at all. Break your promise? For such a guy, is it necessary to keep his word? If it wasn't for Qi Li's strength being strong enough, it would have been another result. Maybe Qi Lu has been swallowed up by the infinite battlefield now, and then became the nourishment of those heavenly materials and earthly treasures. So. But unfortunately, in my opinion, your performance is not good, at least I didn't like your behavior very much. We should give those newcomers more opportunities, don't you think so? The smile on Qi Li's face, in the eyes of the scaled armor clan, was as terrifying as the grinning grin of death. No, that's not the case. That's not what you said just now. The scales did not dare to answer Qi Li's question, because answering would be tantamount to admitting their mistake. In any case, the result will not change. But the struggle before dying is always the instinctive reaction of a living body. This made Qi Lu shake his head with a smile, and said, "It can be seen that you haven't reflected on what you have done. That's why I said, I'm not satisfied with your performance. Farewell, then." Anyway, from the very beginning, Qi Lu never thought of letting these two guys go. After all, even the rock man was beheaded, so what to do with the remaining two guys? Even the remaining scaled armor and feather humans would not cause any trouble to him. But Qi Lu has always disliked leaving behind hidden dangers. Or deal with it directly. Therefore, no matter how the scales struggled or cursed, Qi Lu did not stop. Until looking at the corpses of the scale and feather people, they shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then turned into a pile of dead bones. It was only then that Qi Lu could clearly feel how deep the malice of the infinite battlefield was. Looking back, the gravel left after the death of the group of rock people has also changed color at this moment. As if weathered, it became a coagulated stone chip. I guess the wind blows and it blows away. Next, where should we go? This is what Qi Lu is concerned about now. After knowing that the infinite battlefield is not as simple as imagined, Qi Lu understood that he had to replan his route, and he could no longer go wherever he wanted like before. After all, Qi Li's power, suppressed by the rules of the world, has not been relieved much. If the car overturns in the gutter, there will be a big problem. So, after much deliberation, Qi Lu decided to take a look around the outermost area first. At least you need to release more power suppression before you can go to the deeper area with confidence. But come back and think about it. In a secret space of the level of the infinite battlefield, it should not be possible to only have the rare fruit of the blood spirit fruit. I don't know what effects other natural treasures have. Thinking of this, Qi Lu suddenly remembered. If we say that the infinite battlefield will devour those corpses and turn them into nutrients for heavenly materials and earthly treasures, then the big tree with the blood spirit fruit near here should be the best carrier of these nutrients. According to what the Scaled Armor clan said earlier, it should be able to produce blood spiritual fruit in a short period of time. Then it cannot be wasted. Go back to the big tree first to have a look. If there is really a blood spirit fruit, you have to pick it off. After all, Qi Lu is a very frugal person. Wouldn't it be a waste if such a good rare fruit was eaten by those who couldn't get out of the infinite battlefield? Although according to the usual theory, after those guys die, their corpses will be swallowed by the infinite battlefield. In a sense, it can be regarded as giving back the natural materials and earthly treasures that were eaten before. But the loss of energy conversion has to be calculated. What's more, when Qi Lu picked the blood spirit fruit, he didn't want to eat it himself, but planned to keep it first. Such a delicious thing is a must for satisfying cravings. So thinking about it, Qi Lu also went back under the towering tree before, and looked up. It was just this one glance that made Qi Lu see it clearly. A bright color like ruby is clearly visible. There are really blood spirit fruits coming out. Qi Lu was just thinking about coming here to try his luck, just in case it happens. But in fact, I didn't have too many expectations in my heart. Because according to the growth law of Tian Kadibo, the more precious and rare the Tian Kadibo, the longer it takes to grow. During the growth period, more nutrients are needed. The requirements for the growth environment are more stringent. Even if the rules of the world and the infinite battlefield are somewhat special, it should not be too outrageous. But now, Qi Lu found that he still underestimated the outrageous extent of the infinite battlefield. Just that little time. Qi Lu calculated carefully, and it was only a few hours before and after. However, on this bare tree, the spirit fruit has already begun to bear blood. This is probably too fast. This speed is a bit too outrageous. It doesn't matter, these are not important, if it's outrageous, it's outrageous. Anyway, in the infinite battlefield, there is more than one outrageous thing, and another one will be like that. Qi Lu shook his head, didn't think about it anymore, but flew up the tree and took a look at the redness. The blood spirit fruit has indeed begun to grow, but it is not mature yet. Now it seems that it is only the size of a thumb. And after it matures, it is still a bit short of having a blood spirit fruit the size of a fist. However, this time, not one blood spirit fruit was produced, but a total of 12. This is the result of the nourishment provided by hundreds of newcomers, plus the lives of the 3 senior gold diggers. A total of 12 blood spirit fruits. If it was just 1 or 2, Qi Lu might have given up seeing these blood spirit fruits that were obviously far from ripe. However, there are 12 blood spirit fruits here, so it is worth waiting. I just don't know how fast it matures. Thinking so, Qi Lu raised his head and glanced at the sky again. It's getting dark, it doesn't look too early, why don't you just rest here for a night, check the situation, and then leave. Qi did not expect that, in the infinite battlefield, there could be night and day. He thought that this secret space would always be daytime. But that's okay, you should rest at night. Instead, Qi found a good excuse for himself, and then found a comfortable position on the big tree, first tried to sit down, and then lay down again. It has to be said that a towering tree of this level, even if it is bare, cannot block the thick branches. If you look for it, you can find a place to use as a bed. The only downside is that it's a little hard. Just tonight. Look at the situation and decide whether I should wait or leave directly. Qi lay on the branch of the big tree, thinking in his heart. If it is said that the growth rate of these blood spirit fruits is very fast, it doesn't matter if Qi waits for 2 more days. 12 blood spirit fruits are worth the price. 106. But after this night, if there is no sign of the growth progress of the blood spirit fruit, then forget it. Although Qi was greedy for these blood spirit fruits, he didn't want to waste several months here, waiting in vain. Even if Qi terminated those 3 senior gold diggers, they would gain a lifespan of more than 20 years. That's not such a waste. Besides, even if Qi lifespan is enough, what about you, Xi'er? At present, judging from the thread of fate, there is no problem, at least Hei's living well. But things like fate are always changing. This second is fine, who knows what will happen in the next second. So small time can be wasted, big time can be ignored. Go to sleep. Qi closed his eyes. Until it got dark and night fell. Suddenly, a rustling sound made Qi slowly open his eyes. There is movement, it seems that a guest has arrived. A little movement would not surprise Qi. If you move too much, you will frighten those uninvited guests. Although the night was deep, even if the darkness shrouded it, it could not cut off Qi's powerful perception and control over the surroundings. A few figures came under the big tree with ease, and looked up. Looking at it, it is obvious that he knows that there are blood spirit fruits on this big tree. It should be for the blood spirit fruit. Qi's perception was overwhelmed, and when these figures were completely undetected, he explored. Check their basic information. For example, numbers, and race. Exploring such information is still very simple. The guests who appeared this time were 3 again, but they were destined. Is it because the triangle has stability? The former senior gold diggers also formed a group of 3, setting up a trap here to kill newcomers. However, unlike those 3 senior gold diggers, there was no difference in race among the guests this time. In Qi's perception, he could clearly perceive the races of these 3 guys. There is no mistake, it is the monkey-human race and the subhuman race. As for why not ape-man? It may be because the size of these 3 guys is so thin that people can only think of monkeys, but not species such as giant apes or orangutans. Covered in hair and with monkey cheeks, it looks very wretched. At this time, they were gathering under the big tree, discussing something. Qi didn't move at all, just lying on the branch of the big tree, silently waiting for the next move of the 3 monkey people. A newcomer, when he came to the infinite battlefield, basically swayed around like a headless chicken. After hanging around for a while, he was either tricked by a senior gold digger. Either by relying on his tyrannical strength, he killed those senior gold diggers, and then began to familiarize himself with the rules of survival in the infinite battlefield, and slowly became the next senior gold digger. This is a cycle and a process. Therefore, if you want to understand the various situations of the infinite battlefield, it is definitely right to go to these senior gold diggers. It's just that the senior gold diggers that Qi met before, every one of them has bad intentions. That's embarrassing. Qi is not a soft-hearted person. If you want to kill me, then you have to be prepared to be killed instead. However, judging from the previous 2 incidents, Qi did not gain nothing. At least I know the basic rules of how to survive in the infinite battlefield. And now, with the 3rd wave of senior gold diggers coming, Qi Lu naturally wanted to ask some other questions. Of course, on this basis, Qi Lu still hoped that the three monkey people would know a little more. Don't be like those guys before, only dare to stay in that small area to hunt newcomers. If this is the case, many things cannot be asked. After all, the division of regions in the infinite battlefield is just a matter of convention, not barriers. If you want to go to the inner layer, you can go anytime. And if you want to go back, you can go back anytime. It's just that it's another matter if you go to a more inner area, whether you can return with your life. So after accepting realistic beatings, and even mortal threats, those gold diggers who came to the infinite battlefield also recognized their own strength and status. Knowing that in this dangerous place, there is no way to let yourself do whatever you want like in the Tianji territory. Naturally learn to be careful. They would rather stay in the outer region than move forward until they have unlocked a sufficient degree of power suppression. Because staying in the outer region, you can still live on, at least until the day when your lifespan is exhausted. But once you enter the inner area, you can't help yourself. Who knows if he will be robbed of his life by others in the next moment. Those senior gold diggers who have unlocked enough power to suppress them are the real nightmares in the infinite battlefield. Because of this, Qi Lu is also observing now. The senior gold diggers who will stay in the outermost area are fundamentally impossible to be strong. But the experience of escaping and picking up leaks must be very rich. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to survive. Guys who can survive for a long time in the infinite battlefield are either terrifyingly powerful, or able to run and fight. A guy who doesn't know anything should have no other way out except to wait for death. Because in such a ruined place, even the natural luck is not easy to use. When everyone is in the outside world, who is not a strong man with great luck? In the end, when he came to the infinite battlefield, he was still trying to survive. From this point of view, they did not pose any threat to Qi Lu. As for whether Qi Lu will be a threat to them, it depends on what they want to do. After all, Qi Lu has already gathered the 10-year lifespan to enter the deeper secret realm space, so he won't go looking for trouble for this kind of thing, not to mention, it's not Qi Lu looking for trouble for the previous incident. So during this time of thinking, the voices of the three monkey people below were also detected by Qi Lu. Second son, you said earlier that you saw the blood spirit fruit on this tree, is it true? One of the monkeys asked. Of course it's true, brother, there's absolutely no way I could be wrong. The other monkey man immediately said aloud, and patted his chest bowingly. Then quickly, added another sentence, and I counted, there are as many Aston. 10? The last monkey man showed a surprised expression. However, the monkey called Big Brother raised his hand and scratched his face, saying, no, something is wrong. Third, don't be too happy. Early. I seem to have heard that this place is a hunting ground for another group of veterans. Those blood spirit fruits are their bait. Hearing this, Qi Lu couldn't help raising his eyebrows. It seems that in the infinite battlefield, there is still a connection between senior gold diggers. There is no way, no matter who it is impossible to really kill everyone who sees it. Then it really became the target of public criticism. So after going through the first round of elimination, the gold diggers who survived naturally have a way to connect with each other. But Qi Lu still doesn't know the specific method. But don't worry, just take your time. Using the blood spirit fruit as bait to hunt those newcomers? It's really worth the cost. The monkey man called the third child couldn't help but tisk. To be honest, Qi Lu couldn't tell the difference between these monkey people just by their appearance. Because from Qi Li's point of view, these three guys all have the same sharp-billed monkey cheeks, thin body, and covered with monkey hair. This feeling is like watching three real monkeys. Just ask, can you tell the difference between the three monkeys just by looking at their appearance? Ordinary people probably can't do it. Unless you are raising monkeys. But from their conversation, Qi Lu can tell the difference by breath. And listening to the names of these three monkey people, could it be that they are still three brothers? The possibility is very high, but Qi Lu doesn't care, who stipulates that the three brothers can't come to the infinite battlefield together. Maybe the generation of their race is so talented that three genius monkeys have emerged one after another. So according to the order of the three Monkey Man brothers, Qi Lu directly gave them names. Monkey Big, Monkey 2, Monkey 3. That's because you are thinking too much. What kind of capital do those senior people want to spend? It's just to attract those newcomers to hunt and kill them, and they want close these blood spirit fruits. Hoda curled his lips and said disdainfully. The relationship between senior gold diggers is a real hypocrisy. Looking at them in person, they are very kind, and when they get along, they call them brothers and sisters, thinking how deep their friendship is. As a result, when it comes to the back, I just want to kill you directly. That is to say, their respective strengths are almost the same, and there is no reason to do it, so they will be patient for a while. Otherwise, according to the rules of survival in the infinite battlefield, the more opponents you kill, the more you can get. You can't make it into a pot of porridge. Rather, it fits the name of this secret space, the infinite battlefield. It is indeed a big battlefield, and in it, there is an infinite war waiting for all gold diggers to start. Therefore, Huda didn't like to see those three senior gold diggers who were calculating newcomers. But that's the default rule. Every newcomer who comes to the infinite battlefield will suffer from this type of calculation. It may be a direct attack, or it may be that it was sold and still counting money. It could be something else. But no matter which one it is the default rule of those experienced gold diggers, which is the first round of elimination that newcomers have to go through. If a newcomer can't even survive the first round of elimination, then it's better to become a nutrient early. So based on this rule, the three senior gold diggers that Qi Lu met before, even though they were quite famous in the area around here, none of them would come to sabotage. Because there are no rules, there will be no circle. Everyone defaulted to the rules, and naturally, there would be no thorns out to break them. Unless this thorn has the ability to fight against the entire circle. Then their luck is really good. What a pity, I found it with great difficulty. Monkey 2 could only sigh with regret, feeling that his work was wasted. But the reason for sighing is nothing more than that. As a senior gold digger, I know one thing very well. That is, in the infinite battlefield, what is more important than these natural treasures is lifespan. As long as they can survive, there will never be less treasures of heaven and earth. Because the guys who come to the infinite battlefield to pan for gold will never be cut off. This is the result of the greed and life instinct that all living beings have. So instead of looking for natural treasures, it is better to try to survive first. Anyway, everyone is dragging their feet along, and one more day is a day. It's such a pity. The rules among us veterans are just not to hinder the dealing with new hunters. As for the bait they left behind, there is no rule that we cannot take it away. If you want to blame, you can only blame them for not guarding well. When Hoda heard the words, he sneered again, and then said it aloud. We are all senior gold diggers, as long as we don't violate the established rules, there will be too many things to stumbling each other, and no one will say anything. After all, everyone is here to risk their lives, and if you follow the rules that are good to everyone, you will abide by them. But the rules that hurt their respective fundamental interests should be exempted. Yes, brother is right. If you want to blame, you can only blame them for not keeping up well, not us. Hosan quickly followed suit. That's the rule. Logically speaking, no matter where these baits to deceive newcomers are placed, people will be guarded. Moreover, in fact, when the previous scale, feather, and rock people went looking for prey, they would indeed leave one behind, as the three monkey people said, to watch and hold the blood spirit fruit, so as not to be picked up by other senior gold diggers. And from a rule point of view, as long as someone is guarding, other senior gold diggers will leave wisely. Unless there is a conflict between them, they will fight directly. This is normal. However, these three monkey people never imagined that the reason why these blood spirit fruits were not guarded. It's just because those guys who guarded the blood spirit fruit before have now become the nutrients of this big tree, and they have become blood spirit fruit. In that case, let's go up and have a look. That's a whole 10 blood spirit fruits. If you put them on the trading market, you can get a lot of good things. As soon as Hoer heard this, his regretful expression suddenly became excited. It's good that your efforts are not in vain. Marketplace? Chi Lu, who was lying on the branch of a big tree, frowned, and heard another very interesting word. It turns out that there is also a trading market in the infinite battlefield. But think about it, there are so many senior gold diggers, and the natural materials and earthly treasures that everyone finds may not be what they need. There is a trading market for everyone to exchange what they need. It's actually a very normal thing. After all, the effects of heaven, material and earth treasures are different. Like the blood spirit fruit, there are not many treasures of heaven and earth that everyone needs. Chi Lu was also lucky to meet the blood spirit fruit at the very beginning instead of other special treasures. I just don't know where the trading market is. These things, it is estimated that you have to ask these senior gold diggers to understand. Sure enough, waiting for the further actions of these guests is the correct approach. Okay, go up and have a look at those blood spirit fruits. If they are all ripe, then pick them all up. Hoden nodded and made a decision on the matter. Ho-san, who was following behind, hesitated for a moment, and then asked aloud, "Don't you need to leave too for them?" The so-called stay a line in life, so that we can meet each other in the future. It's a pity that it doesn't make sense to put it in an infinite battlefield. So after listening to Ho-san's words, Hoda glanced at him with a sneer, and said, "Picking one is also enmity, picking 10 is also enmity, why should we leave 2 for them? If you are afraid, don't think about these blood spirit fruits in the first place. Everyone is doing desperate things, so make a plan to kill them all, and don't think that others will accept your love. In the infinite battlefield, there is no such thing as repaying hatred with virtue. If you keep your hand, that is to let the tiger go back to the mountain. That's right, keep your hands and feet clean, who knew we did it?" Monkey 2 followed suit. Hearing these words, Chi Lu on the tree was speechless for a while. Cooperating with you senior gold diggers to do petty theft, is it so easy? That's right, go up and have a look now. Monkey nodded. Remember to be careful, maybe they are waiting for us up there. Monkey gave a warning. Monkey 2, who was about to climb the tree, nodded, and then jumped up the big tree in a hurry. These guys really belong to the Monkey Man family, and they can even climb trees as fast as monkeys. The towering tree hundreds of meters high climbed up in a short time, and at first glance it was thought to be a black light. These blood spirit fruits are still there. On the bare branches, the red jade-like blood spirit fruit is particularly conspicuous. However, Chi Lu, who was hiding in the darkness, was like a ghost, unnoticed. When Chi Lu wanted to hide his aura, even if he saw him in person, he couldn't feel his aura. So in this kind of dark night, even if Monkey 2, who climbed the tree, saw a human-shaped shadow lying on a certain branch, he would only think it was a strange branch. After confirming that there was no danger around, Monkey 2 yelled softly, "Tove people below. Safety." In the dead of night, the slightest sound is enough to attract attention. So Monkey De and Monkey 3, who were guarding under the tree, immediately climbed up the tree and came to the side of Monkey 2. "Is this the blood spirit fruit you found? It seems that it hasn't fully matured yet. But looking at the momentum, it should be fully mature before dawn, and the net can be picked." Hoda glanced at the blood spirit fruit on the branch, and couldn't help but nodded. Chi Lu, who was not far away, felt a slight twitch in his heart. Does the blood spirit fruit ripen so quickly? When I saw it before, it was only the size of a thumb, and there is still a long way to go before it becomes the size of a fist when it matures. I didn't expect to be fully mature in just one night. The rules of the world and the infinite battlefield really cannot be measured by common sense. But that's good, at least I don't need to waste any more time here, and I can leave early tomorrow morning. Wait a minute, second brother, what you said earlier was 10 blood spirit fruits, right? But at this moment, Monkey 3 suddenly asked. When Monkey 2 heard this, he nodded in doubt, and said, that's right, it's 10, isn't it less? No, not only is there nothing missing here, but there are 2 more. It's not right. Ho-san's tone suddenly became vigilant. There will not be 2 more blood spirit fruits for no reason, unless these blood spirit fruits are not the ones discovered before. After all, senior gold diggers like them are very clear about the rules of the world in the infinite battlefield. Using the corpses of those strong people as nutrients can make these treasures off heaven and earth grow rapidly. It is possible to shorten the time of thousands of years to a day or 2. So if the numbers don't match, it's very likely that something else happened. Yeah, I also found out why there are 12 blood spirit fruits here. Or, second son, you read it wrong before? Hoda also became vigilant. The second question was just a passing question. At their level of cultivation, even if their strength is suppressed, their eyesight is not much worse. No matter what happens, it is impossible to make a mistake. So Monkey 2 also frowned, and said, it shouldn't be, what I saw was 10 blood spirit fruits, why are there 2 more blood spirit fruits now? And at this moment, Chi Li's calm voice sounded. It's very simple, because the blood spirit fruit you see now belongs to me. Who? At this moment, the 3 monkey people only felt creepy. This sudden sound was so close to him, but before that, he didn't notice it at all. If the owner of this voice had murderous intentions towards him, wouldn't it be? You don't need to finish what you said later, you should know what it means. In terms of physique, the monkey people are strong in agility, not in defense. If one were to be attacked by a sneak attack, it would probably be impossible to avoid a sneak attack of this level. So when they heard this voice, although the 3 monkeys were terrified, they were more fortunate. You don't need to know who I am, as long as you know that those blood spirit fruits are mine. Chi Lu was still lying on the branch of the big tree, speaking slowly. The source of the voice also made the 3 monkeys turn their heads and saw the speaker. To be honest, even if they saw who was talking now, they still couldn't feel the slightest breath. As if what they saw was just a statue. This discovery made the 3 monkey people feel a deeper layer of fear. When you are completely unaware of the other party's breath, there are only 2 possibilities. One is that the opponent will have extremely powerful restraining breath skills. The other is that the opponent's strength is far above his own. After all, as long as it is a living thing, even an ant, it will have breath. It's just that the breath is so weak that it can hardly be felt, but it is absolutely impossible to have no breath. But the aura of the human race in front of him. I really can't feel it. Then, the judgment that can be made is very simple. As far as I know, the veteran who occupies this area and comes to hunt newcomers is probably not you. Hoda is still the eldest brother after all, and he is also the first monkey man to calm down. Even though the back was sweating, he still forced himself to calm down, and then he spoke. According to what you say, it's really not me. After hearing so much, Chi Lu probably understood the way these senior gold diggers get along with each other. Anyway, for newcomers, senior gold diggers are indeed extremely unfriendly. But what does it have to do with Chi Lu? He is not the savior. If those newcomers want to come to the infinite battlefield, they must learn to bear the consequences. That. After hearing the words, Hoda went on. But before he could speak, Chi Lu interrupted him. But those guys have been dealt with by me, so this place is mine now. These blood spirit fruits are also mine. Qile spoke slowly, with a natural calmness. But at the same time, saying this is also a warning, this place is mine, so don't get involved. All resolved? Hoda felt his throat was a little thirsty, so he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. There is one thing to say, and the senior gold diggers who will always shrink in the outermost area and are unwilling to move forward are indifferent to each other. There may be strengths and weaknesses, but it is absolutely impossible to tell the advantage of the crushing level. Then, if the human race in front of us can get rid of those senior gold diggers guarding this place, they must be able to get rid of him. It's not that monkeys don't doubt the truth of this sentence. It's just the fact that it's right there. If this human race lied, then where are the senior gold diggers who were guarding these blood spirit fruits before? Where are they now? Did they go to play somewhere else? Don't be kidding. I'm afraid they have been swallowed up by the infinite battlefield. Big, sir, we didn't mean to offend you. Thinking of this, Monkey D changed the way he addressed Qi Lu, and his respectful and fearful voice directly became sir. After all, this is a matter of life and death, so it's not shameful to give in. If he is such a stubborn guy, he won't live long in such a cruel place as the infinite battlefield. No, to be more precise, he should not live to enter the infinite battlefield. So Monkey D gave in very willingly. A real man can bend and stretch, and the big monkey is the same. Monkey 2 and Monkey 3, who followed Monkey D, also echoed him with a look of horror on their faces. The guys who can come to the infinite battlefield are actually very smart and can see the situation clearly. Occasionally, they make mistakes, but they are impulsive. But in most cases, they are still very rational. If the fight has already started at this time, the three monkeys will not beg for mercy, but look for a chance to escape. That is to say, they will be humble, because there is still room for negotiation before the fight. You come to this place in the middle of the night. If you don't intend to offend me, then you are here to steal the blood spirit fruit? Since you are here to steal my things, what else can I say? Before the voice fell, Qi Lu had already sat up, and the overwhelming pressure came suddenly. It was like a mountain torrent and tsunami, rushing towards them. The terrifying impact swept towards the three monkeys, shocking them to retreat again and again. If it weren't for the monkeys' innate talent for climbing trees, they could walk on the trees as if they were flat ground, and they might have been scared to fall off the trees. But now it seems that it is not much better. Anyway, they all sat on the tree and began to tremble. And Qi Lu did this for a reason. If you only talk but don't practice, it is easy to be suspected of bragging. After all, it is in the infinite battlefield, any kind of accident can happen, who knows whether what you say is true or false. What if you guard these blood spirit fruits, but it is just a snipe and clam fighting, and the fisherman gets the advantage and picks up a bargain? Who can tell clearly? That's why Qi Lu will use actual actions after saying these words, to prove that his words are not false. After such a set of deterrents, it will be much easier to ask something else. No, sir, we are just curious. Yes, that's right, just curious. Because Ertzi found that there are blood spirit fruits here, we came to take a look, and we really don't have the intention to steal them. Hoda hurriedly explained, fearing that he would be killed on the spot if he was a step slower. Because this kind of thing is too common. When the survival law of the fittest and natural selection develops to the extreme, strength really represents everything. Monkey 2, who was following him, also said, yes, it's all my fault. Ishelmed have dared to come over and peek after discovering the adult's blood spirit fruit because of curiosity. But we really don't have the intention to steal the blood spirit fruit. If we knew that the adult was here, we would not dare to disturb the adult's rest even if we had 10 more courage. These words were sincere and sincere. If you really believe it, you are a fool. Even if Qi Lu didn't notice the conversation between the three monkeys before, he would not believe it after listening to their clumsy rebuttal. But Qi Li's purpose this time was not to kill these three guys. Compared to the blood spirit fruit, Qi Li wanted to know the news of those senior gold diggers more. So these three monkeys just need to scare them, so that they can't have other bad thoughts, and then they can be used. Now it seems to be very effective. To be honest, there may be a lot of calculations in the infinite battlefield. But most of them are calculations by senior gold diggers to frame those newcomers, and there are rarely fools who calculate the strong. After all, those real strong people have experienced more calculations and traps than ordinary people imagine. In addition, their strength is strong enough. Even if they enter the game, those calculating people may not be opponents, but they will lose themselves. So, why bother? And Qi Lu is in such a situation now. In the eyes of the three monkeys, the human in front of them is a peerless great power who can easily crush them. As for why this level of peerless great power stays in the outermost area, it is not a question they should think about. Who knows if this great god has any unusual hobbies and likes to stay in such a place? In short, they can't afford to offend. Okay, since you haven't taken action yet, I won't bother you anymore. Qi Lu waved his hand. Hearing this, the three monkeys looked happy. However, before they could say anything, Qi Lu changed the subject and said, "But it's impossible to just let it go." After saying this, the faces of the three monkey men changed again and again. But being able to save their lives was already very good. So Hoda hurriedly said, "If you have any orders from me, please tell me. We three brothers cannot guarantee anything else, but we will do our best to complete your mission, no matter what, no matter what, no matter what." To put it bluntly, those who can survive in the infinite battlefield are very smart. Just by looking at the face and listening to the tone of voice, you can basically know what the other person means. The adult in front of me has already hinted that he understands it so well, why can't Monkey understand? My three brothers offended this lord, but this lord didn't care anymore. What could be the reason? Could it be that this gentleman really has a good temper? That's really too much to think about. When a weak person is in front of a strong person, life or death is determined by the other person's thoughts. How can he still care about the weak person's feelings? If he would keep them, he must have something to do with them. Therefore, Hoda did not hesitate and immediately expressed his loyalty, swearing an oath that he would never betray. However, how credible the words are is a matter of opinion and wisdom. Very well, I just like talking to smart people. Qi Li's expression remained as usual, not surprised at all. The words have been spoken to this extent. If he can't hear it any more, Qi Lu will wonder how these guys survived in such a place. Is it really the one with the strongest force? But it's obviously impossible. If he really had that kind of force, could he still be so obedient now? So while Qi Lu was pondering, the three monkey men were sitting upright, waiting with respectful and fearful expressions. I just don't know what this adult wants to order his three brothers to do. I hope it won't be too difficult. Otherwise, it is better to die here. Actually, it's not that difficult. It's just that I heard that a junior came to the infinite battlefield. I am worried that she will be in danger, so I want you to help find her and see where she is now. Having said this, Qi Lu raised his eyes, and his eyes flashed. Is this okay? The last sentence sounded like a question, but in tone, it didn't sound like a question. Instead, it's like a warning. The implication is nothing more than, if you fail to complete the task, you will know the consequences. That flash of light was full of chills, like a real sword light, extremely terrifying and terrifying. Of course it's no problem, sir, please don't worry. As long as the person you are looking for is still in the outermost area, we can find a way to find it. But when it came to this, Hoda's voice paused for a moment before continuing. However, the deeper areas may not be within the reach of our three brothers, I hope you. Qi Lu certainly knows what the latter sentence means. The infinite battlefield is even more demanding on power, almost to the point of paranoia and even desperation. Without the corresponding strength, it can be said to be extremely difficult to go to the deeper areas. And it's extremely dangerous to go. Therefore, this is really a limited ability, no one else is to blame. If it's a deeper area, I have my own way, so you don't need to take care of it. Of course, Qi Lu will not force others to do anything. Of course, this is also because forcing others to make things difficult is useless. Insufficient strength means that there is no way to survive in the deeper areas. This is a very practical problem. Rather than forcing these three monkey men to complete an impossible task, it will be more convenient and faster for them to be killed directly here. Either way, it doesn't matter whether you die early or late. However, Qi Li's words made the faces of these three monkeys show a look of sure enough, it is so. Logically speaking, such a strong man must have indispensable connections in the infinite battlefield. So why go out of your way to ask them for help? Now the answer is out. Because this adult's connections are all in the inner areas, the weakest outer area is left free. Only then did he have no choice but to come to this outermost area to look for someone. On the other hand, it is also explained perfectly. The reason why this adult is so powerful but appears here. Just to find someone. From this point of view, this gentleman is not only extremely powerful, but he also attaches great importance to love and justice, and he also protects his shortcomings. Didn't you see that this was for the sake of his descendants, and had deliberately returned to the outermost area? Although such things are rare, they are by no means unheard of. So the three monkey brothers don't find it unbelievable. Thank you so much for your understanding. We three brothers will definitely help you find the person you are looking for as quickly as possible. The three monkey brothers. I burst into tears of gratitude on the spot. There is a saying that finding people is not that difficult for local cowards like them. If it is a problem that can be solved by manpower and intelligence, it is not a problem at all for some senior gold diggers. So, I wonder what the characteristics of the person you are looking for are. I hope you can be more detailed, so that we can search better. So after knowing that his life was saved, Hoda breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone is eking out an ignoble existence, and of course one more day to live is just one more day. What's more, for some senior gold diggers, their lives are quite nourishing. The only ones who have a hard time surviving are the newcomers. After a detailed conversation, the three monkey brothers said that they understood it clearly and would explain it later and ask other senior gold diggers to see if they had any discoveries in this regard. If you find anything, please report it as soon as possible. Wait a minute, even though I asked you to search for someone, I can't always stay here and wait for your news. Well, I heard you say before that there seems to be a trading market nearby. Take me to the trading market to have a look. I'll leave a place for you there. If you have any news, just go there and wait for me. I will go there and take a look every day. As he spoke, Qi Lu talked about his second purpose. I haven't seen the trading market in the infinite battlefield yet, but I want to take a look and see what good stuff there is. After all, these good things can be used by Yushir even if Qi Lu doesn't need them. After leaving the test of the infinite battlefield, I still don't know what it is. It is always right to let Yushir become stronger first. Maybe it was Yushir's chance to come to the infinite battlefield by accident. Who can say for sure? Well, we don't want to disturb you, sir. It's better for us to wait for your arrival. None of the three monkey brothers thought it was inappropriate. Instead, they thought that this adult was thoughtful and could consider them. So after a short pause, he spoke again, Sir, these blood spirit fruits. Don't worry, just wait. This is the gift I prepared for that junior. Qi Liyun said lightly, as if he didn't care about these blood spirit fruits at all. Of course, in essence, Qi Lu really doesn't care. It's just that based on the world rules of the infinite battlefield, I have no choice but to collect these treasures of heaven and earth to relieve the suppression of my own power. Otherwise, Qilu wouldn't have to wait here. But the other sentence is correct. These blood spirit fruits can also be left to Yu Shi'er as gifts. After all, Yu Shi'er and Qilu are still different. Even with the inheritance of the human king, the speed of improving his cultivation level is far behind Qilu. There is no way, this is a life of cheating, it is really boring. However, if huge benefits can be obtained in the infinite battlefield, it can also accelerate the speed of Yu Shi'er's cultivation to the limit, and completely digest the inheritance of the human king in the shortest time. By that time, there is still a long way to go before reaching the level of the human king. But compared with the top demon gods, they are still not much different. In this way, Yu Shi'er will be safe as long as she doesn't encounter those old monsters that survived the ancient times. Well, thinking about it this way, it would be better to collect more of these natural and earthly treasures. Yes, we are not in a hurry, everything will depend on your instructions. Naturally, the three monkey brothers did not dare to say anything. Now that my life is still in the opponent's hands, how can I dare to refute? So, I was speechless all night. With the three monkey man brothers guarding the blood spirit fruit, Qilu could sleep peacefully. Although it doesn't matter whether Qilu sleeps or not, it will not have any impact on his body or mind. But how can I put it, sleeping is all about feeling comfortable. It has nothing to do with spirit. Until the next day, a little daylight appeared on the horizon. In the blink of an eye, light fell on the earth and dispelled the endless darkness. Facing the first light between heaven and earth, the blood spirit fruits on the big branches also shone with crimson light. The ruby-like texture looks really beautiful under the light. To say it looks like a work of art is no exaggeration. Sir, your blood spirit fruit is fully mature. Seeing Qilu open his eyes, the three monkey man brothers who were standing by immediately surrounded him. Then he reported the situation of the blood spirit fruit to Qilu. With sufficient nutrient support, in the infinite battlefield, no matter what kind of natural resources, it can grow at an extremely ridiculous speed, and it is not uncommon for it to mature overnight. It can only mean that enough gold diggers died nearby. It was precisely this situation that made the three monkey brothers more convinced of Qilu's words. If the senior gold diggers guarding here had not died in the hands of this adult, then these blood spirit fruits would. Where do so many nutrients come from? The answer is self-evident. I understand, now, go to the trading market. Qilu nodded, then stood up and went to pick off all 12 blood spirit fruits. Finally, Qilu took a look at the branch with the blood spirit fruit, and thought to himself, if no gold diggers died in the vicinity, then I don't know how long it will take for new blood spirit fruits to grow. It can only be said that most of the natural treasures in the infinite battlefield are watered with blood. What the overlord said was not wrong. The infinite battlefield is not a good place. Yes, sir, please come this way. The three monkey brothers hurriedly led the way. Along the way, they also introduced the basic situation of this area to Qilu. Although it is only the outermost area of the infinite battlefield, it is precisely because of this that it has become the area with the most gold diggers. After all, the strong are only a minority. Just like the pyramid becomes smaller as you go up. In the infinite battlefield, this situation is even more obvious. When the strong need enough life, they can only hunt the weak. The survival rule of the jungle is the same everywhere. The road to advance on the corpses is never safe. Therefore, the forces in this area are also complicated. Just like the animals on the grassland. The strong are alone, and the weak are in groups of 3 or 5. The big and small forces are also connected to each other, which constitutes the survival circle of the entire senior gold diggers. The first round of tests that those newcomers who have just arrived are ultimately testing whether they are qualified to become senior gold diggers and integrate into this circle. The reason is very simple. As long as you come to the infinite battlefield, it is a distant thing to want to get out. To be more precise, it is better to call it an untouchable luxury. And under this luxury is the cruel reality. Countless senior gold diggers have fallen into this secret space, and basically, they will live here until they die. Then, any place where there are a large number of intelligent races will have order and class. This kind of thing, determined by the most basic law of survival, can be formed spontaneously even by low IQ animals. Not to mention these intelligent races. The food chain is the best embodiment. So it cannot be ignored. Speaking of the three monkey brothers, I also want to talk about their status in this circle. It is neither high nor low, it is considered to be medium. The status of neither high nor low is not embarrassing in the infinite battlefield. At least it is much better than those gold diggers living at the bottom. Of course, powerful people like Qi don't have to care about such things. Those who can come from the inner area to the outer area are the top existences once they come here, and they don't have to worry about other things. Anyway, as long as they are not blind, they will not come to provoke. So it was very peaceful along the way. After all, the three monkey brothers are not to the extent that people can bully them. In addition, the three of them need to follow the respectful leader, who would be stupid enough to run over and cause bad luck. So it didn't take long to come to the trading market mentioned by the three monkey brothers. This place is not as casual as Qi Li's shop. The guys who can come to the infinite battlefield are all strong people who don't need to rest and don't care. Unless they were seriously injured and had to rest, they would not waste time sleeping. So naturally, the trading market became a place that was open 24 hours a day. Roads intertwined and led in all directions. There were all kinds of stalls on the roadside. There were all kinds of natural treasures on them, and the items that needed to be exchanged were written next to them. There was nothing that could be used as currency in the infinite battlefield. If there was something that everyone really needed, it should be life. However, life could not be traded, so in the end, it naturally evolved into barter. Like the blood spirit fruit in Qi Li's hand, this good thing that anyone can use is actually a very popular rare fruit. Because it is used to increase potential and can ignore the shackles of realm. So any stall accepts blood spirit fruit for exchange. Moreover, Qi Li estimated in his mind based on the exchange conditions given by each stall, and he knew that the price of the blood spirit fruit was not low, and it was indeed very popular. No wonder the three monkey brothers coveted it so much. Even after knowing that the area was where some senior gold diggers used to hunt, they did not give up. By the way, when Qi Li thought of this problem, Monkey Da also explained it. Many senior gold diggers who used natural treasures to cheat newcomers would bring those newcomers to the trading market to broaden their horizons. It was to let those newcomers know how precious the natural treasures in the infinite battlefield were. Only by clearly knowing how precious these treasures of heaven and earth are, can we understand their value. In this way, the plans of those senior gold diggers can be better implemented. Because greed can make people lose their minds. Only new people who have lost their minds are the lambs to be slaughtered. So after listening to these words, Qi Li suddenly figured it out. No wonder the newcomers who were led by those guys from the Scale clan knew what the effect of the blood spirit fruit was. It turned out to be like this. First come to the trading market to gain experience, and then be taken there to pretend to have discovered the blood spirit fruit. It is indeed a chain-linked calculation. If those newcomers didn't know the value of these natural and earthly treasures, they wouldn't show such extreme greed. As a result, he was manipulated by senior gold diggers and lost his life. Speaking of which, this trading market is indeed a good place to learn about these natural treasures, rare and exotic fruits. As long as there are natural treasures that exist in the outermost area of the infinite battlefield, almost all of them can be found in this trading market, just placed on the stalls with clearly marked prices. Don't worry about anyone causing trouble here, because the trading market is a place maintained by all senior gold diggers. Guys who dare to cause trouble in this place are usually newbies who are ignorant, or guys who have lost their minds. Once it appears, it will be the result of being besieged by all senior gold diggers. As for whose lifespan will be taken away, it depends on who makes the last hit. Having said that, I should also mention it by the way. In the same area, there is more than one trading market, and they are all connected to each other. After all, the trading market is not only used for exchanging materials, but also for information. The exchange of information is naturally not limited to a certain place. One more thing to mention. That is the various areas in the infinite battlefield. Although it is a conventional thing, there is no barrier to block it. But in fact, there are still differences in the types of natural materials and earth treasures that grow. To put it in the simplest terms, the further you go to the inner area of the infinite battlefield, the higher the level of the treasures of heaven, materials, and earth will be. Naturally, the smaller the quantity, the more precious it is. But the same point is that the natural treasures in the inner area will not appear in the outer area. In a sense, this can be regarded as the most real gap between regions. If you want to enjoy the more precious treasures of heaven and earth, just try to go to the deeper areas. Of course, Hoda and Qilu also said this. Although these local snakes are not strong enough to allow them to go to deeper areas. But in terms of intelligence work, he is still very good at it, and he can basically know a little bit about all aspects. Sir, do you want to take a walk in this market? Although it is definitely incomparable to the trading market in the inner area, there may be unexpected discoveries. Hoda followed Qilu, nodded and bowed. As for Monkey 2 and Monkey 3, as soon as they arrived at the trading market, they went to inquire about the news. Completing the tasks assigned by adults is also a very important thing. Yotsub focus on one and lose the other. You should focus on both hands. It's okay to take a look. Sheila did not refuse. After all, his identity was pretended, and he had no idea what kind of treasures there were in the infinite battlefield. Just take this opportunity to learn more about it with the help of the encyclopedia of the trading market. And Hoda is worthy of being a senior gold digger. He follows Qilu and introduces those natural and earthly treasures in a clear and concise manner. It felt like there was no one he didn't recognize. Looking at it this way, this guy must have been trapped in the infinite battlefield for many years. Otherwise, how could I have such knowledge? It's just that they know each other, and whether they can afford it is another matter. Everyone is trying to make a living in the infinite battlefield, and the standard for barter is that you are willing to do it. Of course, as long as this trading market is out of the market, murders and treasure grabbing will happen frequently, and there is nothing unusual about it. Wouldn't it be great to be able to get the treasures of heaven and earth that you want, as well as your lifespan? Kill two birds with one stone. So Qilu also felt that he had benefited a lot after walking around in this trading market. The treasures of heaven and earth in the infinite battlefield are not only those with enhanced potential such as blood spirit fruits, used to break through the realm of cultivation. There are also many other types of natural materials and earthly treasures. Exercise your body, strengthen your bones, increase your strength, etc. The one that Qilu is most interested in is a plant called the vine of law. It looks like a twisted dead tree, but it is extremely tough, even to the point of being weird. Anyway, Qilu tried to pull hard, but found no trace of breakage. The senior gold digger, who set up the stall, didn't care about this. It could be seen that he must have tried the tenacity of the law vine. That's why he seemed so confident. This thing is called the vine of law. Is it a treasure related to the power of law? Qila Qian. He glanced at Hoda and asked quietly. His tone didn't sound curious, just like a casual question. But in his heart, Qi Lu was still very interested in this discovery. The secret door of the infinite battlefield is open in the Tianji domain after all, so why are there natural treasures condensed by the power of the law? Could it be that there is also a main god of the Shinji domain in the infinite battlefield? If this is true, then this infinite battlefield is not as simple as Qi let hot at the beginning. A secret space can actually connect the Tianji domain and the Shinji domain. Isn't this a very interesting thing? But this possibility, in Qi Li's opinion, should not be great. Qi Li started his family in the Shinji domain after all, and he has traveled almost half of the Shinji domain, but he has never heard of this matter. How could such a situation suddenly appear? There should be another hidden story. Yes, sir, you are right, this thing is indeed related to the power of the law. Monkey De is indeed a senior gold digger, and he is really knowledgeable. Hudson recognized things that are obviously not in the Tianji domain. But the number of law vine is extremely rare, and there are almost no people who need it. It can be placed here, just as a decoration. What do you mean? Qi Li put the law vine back while listening. Then he saw the disappointment on the face of the stall owner, who really didn't hide it at all. But this situation also happened to prove that Hoda was not wrong. No one really wanted this thing. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been placed on the stall and not been bought. It's like this, Your Excellency may not know. There are two ways to use this law vine. The first is to grind it into powder and then swallow it. It can be used to strengthen the control of the power of the law. But Your Excellency also knows that we don't cultivate the power of the law. What use is this thing to us? Hoda shrugged unconsciously when he said this. The demon god of Tianji domain is not unfamiliar with the neighboring Shinji domain. Naturally, he also has a lot of understanding of the power source of those main gods. Even if you don't practice the way of law, knowing yourself and the enemy will help you win every battle. It's always right to know more. So when Hoda introduced the law vine, there was no sense of unfamiliarity. It can be seen that he had seen the law vine before. What about the second method? Qi Li said casually, and it sounded like he was just following a sentence. But no one knew what Qi Li was thinking. The second method is to ignite the law vine, and then use the ignited phlomes to temper your body to achieve the effect of resisting the attack of the power of the law. However, it is already very difficult to ignite the law vine, and the final effect is not necessarily very good. So later, no one tried it. When it comes to the second method, Hoda's expression becomes a little weird. After the explanation, Hoda paused for a moment and then continued, by the way, sir, I've actually heard of it. After the law vine is ignited, the flames that appear are extremely powerful. There are only a few seniors who can survive, but there are many more who die, so no one uses this method to temper their bodies. After all, the risk is she and the benefits are small, it's really not worth it. Hearing this, Qi Li probably understood. The law vine is indeed a plant condensed by the powerful power of the law. The flames ignited by this thing are the real attack of the power of the law, and it is an extremely powerful one. Instead of using this method to temper the body, it is better to directly find a main god to bomb you. Maybe the chance of survival is even greater this way. I really admire the ideas of these senior gold diggers. They can even come up with such a strange way to abuse themselves. Isn't it true that some people think that self-torture is necessary to temper the body? No way, no way. Isn't that a brain problem? But the first use of the law vine is very interesting. Grinding it into powder and then swallowing it can indeed strengthen the control of the power of the law. But how effective it is still up for debate. Anyway, for Qi Li, it is useless. If the body of the law still needs to use this method to control the power of the law, it can only be said to be a defective product. However, the appearance of the law vine also made Qi Li have some other guesses in his mind. Before this, Qi Li had learned about it. The natural treasures in the infinite battlefield can provide nutrients by devouring the corpses of the gold diggers in the infinite battlefield to achieve the purpose of rapid growth, and the effect is extremely outrageous. Isn't it true that the rare and precious fruits that take hundreds of years to mature can complete the process of hundreds of years in one night? Tens of thousands of times of growth acceleration, isn't it outrageous? However, when it comes to this matter, what worries Qi Lu more is not the ridiculous growth rate of those natural and earthly treasures. It is one of the world rules of the infinite battlefield. The growth of those natural and earthly treasures actually requires different nutrients. Although they are generally the same, some subtle differences will also cause different types of natural materials and earth treasures to grow. For example, the vine of law that Qi Lu sees now. Because it is the condensation of the power of the law, it must be something that can only grow after a cultivator who has cultivated the way of the Lord God dies, and the corpses left behind are swallowed up by the infinite battlefield. In other words, in the infinite battlefield, there must be cultivators from the divine realm. Even those main gods are possible. However, what Qi Lu can be sure of is that those guys must have existed. It is impossible to say whether anyone is still alive now. After all, Hoda also said that the vine of law is extremely rare and no one needs it. Doesn't that prove that the cycle is broken? However, this discovery also made Qi Lu somewhat relieved. The reason is very simple. The most basic point is that in the infinite battlefield, the cultivators of the divine realm can still survive. Because the veteran gold digger who was trapped in this poor place might have been trapped in at what time? According to Hoda, the oldest veteran he has ever seen has been on the infinite battlefield for tens of thousands of years. That's really awesome. After tens of thousands of years of waiting, you are still staying in the outermost area of the infinite battlefield? No matter how strong this guy is, his luck must be overwhelming. Otherwise, how could he live for tens of thousands of years? To be honest, when he heard this information, Qi Li's first reaction was this Monkey King bluffing? But why is it necessary to brag like this? Besides, everything is possible, and it is not impossible for such a weird thing to happen. But having said that, Hoda later added a few more words. It was said that he had seen that strange thing a long time ago, and he should have gone to a deeper area now. Because in the outermost area, a guy who has been there for tens of thousands of years would probably be invincible on this 3/3 of an acre of land. Qi Lu guessed that this weirdo might be afraid of death, so he thought of fanging around in the safest place. Of course, this safest is only relative. For newcomers, nowhere is safe in infinite battlefield. As for why he suddenly figured it out and was willing to go to a deeper area, Qi Lu didn't understand. All I can say is that maybe he is tired of torturing food and wants to end his sinful life. For such a weirdo, it is really a life of sin. But no matter what the real situation is, it has nothing to do with Qi Lu. Anyway, Qi Lu is not such a weirdo. However, just when Qi Lu and Hoda were learning about these natural and earthly treasures in the trading market, Hosan ran back with wounds all over his body. While running, he shouted loudly, "Brother, something happened, something happened." Hoda took a look and frowned, sensing something was wrong. "Sir, something might really have happened. There are a lot of people around here who have grudges against us. I'm really sorry that I couldn't complete your mission as quickly as possible. It is impossible for the senior gold diggers in the infinite battlefield to live in peace with each other. It's just that they seem to be more united in deceiving newcomers. But in normal times, fighting and killing are routine. It doesn't matter, let's go and see what's going on first." Qi Lu also frowned. Damn it, someone actually dares to bother me looking for someone. Although Qi Lu knows that in this outermost area, there are as many local snakes as there are. But there is a saying, one thing does not bother two masters. Having already found someone to help, Qi Lu naturally wanted to go through all the trouble and was too lazy to find anyone else. Now let's change people again. Who knows whether the next senior gold digger will encounter an enemy? There is a saying that in the infinite battlefield, it is impossible for any senior gold digger to have enemies. As long as conflicts of interest exist, grudges and resentments will be an integral part of them. In this case, it's better to help Hoda and the others get rid of these enemies. Everyone just gets what they need. This. Hoda hesitated for a moment, then bowed and said, "Then I'll take a trip, sir." As he spoke, Hoda looked at Ho San, who was covered in wounds. His face straightened, and he said, "Old San, lead the way. I want to see who dares to cause trouble for us at this juncture." After saying that, the three people quickly rushed out of the trading market. In the trading market, fighting is not allowed, as it will disrupt the trading order of the market. Once a war breaks out, there will be many people trying to fish in troubled waters. Don't think that everyone's hands and feet are clean. That's not true. Possible. If it were not for the rules among senior gold diggers, theft would be even more prevalent. But the location of the battle is not far away. Otherwise, Ho San would not have been able to come back so quickly to bring in reinforcements. This time, it was Hoda who took the lead. Of course, this was what Chi leased for. After all, this is the matter of the three monkey brothers. It doesn't seem right to let Chi Lu take the lead directly. Even if Chi Lu wants to help. The journey is not far, and soon they arrive at the place where the battle took place. But if you really want to say that a battle took place, it's better to say that it was a one-sided crushing. Because Chi Lu saw a group of agile werewolves surrounding Monkey 2 lying on the ground. That guy looked like he was breathing out more than breathing in, and it was unknown whether he could be saved. It's werewolves again. These guys are quite a large team. Chi Lu touched his nose and thought to himself. Before, when I just came to the infinite battlefield, I seemed to have encountered werewolves. Could it be that in the outermost area of this infinite battlefield, the power of the werewolf clan is actually quite large? Chi Lu didn't know the answer to this question. Anyway, there are more than a dozen werewolves in front of him. Evil wolf, what do you want to do? Didn't the previous praise make it clear that you crossed the line? Why are you still looking for trouble with us? Do you think we are easy to bully because you are the powerful werewolf tribe? Hoda asked directly as soon as he opened his mouth. The reason was also made clear in his words. It was nothing more than a conflict when hunting those newcomers. Speaking of which, when senior gold diggers look at those newcomers, they really look at them as prey. In this case, Yusier, who accidentally came into the infinite battlefield before, is also a newcomer. Have these werewolves also met? Chi Lu thought so. But he didn't say anything, but watched the scene in front of him quietly. We crossed the line? The leading werewolf, the guy called the evil wolf by Hoda, couldn't help but smile. Little monkey, in this area, all the newcomers are our prey. What do you mean we have crossed the line? Only the fish that slipped through our net are the prey you can get your hands on. Last time, you robbed our prey, and we haven't settled accounts with you. Oh, you still have the guts to ask us? The evil wolf stared at the monkey and said slowly. It can be seen that the werewolf tribe is indeed arrogant and unreasonable. But it can also be heard from here that at least in this area, the werewolf tribe is indeed powerful. Speaking of this, I have to mention that the outermost area of the infinite battlefield is not a whole. After all, the regional distribution of the infinite battlefield is similar to a situation of concentric circles. So the shape of each large area is obviously a ring area, so it can also be divided into many small areas. And in each small area, there are their own most powerful forces. Presumably, these werewolves are in this situation. In this way, the attacks of the werewolves that Chi Lu encountered before should not be accidents. Instead, these werewolves had been lying in ambush in that place for a long time, but in this case, they were not targeting Chi Lu, but every newcomer. After all, it was hunting. However, these werewolves were straightforward. They really just hunted when they said they were hunting. These guys didn't have any calculations, probably because they were so powerful that they didn't bother to calculate newcomers. Therefore, under the ambush of the werewolf clan, there would always be some places that were not taken care of in such a large area. Then the newcomers who came in from these places were naturally the so-called fish that slipped through the net. Having said that, you probably understand it. In the eyes of these werewolves, wherever they are, it is their hunting ground. This argument is obviously a bit arrogant. But who made them so powerful? Damn it! Hoda cursed. Then his face darkened and he said, "Evil wolf, even so, we explained the matter clearly last time. Why do you still come to us now? Are you trying to find some benefits from us? Let me tell you, we are not those newcomers. The forces behind the senior gold diggers are always complicated. Although the status of the three brothers of Monkey De in this area can only be regarded as medium, they are definitely not so easy to bully. So it is not that they dare not confront the werewolf tribe. What's more, Monkey De also knows that the three brothers are now working for a peerless great man who came out of the inner area. It should be no problem to use this excuse to ask this peerless great man to help a little. Yes, who said that Monkey De didn't have calculations in his mind? There is no senior gold digger who can survive in the infinite battlefield with a simple mind. When Qi Lu was willing to follow them to come together, Monkey De realized this. If they are really in trouble, then this adult should be willing to help. In a sense, the three brothers Qi Lu and Hoda can also be regarded as having a mutually beneficial relationship. It's just that Qi Lu occupies a dominant position in this relationship. In other words, Qi Lu can make requests and assign tasks at will, but the three monkey brothers cannot. The only benefit that can be obtained is probably to obtain shelter to Savion's life in this special situation. However, this kind of benefit is something that most experienced gold diggers can only dream of in the infinite battlefield. Because there is a saying that is very applicable in the infinite battlefield. That is, live and everything is possible. But if you can't survive, then everything is empty talk. Therefore, if an opportunity that can definitely save one's life can be sold, the value will be very high. However, it is very realistic that those powerful people who have gone to thinner areas have no intention of taking care of the matters in the outer areas. The weak ones are beaten to death, but the interests of the strong ones cannot be affected. Why bother to take a trip into this muddy water and waste your time? Therefore, from this aspect alone, the three monkey brothers seem very lucky. This is one of the reasons why Monkey King can be so tough. But standing behind, watching Qi Lu, who was clearly weak but still dared to attack the werewolf clan, he thought about it and understood what he was thinking, but he didn't say anything. Because this is also something Qi Lu acquiesces to. As long as the three monkey brothers can find Yushir's traces and protect them for once, so what? Anyway, for Qi Lu, it was just a piece of cake. And you can also get a lot of lifespan. Although it is not very useful, who can have too much of this stuff? However, when the evil wolf heard this, he smiled coldly and said, "Little monkey, you think too highly of yourself. Do you really think that we, the werewolf clan, will cause trouble for you again and again because of such trivial matters? Then you think that we, the werewolves, are too idle." As soon as he said this, Hoda frowned. You beat your brother for no reason, now you want to make excuses? But this shouldn't be the case. Just like what the evil wolf said, the werewolf clan is not idle. There is so much time that it is too late to hunt for newcomers, so how can there be so much time to trouble the experienced gold diggers? So there must be another reason for this. Third brother, tell me, what's going on? Thinking of this, Hoda looked at Ho-san. Monkey 2 and Monkey 3 were acting together before, and then they encountered the werewolf clan. Something must have happened in the process. Otherwise, how could it be like this? Brother, I don't know why the evil wolves attacked us. Second brother and I were here to inquire about news and find someone for you. Everything is fine. In the end, the evil wolves appeared out of nowhere and beat us like this without saying a word. Hosan was asked by Hoda, but he also looked confused. If it wasn't because of the previous dispute that he received such a severe beating, then what else could it be? Although there are many grievances among veteran gold diggers, the root cause is simple. Not so many twists and turns. So for a while, Hosan really couldn't figure out what was going on. That's for no reason. Monkey frowned, then raised his eyes to look at the wolf. Evil wolf, since my third brother can't explain the reason, please come and explain it to me. Remember, don't deceive us by thinking we are newcomers. I won't accept that. The situation of helping one's relatives, but not helping one's relatives isn't uncommon on the infinite battlefield. Since the law of the jungle has been interpreted to the extreme, it is natural to protect the weak in order to unite people's hearts. So Hoda's meaning is also very clear. No matter what the reason is for you to beat his brother, you must give an explanation. Otherwise, this feud will definitely not end so easily. You really don't know? When the evil wolf heard this, his face darkened and he asked in a solemn voice. Listening to this tone, it seems that there is really a reason to do this. Certainly. Monkeys are naturally not timid and answer loudly. If you have a backer behind you, your performance will be different. Such a tough reaction naturally aroused the vigilance of the evil wolf. Because in the past, the three monkey brothers had a small conflict with their werewolf clan. Due to the power of the werewolf clan, although the three monkey brothers are not afraid, they usually stay away. Everyone is struggling to survive, so naturally they won't deliberately make themselves miserable. But this time, Hoda's behavior was completely different from before. It's as if they don't care about the power of their werewolf clan at all, and just want to fight them to the end. Of course you should pay more attention to such an abnormal behavior. But if you want to say how shocked the evil wolf was, then not possible either. The werewolf clan has been gaining power in this area for a long time, and their tyrannical power is the source of their confidence. Even if the three monkey brothers are lucky and have some support, they will never be able to shake the status of the werewolf clan. Regarding this, the evil wolf has absolute confidence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have deliberately let Hosan go and let him report the news. Yes, Monkey 3 was deliberately let go by the evil wolf. Otherwise, under the siege of so many werewolves, Hosan would not be able to break through the siege on his own. He. Since you insist on pretending not to know, then I will tell you. After the situation was deadlocked for a while, the wolf didn't want to play riddles anymore and spoke directly. Then he pointed at Monkey 2 lying on the ground and Monkey 3 opposite. I know who they are looking for. Hearing these words, Hoda had no reaction, but a glimmer of light flashed in Chi Li's eyes. These werewolves have really met sheer. Looking at how angry they are, they must have lost their troops. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so angry. However, after hearing Yushir's clues, Chila didn't rush to speak out. Rather than talking now, it would be better to let Monkey King and Bad Wolf talk a few more words and let Bad Wolf reveal more information. Do you know who we are looking for? At this time, Hoda also reacted belatedly. Then I quickly thought of the crux of the problem. If the evil wolf knew who the person they were looking for would cause trouble for them at this time, wouldn't it be? That's right, she's the Catwoman of the Moon Civet clan. She killed 14 of our werewolf compatriots and then escaped. Little monkey, we, the werewolf clan, must avenge this. Hearing what the evil wolf continued to say, Hoda confirmed his guess, they had indeed been affected. However, if we can take this opportunity to establish a relationship with the powerful people coming out of the inner area, that's not really a bad thing. Monkey De can still make a clear distinction on this kind of thing. And from the words of the evil wolf, Monkey King also heard that the master's descendant, a newcomer, was able to kill 14 werewolves by himself when first came to the infinite battlefield. This talent and combat power are truly rare to see in a million years. From this point, we can also see how strong the powerful one who came out of the inner area is. It's true that the adults have worked so hard to come to the outermost area to take care of the juniors. Thinking of this, Hoda felt that his 3 brothers were lucky. After this severe beating, the reward he got was much more than what he paid for. So Hoda did not worry, but frowned and said loudly, "Evil wolf, how can you be sure that we and the person we are looking for are in the same group? What if we are also looking for revenge on her?" This is a good question. Although hitting the wrong person is not a big deal, it does affect your reputation. And this kind of misunderstanding, big or small, is the easiest thing to make enemies. Although the 3 Monkey Man brothers and the werewolf clan were not to be dealt with in the first place. But the hatreds formed are also divided into big and small. Don't worry, little monkey, I won't admit my mistake. Your attitude towards searching for someone is completely different from our attitude towards seeking revenge. Little monkey, what else do you want to say now? We won't cause trouble for you for no reason. The evil wolf snorted coldly, and then spoke slowly. This can be regarded as a famous teacher. After all, the relationship between senior gold diggers is not as direct as that between senior gold diggers and newcomers. It is purely the relationship between hunter and prey. So getting along with each other is more complicated. But it's always right to find a good excuse for yourself. Really? If you insist on saying that, then we won't deny it. But I want to ask, have you found anyone? Even at this time, Hoda still keeps his mission in mind. Because as long as the task assigned to them by that adult is completed, they will be confident when facing the werewolf clan. Monkey King is very smart and knows this very well, so he will definitely ask about this aspect. And asking at this time point does not seem abrupt. After all, everyone is looking for the same person. It's just that the purpose is different. Therefore, after asking this question, Hoda added another sentence. With the power of your werewolf clan, you can't find the person you are looking for in this area. That makes me look down on you too much. This is considered a simple provocation method. But for the evil wolf, it is so effective. Little monkey, you don't have to use such a simple provocation to test my tone. I'll tell you about Catwoman's movements. Tell you, so what? Even though the evil wolf knew that this was a way to provoke the general, he didn't have much reaction. Instead, he just said it. There is no need to doubt the abilities of our werewolf clan. That Catwoman is now gone to a deeper area. Given her personality, she might have died somewhere by now. Having said this, the evil wolf looked at Hoda again. So, the revenge of that Catwoman should be placed on your heads. Looking at your attitude towards searching for someone, that Catwoman should be a very important person to you. Is not that right? To that adult, the life of that Catwoman was much more valuable than the lives of their 3 brothers. There is no way, they are not related to that adult, so of course their lives are not important. However, it is not a problem for the adult to follow him now and save the lives of the 3 brothers. And the most important thing is that the trace of Catwoman has been found. It is true that there is no place to look for after wearing iron shoes, and it takes no effort to get it. Is this fate? This is really thanks to the clues provided by the werewolf clan, which helped the 3 brothers successfully complete the mission. If the evil wolf knew about this, I wonder if he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. If after today, they still have a chance to vomit blood. Of course he is a very important person. In a sense, it should be more important than our own lives. Monkey King said with a pun. But whether the evil wolf can understand the 2 meanings is another matter. Really? Since it is more important than your lives, then you have deserved your death now. It should be your honor to die in place of such an important person." When the evil wolf heard this, he couldn't help but reveal a ferocious smile in his face. There was also undisguised murderous intent in his eyes. In fact, for the evil wolf, seeking revenge on the Catwoman is secondary, mainly to maintain the prestige of the werewolf clan. What if this time, the newcomer who killed 14 werewolves escaped? So what do other senior gold diggers think of their werewolf clan? But as the evil wolf said, the Catwoman had already gone to a deeper area when she escaped from being chased. Are they, the werewolf clan, going to chase them to the deeper areas? Isn't that looking for death? But if this revenge is not avenged, it will be a huge blow to the prestige of the werewolf clan. So when he heard that the 3 monkey brothers were looking for the Catwoman, the wolf knew that the opportunity had come. Others say that killing chickens scares monkeys, so today, they, the werewolf clan, will kill the monkeys. Genius newcomers are rare once in a million years. But if the prestige of the werewolf clan declines, the losses will be huge. That would indeed be our pleasure. Hoda answered without hesitation. However, these words were not an answer to the evil wolf, but a sign of loyalty to the adult behind them. Good. Since you all admit it, then you can't blame us. The evil wolf laughed ferociously, waved his hand, and said, "Go, catch them, and execute them publicly on a certain day. To rectify the reputation of our werewolf clan." Yes. Upon hearing this, many werewolves following the evil wolf roared and rushed forward. Fighting is not something that is too familiar to the werewolf clan. The wolf pack tactic is even better. Brother. When Monkey 3 saw this, the monkey hairs on his body were so frightened that they almost stood up. However, Hoda remained calm and looked directly at the evil wolf without appearing panicked at all. Because Hoda knows very well that the key to this battle lies in whether the adult behind them is willing to take action. If they want, they can win. If you don't want to, you will definitely lose. So there is no need to panic at this time, but it will lose your spine. Seeing this, Qilu also understood that it was time for him to appear. Although Monkey Day is suspected of taking advantage of himself. But Qilu did learn about Yushir's whereabouts, so there was nothing much to say. Since you have arranged the tasks yourself, it doesn't matter if you give me some compensation. Moreover, this battle must be decided quickly. Because I learned from the evil wolf that Yushir had gone to a deeper area to avoid the werewolf clan's pursuit. And where is this place? Infinite battlefield. Is the inner area so accessible? Therefore, Qilu must catch up as soon as possible to avoid anything unexpected happening to Yushir. Then, Qilu wouldn't have any pressure to deal with these werewolves. These damn werewolves, even if they were new to hunting, actually made enemies with themselves, and they could also make enemies with Yushir. Then, Chi-Leke would not be lenient in this fair and just revenge. Thinking of this, Qilu suddenly raised his hand and clapped it forward. In the void, a palm-shaped shock wave suddenly condensed and bombarded forward. An attack similar to an air cannon, although invisible, can induce fluctuations in the void and attack those werewolves with unparalleled power. The sudden attack immediately shocked the werewolves who rushed forward. The power of this palm can only be deeply felt by facing it head-on, how powerful it is. Boom! Only a loud noise was heard. The shock wave crushed the void, attacked and killed, and then exploded with a bang. The werewolves that surrounded Hoda and Ho-san were all blown away by the violent impact, without exception. After falling to the ground, although they had some injuries on their bodies, no werewolf was seriously injured. Because Chi Li's move was aimed at rescuing, not attacking. So the power was a little smaller. But the momentum caused was not small at all. Then, in the midst of the smoke and dust, Qilu was heard to speak slowly. He said, "You don't seem to take me seriously. Who are you?" The evil wolf was shocked in his heart, but he pretended to be calm on his face. In fact, the evil wolf had noticed this human before. But at that time, he thought it was a younger brother of Hoda. After all, it is common for them, senior gold diggers, to recruit some capable newcomers as younger brothers in order to expand their power. But now the evil wolf looks again and finds that things may not be as simply as he thought. I won't introduce myself to you. Because I don't have the habit of introducing myself to corpses. Evil wolf, you just need to be clear. The Catwoman you mentioned is the one I am looking for. Qila looked at the evil wolf with cold eyes, and his tone was equally cold. If you Sierra had to go to the inner area of the infinite battlefield and encountered an accident, then this guy in front of him must be fully responsible. If the accident really happened, then the lives of these werewolves would not be enough to pay interest. Is it the one you are looking for? When the evil wolf heard this, his face darkened. The monkeys on the side, Monkey De and Monkey San, naturally followed Qila closely, and they cheered in their hearts. This adult finally took action. The werewolf clan is going to be finished. However, this sentence was not said after all. If you want to survive in the infinite battlefield for a long time, caution is definitely the first priority. Of course, if you have invincible strength, it doesn't matter whether you are cautious or not. Unfortunately, the three brothers of Monkey Den knew that their strength was still a long way from being invincible. Maybe they would never reach the goal of their dream in this life. That's right. You werewolves are so brave that you dare to attack the person I'm looking for. Qila narrowed his eyes slightly, and the flashing killing intent was like a substance escaping. The coldness came, making the temperature around much lower. However, the evil wolf did not intend to give in. Because he knew that the reputation of the werewolf clan was earned by fighting. If this breath was lost, the reputation of the werewolf clan would also be lost. The long-term oppression would cause many senior gold diggers who had made enemies with the werewolf clan to attack them. After all, the proportion of newcomers hunted by the werewolf clan was too large. The leftovers eaten by the remaining senior gold diggers could not satisfy their appetite at all. In this case, why not attack these werewolves directly? In the past, they were forced by the powerful werewolf tribe. But now, after being handed the first knife, the remaining senior gold diggers will not be merciful. Therefore, even if the enemy is powerful, the evil wolf will never retreat without a fight. And the monkey who followed beside him could naturally see what was going on. But at this time, the monkey would never reveal the identity of this adult. It would be better for the werewolf tribe to disappear. So in this case, the momentum of the evil wolf also broke out. They are all newcomers to the infinite battlefield. What are they afraid of? Since they are brave enough to come to the infinite battlefield, they must accept the rules here. Newcomers should be tested by seniors. However, the evil wolf's brain is not stupid, and he knows how to use words to pull all senior gold diggers into his camp. Once such words are spoken, they will also be agreed by most of the senior gold diggers. Because this is the rule set by many senior gold diggers themselves. In this way, all senior gold diggers can't even hit their own faces. But such words are useless to Qila. Bullshit rules. I can't control how you treat others. But if you attack my people, then you should be prepared. I will do what I say. It's time to punish the werewolf tribe. Qila sneered. In fact, Qila can see what the werewolf tribe is like. Relying on their own strength, they do evil and oppress other senior gold diggers. They have long been complaining. It's just that the senior gold diggers can still vent their anger on the newcomers, so their anger has not erupted for the time being. However, as long as the werewolf tribe shows signs of decline, then Qila can be sure that he doesn't need to do too much, and the senior gold diggers will rush to help him finish the rest. After all, these werewolves hunted so many newcomers, so their lifespan must be very long. Such a goal is the best big fat sheep. Since everyone is pushing against you, why don't you get a share of the pie? Under the influence of such a mentality, those senior gold diggers will definitely eat up the werewolves like locusts. So Qi Lu didn't have any scruples when he started doing this, just treating it as giving benefits to many senior gold diggers. And let's not talk about the distance, let's just say that Qi Lu will soon go to the deeper area. So what you do in the outer area is not just doing whatever you want and doing whatever you want. Anyway, how it will develop in the future has nothing to do with Qi Lu. Unless these senior gold diggers living in the outer area are willing to risk their lives to go to the inner area to cause trouble for Qi Lu. If that's the case, then Qi Lu doesn't care about such small problems. Whoever dares to come, just let him come and never come back. Although Qi Lu is not bloodthirsty, he still has a way of being ruthless. But these words sounded too arrogant to the evil wolf. For many years, no one dared to say such words to him. In the outermost area of the infinite battlefield, their werewolf clan is the top force. Anyone who dares to resist them, whether they are newbies or veteran gold diggers, will not end well. Now there are still people who dare to say to them that the werewolf clan should be cured? I'm afraid there's something wrong with my brain. Although I don't know who you are, and I don't want to know who you are now. But I have to say, you are indeed brave enough. The wolf's tone gradually became harsher. Now that we have talked about it, if we don't take action, wouldn't it mean that the werewolves are easy to bully? In this place, the reputation that the werewolf clan has spent hundreds of years accumulating must not be lost here. So there is no need to say anything extra. In a world where the jungle prevails, it is more useful to speak with results at certain times. In that case, then be prepared to bear the wrath of our werewolf clan. It can be regarded as using your life to pay for the sins committed by that catwoman. The fear the wolf had before was just out of caution. However, now, the human race in front of him dared to say such words that were openly against the werewolf race. Then there is nothing to be cautious about. Kill me. No matter life or death. I used to think about capturing the enemy's wolf alive, but now I no longer have this idea. When facing a weak person, capturing them alive is just a little more troublesome. But when facing a strong person, capturing him alive is just making yourself miserable, and there is no need. Moreover, after killing this brazen guy, aren't there still 3 monkey man brothers who can be captured alive and used to kill chickens to scare the monkeys, so it's not a big problem. Now we just need to maintain the reputation of the werewolf clan. Yes. Leader. Roar. As soon as the wolf's order came out, the werewolves who were sent flying rushed forward again. The muscles on their bodies also swelled, making their bodies look even more oppressive. This is an ability that many beast subhuman species possess after transforming into physical cultivation. Can temporarily improve various attributes of one's body. The werewolf clan focuses on strength and speed. The moment these werewolves swelled in size, their speed also suddenly accelerated. It was like several black lights streaking through the air. In a flash, he appeared in front of Qi Lu. The sharp claws on the fingertips shone with a frightening cold light, making people's hair stand on end. Stay back and stay out of the way. If I hurt you, it's none of my business. Qi Lu looked at the attacking werewolves. They were already in front of him, and he just made a counterattack. By the way, he also reminded Monkey Da and Monkey 3 beside him. Of course, it's not that Qi Lu couldn't react to this situation, but that Qi Lu didn't take these werewolves seriously at all. As a new arrival, I was still wary of the experienced gold diggers in the infinite battlefield. Because Qi Lu doesn't know what the specific situation is like in the infinite battlefield. It is really an unwise choice to fight against the rules of the world. But after understanding the situation inside the infinite battlefield, Qi Lu understood. Perhaps the infinite battlefield has indeed gathered a group of top experts from the Tianji domain to this place. but among the strong, there are also different levels. The powerful demon god came to the infinite battlefield and was still powerful. In addition to the need to constantly lift the suppression of power, the advantages still exist, and are even more obvious. Because the foundation is strong, it is easier to obtain heavenly materials and earthly treasures. This is like a game that has been on the server for a long time. The level of cultivation before entering the infinite battlefield is equivalent to being able to make money. Degree. And the time to survive in the infinite battlefield is equivalent to the time off liver games. Although the Gone Emperor is powerful, he is still weaker when facing the Krypton Gold Warriors. Although the Gone Emperor has a chance to defeat the Krypton Gold Warriors, he's still in the minority. When facing those great players who work hard and earn money, you can only consider yourself unlucky. Then when you leave the infinite battlefield, it is equivalent to graduating from the game and preparing to sell the things you have earned. This money is the realm of cultivation that can be improved. Using such a metaphor, isn't it very vivid and vivid? And Chi Li's current identity is an extremely powerful Kryptonian warrior. Then the werewolves facing at this moment are a group of low-profile players who are crazy about the game. Although the infinite battlefield is not a Kryptonian scam game, it is very realistic. It is always a rare case that the weak wins over the strong. So Chi Lu does not need to panic, just think about how to solve this battle as quickly as possible. For example, the werewolf on the left is too slow. If he can't keep up with the rhythm of his teammates, he will become a breakthrough point. The reaction to the counterattack seems slow, just because Chi Lu's counterattack does not need to be prepared in advance. It only takes a moment to see the enemy's flaws. Even if he attacked while talking, it would not affect Chi Li's fighting rhythm and his fatal attack on the enemy. So when these werewolves were close to him, Chi Lu did not let them touch him at all. Instead, he flashed in an instant and appeared in front of the slowest werewolf. Of course, this slowest speed is only relative. If it were placed outside the infinite battlefield, I am afraid that those practitioners in the immortal bone realm would not be able to see the movements of this werewolf clearly. However, in front of Chi Lu, it was too slow. So much so that the werewolf even froze for a moment when he saw Chi Lu suddenly appearing in front of him. Then he felt a sharp pain that entered his mind. Crack! The outstretched wolf claw was pressed by Chi Lu in the path of attack, and then broke off with the force. At this moment, his throat was also strangled, and then he felt a huge force wrapped around his neck. No. First one, ruling. It's a pity that the werewolf's begging for mercy was cut off by Chi Lu before he could even make a sound. This time the attack was not like the previous attack on the Scale Armor clan and the Featherman clan, which required leaving people alive to ask questions. So Chi Lu no longer held back. Terrifying power flowed in Chi Li's palm. With the force of pushing the werewolf out, all the bones in his body were shattered, as well as his internal organs. The way of the devil is all about physical strength. After cultivating to the extreme level, the power of heaven and earth cannot be shaken. So during the battle, if the body is destroyed, that is equivalent to a practitioner who practices the way of the Lord God losing in the confrontation with the power of the law. The consequences are of course fatal. Gods can use the supreme throne to gather the power of faith and recast their bodies in anticipation of rebirth. But the demon god's body is their foundation. Broken naturally means death. Chi Li's move was like this. It destroyed not only the body of the werewolf, but also his vitality. In the attack, the soul law is mixed to destroy the enemy's soul. For Chi Lu, it is quite familiar. So don't look at Chi Li's moves, they seem to be very simple and unpretentious, as if they have no lethality. But in fact, the power of the laws hidden within is definitely 10,000 times more sinister than those dazzling moves. One move will leave no one alive. Boom! The werewolf who was pushed out fell to the ground with a muffled sound. After waiting for a while, the wolf couldn't help but frown when he didn't see the werewolf get up. I thought to myself, when did the warriors of their werewolf clan become so cowardly? Just because you failed once, you don't want to fight again? Then when the evil wolf turned his head to look, he was shocked to find that the werewolf lying on the ground seemed to have no breath. Kill with one move? How can this be? The evil wolf's eyes widened, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Although the warriors of the werewolf clan are not the strongest in the outermost area of this infinite battlefield, but no matter what, it can still be ranked at the forefront. Coupled with the large number of werewolf clan members, this has created the werewolf clan's current power. Therefore, when it comes to fighting alone, Evil Wolf dare not say that the warriors of the werewolf clan can defeat any enemy they face. But when a group goes out to hunt prey, there is basically no way to lose. Except not long ago, when facing that Catwoman. That was also the biggest failure of the werewolf clan in the past 100 years. This is also the biggest reason why the evil wolf must regain his position in his matter. The failure of a single clan member can be accepted. But when fighting in groups, the werewolves will never allow failure. Because that is what the werewolf clan is most proud of, and it is also the strongest means of survival. However, this pride may be shattered again today. No, the werewolves are invincible. How could he fall in a place like this? After the shock, the wolf quickly calmed down. It's just the fall of a clan member, which doesn't explain anything. Even in the past, when the werewolves hunted in groups, they were not unscathed. Now is the time to face a strong enemy, so some losses are normal. However, their werewolf clan will not lose. Next, it's the second one. Let me tell you another truth. When the first flaw is crushed, the remaining flaws will only become more and more obvious. For example, this dash. Chi Li's words still didn't stop. This also shows how relaxed and enjoyable this battle is for Chi Lu. You don't even need to concentrate on fighting, it's enough to cope with the situation in front of you. Following Chi Li's actions, the second werewolf flew out and then hit the ground heavily. Likewise, there was no breath at all. This scene immediately made the evil wolf feel excited. No matter how much you comfort yourself, the warriors of the werewolf clan are invincible, you still have to respect reality. The previous Catwoman, under heavy siege, killed 14 of their tribesmen and then escaped. Even the Catwoman was injured, but she escaped. Yes, but it is an indisputable fact. Therefore, as the scene in front of him and the previous scene gradually overlapped, the wolf began to feel uneasy in his heart. That won't happen again, right? No, I will never allow that to happen again. Thinking of this, the evil wolf's eyes suddenly became firm. Ouch! Then, a long wolf howl, like thunder, spread out in all directions. This is the way the werewolves used to summon their tribesmen. Any werewolf who hears this wolf howl must put down what he is doing and rush over unless his life is in danger. But similarly, such an emergency measure is not allowed to be used under normal circumstances. Otherwise, he will be severely punished by his tribesmen. However, the current situation is already a very urgent situation in the eyes of the evil wolf. If this human being escapes from the siege of the werewolf tribe like the Catwoman before, then the reputation of the werewolf tribe will be completely gone. At that time, I am afraid that any senior gold digger will dare to challenge the werewolf tribe. Sheila did not know about the wolf howl. But Hoda, a senior gold digger, knew it clearly. Hearing the wolf howl, his face suddenly changed, and then he shouted, "Sir, the evil wolf has begun to summon his tribe. This wolf howl is a call to action. Sir, you must be careful." Chi Lu, who had killed 2 werewolves in succession, heard Hoda's shout, raised his eyebrows, and sneered. Summoning tribesmen is indeed a wolf pack tactic. However, if there are really too many wolves, it can indeed scare away the tiger. But if there are too many ants, they can't defeat elephants. Bang! With Qi Li's voice, another werewolf flew out. There is a saying, even if the evil wolf can summon the werewolf clan, so hat? When the commotion here gradually became louder, Qi Li didn't believe that those senior gold diggers could still sit still. The battle between him and the werewolf clan here can only be regarded as a fuse at best. If you want to completely get rid of the werewolf clan, the best way is to involve those senior gold diggers. When a person who has offended the public is in decline, the only outcome is that the wall will fall and the people will push him down. And, let's take a step back. Even if those senior gold diggers remain unmoved and choose to watch the fire from the other side, Qi Li is not afraid. The biggest impact is that he cannot get rid of the werewolves in one go, and it does not threaten his own life at all. What's there to worry about? Even if the werewolf clan surrounded him heavily, Qi Li had absolute confidence that he could break out. But when that time comes, there will be no way to ensure the safety of the three Monkey Man brothers. Therefore, at this time, the situation more dangerous than Qi Li's situation should be faced by these three monkeys. Aren't you leaving? Thinking of this, Qi Li asked one more question. After all, in the end, this matter still started because of him. Because the person these werewolves want to take revenge on is Yu Shi'er. The three Monkey Man brothers were actually involved in his affairs, so Qi Li asked this question. But to Qi Li's surprise, Hoda's attitude was extremely firm. Sir, we will not leave at this time. The werewolves have been domineering for a long time. If we don't stop them, we will still be oppressed. Now that you are willing to stand up for us, sir, it is naturally impossible for us to leave. Following the Lord and eradicating the werewolf clan is what we should do more. Monkey Da's words were impassioned. For those who didn't know, I thought he was giving a speech. However, Qi Li knew clearly that this was because the three Monkey Man brothers had no way out. When the werewolf clan came to the door, it was already destined that either you would die or I would die. As long as the werewolf clan can escape this disaster, the three Monkey brothers will basically have only two choices. Or, leave the outermost area of the infinite battlefield and go to the inner area. Or stay and fight against the werewolves, and then die happily. For the three Monkey brothers, these two choices are the difference between dying early and dying late. Therefore, before being forced to make these two almost fatal choices, the three Monkey Man brothers actually had another choice. That is to contribute to the destruction of the werewolf clan. As long as all these werewolves disappear, then there is no need to make other choices. You can even become famous in this battle and make your own famous name. That is a huge profit. Based on this becomes a very simple multiple choice question. That's why Hoda looked so upright and awe-inspiring at this moment. It's as if he has to sacrifice his life for righteousness. In fact, it is just the optimal solution for the life and death of my three brothers. But having this attitude is still worthy of encouragement. At least I'm not just thinking about escaping. Since you don't want to leave, then find a way to survive. I don't have time to take care of you. The next battle will probably be very busy. Qi Li declined to comment on Hoda's choice. After all, Qi Li can actually guess most of what they are thinking. I just thought that I might devote some of my energy to protecting them. However, this is impossible. Qi Li may kindly remind the three Monkey brothers for moral reasons. But during the battle, it would be wishful thinking to expect Qi Li to devote his energy to protecting them. Don't worry, sir. Don't worry about us. This is a cruel battle. Life or death is a matter of life. We will never complain. Hoda spoke up immediately, expressing their determination. Fight with the werewolf clan until death. That's it for what they said, so let them be. Qi Li retracted his mind and looked at the werewolf in front of him. In the distance, there were more auras approaching. The most important thing for the werewolf clan to dominate this area is that they are united enough. Under the wolf howl summoning order, most of the werewolves will come. It's like a torrent, rushing here from all directions. The huge movement naturally alarmed other senior gold diggers in this area. What happened? It's been a long time since the werewolf clan used the summoning order, and today they made an exception. It seems that they have encountered some difficult opponent. Otherwise, how could they have summoned so many people to help? As soon as I mentioned this, I remembered it. It seems that the evil wolves were deflated when they were hunting newcomers. Are you talking about Catwoman? That's right, that's really a million. A rare new talent in years. So, do you think this incident is related to Catwoman? Who can say for sure? After all, the werewolf clan is still the dominant force in this area. Once they made a big move, other senior gold diggers could not think of peace. At this moment, they all started to discuss, wondering what the werewolf tribe wanted to do, and they actually issued a call for action at this time. So the focus of the discussion soon returned to a rumor heard not long ago. It was said that the werewolf tribe was hunting newcomers and accidentally suffered a big loss. They were beaten by a Catwoman who had just entered the infinite battlefield, and many tribesmen were killed. This incident became a topic of conversation and a laughingstock for a group of senior gold diggers at the time, and they felt that the werewolf tribe was really on the decline. It was really embarrassing that they could not even catch a new Catwoman and dared to call themselves the Overlord. This was also the main reason why the werewolf tribe was eager to take revenge. And now, the werewolf tribe actually issued a call for action. Did they find the Catwoman? You know, these werewolves were rampant in the outermost area, and had not used the call for action for many years. Everyone was bullied by the werewolf tribe, but they dared not speak out. It was only because of the powerful power of the werewolf tribe and the call to gather the tribe members at any time that they had been tolerant. But today, something interesting seemed to happen. If the call was really used to capture the Catwoman, then the werewolf tribe is making a fuss. Such a talented newcomer has become the most effective force to resist the werewolf tribe. Hearing what you said, should we go over and take a look? That's right, we should go over and take a look. The werewolf clan can't even deal with a newcomer now. Doesn't that mean that their power has declined? Maybe we can get some interest back from those damned werewolves. Yeah, it's not a problem to be bullied like this all the time. Then let's go and see together. If there is a chance, the werewolf clan should also disappear. Numerous senior gold diggers are not cowards who can survive in such a cruel environment as the infinite battlefield. It's just that you can recognize the reality more clearly and know how to choose in order to survive. Therefore, when the opportunity to stand up comes, they are even less likely to give up. If you want to live, you have to be bullied all the time. It is absolutely impossible. This is what Chilu said was the fuse. If the werewolf clan has always been powerful and invincible, then naturally no one dares to resist. But the more high pressure the environment, the easier it is to arouse resistance. It just doesn't show up normally. Under such circumstances, whenever the werewolves showed any flaws, those senior gold diggers had an opportunity to take advantage of. The consequences are out of control. Don't look at the members of the werewolf clan. They gathered towards the evil wolf under the summoning order. But there are more senior gold diggers following behind to observe the situation than the werewolves. It's just that they won't do it until the situation is confirmed. After all, safety comes first. It is not without cards that the werewolf family can run amok for hundreds of years. Moreover, these senior gold diggers do not have the great spirit of sacrificing the ego to achieve everyone. So it is even more impossible to do it blindly. In such a situation, Chi Lu, who was on the battlefield, felt as clear as a mirror. Speaking of it, this is not greedy for life or fear of death, it is just normal cautiousness. Infinity Battlefield is such a realistic and cruel world, a secret space that will swallow life. Be careful, I'm afraid you don't even know how you died. So if you want these senior gold diggers to make a move, you have to add another fire. The method is also very simple, as long as you show your own strong strength. Those senior gold diggers may not be able to give charcoal in a timely manner, but they are first-class masters when they are in trouble. The number of werewolves is increasing, and it seems that we can't continue playing like this. Qi Lu scanned the surrounding situation and said something to himself. The audience is already in place, and the performance should officially begin. After saying that, Qi Lu took a deep breath, and the power of law circulated crazily in his body, like 1,000 streams returning to the sea, flowing endlessly. In the next second, a terrifying coercion erupted from Qi Li's body. Like a volcanic eruption, earth-shattering. The terrifying coercion turned into substantial ripples, soaring into the sky and spreading away into the distance. Wherever it passes, the void is shattered, and the momentum is mighty, just like the brilliant heavenly power, bringing out thunderstorms. At the end is a picture scroll of destroying heaven and earth. Big, my lord? Hoda, who was following on the side, suddenly widened his eyes, and shouted in surprise. It was unbelievable that such a terrifying picture would appear in front Ofi's eyes. You know, this is not the Tianji realm, but the infinite battlefield. The power of all gold diggers has been suppressed. Under such circumstances, such a tyrannical coercion can still erupt. Then the true strength of this adult is simply immeasurable. So, this time I made the right bet. But the evil wolf on the opposite side of Qi Lu gasped, his heart skipped half a beat in shock. How can that be? How could such a tyrannical aura appear in the outermost area of the infinite battlefield? This level of power, instead of going to the inner area to make a name for himself, has to go to this kind of place to bully honest people? Thinking of this, the wolf broke out in a cold sweat all over his body. At this moment, it was like being fished out of the water. If there are more wolves, it may be able to fight against tigers. But there are too many ants, but they can't deal with real dragons. And like the evil wolf, it wasn't just members of the werewolf clan who came up with this idea. There are also those senior gold diggers who come to observe the situation. This person, not that Catwoman. The werewolf clan has provoked a big shot this time. No wonder the summoning order is used. If this is not used again, there will be no chance to use it in the future. Then what can you do with the summoning order now? Call all the clansmen and die together? What you said seems to make sense. Hearing what you said, isn't something going to happen to the werewolves? Then can't we prepare to make a move? Take back all the things that the werewolves have taken away from us over the years. As it happens, these days, no newcomers have slipped through the net, and Milefespan is almost running out. The werewolves have suffered such a calamity, and they deserve it. However, different from the fear of the wolf, these senior gold diggers began to be moved at this time. With such a peerless power standing in front of them, wouldn't it be a simple matter for them to follow behind to fish in troubled waters? It's time to find the werewolves to collect debts. However, no matter how complicated these guys' moods were, Qi Li's outburst was not over yet. When the power of the laws of circulation is extremely concentrated, Qi Lu used his body of laws as a carrier to fully integrate the power of these laws into his physical body. This approach, before one's body is not strong enough, will definitely be torn apart by the power of the law. Because resisting the attack of the power of the law is completely different from bearing the power of the law. One from the outside in and one from the inside out. So this time, Qi Lu was also testing his physical fitness. To what extent? Boom! Thunder falls. Qi Li's body also began to grow rapidly at this moment. But in the blink of an eye, it has reached a height of thousands of feet, like a towering mountain. The body that covered the sky and the sun was terrifying just by standing there. It's the first time I use this trick, it's still a little bit reluctant. Feeling the tyrannical power in his body, Qi Lu, who was mentally exhausted, couldn't help sighing in his heart. After all, strengthening the body is not an ability controlled by Qi Lu's talent. The move at this moment is not so much a strengthening of the body, but a concrete embodiment of the golden body of the law. With the power of powerful laws, it is compiled into an indestructible armor, covering the outside of the body, and also condensing within the body to achieve the effect of a huge body. Perhaps there is a sense of law and heaven. But to support his current appearance, the requirements for his own body and the power of law to control are indeed too high. Even Qi Lu feels a little reluctant now and can't hold on for long. However, the effects of such a powerful move are equally astonishing. The body is as huge as a mountain, and its tyranny has reached an outrageous level. Qi Lu can be sure that if this move is performed outside the infinite battlefield, even the top demon gods can't even think of hurting him. But with the power he possesses, he can easily defeat his enemies. 1 minute should be the current limit. But it should be enough. After carefully feeling the consumption caused by this power, Qi Lu said in his heart, 1 minute doesn't sound like a long time. But in a battle of this level, many things can already be decided. And the most important thing is that as long as the werewolf clan can show its decline, those senior gold diggers will definitely not watch from the other side. Then let me try how powerful this body is. Qi Lu thought like this, and his body like a mountain began to move. With just a few movements, a huge storm can be caused, raging towards the surroundings. The terrifying power carries the potential to destroy the world. When the physical body reaches a certain level of strength, the effect of moves is actually not that great. Just like Qi Lu now, he just gathered his strength and then took a shot. For those werewolves, what they felt was an incoming 5-finger mountain, shrouding their heads. There is no way to avoid it. Boom! This loud noise resounded throughout the world. A palm fell, and when the loud noise disappeared, the world between heaven and earth became dead silent. The land that was originally intact now seemed to have experienced a huge change, turning into countless rubbles. The cracks that spread are bottomless. It was as if the entire earth was shattered under this palm. The smoke dispersed, and countless people were stunned. Qi Lu raised his hand and raised a cloud of smoke again, obscuring his vision. But in that brief moment, those senior gold diggers and the surviving werewolves could see clearly. There was nothing unexpected about the werewolf covered by this palm, not even the slightest bit of scum could be found. It was as if all traces had been erased. What a terrifying power this is! Regarding this point, Qi Lu's feelings are even clearer. The moves used for the first time, even by Qi Lu, are still in the experimental stage. And this palm is the best answer. It's just a casual blow, and even the demon god will be wiped out. This is power. Qi Lu took a deep breath and tried to calm down his breathing. Although the consumption is huge, the rewards are worth the consumption. It's over, it's all over. At this moment, the evil wolf only felt chilled all over. In fact, he might have expected it when this human race's body suddenly grew in size. But only by witnessing it with your own eyes can you deeply feel how terrifying this tyrannical force is. With the strength possessed by their werewolf clan, I am afraid that even with all their strength, they would not be able to fight. The enemy's strength is simply too strong. It's already stronger than they imagined. Damn it! Why? Why does that damn Catwoman have such terrifying power behind her? Why had I never heard of this big shot when I was in Tianji domain before? And it's not just the wolf, other members of the werewolf clan are also feeling weak in their legs at this time. How to fight against such an enemy? This is simply a dimensionality reduction attack, right? The power levels are not on the same level at all. Is there any point in continuing to fight? Questions like this are lingering in the minds of many werewolves, and they can't get rid of them. However, when these werewolves were confused, Hoda, who was also frightened and collapsed to the ground, suddenly jumped up at this moment. My lord's military power is unparalleled in the world. My lord's behavior is selfless. Follow your excellency, eradicate evil and eradicate the werewolf clan, today. What are you still doing? Why don't you hurry up and join us in the battle to eradicate the werewolf clan? This guy has a bright mind and knows how to take advantage of the situation. And the timing of the selection was just right. You know, after Qi Lu showed such tyrannical fighting power, it was impossible for him to say such words in person. Otherwise, the image that was created with great effort will fall apart in an instant. But from the monkey's perspective, it is extremely suitable. Because there was already friction between the three Monkey Man brothers and the werewolf clan. It is very reasonable to say this, and it can also arouse the emotions of many senior gold diggers. After all, everyone is a god. There is a considerable degree of empathy for people who have fallen into poverty. At this time, Hoda shouted, and he immediately became restless. Yes, we are going to eradicate the werewolf clan. If we don't move now, when will we wait? Thinking about what the werewolves have done in the past, I think it's time for me to strike hard. You are right. My fist of justice cannot sit idly by and watch this situation. Brothers, are you ready for battle? Eradicate the werewolf tribe today. Follow me, kill. These guys originally planned to fish in troubled waters. What they thought was that if someone really took the lead to resist the werewolf tribe, they would fight anyway. And now the situation has exceeded their expectations by far. This lord showed real, unmatched combat power. This level of power should not appear in the outermost area of the infinite battlefield. But since it has appeared, such a rare opportunity in 1,000 years must not be missed. At this moment, countless senior gold diggers were boiling. Amid the roar, they rushed towards the werewolf tribe. Well done, this guy has a bright mind. Qi Lu, who witnessed this scene, glanced at Hoda, who was waving the flag and shouting, and couldn't help but smile lightly. This guy may not be very good at fighting, but he can still be a good atmosphere group. Then help them. Thinking of this, Qi Lu moved his fingers and used the storm to roll Monkey 2, who was lying on the ground, to Monkey 1. It can be regarded as a reunion of the three brothers. Then, one last palm. Qi Lu estimated that his golden body could only last for a little while before it was lifted. He didn't bother to be polite and slapped it directly in the center of the battlefield. And Hoda, who was wandering on the edge of the battlefield and shouting loudly, suddenly found that there was a figure beside him. At first glance, it turned out to be Hoer, who was surrounded by werewolves before. Immediately, Qi Lu burst into tears. This lord even remembered the safety of the three brothers when he was fighting. Such a great kindness, I will never forget it. That being the case, then I should wave the flag and shout for the adults all the more. After all, my own combat power is just that, so why not use another aspect to play a role? In this way, the final result of this battle is already doomed. The werewolf clan must be destroyed. After Qi Lu made the final blow, he had a clear view of the situation on the battlefield. Because the senior gold diggers in this area have already joined the battle at this moment. Everyone is ready to reap some benefits from the werewolves. If the cake is small, it must not be enough. Therefore, the werewolf clan, no matter what, cannot escape the end of being destroyed. Then, at this moment, Qi Lu knew that it was time for him to retire. Because Qi Li's goal was to destroy the werewolf clan, and he didn't have to eradicate the werewolf clan by himself. Now that the goal has been achieved, what do you need to waste your energy on? Besides, these senior gold diggers want to get a piece of the action here, so how can they not pay a price? Maybe Qi Lu would be hated if he finished everything by himself. Said that he wanted to eat alone, and didn't leave them a chance. This situation is not impossible, and people's hearts are unpredictable. Who knows what these senior gold diggers will think? So let's leave it to them to solve the rest. After all, the power of the werewolves in this area can be regarded as deeply rooted. Presumably these senior gold diggers don't want to see the situation of being bitten instead of killing a snake, so once they confront the werewolves, they must do their best to deal with this matter, and try their best to make werewolves have no chance to stand up. Those guys are much more skilled than Qi Lu in such things. In a place like the infinite battlefield, things like robbing houses and homes are commonplace. What's more, the destruction of the werewolf clan was not just to ensure that they would not have to worry about the revenge of the werewolf clan in the future. There is also the goal of striving for longevity. Because survival is the first goal. All others must stand back. Based on these reasons, Qi Lu had no choice but to take care of everything with one hand. Isn't that being resented for no reason? Anyway, the lifespan Qi Lu has collected so far is enough, so why bother here? Moreover, there is another reason why Qi Lu would choose to retire after success, which is the most important point. Speaking of this, Qi Lu, who was originally as tall as a mountain, had suddenly shrunk in size. After the last palm fell, the influence it brought to this battle has already established the basic victory. All the senior gold diggers who watched the battle also participated in the battle at this moment. So at this time, whether Qi Lu withdraws from the battle does not actually have a great impact. Rather, everyone came here to share the cake. If one more person withdraws from the battle, they will get more cakes. In his case, they wish for nothing. Who would care about who started this war and where he is now? Just slip away, it's not a big problem. Therefore, Qi Li's departure did not cause any disturbance at all, nor did it affect the development of this battle. The werewolves might breathe a sigh of relief. But the attacks of those senior gold diggers, like a torrent and a tsunami, will help them and dispel this idea. Big, my lord? Didn't you just fight with the werewolves? Why did you come here? Hoda, who was still waving the flag and shouting, looked at Qi Lu, who suddenly appeared beside him with a face full of surprise. And soon panicked. Is there something we did wrong? For the things that this grown-up did that I didn't understand, it was always right to wonder if it was my fault. Huda has a clear view of his status, so his attitude has always been kept low. Especially just now, seeing the peerless posture displayed by this lord. Then there is nothing to say. Facing an existence that can crush you to death with just one finger, what else can you do besides being cautious and cautious? Unless it's because you don't want to live anymore, that's another matter. But obviously, the three Monkey Man brothers have been in the infinite battlefield for so many years, and they just want to survive. Otherwise, they wouldn't stay in the outermost area all the time, so they won't dare to move on. Of course, if possible, the three Monkey Man brothers would also like to leave the infinite battlefield and go back to the Tianji realm to have a good time. However, the ideal is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. Infinity battlefield is even more difficult for those average gold diggers. Added cruelty. No, you did nothing wrong. Qi Lu replied in a low voice, then changed the topic, and said with a light smile, it's just that we should leave here and do another more important thing. Yes, if you have any orders, please feel free to speak, we will do our best. When Hoda heard this, he was naturally not stupid, and immediately understood that there must be a task for him. Otherwise, why did this adult come here to find him? You don't need to do anything this time, just tell me where the werewolves are mainly stationed. Qi Lu didn't beat around the bush, and stated his goal very directly. Where are the werewolf clan mainly stationed? Sir, do you want to? After hearing the words, Hoda thought about it in his mind. You want to ask me what I want to do? Qi Lu raised his eyebrows. Ask too many questions, and sometimes, it will kill me. Don't dare. As soon as these words came out, Hoda was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat, his knees softened, and he knelt down on the ground. In fact, this is not a temptation by the Monkey King, but just a subconscious inquiry. The moment he said it, he realized something was wrong. However, the words have been spoken, it is impossible to swallow them back, and now I can only pray that this adult will not care about such trivial matters. I hate restless people, you understand? Qilu was silent for a while, before speaking. Clear. Monkey Dalian responded. Then, after waiting for a while, he tremblingly told what he knew, the main location of the werewolf clan. In fact, this information is not a secret that no one knows. Although it is not yet known to everyone, but if you want to investigate, you can definitely find out. Just wasting a little more time. But what Qilu lacks most now is time, so asking directly is the best choice. Okay, you won't be needed for the next thing, and the cooperation between us will end here. After learning about the main residents of the werewolf clan, Qilu waved his hands, ready to dismiss the three monkey brothers. The reason why I found the three monkey man brothers before was to find news about Yushir. Now that the purpose has been achieved, they have no use value. Unless the three monkey man brothers wanted to follow Qilu to the inner area of the infinite battlefield. However, this is impossible. Because with the strength of the three monkey man brothers, even if they followed Qilu to the inner layer, they would still be the weakest existence. Instead of living in fear in those places, it is better to continue to dodline the outermost area. I can't get out anyway, so why not live more comfortably? My lord, are we going to separate here? When Hoda heard this sentence, he couldn't help being stunned for a moment, as if he didn't react. After all, leaning against a big tree is good for enjoying the shade, and holding your thighs is good for doing things. In the outermost area of the infinite battlefield, if there is such a powerful person as a backer, it will definitely be rampant. Therefore, it is understandable that the monkey conference suddenly froze. If you want to go to the inner region, then it's not impossible for us to go together. Qilu glanced at Hoda, and said casually. In fact, Qilu can figure out what these guys are thinking without having togas. The status of the three monkey man brothers in this area is only above the middle level, and they are still far from the top. If Qilu doesn't leave, they can completely rely on this status to run amok and do whatever they want. Without this backer, the three monkey man brothers would be beaten back to their original forms on the spot. The infinite battlefield is a very realistic place. Those fake relationships are almost invisible. Unless the backing is close at hand, or those strong people have something to see first. Then, in order not to offend those well-known strong men, everyone will chusito show mercy, or they will not make a move at all. But if there is such an ambiguous and unclear relationship, then there is nothing to worry about. So from the point of view of the three monkey man brothers, they definitely didn't want Qilu to leave. But such words must never be said. Because the two parties have no relatives, and no reason, saying such words is nothing more than adding more jokes. Better not to say it in the first place. But what Qilu said was not a joke. If the three monkey man brothers had the idea of going to the inner region, then Qilu would go with them. However, on this point, the attitude of the three monkey brothers is very firm. No, there is no need, my lord. Our ability, we are self-aware, I am afraid that with your care, we will have a very difficult life. Hoda hardly struggled, and rejected Qilu's proposal. Because Hoda knew very well that the relationship between his three brothers and this adult was neither relative nor reason. There is nothing worthy of this lord's attention, and he doesn't deserve to be taken care of by this lord at all. That being the case, why bother with the past? It's better to refuse here, so we can get together and leave. Well, from an objective point of view, there should be no more good get-together day in the future. Then there is only good loose. It's up to you. Qilu shrugged, and didn't mention it again, but looked towards the battlefield not far away. Actually, while there is still a chance, you should also join this battle and get back what should belong to you. You guys also have grudges with the werewolf clan. When you destroy the werewolf clan, don't you want to do it yourself? These few words are actually in order to chase away guests. Of course Hoda understood what it meant, so he cupped his hands and said, "My lord is right. We won't waste your time here. I wish my lord martial arts prosperity." After saying that, Hoda took Ho-san and joined the battlefield. Then I should get out of here too. Qilu also turned his head back, without the slightest bit of nostalgia. Turn around and rushed towards the main bases of the werewolves. Since the werewolf clan was doomed to be destroyed, Qilu naturally accepted their legacy with a blunt smile. Speaking of which, the werewolves have been operating in this area for so many years, and they have also been domineering for so many years. It's not just about robbing those places to hunt newcomers, it's as simple as accumulating lifespan. Similarly, a lot of treasures of heaven and earth have also been collected. And these treasures of heaven and earth, although they have been used a lot, but there are still a lot left, and they are left in those stations. What Qilu thinks is to take all the remaining treasures. Walk. Otherwise, in this battle, why did Qilu leave so early? It's not that seeing all these senior gold diggers are attracted, of course he had to go back and get some benefits. If the senior gold diggers who participated in the battle reacted, they would definitely think of this. After all, the background of the werewolf family has accumulated for hundreds of years. There must be a lot of those treasures. Even if so many senior gold diggers ran for 1 point, everyone would get some. It's a pity that at this time, these senior gold diggers were restrained by the werewolves. Or in other words, they were all dazzled by the hatred in the past, and they were all immersed in the joy of revenge at the moment. By the time they realized it, those treasures of heaven and earth must have disappeared. Because Qilu has now arrived at the first main residence of the werewolves. Although the behavior of the werewolves is not welcome, their collection is still very rich. There are all kinds of natural materials and earthly treasures. It seems that my idea is right. It is a good idea to leave early. After smashing the door of the treasure house with one punch, Qilu, who Kamito the hall of the werewolf clan's treasure house, looked at the various natural treasures piled up almost like a hill in front of him, and couldn't help sighing. This is a collection of werewolves for hundreds of years, and it is much stronger than an individual. And this is just one of the treasure houses, the number is already amazing. It's really hard to imagine how much all the collections add up. After all, it is a big force, with wealth accumulated over hundreds of years. But it doesn't matter anymore, because no matter how much the werewolves have in their collection, they are all cheap now. Those guys are still fighting to death outside. When they think about it, I don't know how they will react. When they ran into the treasure house of the werewolves, what they saw was an empty shell. I don't know what they will think. It's really interesting. When it comes to bad taste, Qilu still has a little bit of it. But this time I have taken so many benefits, so it might be inappropriate to mock them. So after thinking about it for a while, Qilu gave up the idea of leaving Amisage in the treasure house. After all, it is really too ironic to really leave a so came here for a visit. Or leave quietly. With a wave of his sleeves, although he did not take away half of the clouds, he emptied one treasure house after another. As for why you wave your sleeves, it is of course to use the laws of space to pen up the dimensional space and use it to store these treasures. Otherwise, where should you put so many treasures? It doesn't mean that Qilu can eat all these things in one go. So I stopped along the way, waving my sleeves along the way, and finally. This is the last treasure house, right? Evacuate these treasures, and you can go. Qilu supported his waist with one hand, and wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead with the other hand. Seeing that there were still a lot of treasures left in front of him, he suddenly stopped. Wait, if everything is really emptied, wouldn't it be too good? Or leave some for them? Well, that's the decision, let's leave some for them. When Qilu left the battlefield, no one knew how long it had passed. The fierce battle in full swing is finally coming to an end. In the final result, there were no accidents, and the werewolf clan had already lost all their comeback points. Under the joint attack of many senior gold diggers, it showed a trend of retreat, and soon it could not resist it. After all, although the werewolf clan is powerful, but compared with all the senior gold diggers in this area, it is still more than a star and a half behind. It's just that before that, these senior gold diggers had no contact with each other, and they couldn't organize an effective resistance. That's why he was bullied by the werewolves. Because after the division, the extermination has always been one of the most effective combat plans. That is the so-called catch the order. It wasn't until this time that the senior gold diggers were inexplicably united when they were ignited by Qi Li's fuse. All of a sudden, the werewolves couldn't stand it anymore. These werewolves had been catching orders before, and relying on the number of people to bully the few, it was naturally easy and happy. But now that they are fighting together, these werewolves have finally experienced the feeling of being bullied more than others. Of course there would be no joy in that. Seeing that the battle was almost one-sided, the wolf had already gone into battle himself. It's a pity that even if you pay the price of your life, it is impossible to prevent the destruction of the werewolves. The tactics of pack wolves all pay attention to how to divide and encircle and suppress. It's still a bit meaningless to really fight together. What's more, the total number of senior gold diggers who came to join the battle is much more than that of the werewolves. And in terms of individual strength, it is not much weaker. After all, everyone is a senior gold digger. If they were too weak, they would not be able to survive long ago. How can they wait until now? However, in the battle to encircle and suppress the werewolves, the senior gold diggers were not without casualties. Rather, the casualties were quite large. Because all members of the werewolf clan know very well that this battle is related to their own life and death. Then you must use all your strength to fight hard. So regardless of the battle to exterminate the werewolves, the progress seems to be going smoothly. But the number of senior gold diggers who died in this place was by no means a small number, not even less than the number of werewolves who died. From this point of view, in this area, it will not take long for a large number of natural materials and earthly treasures to grow. The werewolves who fell here, as well as the experienced gold diggers, would all become nourishment. The dry bones piled up on the ground can prove this point. But after all the energy has been swallowed by the infinite battlefield, those dry bones are actually quite fragile. Couldn't keep it until the end. It has to be said that this is also the sorrow of those experienced gold diggers in the infinite battlefield. No matter how strong you were, how brilliant your resume was, and how bright your life was, in the end, it was nothing but a bone. Then it turned into fly ash and disappeared. But the emotion is the emotion, the result of the war will not change. Under the attack of those senior gold diggers, regardless of the cost, the werewolf clan was finally wiped out. When the last werewolf fell, the war would be truly over. Finally, we eradicated the werewolf clan. The great force that has been entrenched in this area for hundreds of years has finally been wiped out by us. Everyone here today is a hero. They are all witnesses to history. Witnessed the demise of the werewolf clan, and also witnessed a future that is about to be changed in this area. Although we paid a high price, it's all worth it. Yes, it's all worth it. All the veteran gold diggers who survived were cheering. Because after this great battle, as long as the senior gold diggers survived, they would have at least 5 years of lifespan. And some senior gold diggers who were lucky and dared to work hard even gained more than 20 years of life in one go. What is this concept? This is the quantity that they have struggled to obtain in the past with all their hard work. There is no doubt that in a battle of this scale, the lifespan captured is much better than hunting newcomers. Even some senior gold diggers who have gained a full lifespan are already thinking about whether they should continue to go to the deeper area. What if he could reach a deeper secret space and get out of this damned broken place? That's the real big win. However, such thoughts were quickly dispelled by reason. What kind of strength they have, most of the senior gold diggers are still very self-aware. Knowing what level you are, you won't try to show off if you have nothing to do. Anyway, after this great battle, even if he stopped hunting newcomers, he could live in peace and stability for more than 5 years. Why bother to ask for trouble and go to the deeper area? There is no way, in the infinite battlefield, it is necessary to recognize the reality. Who can't daydream? The point is, daydreaming in the infinite battlefield is really fatal. It's better to be quiet, at least to live a good life. In addition to the excitement after the war, a senior gold digger suddenly thought of something. By the way, I remembered. The werewolves seem to have kept a lot of treasures. This sentence immediately stunned everyone present, and then showed a look of sudden realization. That's right, those werewolves did keep a treasure trove, and many natural and earthly treasures are stored in the treasure trove. So, what we got this time is not only the lifespan, but also the collection of werewolves. What is the collection of werewolves? These things, aren't they all snatched from us? Yes, we are just taking back what belongs to us. Then let's go. You should know where the werewolves are stationed. Of course I know, everyone follow me. Joke, don't we all know this kind of thing? Follow you, shall we pick up your leftovers to eat? Since everyone knows it, it's easy to handle. Let's split up and go to the treasure house to get back our things. We can only get our own share. I agree, let's do that. As the discussion ended, many senior gold diggers also took action. If you want to eat alone, it is impossible, so you can only divide it equally, otherwise no one will accept it, and you will have to fight again. So everyone dare not lag behind, lest they lose their own share. However, among the group of senior gold diggers who survived, only Hoda had a strange expression on his face. The main residence of the werewolves. That lord, wouldn't it be the first step to evacuate the treasure house of the werewolf clan? Until then, Hoda suddenly remembered this matter. Then it became clear at once. The adult asked himself, where is the main residence of the werewolf clan, and what is it for? It turns out that the adults thought of this early in the morning, so did they leave early? It really deserves to be a peerless power coming out of the inner area. What I think is thoughtful. This ability to pluck a goose's feathers really makes people feel ashamed. It's just that at this moment, no one noticed the change in Huda's face. What everyone thinks is to find the treasure house of the werewolves as soon as possible, and then start to carve up the treasures inside. For such a big force, the collection accumulated over hundreds of years must be massive. Even if it is divided equally, everyone can get a lot. So it's no wonder I'm not excited. However, Hoda, who followed many senior gold diggers and went to a certain treasure house, thought in his heart, I'm afraid you are too happy. However, even if it has been predicted, what will happen, Huda dare not take a step first. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too obvious, clearly telling these senior gold diggers that they know the inside story? So he could only slowly follow behind the big team, trying to make himself inconspicuous. Until that group of cheering and excited senior gold diggers came to the door of a certain treasure house of the werewolf clan. What? How is this going? Why has the door to the treasure house been opened? This astonishing scene immediately caused a bad premonition to emerge in the hearts of many senior gold diggers. I hurriedly ran into the treasure house to take a look, and my heart was called on the spot. Gone. The collection of werewolves is gone? Who did it? Evacuated the entire treasure house. At this moment, in the empty treasure house, countless senior gold diggers with astonished faces raised their heads to the sky and shouted loudly. The anger in my heart exploded 3 feet high in an instant. Then he turned his head and started glaring at the other senior gold diggers around him, feeling that there was something wrong with everyone. Which damned guy is it? Hand over the contents of the treasure house now, and we can let the past go. If we find out who did it, the end will be death. Hurry up, take the initiative to stand up. Our patience has a limit, don't let us do it. A group of senior gold diggers roared in the treasure house, looking furious, as if they would explode at any moment. Hoda, who knew the inside story, had no choice but to roar along with him after seeing this picture. It is impossible to tell the truth, not in this lifetime. Otherwise, with the anger of this group of guys, the consequence would be to bring disaster to Qiyu and kill his 3 brothers. Let this matter become an eternal secret. Besides, at this time, that adult must have left here. The inner area of the infinite battlefield is no longer within the reach of senior gold diggers like them. There is a more dangerous and cruel battlefield. Without enough strength, it is simply impossible to survive. However, after a helpless roar, another calm senior gold digger thought of something. No. Let's go to another treasure house to see. If there is something in the other treasure house, wouldn't we be at a disadvantage? Yes, you are right, let's go. You can't let those guys eat alone. As soon as these words came out, the senior gold digger who was screaming up to the sky just now shut his mouth instantly. Then he rushed to another location of the treasure house. There is a saying that does not worry about scarcity but inequality. If everyone doesn't have it, then the heart will naturally be balanced. But if some people have it and some people don't, then those who don't have it will be impossible to balance in their hearts no matter what. Seeing this scene, Hoda, Hoer, and Ho-san looked at each other, and then smiled helplessly. Needless to say, other treasure houses must be like this. That lord asked about the location of all the werewolves' residences. How could it be possible to give up a certain treasure house alone? And that's exactly what happened. The senior gold diggers who went to other treasure houses also looked angry. Then, when he saw the senior gold diggers who came from other places, he immediately glared, and almost asked directly, "Did you come here first and take away the things in the treasure house?" Fortunately, we were comrades in arms before, so we didn't fight directly. However, after the 2 sides matched their messages, something was wrong. All the treasure chests are empty? Who the hell emptied so many treasure houses? Damn guy. To be able to evacuate so many treasure houses in such a short period of time must have been planned. Not to mention anything else, it is a big problem to say where to put so many natural materials and earthly treasures in the treasure house. But who would have done it anyway? We were all fighting the werewolves before, there is absolutely no way we have time to empty the treasure house. A group of angry senior gold diggers were trying to recall the previous battles, what they had missed. But suddenly there was a different voice. Actually, not all the treasure houses have been emptied. As soon as these words came out, the audience was silent for a while. Then soon, it was noisy again. What did you just say? Is there any treasure house that has been emptied? Hurry up, take us there. At least today's trip was not in vain. Although there are fewer natural and earthly treasures in a treasure house, at least there are still some harvests. I thought it was true that all the treasure houses were emptied. After experiencing the rage, they saw some hope again, and many senior gold diggers became excited again. After all, compared to the situation of nothing, having some gains is already a very good result. That being said, however, it seems a little too early for you to be happy. This. As soon as these words came out, there was another silence. Then after the silence, it was as silent as ever. All the senior gold diggers present were silent, waiting for what the guy who spoke would say next. In the treasure house that has not been emptied, there are only 12 blood spirit fruits left, and there is another sentence. What? Everyone, you have worked hard. The last sentence was like lighting the fuse of a powder keg. All the senior gold diggers started a new round of howling, or cursing. Because the words left behind are too full of irony. But what is the meaning of the 12 blood spirit fruits left behind? No one can figure it out. Except for the 3 Monkey Man brothers, they knew that the 12 blood spirit fruits belonged to that Lord himself. What it means is very simple: take what you own, and exchange what Thorwolves have. Fair deal. It's just a pity that this group of senior gold diggers will never be able to find the culprit. Even if they could think about this matter after they calmed down, who would leave the field first in the battle with the werewolves and have the opportunity to come and empty the treasure house of the werewolves, it would not help. Because of Qi Lu, he left this place long ago. I don't know how they will react when they see the 12 blood spirit fruits. Qi Lu, who was on his way, was thinking in his heart while eating the treasures from the werewolf clan's treasury. These things are all good treasures. If the value is not high, it will not be included in the treasure house by Thorwolves. But now, everything is cheap. Speaking of which, there is one thing that Qi Lu has always found very strange. That is the treasure of heaven and earth in the infinite battlefield. As long as it is edible, it seems to taste very good. I don't know how it evolved, but I feel that it is really suitable to be used as a snack. Therefore, Qi Li's eating these natural treasures along the way is definitely not suffering, but a kind of enjoyment. Perhaps among those senior gold diggers, there will also be guys who like food, so let's work hard for this delicious food. Going forward, it is the so-called inner layer area. However, in the infinite battlefield, the so-called inner area and outer area are completely default things. Therefore, Qi Lu has no way to be sure, and can only judge by feeling. After all, although there are many gold diggers in the infinite battlefield, most of the places are still barren. At a glance, it is deserted. Tried to ask someone, but couldn't find it. Roar. But at this moment, a terrifying roar sounded. The sound wave carried a shock wave and swept towards it, like a battle axe, extremely terrifying. The howl that pierced through the air was already able to prove how powerful the power of this shock wave was. Is this the welcome ceremony after crossing regions? Qi Lu was biting a green fruit that was ready to drip, watching the shock wave. She didn't seem panicked at all. In front of Qi Lu, who was always on guard, any sneak attack would be ineffective. After all, this place is also an infinite battlefield full of dangers. How could Qi Lu be defenseless when crossing regions? So the moment Qi Lu sensed the attack, he reacted accordingly. Punch suddenly. Boom. In an instant, a sonic boom sounded, and the fist wind was like a dragon. There was a bang, resounding through the heavens and the earth, and it also turned into a terrifying shock wave, which greeted it. The confrontation this time is more like a test before the attack, in order to determine whether the opponent is his prey. After all, the inner area of the infinite battlefield is not like the outermost area. Those who can come to this place, not to mention must be veterans, but it is absolutely impossible to be newcomers. Therefore, the methods used to deal with newcomers are destined to be municipal. And the gold diggers who have the courage to go to the deeper area are, in a sense, geniuses who have absolute confidence in their own strength, so they should judge carefully before fighting. If the person he provokes is really a genius, wouldn't he be making trouble for himself? Boom. Soon, a loud noise was heard. The two shock waves collided without a doubt, shattering the surrounding void and reaching the ground. With the location where the two shock waves erupted as the center, a semicircular depression was directly created on the ground. Is it comparable? Qi Lu raised his eyebrows and looked towards the place where the attack came. That punch just now, of course, couldn't have been Qi Li's full strength, at most it was 2 points of strength. It was just a test to judge the strength of the opponent. How could it be possible to expose all of his own strength? But how much force the opponent used, Qi Lu didn't know. However, judging from the situation of the confrontation just now, no matter how strong the opponent is, they are still within the tolerance range. So Qi Lu had nothing to be afraid of, and walked directly in the direction where the other party might appear. Then, I saw a black bear that was shaped like a hill. At this moment, she was staring at Qi Lu with her scarlet eyes. Not a gold digger? Qi Lu was a little confused now, because he could clearly tell that the black bear in front of him was really not a cultivator of a certain race. For example, subhuman races such as the bear people. But a real warcraft. Will there be monsters in the infinite battlefield? Qi Lu really hadn't thought about this question before, but now, it seems that it has directly given the answer. That's it will appear. But it's also true to think about it in retrospect. In the infinite battlefield, there is no rule that monsters are not allowed to appear. In fact, the gates to the secret realms that enter the infinite battlefield also appear randomly, and their locations often change. Then it is understandable that there will be monsters breaking in by mistake. But it's different from those gold diggers who have a purpose and take the initiative to enter the infinite battlefield. Those magical beasts just broke into here unintentionally, and their own strength may not necessarily be very strong. However, under the guidance of instinct, he will also be very interested in those natural treasures, and then start to devour those natural treasures that are beneficial to him to strengthen his own strength. Slowly develop down. Perhaps in the infinite battlefield, the number of warcraft is still small, but it is not uncommon. It's just that in the outermost area, the number of gold diggers is the largest, which reduces the living space for monsters. Naturally, I can't see it. Those veteran gold diggers who hunt newcomers will not show mercy when facing monsters. On the contrary, in the inner area, the number of monsters is relatively more. One of the reasons is that the monsters that can survive in the inner area, among other things, must have strong fighting power. Just like the black bear Qi Lu met now. If the outermost area is thrown away, it is estimated to be invincible. However, the mind of a monster will always act according to instinct, instinctively thinking of becoming stronger, so naturally it will not go back. Some were wiped out of fighting spirit, but survived by luck. The experienced gold diggers may also return from the inner area to the outermost area, and survive by hunting newcomers. And most of the information about the inner area that circulated in the outermost area was said by these guys. It can also be regarded as a psychological preparation for those senior gold diggers who want to go further. But for Qi Lu, none of this matters. More importantly, the black bear should be cleaned up first. It is a good opportunity to study the general strength of the gold diggers in the inner area. Because this black bear can survive in this place, it represents its strength, and it will definitely not be at the bottom. If it was really the bottom strength, it would have been hunted down long ago. Roar! The black bear roared again. In the scarlet animal pupils, there is some obvious killing intent. It seems that relying on the power piled up by all kinds of natural materials and earth treasures, there is no way for warcraft to obtain corresponding wisdom. But it doesn't matter, pure power is better to test. Qi Li's face was calm, and he was indifferent to the roar of the black bear. That huge body like a hill is indeed full of oppression. But Qi Lu can even condense a larger golden body of law, so can he care about the difference in body size? However, after this roar, the black bear saw the prey in front of him, and he was not afraid of himself at all, and immediately became angry. In the next second, a palm came over. The black bear, which was as tall as a hill, slapped the bear's paw, which was also huge. It was almost as big as Qi Li's whole body. It came roaring, and after Qi Li moved 2 positions lightly, he slapped the ground hard. Boom! This palm made the ground tremble continuously, like a slight earthquake. The crack spread along the edge of the bear's paw, but stopped at Qi Li's feet. The strength is okay, but the speed is a little bit worse. Qi Li commented in his heart, and in the next moment, he kicked in the air. With a bang, the black bear that looked like a hill was kicked out, and it flew tens of meters before hitting the ground heavily, dragging out a huge groove. It's like plowing. But Qi Lu knew that his kick did not actually cause any substantial damage. Tough black bear. This guy is rough-skinned and thick-skinned, with amazing defensive power, and has been greatly improved under the feeding of countless natural treasures. Even an all-out blow from an ordinary demon god can't hurt it in the slightest. It really deserves to be a monster in the inner area. If Qi Lu was thrown away in the outermost area where he stayed before, no one would be able to deal with it. The only shortcoming of this black bear is probably its speed, which cannot be matched with its strength. But that's not a big deal. Anyway, this black bear has rough skin and thick flesh, and ordinary enemies can't do much damage to it. To put it in a very vivid way, if others hit this black bear dozens of times, the damage is not as high as this black bear's paw. But if he accidentally took the bear's paw from this black bear, he probably would have to stop eating on the spot. It's a very obvious combat feature. Dash. At this moment, the black bear, who was kicked out by Qi Lu, also got up from the ground. Another angry roar broke out, turning into a substantial sound wave, spreading towards the surroundings like ripples. Sure enough, with such a mid-spirited voice, there was no injury at all. In this way, nothing can be tested from this black bear. Qi Lu rubbed his chin, thinking in his heart. Most of the monsters are no better than those cultivators. In Qi Li's eyes, it's easy to see the details of these guys. So judging from the current situation, there are only so many things that can be analyzed. This black bear can live so well, one can imagine the strength of the gold diggers around. However, just when Qi Lu was about to end the battle, there was a burst-off shouting in the distance. Found. I heard the voice of that black bear. This time, we must get rid of this black bear. If we can really kill this black bear, our ambush for so many days will be worth it. I didn't expect this black bear to hide in this place. Hearing these voices, Qi Lu was stunned for a moment. What happened? Why is there still hunting in the infinite battlefield? There is one thing to say, the guy who is qualified to come to the infinite battlefield will not starve to death even if he does not eat. Although it is said that all physical practitioners are cooks, this sentence is not true for the strong in the realm of the demon god. However, although Qi Lu was a little puzzled. But it is lucky to meet a living person. At least ask them where the trading market in this area is. This matter was also said by Hoda, and it was also information spread from the inner area. The place of the trading market, basically. Basically, every area will exist, although there are not many, but anyone can go. As a place for exchanging information, the existence of a trading market is absolutely meaningful. It's just that it will be distinguished according to the different regions and the different coverage areas of the major forces. But for outsiders and lone rangers, the trading market is still very friendly. After all, peace is the most important thing in business and trade. Even if everyone wants to go to war, they will leave the trading market in a sensible way before fighting. So when Qi Lu found out about this, he figured it out. If you want any information, just go to the trading market. Although the gold diggers in the infinite battlefield are fierce and cunning, they are still very honest when they are in the trading market. Because doing business, relying on methods such as cheating and abducting will definitely not go far. Unless those guys want to finish a vote, they will run away. Otherwise, an area of the infinite battlefield would only be that big. Once one's credit card is smashed, it will be difficult to enter the trading market to do business in the future. So in this kind of thing, there is no need to worry. Even if the luck is really bad, I was cheated once. And only this time. Moreover, if someone really dared to lie to Qi Lu, the price they would have to pay would not be a little bit. Then, in order to go to the trading market, Qi Lu has to get in touch with this group of talents first. By the way, ask why they are reduced to hunting for a living. Then, with the sound of shouting and killing in the distance, a large figure gradually emerged from the shadows. Shadowy, at least a dozen or so gold diggers from various races are rushing towards this side. In addition, this place is an endless pasture, and there is definitely no way to hide. Qi Lu simply stopped hiding himself. Then I saw that the gold diggers rushing from a distance were obviously taken aback. Probably they didn't expect that the black bear they searched hard for would be caught by others first. However, in the current situation, it is actually not a preemptive move. Because Qi Lu really had nothing to do with this rough-skinned, thick-skinned, and amazingly defensive black bear for a while. It is unrealistic to deal with this kind of enemy with thick blood and high defense and high magic resistance. It is unrealistic to solve it in a short time. Although the other party has nothing to do with you, they can delay your time. Unless Qi Lu is willing to materialize the golden body of law, that will indeed kill the black bear in a short time. But it's not necessary. To deal with such an enemy, why use big moves? It happens to be able to use this black bear to test the strength of those gold diggers, which is a double win. However, that's what he said, but before Qi Lu could speak, the gold diggers who rushed over made their voices first. My friend over there, how is your situation? This black bear is extremely violent and powerful, so it probably didn't hurt you. If you think it's dangerous, leave this place as soon as possible, and start a war later. It's not good to hurt you. Yeah, the next battle is extremely dangerous, you'd better leave quickly. These words sounded like they were concerned about Qi Lu's safety. But in reality, they were driving Qi Lu away. Those gold diggers can talk, and in the name of caring, they pretend to ask for their health, but they are actually warning. This black bear is their prey, other people don't want to get involved, if you don't want to die, get out of here quickly. Qi Lu is no longer a fool, so he can naturally understand what they mean. So he didn't say anything, but shrugged, and then took a few steps back, expressing his position. It means, this black bear is your prey, and he will not interfere. However, Qi Lu's move made the senior gold diggers rushing to frown. Is that guy planning to leave yet? Could it be that what we said was too subtle, so he didn't understand? No way, are there senior people who can live to this place, and people who can understand the words? That is to say, he also set his sights on this black bear, so he didn't intend to leave? Who knows, but it doesn't matter. That's right, we have so many seniors, how can we be afraid that he will not succeed alone? If he dares to get involved in the black bear we've been chasing for so long, then we can just get rid of him as well. That's right, since he wants to stay here, let him stay here. I hope he can be more interesting, after all, it is not easy to come here alive. In the end, these senior gold diggers decided to get rid of the black bear they had been chasing for a long time. As for the guy who accidentally met, let's talk about it later. Maybe after seeing them fighting the black bear, they slipped away wisely. Hee. I hope you can really deal with this black bear. However, how powerful Qi Lu was, even if the voices of those senior gold diggers were not loud, it was impossible for them to escape his detection. After hearing these words, Qi Lu couldn't help laughing out loud. The strength of that black bear, although Qi Lu has not fully tested it, both can also feel it. If it is a monster with nothing but rough skin and thick flesh, how can it survive for so long in the infinite battlefield? It's just some hidden hole cards that those monsters instinctively don't want to use when they are not cornered. After all, once such a thing as a hole card is used, it will inevitably hurt the bones and even damage the foundation. Who wants to use it if it is not a last resort? So Qi Lu is still very interested in seeing how these senior gold diggers react when they face the furious black bear. So after a tacit exchange between the two sides, those senior gold diggers looked at the black bear again. At this time, the black bear was kicked out by Qi Lu, and his heart was burning with anger. Seeing that there are still people who don't know how to live or die, daring to attack and kill him, he let out a roar at that time. Ah! The terrifying sound wave turned into a substantial impact, spreading in the void, like ripples on the surface of a lake. This is also one of the black bear's attack methods. Although the power is quite large, it is superior in that it affects an extremely wide range. As long as it is within the scope of the shock wave, it must bear this shock. As for Qi Lu, who kicked himself out on the other side, Black Bear has no tomato care about it. In its simple thinking, what it wants to do most now is to crush all these guys who dare to attack it to death. The Black Bear is the first to attack, everyone get ready. This time, we must keep this Black Bear here. We have been chasing this damn guy for so long, and we should have gained something. The senior gold diggers who rushed to the front quickly launched an attack. If they were faced with this not too powerful shock wave, if they couldn't deal with it, they wouldn't be qualified to chase the Black Bear, and they would have been crushed to death long ago. Some of them punched and gathered the wind of their fists, while some used their bodies as shields to directly resist the shock wave. Sound waves like ripples swept over. But when touching these senior gold diggers, it was like a huge wave hitting the cliff. Without any stagnation, it crashed and shattered, and then the entire sound wave was implicated and shattered together. Turned into bubbles, dissipated in this void. The next moment, the senior gold diggers who shattered the shock wave approached the Black Bear. Although their size is a little bit worse than this Black Bear, like a hill. But it doesn't matter. In combat, the bigger the body, the higher the odds of winning. After all, the Black Bear is a tank-type boss, with high attack strength and amazing defense power. In terms of speed, it is a short board. These senior gold diggers who have been chasing Black Bears for a long time also know this very well. Naturally, they will not do stupid things, like using their own weaknesses to attack the other's strengths. Instead, beside the Black Bear, he kept moving around, looking for the Black Bear's flaws to attack. This is also one of the tricks that you must learn to use when facing tank-type bosses. If you have an advantage in speed, you must keep one thing in mind. Never be greedy for knives. To put it simply, it is the flaws exposed by the tank-type bosses that allow you to attack once, then only attack once. If you can only hit 1.5 hits, then you can only hit once, and it doesn't matter if you miss half a hit. Be sure to retreat in time, and then look for the next opportunity to attack. Because if you are greedy for this half attack, the boss catches you and slaps you. That's really not worth the candle. Of course, this little trick is also based on the fact that your speed has an advantage. If you are not as good as this tank boss in every aspect, then run as far as you can, so as not to lose your life. And these senior gold diggers who dare to chase Black Bears know this well. Anyway, in the infinite battlefield, a genius who has the ability to go for there will naturally not act recklessly. In terms of speed, they are all existences that can outperform that Black Bear by a notch. As long as you're careful, you won't have any major problems. This scene also reminded Qi Lu of the previous scene of killing bosses. Isn't it just like now, bit by bit blood grinding? Even with each attack, the damage to the boss is minimal. But as long as there are enough attacks, the boss can always be taken down. However, in the boss battle, one of the most important things is to focus enough to ensure that you can keep up with the rhythm. Because in such a dangerous battle, if you are not careful for a moment, you may die here. Reality is not a game after all. Like now. A relatively slow senior gold digger, when attacking the Black Bear, was slowed down for a moment because he retreated. Even when backing away, after images appeared. But he was still mercilessly photographed by the Black Bear. The Black Bear, who had already become enraged, didn't hold back even half Ophi's palm. These damned guys, relying on their dexterity, have already made the Black Bear's heart full of anger and his eyes bloodshot. Just ask, if it were you, you would walk well in one place. Suddenly there comes a swarm of flies, flying around you. And no matter how hard you chase them away, you can't drive them away, and Yotsup beat them. These flies just want to fly around you, buzzing non-stop, and land on you from time to time, as if they are challenging you. Same dignity. What kind of mood will you be in? I'm afraid if you imagine it, your blood pressure will go up. And this black bear, now encountered, is such a situation. The attacks of those senior gold diggers, to this rough-skinned and thick-skinned black bear, are at most similar to being bitten by mosquitoes, and the impact may be stronger. But mosquitoes can break their skin to suck blood anyway, but these senior gold diggers can't even make a black bear see blood. So for the black bear, the depression in his heart is probably more serious. This made Chi Lu watch it with relish from a distance. But for the guy who was slapped by the black bear, it's not so interesting. When this palm came down, it was more than 100 million June, and the moment it hit the body, even the void was shattered. Boom! There was a loud noise, like a thunderclap between heaven and earth. The senior gold digger, who was hit by the black bear, was smashed into the ground in an instant, leaving only a deep hole. Under the roar, the earth trembled continuously, and cracks suddenly appeared, spreading rapidly in all directions. Like a meteorite hitting the ground. Damn it! It's hard to survive after being hit this time. The expressions of the other senior gold diggers suddenly changed, and there was a moment of silence in their hearts for the unfortunate guy. It's probably the general feeling of the death of a rabbit and a fox. After all, in the hearts of these senior gold diggers, the definition of companions is not so clear. Unless they are close friends who have made friends before entering the infinite battlefield, they may still be able to cooperate in the infinite battlefield. Otherwise, after entering the infinite battlefield, the companions you meet will only be companions in name. For the sake of profit, they may turn against each other at any time. So seeing that the black bear actually hit one of their companions, while mourning in silence, there was more in my heart, so I was still cautious. All of a sudden, the remaining senior gold diggers became more focused. Because in the boss battle, casualties are very normal. Especially in the face of this kind of tank boss, if one is not careful, it isn't something that can be described as a serious injury. It is possible to die at any time. The tip of the knife licks blood, but that's all. Roar. And this palm strike is also a great boost to the black bear. These damned guys dare to hit the ants they pay attention to. As long as they are touched, they will die here. Don't dawdle any longer, everyone should come up with some real skills. You're right. If you continue to delay, who knows how many casualties this black bear will cause. The remaining senior gold diggers also made their decisions. Go all out and get rid of this black bear. In case the next one to be hit is yourself, that won't work. The companion who died on the spot in a moment of carelessness has already reminded them. This time the hunt was different from the usual ones. This black bear was well known in this area. If they didn't know that hunting this black bear would be of great benefit, they wouldn't want to come here either. Now that the war has started, there is no way out. Thinking of this, those senior gold diggers didn't hold back any longer, and broke out with all their strength. A layer of armor-like scales appeared on the body surface of some senior gold diggers. Some veteran gold diggers suddenly grew in size. There are also a few senior gold diggers whose body shape has undergone tremendous changes. The hair on their bodies has skyrocketed, and their hands and feet have also changed, turning into the limbs of some kind of beast. The fangs and claws are shining with a cold light, you can tell it at a glance, they are extremely sharp. Chi Lu can be sure that those gleaming fangs and claws, even the body of Ademon God, can leave quite a mark. In the face of ordinary practitioners, it is definitely a terrifying weapon that will kill you if you touch it, and die if you touch it. Have you all started using your own racial talents? Chi Lu could see it clearly. The previous battles were not hidden by these senior gold diggers. The main reason is that none of them tried their best. As far as the battle itself is concerned, they still did their best. But now, they are not only doing their best. I also started to use powerful moves that I don't usually use very much. These moves may not be considered as serious as life-threatening skills, but they are definitely not moves that can be used easily. To make a simple analogy, it is like playing cards. Such as, if you compare Wang Zhan to a trump card that will hurt your muscles and bones and deplete your own foundation, then these moves are probably at the level of an ordinary bomb. When you play cards, do you start with a bomb? Unless you are the legendary charity gambling king. So this battle, at this time, is the truly exciting time. Qilu also likes to watch this kind of excitement the most. Superior. I don't know who yelled. The rest of the senior gold diggers immediately rushed forward and fought with the black bear again. But this time it was really bullying the little with the more. The attacks of these senior gold diggers were finally able to cause visible wounds on the black bear. It's a pity that the blood flowing out fell on the black fur of the black bear, so it wasn't very conspicuous. On the contrary, the blood spilled on the ground looked extremely coquettish. Although the black bear is like a hill, it is more than 10 meters high. The usual small wounds are nothing compared to its huge body. But I can't stand the large number. More than a dozen senior practitioners surrounded the black bear, moving around and attacking constantly. It's the equivalent of flies that have been bugging you before suddenly evolving into a swarm of bees with stingers. Being followed by flies might just be annoying. But being followed by a swarm of bees is probably more than just annoying. Large and small wounds covered the whole body of the black bear in a short period of time. The blood kept flowing outward, which looked extremely terrifying. But to be honest, the current situation looks a little scary, as if he was seriously injured. But for a black bear with rough skin and thick flesh, these wounds are just terrifying, and they won't cause serious injuries to it. It is very difficult to deal a fatal blow to a black bear in a short period of time. But these wounds really angered the black bear. After all, an attack is just a small wound. What about constantly attacking small wounds that have already appeared? Wouldn't that turn into a big wound, and then into a life-threatening fatal wound? So the black bear instinctively sensed this. Knowing that this group of damned guys can never be allowed to go on like this, let's continue like this. Dash. So, when the senior gold diggers joined forces to attack, the black bear suddenly burst into an earth-shattering roar. How terrifying is this sudden roar? Even the sky and the earth trembled. The terrifying sound wave condensed into a violent shock wave, causing the surrounding void to distort. However, this is not the main purpose of the black bear. This roar is only to explode the power in its body. At this point, it's probably the most difficult part of the boss battle. The ignorant challengers successfully beat the boss to a low bloodline state. Then successfully triggered the berserk form of the boss. In fact, it is called the state of blood rage, maybe it is more appropriate. But no matter what kind of statement it is, there is no denying the fact that the strength of the boss will definitely be greatly improved at this time, and then the final desperate battle will start. This is the trick used to fight desperately. And this matter was also a problem that Qilu had noticed through a simple test with He Xiong before. The treasures of heaven and earth in the infinite battlefield will be turned into potential and stored after being eaten by those gold diggers. Or it can be used to improve various aspects of attributes. So for Warcraft, will it be the same? After all, these treasures of heaven and earth are not only eaten by gold diggers, but also by monsters. Therefore, Qilu judged that the huge power he felt sealed in the black bear's body should be obtained in this way. It's just that there are some differences between Warcraft and gold diggers. For example, at this time, the potential stored by the gold diggers who devoured those natural unearthly treasures will only be stimulated after leaving the infinite battlefield, and then help the gold diggers to improve rapidly in a short period of time. Even being able to ignore the shackles of the realm of cultivation and forcibly raise the realm of cultivation to an unimaginable level. But when they are still in the infinite battlefield, no matter how many treasures the gold diggers devour, they are only used to relieve the suppression of power, and there is no way to directly improve their own strength. And those monsters don't seem to have this restriction. They seem to be able to directly burst out the stored power. This is definitely an extremely effective means of life-saving. However, if Qi Li's guess is correct, using this life-saving method will definitely pay a high price for the monster itself. It is even possible that all the hard work they have lingered in the infinite battlefield for so long will be in vain. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for these monsters to use this power when it is not a last resort. However, under special circumstances, life-saving is always the first priority. Before you even thought about driving me away, let me see what skills you have to deal with this black bear. Qi Li narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking in his heart. As for helping? Let's wait until they are almost dead. This is their wish, isn't it? Anyway, for things like asking questions, it is enough to leave one alive. They are all experienced gold diggers, don't they know less? Besides, Qi Li also intends to ask where the trading market is. Could it bet these senior gold diggers don't know? Oops, this black bear will explode with anger and blood. However, unlike Qi Li's calm, the senior gold diggers all changed their faces after seeing the change in the black bear. A flash of fear flashed in his eyes, although it was fleeting, it was still clearly visible. Explosion of qi and blood is a desperate move unique to this monster that lives in the infinite battlefield. In fact, not all monsters living in the infinite battlefield will use this trick. On the contrary, there are only a very small number of warcraft that can use this trick to fight desperately. So before this, these senior gold diggers didn't think that this black bear would use such a rare move. But the reality they are about to face now is, when you try to imagine things on the good side, the development in reality will often advance rapidly to the worst side. When these senior gold diggers felt that it was impossible for this black bear to learn such a rare desperate move. But this black bear really knows how to do it. Ah! The roar of the black bear continued, even overshadowing the loud noise of the thunder. And under the endless roar, the wounds on the black bear's body were also healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. A violent breath, like a volcano that is fermenting and about to erupt, is ready to move. Until the size of this black bear suddenly swelled at a certain moment. Boom! The violent breath like a volcanic eruption was released suddenly. A circle of invisible air waves immediately turned into void ripples, carrying an extremely terrifying impact force, and just in an instant, without giving any reaction time, it slammed into those senior gold diggers fiercely. This attack is not as easy to resist as before. The powerful force directly smashed these senior gold diggers who were still attacking madly into the air. Puff! Unsurprisingly, a cloud of blood rose in the air. Those senior gold diggers who were completely unprepared almost all vomited blood. When this powerful black bear boss entered a berserk state, the power it erupted was simply beyond imagination. It really deserves to be used as a desperate move, even if it's only for a short while. The fighting power of this black bear boss, at this moment, is to completely crush these overwhelmed senior gold diggers. As the size of the black bear continues to expand, the body that was originally just like a hill has become like a mountain. At the beginning, the body was only a dozen meters high, but now it has grown to a height of hundreds of meters. The body shape that blocks the sky and the sun does not require any movements at all, and there is a huge sense of oppression. And you don't need to think about it to know that while the size of this black bear boss has increased dozens of times, its strength and defense will also increase with the growth of its size. Under such circumstances, those senior gold diggers would have been able to pose a threat to the black bear boss. Now I'm afraid it can only be used to tickle it. Such is the way of the demon god, a tyrannical and unparalleled physique represents all combat power. There are not so many fancy moves, and there are not so many messy skills. Breaking through 10,000 methods with one force is the core thing. If you can't even break through my defense, how can you fight me? When all attributes have crushing advantages, all fighting skills are a joke. For example, the Black Bear boss at this moment, the strength and defense provided by the Berserk state are enough to make it completely ignore all the attacks of these senior gold diggers, and then counterattack in a leisurely manner. And for those veteran gold diggers, this Black Bear boss only needs one attack, not even a frontal hit, as long as it is touched. That is basically the end of a complete loss of combat effectiveness. A little bit of luck, it is estimated that he died suddenly. The improvement brought about by the explosion of qi and blood is so huge. Just as Qi Li guessed, this kind of desperate move was released at the cost of sacrificing the power of all the treasures of heaven and earth accumulated in the infinite battlefield before the monster. There is quite a feeling of mourning for 1,000 years of Taoism. So it makes sense for the effect to be a bit more overbearing. There is also a reason why most of the monsters living in the infinite battlefield are unable to use qi and blood bursts. And the reason is very simple. It is because the heaven, material and earth treasures are eaten less, and the accumulated strength is not enough. That's why there is no way to use qi and blood burst. Yes, the reason is that simple. If you want to work hard, you must meet the minimum release conditions to be eligible to use this trick. The secret space of the infinite battlefield is really scary. Boom! The huge black bear, hundreds of meters high, finally looked like a boss. With this ordinary kick, the sky and the earth shook, as if an earthquake had struck. It was so terrifying. Those senior gold diggers were frightened and ran away crazily, for fear that if they ran too slowly, they would die here. When he besieged the black bear before, he couldn't see the majestic appearance at all. However, they have already paid such a huge price. How could the black bear, which had entered a berserk state, watch these guys who dared to attack him escape? Although killing these guys can't help the black bear stop its losses, it can indeed vent its anger. So the black bear, who was in a rage, started chasing and killing these senior gold diggers like crazy. As for Qi Lu, who kicked it at the beginning, he had long been forgotten. Damn it, really damn it. This is a miscalculation. Why does this damn black bear have such a move? This level of power is no longer something we can compete with. Now I can only escape. They probably didn't think about this situation before chasing the black bear. It can be seen from this, that among the senior gold diggers in this area, hunting monsters seems to be a norm. And the vast majority of monsters can't resist the fierce pursuit of these guys, so they can only accept their fate with hatred. Therefore, many senior gold diggers have a contemptuous attitude towards Warcraft. But there are always exceptions. When the black bear showed its boss demeanor, the battle situation was instantly reversed. And when the size of the black bear suddenly increased to hundreds of meters in height, the original short board and speed was also made up for. Although in terms of flickering and moving, it seems to be more sluggish. But the speed during the pursuit has indeed increased. After all, the long legs of 1.8 meters can't run a monster hundreds of meters high. Even though the monster's legs were indeed not as graceful as the 1.8 meter long legs in proportion. But if someone runs one step, it can beat you to run hundreds of steps. Boom boom boom. When the mountain-like black bear was running, the ground trembled endlessly. Every step, there will be a huge bear paw print and countless cracks on the ground. What a terrifying power. Sure enough, it was an expected reaction. There's no way to fight back. Qi Lu was not at all surprised by the scene in front of him. To be honest, in the infinite battlefield, the real peerless geniuses probably stay in the innermost area. Or else it is in the deeper secret space, ready to go out from this damned broken place. At least in this area, those truly strong people rarely appear. Even if there is, it will not come to do such a thing. Most of those guys are thinking about how to go one step further, and then get out of this broken place. So the remaining senior gold diggers are probably the ones in front of him. Typically, it is insufficient compared to the top and more than the bottom. In any case, it was much better than those gold diggers on the outermost layer anyway. It's just that this black bear is obviously a boss-level monster. They don't know whether it's good luck or bad luck to meet such a rare and powerful monster. Anyway, judging from the current situation, it should be bad luck for 8 lifetimes. Boom. There was another muffled sound. As the black bear was running, a sudden palm was slapped, and what disappeared was the life of a senior gold digger. During the short time that Qi Lu sighed, 4 senior gold diggers had already been slapped by the black bear. The breath of life also disappeared on the spot. Obviously, when the strength reaches a certain level, no skills are required at all. Even if it is the power of law, it is a terrifying force that can be crushed to pieces, but it is also tyrannical when it comes to physical strikes. It's a pity that the danger of dying did not stimulate the potential of those senior gold diggers. Let them have the power to fight against black bears. Facts have proved that not only the human race, but no matter what race, strength has limits. When you are not a human being, becoming another race may not make you invincible. At least in the face of absolute power, the weak are weak. Those senior gold diggers who were frantically fleeing in front were so frightened that they were covered in cold sweat and their faces were pale. Every step the black bear pursued was like hitting their hearts. They were so shocked that their blood almost coagulated. We must pass this message back. This damn black bear, if we can survive this time, the next time we meet, it will be yours. It's time to die. Now is not the time to say these words, let's run away quickly. After all, breath explosion is only a move that can be used when desperate, and it is not a means that can be used at any time. If they can leave alive this time, then when the black bear's berserk state disappears, it will indeed be its time to die. Of course, the premise is that they can really get out of here alive. So these guys are running away desperately, and the black bear behind is also desperately chasing. After all, this black bear also knew in his heart that when he entered a weak state, if these guys were still alive, then he would definitely die. So never let them go. This is the real life-threatening pursuit. Whoever can't hold on first will surely die. Under such circumstances, who dares not to do his best? So after a while of chasing and killing, the black bear boss successfully killed 2 senior gold diggers. It's really like swat a fly to death. This also frightened those senior gold diggers who were still alive for the time being, to work harder. Everyone wanted to burn their own blood to speed up their escape. Qi Lu also clapped his hands at this time. It's almost there. If this continues, I won't even be able to find anyone to ask questions. Qi Lu has almost observed the combat power of the black bear boss thoroughly. Although I haven't actually played against each other yet, the gap should not be too big. If there is no suppression of the power of the infinite battlefield, this black bear boss is placed in the Tianji domain, then it is a proper top demon god. It is indeed a boss of the overlord level. This also made Qi Lu feel a little emotional. This is not the innermost area of the infinite battlefield, there are monsters of this level appearing. Then if you go further in, what kind of monsters are those senior gold diggers? This point, the current Qi Lu did not know. But now is not the time to delve into such questions. If Qi Lu didn't make a move, the remaining senior gold diggers would really be shot to death by that black bear boss. Sometimes, saving flies is also a troublesome thing. After all, flies are too fragile. Then the first thing to do is to attract the black bear's attention. Qi Lu understood in his heart, and the power of law in his body also circulated. After fusing the power of law and the body of law once, the method of attacking is probably Qi Li's biggest gain after coming to the Tianji realm. The two forces go hand in hand, and the result obtained is not as simple as 1 + 1. It's a 10-fold and a 100-fold enhancement. When the power is so powerful that it can be absolutely crushed, using the simplest moves is enough to deal with a battle. But the current Qi Lu has not reached that level. But it's not difficult to just get the attention of the Black Bear boss. Just a simple punch will do. Boom. In an instant, the strength of the fist was like a mad dragon, and the wind of the fist was like a tsunami. Following Qi Li's sudden punch, a shock wave in the shape of a dragon attacked and killed the black bear that was running. At this moment, an inexplicable sense of threat appeared in the black bear shirt along with its instinctive vigilance. It turned its head suddenly, and looked at the attacking dragon-shaped fist wind. With this punch, Qi Li not only gathered the wind and strength of his fist, but also gathered the power of law in the attack. Otherwise, Qi Li can't guarantee that he can draw the attention of the black bear boss. It is impossible to attract hatred without sufficient output. The black bear boss is obviously not easy to mess with. After discovering this force that might threaten him, he immediately counterattacked. It also uses the terrifying roaring sound to condense the impact of sound waves, but after the black bear boss enters a berserk state, the power of this move has also been multiplied. Compared with the previous roar that seemed to be used as a test, this time's counterattack is quite decent. The two terrifying shock waves collided fiercely, and the storm they caused was also terrifying at the same level. The howling storm almost overturned the senior gold diggers who were still scrambling around. But even if it was a little short, those guys realized it. It seemed that someone had come to save them. However, could it be that reinforcements have arrived? Do we know such a powerful friend? How can a strong man who can fight against the black bear after the burst of energy and blood stay in this place? Then what's the situation? These senior gold diggers obviously didn't understand what was going on. But they knew that at last someone made a move and restrained the black bear. No matter who it is, they saved their lives after all, and they are still an incredible strong man. So the rescue subconsciously looked back, and then froze. Wait a minute. I won't be dazzled. You have all seen it, the person who made the shot, unexpectedly, turned out to be. It's the guy we warned you before. No way, is he so strong? That is to say, in fact, that mighty man really came to hunt this black bear? Oh my God, what we said before, will this great power remember us? It's over, it's really over now. Even if we can escape from the black bear alive, it's hopeless. At this moment, these senior gold diggers who survived felt even more desperate than when they knew that the black bear boss would explode with anger, and even felt that the road ahead was dark. Because in the infinite battlefield, being chased and killed by a monster is completely different from being chased and killed by a peerless power. Warcraft, for these senior gold diggers, everyone can get it and kill it. However, Peerless is capable of doing things, but no one dares to control him. Is it too late for us to escape now? This problem, no one interface. Because I really don't know how to answer. No, wait a minute, what we said before, if you think about it carefully, it seems that there is nothing wrong with it. Suddenly, a certain veteran gold digger spoke up. At this moment, they have never been so glad that they spoke so euphemistically and implicitly as they are now. However, Qi Li couldn't care what they were thinking. After blasting out with his punch, the black bear's attention shifted as expected. Flies can be swatted to death at any time. But guys who are enough to threaten their own lives must be taken seriously and go all out. Even Qi Lu, who was as huge as a mountain, felt a terrifying pressure. The strength of the black bear boss cannot be underestimated. It's just right, I will ask them later, what is the purpose of hunting these monsters? During the previous observations, Qi Lu already knew almost all the information about this black bear. Of course, it was a big move from the very beginning. A meaningless battle is meaningless if it drags on for too long. Isn't it just a black bear, boss hundreds of meters high, as if no one can grow bigger? The golden body of the law gathers. Consolidation. Following Qi Li's low shout, the endless power of laws gathered like a rushing river. Integrate into the body of law, turn into the core, gather into armor, cover the whole body, and also protect the inside and outside. This is already the second time to use this trick, and Qi Li has become quite proficient. Although I still feel a little bit reluctant, it puts a lot of pressure on my body and mind. But it can last a little longer. In an instant, a giant statue appeared between heaven and earth. The huge figure with a height of hundreds of feet can easily look down even in the face of the black bear boss who has already grown in size. Isn't it just bigger than anyone else's body? After Qi Li realized the golden body of law, he has never been afraid. At this moment, even the roaring black bear boss was stunned by the scene. Let alone those senior gold diggers who were already panicked. What's happening here? What is this again? What the hell happened? The terrifying coercion like a huge wave swept over, shocking these guys to their knees. Although there is awe from the heart, in fact, his legs are indeed weak and he cannot stand up. The stalwart figure that reaches up to the sky and steps down to the ground almost occupies everything between the sky and the earth. A mere black bear boss seemed so insignificant at this moment. Roar. At this time, the black bear also let out an uneasy growl. Instinctive fear made it a little panicked, but the power restlessness under the berserk state made it unwilling to back down. So I can only stare at this huge figure like now, let out a low growl. At present, this should be my limit. At this moment, Qi Li didn't pay much attention to the growl of the black bear boss. Because after the colossal golden statue of law condensed, Qi Li suddenly noticed that the black bear boss, who was still full of oppression, suddenly had no threat at all. This is the difference in power levels. So at this time, Qi Li began to study where his limit was. Obviously, the larger the colossus embodied by the golden body of the law, the stronger the power it possesses. The power gap between a 1,000-foot colossus and a 10,000-foot colossus is definitely more than 10 times as simple. There may be a gap of 1,000 times. So after getting a little proficient in this trick, Qi Li could feel where his limit was. The 1,000-foot colossus that is barely condensed at present should be the limit that can be achieved at the moment. As for the larger golden statue of law, even if Qi Li was squeezed dry, it will not be able to condense. After all, the colossus after the golden body of law is concretized, and the pure phantom of the golden body of law are two completely different concepts. To make an image metaphor, it means that the golden body of the rule that is concretized is equivalent to a product of real existence. And the golden body phantom of the law is just a special effect. No matter how exaggerated the special effects are, the consumption will not be much higher. However, it would consume too much power to fully condense and visualize the legal golden body. Qi Li still wanted to live for 2 more years, but he didn't dare to push himself so hard and overdraw his life. And one thing must be mentioned. It is the golden body of law that has been concretized. For every 1 point of increase, the required strength may be 10. Qi Li still has a long way to go if he wants to realize the size of the golden body after the law of infinite growth. However, in the current situation, the 1,000-foot-tall golden statue of law is completely enough to deal with it. There is even a meaning of killing chickens with a butcher's knife. After all, compared with the golden statue of law condensed by Qi Li, the berserk state of the black bear boss seemed meaningless. Are you still refusing to retreat? It seems that it also knows that whether it is advancing or retreating, it cannot escape death. So you chose to fight to the death? Qi Li, who stood upright, looked down at the black bear, who was roaring. Those senior gold diggers who were still being hunted down by black bears just now were almost as small as ants in front of Qi Li at this moment. If it is not deliberately looking for it, it is likely to be ignored. That's not okay. Qi Li still has questions to ask those guys, so he can't let them slip away. Then make a move and decide the outcome. Thinking of this, Qi Lu no longer hesitated, but raised his right hand. The golden body of the law, which is thousands of feet high, is so huge that just by opening the right palm, it is like a cloud covering the sky. It fell with a bang, as if the mountains were collapsing, and it was as if the boundless sky was falling down. The majestic coercion has already locked the black bear below. Although the move is simple, it is not so easy to escape. Roar. At this moment, the black bear also felt a deadly threat. A burst of shouting suddenly erupted, and the startled storm condensed into a whirlwind around the black bear, like a tornado. Facing the crushing giant palm, the black bear, which has been completely locked down by the terrifying coercion, has no way to avoid it. No matter where you hide, you will be hit. If you don't take the move head-on, you will definitely end up being slapped with a palm. So the black bear's fighting instinct made it choose to do its best to resist this palm. I saw the black bear, which was already in a state of berserk. At this moment, the muscles all over his body swelled again. The second burst of energy and blood further increased the size of the black bear, stretching the black bear's fur as if it would burst at any time. That incomparably strong physique, you only need to take a look at it to know how terrifying power it contains. This scene stunned the senior gold diggers, whose legs were so weak that they knelt on the ground. Then there was a cold sweat and a chill in my heart. Here, this damn black bear actually has a second outburst of energy and blood? Could it be that when it hunted us down before, it was just playing with us? How so? It's ridiculous that we even thought about hunting this black bear before. In the infinite battlefield, there are indeed dangers everywhere. We are too self-righteous. This is definitely a profound lesson. If they were not lucky, they should have been buried in the belly of the bear by now. However, they also know in their hearts that although at present, they have indeed escaped from the belly of the bear. But whether the peerless power who is fighting the black bear will let them go, I don't know yet. Now I just hope that I and others can still have some use value. If it is worthless, I am afraid that it is inevitable to die. However, the trepidation of these senior gold diggers did not affect the battle on the other side. Of course, even though it was called a fight, in fact, it should be called a desperate fight of the black bear boss. Because for Qi Lu, there is no danger at all in the fight with the black bear boss. Even if Qi Li's lawful golden colossus can't last long. But whether this black bear boss can survive Qi Li's palm is still a question. Boom. The giant palm that tilts the sky is here in an instant. At the last moment, the black bear raised his arms and pushed upwards. At this moment, two powerful and unparalleled forces collided together. In an instant, the ground under the black bear's feet began to shatter, and countless cracks spread rapidly around the black bear. The originally intact land was like a huge shortbread at this moment, which was hit hard by a giant hammer. It was instantly broken into countless pieces, and fell apart in an instant. This is the power possessed by the palm of your hand after the golden body of law is concretized. If it wasn't because of too much consumption, if there is no way to solve the battle in a short time, something will happen. Qi Lu wouldn't hide it like this anymore. Of course, that's what it said. But the actual situation is that the consumption of the golden body of the embodied law is indeed huge, but it will not make Qi Lu lose his strength on the spot. At most, there is no way to use it a second time in a short period of time. However, things like whole cards are used too much, but they are not considered whole cards. After all, when there is no one fighting the landlord, the starting hand is 4 twos, isn't that something wrong with the brain? As expected of a monster known for its strength, it can take this trick. But that's all, it's not enough. After Qi Lu noticed his falling right palm, he paused for a moment, and couldn't help chuckling. Then the right palm suddenly exerted force and slapped the black bear under the palm of his hand. Maybe the black bear boss is really powerful. But in front of Qi Li's condensed golden statue of law, all resistance is vain. After all, the black bear couldn't resist this huge force, and because the fur on its body couldn't bear the burst of force, cracks began to appear, and a large amount of blood overflowed from the wound. When it fell to the ground, it almost converged into a small river, extremely bright red. Boom! With the appearance of a loud noise. Qi Li's giant palm also hit the ground heavily. A burst of smoke and dust hundreds of feet high flew up, covering all the pictures on the battlefield. At this moment, the ground is like a lake that has been thrown into a boulder, and circles of cracks spread like ripples. With a single palm, the earth was shattered into pieces. The area affected is so wide that even hundreds of feet of smoke cannot cover it. How terrifying. It's over. I have to say, it's really fun to use this trick. Qi Li's right palm was slowly lifted up, and he stood up straight again. It was another giant statue that covered the sky and the sun. Afterwards, the power of the law dissipated, the golden statue of the law suddenly turned into a phantom, and Qi Li also returned to his original figure. The speed of change was so fast, it was as if the previous pictures were all illusions. But the huge palm prints on the ground and the shattered cracks, like spiderwebs, are enough to prove that all of this is true. And the black bear boss, who was supposed to show off his might, is now too dead. Just fell into that huge palm print. At this time, I have to say something. Although the black bear boss has fallen, the strength of his body is still worthy of recognition. Under Qi Li's earth-shattering palm, he was able to make his whole body covered in wounds and shattered, instead of turning into dust. If it was replaced by those senior gold diggers who took over this palm, it is estimated that even the scum would not be found now. What makes Qi Li feel strange is why wouldn't the monster be swallowed up by the infinite battlefield after its death? Yes, this black bear, which has no life breath, has just changed from a huge body several hundred meters high in a berserk state to its initial size of more than 10 meters, instead of turning into a pile of fragile bones. This made Qi Li interested. Is it different from ordinary gold diggers? Interesting. It seems that those guys hunt monsters for another reason. Thinking of this, Qi Li walked directly in front of those senior gold diggers who hadn't stood up from the ground because their legs were weak. Before they even opened their mouths to speak, the faces of these guys became extremely ugly. It's over, you really came to settle accounts with us. We should have run if we knew earlier. Run? Can you run away? Then what should we do now? Fight him? What are you thinking? Can you use your brain when you think about problems? Just tell us the forces behind us, explain the stakes, and then shake hands and make peace. That's right, that's the only way to do it now. The few senior gold diggers who survived knew what the other party wanted to see by making eye contact. After struggling in my heart for a long time, I gritted my teeth, and my heart slackened, thinking that I would die if I died. Then just as I was about to speak, I heard. Hey, let me ask you a few questions. Excuse me, my lord, I will know everything and say everything. When the words came to his lips, before he had time to say them, he changed his words directly. These veteran gold diggers are smart. In order to survive, of course you have to show your utility value. Okay, let me ask you first, why did you hunt and kill this black bear? Qi Li pointed to the black bear in the palm print, and the faces of those senior gold diggers twitched. Although Qi Li had no other intentions, in the eyes of these guys, it felt like he had been warned. The huge palm prints are still in front of my eyes, do I and others dare Tolly? Aren't you afraid of being slapped to death? It's like this, my lord, if the monsters living in the infinite battlefield can devour them, the effect is actually stronger than most of the treasures off heaven and earth. For example, this black bear, if you can eat its meat, it will greatly enhance the strength of the devourer. Therefore, these senior gold diggers did not dare to hide anything, and told the whole truth about the information they knew. Is there such a thing? Qila raised his eyebrows and looked at the black bear. Speaking of which, I don't know how bear's paw tastes like. I haven't eaten it before, so I can just try it. It turns out that the flesh and blood of the monsters living in the infinite battlefield still have this effect. No wonder it was hunted by these veteran gold diggers. These guys will come to the infinite battlefield to pan for gold, in order to become stronger. Then when facing these monsters, naturally, they will not turn a blind eye. But looking back and thinking about it, it seems that there is no problem. These monsters can survive in the infinite battlefield, and they have devoured those natural and earthly treasures for many years. It is estimated that the quality of their meat has changed after eating them. It is not surprising that they can have this effect. After all, Warcraft is different from ordinary gold diggers. When necessary, they can use their chi and blood to burst out the power they have accumulated from devouring the treasures of heaven, material and earth. And those gold diggers don't have this ability. Perhaps it is because of this difference that the difference between the two is caused. One side is the hunter and the other side is the prey. Yes, my lord. And it's not just that. These monsters are different from us. They don't have a lifespan limit, so they don't have such an urgent need for fighting as Wedo. As long as they hide and devour the treasures of heaven and earth, they will naturally become stronger. But there is another point, that is, when some powerful monsters devour them, their lifespan will also be increased. Another senior gold digger immediately added a few more sentences. Then he pointed to the black bear, and continued, generally speaking, whether the meat of a monster can increase the lifespan depends on whether the monster will use its energy and blood to explode. If it is possible, it can be used to increase lifespan. If this is the case, then these senior gold diggers will indeed rush to hunt Warcraft. Qila nodded, indicating that he understood. It's a pity that when we were in the outermost area, we couldn't find any monsters. 1. Because the number of gold diggers in the outermost area is the largest, and there is no place for those monsters. As for the other, it may also be because these monsters have no lifespan limit, and those gold diggers are afraid of raising tigers. So rush to hunt and kill all those monsters. After all, a monster as powerful as this black bear, let alone in the outermost area. Even if it is placed in the inner area, it is one of the most powerful monsters, and the threat it can cause is huge. How could it be left alone? In this way, it can also explain why the black bear's body was not swallowed by the infinite battlefield. Because after these monsters are hunted, they are equivalent to a different kind of natural treasure. Naturally, it will not be swallowed by the infinite battlefield. Second question, where is the trading market? Qila stroked his chin and asked the question directly. The first purpose of coming to this place was to find you Sheer, and killing that black bear was just a matter of chance. So now it's time to get back to business. On the contrary, I got a bear's paw meal, which is not bad. Marketplace? My lord, do you want to sell this black bear? Or do you want to buy some natural treasure? If that's the case, you can just find us directly, there is no need to go Tony trading market. When the few surviving senior gold diggers heard this, they were immediately happy, and said aloud quickly. In the inner area of the infinite battlefield, the division of forces has become more clear. After all, the number of gold diggers who can come here is indeed small. Therefore, the division of forces will naturally become less. And it is precisely because of this that the trading market has become the current situation in the hands of a certain powerful force. Then go a step further, and it becomes what it is now, with as many trading markets as there are big forces. Generally speaking, they are used internally to communicate with each other. This point can be regarded as the secret information of the inner area, and naturally, it is not something that Monkey University can know. So Qila really didn't know about this situation. Until now, after being explained by these senior gold diggers, it was suddenly realized. No wonder these guys get so happy when they hear themselves say they want to find a market. Because in the inner area, the trading market is more like a market inside the big forces. Wouldn't it be a great contribution if such a peerless power could be brought back? Moreover, even if there is no way to win over such a peerless power, it would be a good thing if he could get this black bear. You must know that the stronger the monsters living in the infinite battlefield, the better the effect after swallowing them. Looking at the strength of this black bear, it can even burst out a second time. How strong should the effect be? It's unimaginable. According to their estimates, among other things, at least the life expectancy can be increased by more than 1 year. So this big deal must be pulled back into the trading market controlled by the big forces behind him. Looking for you? Sheila looked at these senior gold diggers, each of them nodded and bowed, with obsequious smiles on their faces. Absolute strength, in the infinite battlefield, represents the absolute right-o-speak. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare to betray the strong. Unless you meet a stronger enemy. Seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages is always the instinct of living beings, and it is also the desire for life, which is understandable. So Qilu was not worried that these guys would deceive him, it was just out of responsibility for the forces he joined that these senior gold diggers worked so hard to win this big deal, hoping to succeed. This point, for Qilu, is not harmful. Although the black bear's corpse had returned to its original appearance, it was still more than 10 meters high and had plenty of meat. And the effect of this monster meat is not that the more you eat, the greater the effect. But there is a limit value. This is different from those natural treasures. After all, judging from the size of those fruits, there are only so many of them. However, once any monster is hunted, the amount of meat it can produce is not a small amount. Naturally, there will be restrictions. It is not so easy to take advantage of the infinite battlefield. So for Qilu, the black bear's carcass was just a few bare paws to try. It's useless to keep the remaining monster meat in your hands, so it's better to sell it. That's fine. If you can afford it, it's not impossible to sell it to you. Qilu didn't feel that there was anything wrong with this. However, the purpose of my search for the trading market is not to sell the black bear's carcass, nor is it to find those natural treasures. Then what do you want, my lord? Several senior gold diggers heard this and asked immediately. They really want to bring this big business back to the big forces behind them. I also really want to curry favor with this great power. So if there is any problem with this great power, if it can be solved, we must find a way to solve it. If it is a problem that cannot be solved, then we must do our best to alleviate the troubles caused by these problems. Find someone. Sheila came up with the first excuse. My lord, what you want is information. Several senior gold diggers reacted immediately. Looking for someone is not uncommon, and the gold diggers who come to the infinite battlefield are not all lonely. It's just that there is a sequence of time when they come in, so it's normal that they didn't meet together. The intelligence system of the big forces is always perfect. This is especially true for large forces that stay in the same area and have been operating for a long time. Therefore, it is not uncommon for some lone rangers to like to use the intelligence system of powerful forces. As for those extremely powerful lone rangers, it might be better to say that some big forces would like to see such a situation. In this way, there will be friendship between the two. In the current situation, whether it is considered to be drowsy, a pillow will be delivered. My lord, if you want information, you should come to us. We are in this area, but we have the most complete intelligence system. Thinking of this, several senior gold diggers quickly said. Hearing this, Chila narrowed his eyes and said, Tell me. This sentence sounds endless. But these senior gold diggers understood that this lord was asking them about the situation of the big forces behind them. Yes, yes. Infinity battlefield is neither big nor small. Although the distinction between the various regions is a matter of convention, it is also distinct. Therefore, it is normal for outsiders not to know the situation in a certain area, and it has nothing to do with strength. Then, if you ask this question, it means that the adult in front of you should be interested in the proposal of yourself and others. Naturally, I want to introduce it. In fact, what these senior gold diggers said was not wrong. The force they belong to is indeed one of the most powerful forces in this area. What's more interesting is that Qi Lu also learned another thing from the mouths of these senior gold diggers. About the main gods of Xinjiu. This also confirmed some of Qi Li's previous conjectures. In the infinite battlefield, there are indeed practitioners from the god realm. Judging from the threshold of entering the infinite battlefield on the side of Tianjiu. For cultivators in the divine realm, if they want to enter the infinite battlefield, the lowest threshold is the realm of the gods. Is it the king-level realm? In other words, the door to the secret realm that entered the infinite battlefield would have appeared in the god realm a long time ago. Only later, due to some twists and turns, did the gate of the secret realm of the god realm disappear completely, and it will never appear again. Then the infinite battlefield became a secret space unique to the Tianji realm. So it became what it is now. In the outermost area of the infinite battlefield, the vine of law can be found. That should be something left over from a long time ago. However, because the gate of the secret realm located in the realm of the gods will never be opened again, so in the outermost area of the infinite battlefield, no cultivator who cultivates the way of the master god can be seen. After all, the gods who have the ability to go further have left the outermost area long ago. And the gods who have no ability to go further can't survive. The reason is simple. After the gate to the secret realm of the extreme god realm was closed, in the infinite battlefield, there were more and more cultivators and demon gods in the extreme heaven realm, but fewer and fewer gods and main gods. What will happen to the two forces that can't get along peacefully in this situation? Naturally, it was a shuffle-like battle. Therefore, it is impossible for the weaker gods to survive. Only those tyrannical main gods, who advanced all the way and came to Thaner area, had a chance to breathe. Because the competitive pressure in the inner area is even more terrifying. Although there are not many main gods who can come here alive, the number of those demon gods is also rare. So naturally, it became a state of evenly matched forces. It wasn't until Qi Lu came to the inner area that he learned about these things. And at this time, the reason for mentioning these things is naturally because the senior cultivators in front of Qi Lu are currently in a major force, which is one of the forces formed by the demon god of the Tianji realm. On the contrary, in this area, there is another big force that is comparably to them. It is one of the forces formed by the main god of the divine realm. This is quite a common situation in the inner area of the infinite battlefield. The opposition between the heavenly extreme realm and the divine extreme realm is not only reflected in the vault of heaven god realm, but also in the infinite battlefield. Of course, it will gradually evolve into the current situation, not just because of the confrontation between the two parties' combat power. Also to survive. Between the two forces, not only will they attack the senior gold diggers who came to the inner area, but also the members of the other party. But since the gate of the secret realm of the god realm has disappeared, the main gods have to hug each other to keep warm. Therefore, the forces formed by the Xinjiu side have never had internal friction. On the contrary, it was between the demon gods of the Tianji realm, who often fought and killed each other. But it is undeniable. Under such circumstances, the intelligence system formed by the Tianji region side is indeed quite complete. Because the information among the major forces in the Tianji region, except for some secrets, is shared. So if you want to find someone, you can't go wrong looking for them. No wonder. Hearing this, Qi Lu secretly rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, he asked in advance what the situation of the big power behind them was. Let me tell you something, if Qi Li's guess is right. Then even if Yu Shi'er came to the inner area, she should have been picked up by the forces of the God realm. After all, these days, it is more difficult to get a newcomer to the God realm in the infinite battlefield than to ascend to the sky. Therefore, as long as the forces from the divine realm side make the move, Yu Shi'er will definitely not be in danger. Because if you want to survive in the infinite battlefield, the main god and the gods must hug each other to keep warm. The main gods have clearly said that internal friction is strictly prohibited. There is no way. The gate of the secret realm of the Tianji realm is still there, and the enemy's strength will continue to increase. If there is still internal friction between the gods, it is tantamount to committing suicide. Road. Naturally, they would not do such a stupid thing. So judging from the current situation, Yu Shi'er should be safe. Therefore, it is impossible for Qi Lu to tell these senior gold diggers about Yu Shi'er's situation. Because judging from the hostile attitudes of the two sides, even if Qi Li talked about the situation, they would not be able to help. Instead, he would regard Qi Lu as an enemy. You know, in the current infinite battlefield, the food chain is actually very clear. The great powers in the God realm and the heavenly realm are at the top of the food chain and are hostile to each other. And the newcomers who came to the infinite battlefield, as well as those senior gold diggers who later entered the inner area, are all prey. In fact, this also has something to do with the ethos of Tianjiu itself. Demon gods are bloodthirsty and easy to kill. In their eyes, if they are companions or not, that's the case. Therefore, those demon gods were not touched at all by taking the newcomers who came from the Tianji domain as their prey. Well, at this moment, what if Qi Lu explained Yu Shi'er's situation? It turned out that the person was in a certain big force in the God realm. Good guy, I guess Qi Lu was besieged on all sides on the spot. It's better to just look at it like this. Maybe he can also be an internal response, and there will be a wave of great forces in the Yintian extreme region. So my lord, can you tell us about the person you are looking for and his situation? After several senior gold diggers finished speaking, they asked cautiously. Forget it, don't worry about it beforehand. You guys should take me to the trading market to have a look. Qi Lu touched his chin, pretending to think, and after a while, he spoke out. That look, as if they didn't trust them, didn't arouse half suspicion. Those senior gold diggers didn't care too much. After all, it is normal for outsiders not to trust them. Such a peerless power, if he can really gain his trust with just a few words, that would be a dream. Therefore, let's take this adult to the trading market first. Anyway. Although this was a favor, I didn't help, nor did I improve my friendship. But at least it brought this big business back, it's not a loss at all, okay? Yes, sir, please follow us. Thinking of this, a few senior gold diggers hurriedly walked ahead, nodding and bowing to lead the way, and introducing them along the way. It's a bit like looking for something to say, but I just dare not let the atmosphere become dull. So along the way, Qi Lu didn't feel anything. It was the senior gold diggers who led the way, who walked away in fear. I was afraid that if I did something wrong, I would anger this lord and lose me life. However, Qi Lu was not a bloodthirsty person, and the pursuit of that black bear was considered their punishment. But having said that, what should be said more is that they should suffer by themselves. The location of the trading market is not a short distance from the place where black bears are hunted. If it's going at full speed, it won't take long. But the problem was that these few senior gold diggers were leading the way, and they didn't dare to advance at full speed. Maybe it was because he was afraid of neglecting the adult behind him. It made it difficult for Qi Lu to say anything. Anyway, the time is not too tight, just go slowly, you will always get there in the end. The trading market in the inner area of the infinite battlefield seems to occupy a much larger area than the trading market in the outermost area. There are also many stalls inside. There are many more types of natural treasures placed. And different from the trading market in the outermost region, the trading market here has a lot more monster meat. It has to be said that the years of existence of the infinite battlefield are already difficult to calculate. The special world rules among them have also formed a special cycle mode, which continuously creates strong people. Those strange treasures of heaven, material and earth, as well as all kinds of monster meat, are the best treasures. My lord, this is the place. The stalls here are all from our own people. If you are not satisfied with the price, you can negotiate. A few senior gold diggers who finally brought Qi Lu here walked in front and introduced them. As they say, in the trading market in the inner region, in fact, most of the time, the internal members of the big forces conduct transactions. The price is, of course, negotiable. And when these senior gold diggers appeared in the trading market, many stall owners recognized them. Didn't you go hunting black bears? Why did you come back so early? I didn't find it this time, or didn't I hit it? I guess I didn't find it again. Anyway, it's not the first time this kind of thing happened. That's right, that black bear is very cunning. It's very hard to find it because it hides here and there. Then it's all right. I was still thinking about buying some black bear meat from you guys, and trying something new when I go back. Some familiar stall owners couldn't help joking with them. It's just that these are obviously. It sounds so embarrassing to be joking at this time. If they were really the only ones going to deal with that black bear, they probably wouldn't be able to come back now. By the way, is the person behind you the newcomer you brought back? It looks very familiar. It should be a newcomer. I just came to this area recently. Some stall owners also noticed Qi Lu, who was following behind these senior gold diggers, and started talking aloud. It's not a big deal for a rookie. No matter which force it is, it needs to absorb fresh blood. Unless it is those forces formed by the main gods of Shinjiu, it is really strange that no newcomers can be found. However, the jokes of these stall owners were serious to the ears of these senior gold diggers. No, this lord is not a newcomer. Don't get me wrong. We did find that black bear, but that damn black bear is too strong. It was this lord who made a timely move and saved us. Otherwise, you will never see us. So the senior gold diggers who brought Qi Lu over hurriedly explained. It's fine for me to be ridiculed for a few words, but I can't let this adult be wronged. If you get angry, something big will happen. They still had a fresh memory of the colossal image formed when this lord fought with that black bear. It is precisely because of this that they are convinced that this lord must be a certain top demon god. After all, only those tyrannical demon gods have such terrifying physiques. As for those gods who only play with the power of laws, do they know what invincible power is? The power of those trash laws that you are tinkering with can't even break through our defenses. Do you want to fight us? Demon God is the greatest existence. Therefore, we must not let others misunderstand this lord. Grown-ups? What did you just say? You met that black bear, but you didn't fight it? And let a newcomer save you? Brother, are you serious about what you said? If this is the case, your strength is too bad. I'm afraid you have regressed again. That's right. Is this newcomer someone from you? Otherwise, why would you spare no effort to help him build momentum? However, the stall owners didn't really believe the words of these senior gold diggers. They have hunted monsters quite a lot. When collecting information for the first time, those difficult monsters will be marked with a warning, confirming that they will use chi and blood bursts, and they need to be treated with care. But that black bear didn't have a warning sign. Can they not deal with monsters of this level? Still want someone else to save them? It's just that they overlooked one point. It's just that not every monster can collect all the information when collecting information for the first time. There are not one or two senior gold diggers who have suffered in this place. However, there are not many warcraft in this situation, so it has not attracted attention. This made several senior gold diggers a little panicked. Just as they were about to continue explaining, they heard Qi Li's voice. Okay, this kind of thing doesn't matter. Listen, listen. What is the open-minded mind of the strong? This is the open-minded mind that the strong should have. Yes, my lord. You guys should help me get rid of this black bear first, and just give me a satisfactory price. Having said this, Qi Li thought for a while and added another sentence. There is no limit to the types of treasures of heaven, material, and earth. Immediately afterwards, Qi Li waved his hand, and the void shattered. A huge black bear carcass fell out of a crack in the void. With a bang, it hit the ground. Shattering the void and forming a dimensional space is not something that only the law of space can do. Sufficient power can also shatter the void, and then forcibly open up a stable dimensional space. It's just that it needs to consume much more power than the law of space. And the move Qi Li showed was naturally to show off his own strength. Although he didn't care much about the ridicule of those stall owners, it was an essential part to become a qualified undercover agent and show his strength. Otherwise, how to get mixed into this big force? The huge carcass of the black bear suddenly appeared, and the movement off hitting the ground directly brought the scene into silence. Not to mention the strength of this black bear, but the ability to shatter the void and open up a stable space. Among the many stall owners present, none of them could do it. It turns out that the adults they said were not joking. My lord, being able to visit our trading market really makes this place flourish. What are you still standing around for? Didn't you hear what the Lord said? Come over now, measure the meat of this black bear, and give this lord a satisfactory price. My lord, you have walked all the way, I don't know if you are tired. While we are busy, how about you take a rest first? At this moment, the changes in the faces and attitudes of many stall owners were obvious. The unique skill of changing faces is definitely a must-have ability for everyone in an infinite battlefield. Because there are really many places that can be used. Several senior gold diggers who brought Qi Li to the trading market were ignored on the spot. All the stall owners surrounded Qi Li with flattering smiles, as if they were explaining the teasing just now, or flattering them. After all, when facing a peerless power, it is always right to be careful. In places like the infinite battlefield, strength is the only rule. Of course, another reason was because of the black bear's carcass that Qi Li took out. The monsters that can burst out with energy and blood, their meat is definitely a top-notch treasure, and it is the most sought-after treasure in any trading market, and everyone wants to get a piece of it. And these stall owners didn't buy the black bear's meat back to resell it for a good price, but to eat for oneself. Because strength is the most important thing. You know, the infinity battlefield is a poor place, but there is no currency. Everyone bartering is just to obtain more suitable natural materials and earthly treasures, and to speed up the speed of becoming stronger. Therefore, the meat of this black bear is a good thing that must be won. Then don't please Qi Li, the seller, can it work? So for various reasons, Qi Li became the guest of honor immediately, and someone came over to serve tea immediately. Don't think that there is no tea in the infinite battlefield. In fact, many exotic fruits are quite suitable for making tea. The main reason is that the exotic fruits grown in the infinite battlefield taste very good. The tea brewed and the soup made are basically delicacies. It's just that everyone is thinking about how to survive, so they don't have those thoughts of enjoying themselves. Although there is such a thing as serving tea, it is only for those distinguished guests. For example, Qi Li now. Remember to keep the bear's paw for me, I want to try it myself. Qi Li said to those stall owners while drinking sweet tea. Yes, yes, what you say, my lord, is what you say, and we will definitely do it. The stallholders responded immediately. The stall owner, who was breaking down the black bear's flesh and bones, also nodded in agreement, and then left the bear's paw alone. The veteran gold diggers living in the infinite battlefield have their own way of distinguishing the meat quality of these monsters. If you don't even have this ability, you can't be the stall owner. I'm afraid I was cheated every day. So sitting at the side, Qi Lu, who had only had 2 cups of tea, saw that these guys had already dismantled a huge black bear more than 10 meters high into pieces of flesh and blood. The legendary pouting Jinyo was nothing more than that. Decomposing the hands and feet of black bears and identifying the quality of black bear meat is naturally not slow. However, this identification immediately shocked the stall owners. No way, did I read it wrong? This black bear is not a magical beast with 1 burst of energy and blood, but a magical beast that can use a second burst of energy and blood. Although the second blood burst is extremely immature, it can only be used barely, and the success rate is not high. But this is indeed a magical beast that can use a second burst of energy and blood. In this way, the effect of this black bear's meat will at least double. Oh my god, this lord can even take down such a powerful monster. How strong is his strength? Unbelievable, unimaginable. We must report the existence of this realm. Yeah, this lord is already in existence that we can't decide what attitude to take. It can only be left to the president and vice president to decide. These stall owners were amazed in front of the flesh and blood of the black bear. The gazes that looked at these black bear meats were all salivating. Even in the inner area of the infinite battlefield, monsters that can use a second burst of blood have not appeared a few times. The few monsters that have been recorded are all tyrannical existences, and the effect of flesh and blood is naturally the same tyrannical. After all, monsters that can burst out with qi and blood are already very rare. And the second outbreak of qi and blood is the rarest of the rare. Now that I have seen it with my own eyes, how can I not salivate? However, no matter how much their hearts moved, these stall owners did not dare to make any small moves. Because the ability to hunt such a tyrannical monster is definitely not something they can afford to provoke. Although the treasure is a good treasure, it is not acceptable to take it if you have a life, but if you don't have a life to use it. Survival is still the top priority. So after confirming the quality of the black bear meat, several stall owners quietly left the trading market. These actions were naturally noticed by Qi Lu, but he didn't say anything out loud. Because Qi Lu came to this trading market to get in touch with the big forces that control this trading market. But if you take the initiative to propose it, you will be at a disadvantage during the negotiation process. This is a matter of momentum, so it must be stabilized. Those quietly. The stall owner, who slipped away, was in line with Qi Li's wishes. The demon gods who formed these powerful forces may not care about those weak newcomers. But in front of a tyrannical demon god who is not weaker than them at all, even if they can't let go of their identities to win them over, they will never deliberately turn against each other. After all, the demon god is bloodthirsty, and when it is time to defend against it, he must defend against it. So Qi Lu just watched the stall owners leave, and then continued to drink tea. I believe that you won't have to wait long for the results. The trading market is generally not set up too far away from the resident of the big forces. With the speed of these guys, they can make a round trip by estimating the time for 2 cups of tea. Just use this time to sell the black bear meat. The bear's paws that were set aside on purpose have already been taken back by Qi Lu, and he might not be able to eat so many by himself. Anyway, it was a black bear more than 10 meters high, and the weight of 4 bear paws was not small at all. But what's left, it's not bad for you sheer to try something new. I hope you sheer won't continue to run to the inner area. Good tea. Holding the teacup in his hand, Qi Lu let out a breath of white air. The originally noisy trading market suddenly became quiet at this time. The abnormal situation made Qi Lu narrow his eyes slightly. Then, outside the trading market, an old man with a height of at least 2 meters and an extremely thin body walked over steadily. The stall owners around saluted him one after another. Meet Elder Qingwing. Meet Elder Qingwing. Is it just an elder, but the level is enough. Anyway, Chila didn't think that the first time he showed up, he would be able to directly attract the guy who controls a big force. Being able to have an elder is already a great deal of face. However, the elder Qingwing did not respond to the greetings from those stall owners, but came straight to Qi Lu. Only then did Chila see clearly that the old man's face had so many wrinkles that it looked like a piece of bark. Huh? This elder seems to be a treant. Chila raised his eyebrows slightly. To be honest, treants are not a very common race. Although they have an extremely long lifespan, their talent and potential are really average. Compared with other races, those who can achieve the position of demon god are much less. So it is still very strange to see one here. This old man is one of the elders of the Immortal Union. Young man, I don't know your excellency, what should I call you? Elder Qingwing didn't pay attention to the surprise in Qi Li's eyes, but bowed his hands politely and introduced himself. The Immortal Union is one of the great forces formed by those demon gods in the infinite battlefield. It is also the most famous force. The Immortal Bone is the most powerful realm before the demon god realm. It is also the lowest threshold for entering the infinite battlefield, so the name naturally has a meaning. Immortality is also something that those demon gods value. Because the demon god is different from the main god. The main god doesn't care about his own body, and he can change his body at any time when he has to. So for the main god, the word immortality is not so solemn. But for the demon gods, they are more willing to pursue immortality than immortality. From here, we can also see the significance of the Immortal Union to those demon gods. Knowing this, Qila naturally knew that the person he was waiting for had appeared. Qi Lu, an unattached individual without affiliation. Qila followed suit and bowed his hands to Elder Qingwing. Arrogant and domineering people are not welcome anywhere, even if your strength is unparalleled. No attribution. Is Your Excellency a veteran who came to this area recently? Having said that, Elder Qingwing glanced at the black bear not far away. I heard that this black bear is a magical beast that can use the second burst-off energy and blood, and it will be captured by the person in front of him. From this point of view, the strength of this person in front of him really cannot be underestimated. I did come to this area recently, and I happened to come across this black bear. Qila nodded, then pointed to the black bear flesh over there, and continued, after finishing this black bear, I felt that it was useless to bring so much black bear meat, so I thought about going to the trading market to deal with it. What he said was half true and half false, and the few senior gold diggers who brought Qi Lu over had nothing to say. Do you still have to refute that this lord is actually looking for someone? What good would it do me to dismantle this platform? So I can only keep silent. So that's how it is. It's just a coincidence that Your Excellency came here. Since it is so predestined, the old man will be the master and give you the best price. Elder Qingwing heard the words and said with a smile. Then he glanced at the several stall owners beside him, and said, What are you still doing in a daze? Why don't you hurry up and pay Mr. Qi the settlement? Yes. After all, it is a huge black bear. Even if it is rare, it will take some tomato sell out all of them. Because the price is really expensive, it is necessary to mobilize the treasures of heaven and earth. But with the elders of Immortal United speaking, this speed is much faster. Qi Lu would of course accept everything that could take advantage. Seeing that a black bear was replaced with a pile of natural treasures like hills, Qi Lu almost laughed out loud. Fortunately, I finally thought that the impact of doing so would not be good, so I held back. Elder Qingwing, who was by the side, also asked in a timely manner, I wonder what Your Excellency's plans are in the future. This sentence is probing. Hearing this, Qi Lu raised his eyes, and replied, let's take a step and see, the infinite battlefield is so dangerous, who knows what will happen next. After saying that, Qi Lu shrugged his shoulders, as if he really didn't care what would happen in the future. But how could Elder Qingwen believe this kind of rhetoric? It's just that everyone is tacit, so naturally they won't break it. So Elder Qingwen went on to say, Your Excellency Qi Lu might as well consider the Immortal Alliance, I'm sure you won't be disappointed. In the end, it is still necessary to win over the strong, which is what the major forces do most often. If you want to completely control an area, you cannot tolerate the emergence of variables. Those powerful demon gods are the ones who need to be guarded most. On the contrary, it is the deadly enemy of Shinjiu, because he can know himself and the enemy, so he doesn't need such strict precautions. Elder Qingwen is inviting me? Qi Lu looked at Elder Qingwen with a half-smile expression on his face. Do not. The old man just made a suggestion. If Your Excellency Qi Lu is willing, the Immortal Alliance can become your most solid backing. Elder Qingwen had a faint smile on his face, as if it was really just a proposal. In this sentence, it is a battle of who takes the initiative. Of course neither side will let go. Being invited to join has a different meaning from actively joining. The Immortal Alliance that can control an area will naturally not invite everyone. And Qi Lu would never want to take the initiative to join the Immortal Union. So after looking at each other with a smile, Qi Lu couldn't help but laugh. Elder Qingwen, it's obvious that you have not shown the sincerity that you should have in your Immortal Union. Your Excellency Qi Lu, if you want to say something like this, shouldn't you prove to the old man that you have the qualifications to let us unity immortally and show your sincerity? Elder Qingwen's answer was likewise hiding a knife in his smile. It is impossible to get an invitation from the Immortal Union without sufficient strength. This is also a test for joining the Immortal United, which is related to the identity and status after joining the Immortal United. Qi Lu understood what this meant, so naturally he would not be soft-hearted. In that case, then, Elder Qingwen, please enlighten me. Before he finished speaking, Qi Lu had already punched. At this moment, it was like thunder, and the violent fist wind roared and attacked Elder Qingwen. However, Qi Lu knew that his sudden attack was definitely not a sneak attack. Because when Elder Qingwen came to the trading market, he was already ready to enter the battle at any time. He had come prepared. Your Excellency Qi Lu, you are so vigilant, it is really difficult for this old man. Elder Qingwen was not at all surprised by this situation. In an instant, a huge wooden wall appeared in front of Elder Qingwen, blocking Qi Li's path of punching. The speed is fast enough to prove that this move was well prepared. Always guard against the opponent's attack. And in the next moment, behind Qi Lu, several vines also appeared, like a green snake, attacking Qi Lu. The Elder Qingwen who came prepared both offensively and defensively. This is the talent of the trance, able to manipulate plants. And the plants included in the control range will share the physical strength of the controller to a certain extent. Simply put, these plants are like an extension of the controller's body. For the tree people, controlling plants and using them to fight is no different from fighting by themselves. It can be done like an arm and a finger. The rattan that suddenly appeared was frighteningly fast, like a green light flashing across the air. He bit his target ferociously. Boom! However, Qi Li's fist hit the giant wooden wall first. Accompanied by a loud noise that made people's hearts tremble, countless cracks suddenly appeared on that seemingly incomparably hard giant wooden wall, quickly covering the entire wall. Seeing that in the next second, it will be turned into sawdust all over the sky. This scene also made Elder Qingwen startled from the bottom of his heart. Gu Jingwu's eyes were also filled with a little astonishment. The power of this sun's punch is so terrifying, his strength should not be underestimated. Although there are very few strong people among the tree people. But every strong man who grows up has extremely amazing combat power. Because among the racial talents of the tree people, there is a very powerful physical strength bonus. This is quite a unique advantage in the way of the demon god. Most of the powerhouses who are at the same level as the tree people have difficulty breaking through their defenses when facing the tree people. In addition, the tree people can drive plants to fight, and the real combat power has been greatly improved. As for this huge wooden wall, Elder Qingwing is confident. It is absolutely impossible for ordinary demon gods to break through within 3 moves. But the guy in front of him could smash this wall of giant wood with just a punch with all his strength. Among other things, this terrifying destructive power alone is enough to qualify to join the Immortal Union. But having said that, the testing isn't over yet. After finally meeting such a strong man, Elder Qingwing was also very interested to see how strong he could be. After all, in this area, there are only a handful of enemies that can make Elder Qingwing use his full strength. It is also difficult to come across at ordinary times, and it is basically the existence of the command level. So today, I can let go of my hands and feet. Your Excellency Qi Lu, although your strength is strong, if you only attack but not defend, you will suffer. Elder Qingwing thought of this, and reminded him aloud, as if he was pointing the younger generation. For those powerful beings who lived in the infinite battlefield and did not know how many years they had passed, the newcomers who came to the infinite battlefield later could almost all be called juniors. It's just that the purpose of Elder Qingwing's reminder is unknown. Because at the same time as the reminder came out, the vine behind Qi Lu had already attacked him. Maybe Elder Qingwing really meant to mention something to the younger generation. But doing so in battle is more like distracting the opponent's attention. Thank you, Elder Qingwing, for your kind reminder, but I still understand such a simple truth. Qi Lu smiled slightly, but didn't make any further moves. It seemed to be waiting for the attack of the rattan. Have you given up resistance? Seeing this, Elder Qingwing felt a little disappointed. I thought it was a good seed at first, but now it seems that my expectations were too high. However, in the next instant, Elder Qingwing's pupil shrank suddenly, as I saw something incredible. I saw that the attacking rattan passed through Qi Li's body without any effort. Immediately afterwards, Qi Li's figure shattered like a mirror. It's an afterimage. Elder Qingwing, you found out too late. At this moment, Qi Li's voice suddenly appeared from behind Elder Qingwing. Immediately, Elder Qingwing broke out in a cold sweat. What a speed! This guy, the previous attack on the wall of giant wood is absolutely real. That is to say, His Excellency Qi Lu started to move only after he punched and shattered the giant wooden wall. But the rattan snake's attack appeared together with the giant wood wall. In this fleeting gap, an afterimage can still be left behind, which can be used to confuse the enemy's judgment. What a meticulous battle thinking, what a terrifying strength. It's just that in the middle of the battle, there is not so much time tolerant to Elder Qingwing. Qi Lu appeared behind Elder Qingwing, not simply to say hello to him. The punch that was ready to go was already ready. When it comes to hand-to-hand combat, Qi Lu will not lose to anyone. Even if Elder Qingwing came prepared, it doesn't matter, it won't affect the overall situation at all. Giant tree, Ning. At this critical moment, Elder Qingwing's reaction speed can be said to have exploded to the extreme. Before Qi Li's attack, a huge wooden shield was condensed behind him. The giant wooden shield with amazing defensive power also successfully resisted most of Qi Li's attacks. It's just that after penetrating through the giant wooden shield, the remaining shock wave hit Elder Qingwing's body. Boom! Elder Qingwing staggered a few steps forward and stabilized his figure. Qi Lu, who succeeded in one blow, did not continue to chase after this punch. Now, after all, it is just a discussion, not a life and death battle, just click to the end, there is no need to continue. At this moment, Qi Lu is just proving his strength so that he can join the Immortal Alliance and obtain the information he needs. If you really beat Elder Qingwing to good or bad, then you will end your hatred. Your Excellency Qi Lu, you are truly a formidable young man. Elder Qingwing, who knew that he had fallen behind, did not use strong words to cover up his mistake in judgment. It's just a sparring for testing, it doesn't really matter how you win or lose. Because neither side will be serious, nor can they see the real strength. However, Elder Qingwing's opening made those stall owners in the trading market look stupid. Elder Qingwing admitted defeat? No way, Elder Qingwing's strength ranks among the top 5 in our Immortal Alliance. There are not many strong men who can be compared with Elder Qingwing, even in the entire Immortal Union. But what's the situation now? Elder Qingwing actually admits that Master Qi Lu is stronger. Then how powerful should Lord Qi Lu be? The stall owners around were talking about it. Qi Lu just shrugged his shoulders, and said with a light smile, I'm sorry, Elder Qingwing, I still want to thank you for your mercy. Faces given to each other. The same goes for business bragging. Ha ha ha, Your Excellency Qi Lu is indeed interesting, but the old man missaid it. Elder Qingwing also smiled, then straightened his face, and said seriously, then, Your Excellency Qi Lu, old man Qingwing, hereby solemnly invite you to join the Immortal Union. What do you think, Your Excellency? After the simple test just now, Elder Qingwing has confirmed that Qi Lu's strength cannot be underestimated. It is also a good thing for the Immortal Alliance to invite such a strong person to join the Immortal Alliance. After all, the strong will always have privileges. As long as the strength is sufficient, it is not impossible to let the Immortal United take the initiative. And Qi Lu was waiting for this moment. If he refused again, it would be too contrived. So after Elder Qingwing opened his mouth, Qi Lu nodded slightly, and replied, since Elder Qingwing is so kind to invite me, then I will naturally not refuse. It is my honor to join the Immortal United. Where is it? Your Excellency Qi Lu is willing to join the Immortal Alliance, and it is also an honor for the Immortal Alliance. Seeing such a powerful person joining the Immortal Alliance, Elder Qingwing was also delighted. Naturally, it was another commercial exchange. Everyone is happy, who doesn't like it? Since Your Excellency Qi Lu has joined the Immortal Union and has such a powerful strength, then I will temporarily act as the chairman and give His Excellency Qi Lu the authority of the Elder of the Immortal Union. After some conversation, Elder Qingwing spoke again and gave Qi Lu a big gift. However, according to the order of elders, Qi Lu, an elder, is already ranked outside the top 10. But it doesn't matter, after all, Qi Lu is just a newcomer. It is already very good to be able to sit in the position of an elder as soon as you join the Immortal Union. If Qi Lu hadn't possessed such tyrannical strength, then he was just an ordinary rookie in the Immortal Alliance. Thank you, Elder Qingwing, then I'd rather be respectful than obedient. Of course, Qi Lu would not refuse Elder Qingwing's kindness. The higher the position, the higher the authority in the Immortal United, and the more information can be obtained. This is indeed a great gift. You're welcome, Your Excellency Qi Lu, with your strength, it will be a matter of time before you become an elder. The old man just moved this time forward a little bit. Elder Qingwing smiled and said very politely, as long as the strength is strong enough, no matter where you are, you can get enough respect. Not to mention the infinite battlefield, where this kind of strength can represent almost everything. You guys, what are you still doing? After saying that, Elder Qingwing's gaze swept over the stall owners around him again. These guys are all members of the Immortal Union. It's just that their status is the most common and the lowest level. So in the eyes looking at Qi Lu, besides awe, there is also a deep envy. Jealousy is out of the question. Because a strong man of this level is no longer something they can envy. Now being reminded by Elder Qingwing, these stall owners also reacted, knowing that they and others were a little disrespectful, so they hurried over to salute the newly promoted Undying United Elder. I met Elder Qi Lu. I met Elder Qi Lu. Especially those senior gold diggers who brought Qi Lu to the trading market, their expressions had already become dull. I can't understand the situation in front of me at all, why it has developed into what it is now. I and others met this mighty man by accident. Why did he inexplicably become the elder of the Immortal Union where he and others were? Sometimes, the development of the situation is really incomprehensible. Obviously at the beginning, I just wanted to hunt a black bear. In the end, he brought an elder back. However, Qi Lu didn't care about the thoughts of those senior gold diggers, because it was useless to care. If they all joined the Immortal Union, they would be useless. And it was their luck to survive from the black bear. The current disparity in status made them understand that they might never have any contact with each other in the future. For several senior gold diggers, it might be a good thing. After all, one's own strength is not enough, but one has to get involved in the affairs of the strong. It is very easy to lose your life. Of course, what Elder Qingwing did in the trading market was actually to make Qi Lu famous. With so many people aware of this, soon all the members of the Immortal United will know that there is such an elder. Elder Qingwing, as one of the veteran elders of the Immortal United, still has this power. Elder Qi Lu, since you have assumed the position of elder, you also have the right to know some things about the Immortal United. It's better to go back to the headquarters of the Immortal United, and the old man will explain it to you in detail on the way. Seeing that everyone had come to Sealy, Elder Qingwing continued. Alright, Elder Qingwing, please. Qi Lu nodded, and agreed with Elder Qingwing's words. The headquarters of the Immortal United is actually not luxurious, it is more like a group of palaces standing there. Because in the infinite battlefield, there is no such thing as retreat. As for the reason, if one is not careful and runs out of life during the retreat, it would be too unjust to die. Therefore, the huge palace group is more like a cosmetic project, with little real effect. The forces of all parties are either hunting monsters or fighting other forces. To be honest, the infinite battlefield is indeed a place where the flames offer rage and never stop. It's just that there is a clear dividing line between the battlefield area and a peaceful area. The forces of all parties staying in the infinite battlefield do not want to turn all places into battlefields, so naturally they have to restrict this. And these words were naturally spoken to Qi Lu by Elder Qingwing. After all, with the size of the Immortal Alliance, there are very few forces who dare to attack the Immortal Alliance. Many senior gold diggers who came to this area would choose to join the Immortal Alliance after weighing it up in order to protect themselves. This also gave the Immortal United the power to choose. Although the Immortal United is large in size, it doesn't require any unavendregs. If you want a big power to exist in a healthy and long-term way, you must eliminate the dross in time to prevent deterioration. Of course, those rare powerhouses are exceptions. Qi Lu is a very clear example. Not only was the elder of the Immortal United personally invited in, but he also sat in the position of an elder as soon as he joined the Immortal United. Speaking of which, Elder Qi Lu, I almost forgot to tell you. The president of the Immortal United went to a deeper area a few days ago and hasn't returned yet. So this time I came to the headquarters of the Immortal United. I can only show you the way, and there is no way to introduce you to the president. Elder Qingwing seemed to have come to the headquarters of the Immortal United before he remembered this matter. There was also some apology in his tone. It can be seen that even the elders of the Immortal United rarely come to the headquarters. The symbolic meaning of this palace complex is far greater than its practical use. In short, it is the facade of the Immortal Union. It's okay, Elder Qingwing doesn't need to blame himself. Qi Lu shook his head. To be honest, the president of the Immortal United, Qi Lu really didn't particularly want to know him. Since that guy is not in this area now, it's really just right, so there's none to do such hypocrisy. If the president has something to go out, it's the same to wait for the president to come back and then introduce. Also. Elder Qingwing nodded, and then continued, but Elder Qi Lu, don't worry, I still have some right to speak in the Immortal United. Your position as an elder, even if you haven't reported it to the president, is justified. Although the nominal controller of the Immortal Alliance is the president of the Immortal Alliance. But in fact, the authority of the president is to maintain the development of the Immortal Union, and to a considerable extent the right to dispatch members. The president and elders of the Immortal United have the power to review the qualifications of new members and the appointment and dismissal of positions. It's just that the president of the Immortal United has the right to appoint and dismiss all positions. The elders of the Immortal Union can only appoint and remove positions lower than themselves. However, when all the elders unite, they can compete with the president and influence the power of the president. Even remove the president. But in the Immortal Union, will all the elders really be of one mind? Of course it is impossible. In any major power, factional disputes are always inevitable. As long as the members have selfishness, they will find a way to form a big net of interests centered on themselves. Then envelop all interested members and form their own faction to fight against other factions. In this way, the president of the Immortal United will always have the greatest power. So for this situation, the president of the Immortal United has always turned a blind eye. Under normal circumstances, if the Immortal United wants to have the next president, it can only wait for the current president to die due to an accident. That's why Elder Qingwing said that he still has a certain right to speak in the Immortal Union. After all, Elder Qingwing reviewed his qualifications and elected him as the newcomer of the elder. In the eyes of the other elders of Immortal United, they are equivalent to members of the faction of Elder Qingwing. The president of the Immortal United is also happy to see this kind of struggle, so naturally he will not care about this kind of thing. Of course, that's true. But it is not so easy to become an elder of the Immortal Union. The most basic point is to have the strength to convince the public. This is also why the elders of the Immortal Union clearly have the power to appoint and dismiss new elders. But in the Immortal Union, the number of elders is still not many. Because it is really rare to see a newcomer with enough strength to convince the public. To be able to meet a newcomer of Qi Li's level, Elder Qingwing exclaimed in his heart how lucky he was. That's why Qi Li's current identity was made possible with all his efforts. I believe that it won't be long before the other elders of Immortal United will know about this matter. But Qi Lu obviously didn't think so much. After all, he has always been a lone ranger, and Qi Lu doesn't know anything about the struggle between factions. These intrigues are the most troublesome and the last thing Qi Lu wants taught out. If it wasn't for something that required the power of the Immortal United, Qi Lu wouldn't want to get in touch with such a powerful force. Therefore, regarding Elder Qingwing's words, he just nodded noncommittally. Said that he knew. By the way, Elder Qi Lu, if you are still looking for a place to live, the headquarters of the Immortal United, except those places that have already been selected, the rest, you can choose any place you want. Having said that, Elder Qingwing pointed to the palace complex again. Although it is just a cosmetic project of Immortal United, it is still possible to live in, and the quality is definitely not bad. It's just that when you stay in the infinite battlefield, you rarely have to meet or relax. That's why most of these palace groups will be left unused. And there is another point, that is, the problem of being killed in war. That is to say, those members who have selected residences at the headquarters of the Immortal United, once they die in battle, the selected residences will naturally be idle again. And this kind of situation is not uncommon. For these reasons, the buildings in this palace group can be selected from a wide range. Okay, I get it, I won't be polite if necessary. Hearing this, Qi Lu also nodded in response. It's just that he would not be polite when he said it in his mouth, but Heck knew in his heart that this was just a polite remark. It is extremely common to live without a fixed place in the infinite battlefield, and it is not because there is no place to live. Simply cannot calm down. Okay, Elder Qi Lu, you probably know the situation of the Immortal United. Then next, the old man will tell you about the situation of other forces in his area. Now that the light topic is over, it's time to talk about the serious business. Elder Qing Weng's words made Qi Li's expression straighten. The struggle between factions, although troublesome, but no matter how you say it, your own people will fight behind closed doors. And there is also the president of the Immortal United staring at it, no matter what, nothing big will happen. But the battle between forces is different. In order to survive, it must be a life and death battle, and there is absolutely no room for relaxation. Elder Qingwing, please tell me. Although Qi Lu didn't care who the Immortal United had any grudge against. But due to my current status, it's better to listen to this kind of thing. Elder Qi Lu is really rare to be serious. It seems that he already regards himself as a person who is united by immortality. Seeing this, Elder Qingwing couldn't help laughing. Then he continued, but Elder Qi Lu doesn't need to worry too much. With the strength of the Immortal Alliance, in this area, there are actually not many people who dare to provoke us. Among the many forces, Elder Qi Lu only needs to pay special attention to one of them. Elder Qingwing said word by word. Which one? Qi Lu answered. Eternal God Realm. Elder Qingwing said the name solemnly. It also made Qi Li's expression condense, and then listened to Elder Qingwing continue. In fact, when Qi Lu heard this name, he already had some vague guesses in his heart. The Eternal God Realm is indeed one of the forces formed by the main god of the Extreme God Realm. After all, apart from other demon gods, the only ones who can fight against the demon gods are the surviving main gods. The main god who can survive such a difficult environment must have something extraordinary. Therefore, the strength of the Eternal God's domain cannot be ignored. However, the reason why Qi Li's expression was dignified was not because of the power of the Eternal God Realm. Because no matter how powerful the Eternal God Realm was, Qi Li didn't really care. Anyway, he wasn't the one who was hostile to the Eternal God Realm, but an immortal union. The reason why Qi Li looked solemn was because you Shi'er might be in the Eternal God Realm. What a pity, when you came to this area, the first person you met was not a person from the Eternal God Realm, but a person from the Immortal Union. But then again, follow the process of Qi Li fighting the Black Bear. Even if they met people from the Eternal God Realm first, they might not be able to get along like they are now. Because at that time, the power that Qi Lu displayed during the battle was a powerful demon god. That and the members of the Eternal God's domain will definitely not be able to coexist peacefully. Maybe there will be a fight. Then why not sneak into the Immortal United as an undercover agent like now? The Eternal God Realm, a force formed by the main god of the Extreme God Realm. Are there many of their members? After Qi Li finished listening to Elder Qingwing's introduction, he suddenly asked a question. Qi Li didn't know when the gate of the secret realm on the infinite battlefield on the other side of God's realm started and never appeared again. So we can only use this method to guess what time it is. By the way, I can also speculate why the gate of the secret realm of the God realm disappeared. Not much, but not too little. Elder Qingwing thought for a while, before saying such a sentence. Then he hesitated for a moment, and added, and in the Eternal God Realm, there are all-powerful people. Compared with the Immortal Union, the number of members of the Eternal God's domain may not be 1/10. However, the gods and main gods who were able to survive the siege at that level, and those who were not strong enough, have long been eliminated, and the rest are all first-class elite players. All of them are strong with 1 against 10. This is also the biggest reason why Eternal God's domain, with its not-so-large number of members, is able to rank among the top positions in this area, just like the Immortal United. The big waves wash away the sand, and the rest is all gleaming gold. Qi Lu was not surprised by this at all. If the eternal God realm is not strong enough, then Qi Lu will have to doubt it. How did those gods, and the main god, survive? However, what Elder Qingwing said could not answer Qi Li's doubts. The reason for the disappearance of the gate of the secret realm in the God realm is still a mystery. But it doesn't matter anymore, it doesn't matter. However, Elder Qi Lu, since you asked this question, the old man has heard Eramer before. Just when Qi Lu was deep in thought, Elder Qingwing spoke again. What? Qi Lu raised his head suddenly. The Immortal Alliance, and the Eternal God Realm are not just one force. In the inner region of the infinite battlefield, there is a more powerful Immortal Union and the Eternal God Realm. The one in this area is just one of them. Elder Qingwing slowly told the rumors he had heard. It's just that whether these news are rumors or not, only Elder Qingwing himself knows. But based on Qi Li's guess, these news are likely to be true. Because those powerful demon gods and main gods can never stop here. The battle between them is also impossible to stop here. So, can the Immortal Union and the Eternal God Realm be regarded as the evidence left behind in the battle between the demon god and the main god? From this point of view, when the gate of the secret realm of the God Realm disappears, there are probably not a few gods and main gods stranded in the infinite battlefield. Otherwise, it would be impossible to form such a large force to resist the continuous immortal alliance of newcomers. Thank you, Elder Qingwing, for informing me of this news. I wonder if Elder Qingwing has anything else to say. After Qi Lu figured this out, he looked at Elder Qingwing again. Having said that, I have almost finished what should be said. But out of courtesy, I still have to ask one more question. That's all there is to say. If Elder Qi Lu is still interested, he can read the information by himself. Elder Qingwing smiled, and once again gestured to the palace group not far away. The Immortal United still has a lot of materials that are not classified, and they are all stored in the library. The authority of the elders will be greater, and the information that can be read will naturally be more. Don't really think that the headquarters of the Immortal United is just for viewing. In addition, if there is a mission or a war that requires the elders to take action, there will be another notice. Elder Qi Lu will act as he sees fit when the time comes. Elder Qingwing added another sentence. There is one thing to say, the elders of the Immortal United, under normal circumstances, their lives are quite leisurely. It's just that a position is attached to him, there is nothing to do, and the power is not small. Otherwise, how can I say that the position of Elder of the Immortal United is attractive? Normally, the elders of the Immortal Alliance just do their own thing, and when something really happens that ordinary members of the Immortal Alliance cannot handle, someone will come to ask the elders for instructions. Then, if you want to make a move, you have to refer to the elders' own wishes, and it is not forced to make a move. Just like this time, when Qi Lu appeared in the trading market. It was also after someone asked Elder Qingwing for instructions. Elder Qingwing felt that this might be a good seedling, so he decided to come and have a look. If some ordinary members think it's serious, but the elders think it's nothing unusual, it's fine if they don't take action. No one is to blame. So, to some extent, the structure of the Immortal Union is actually quite loose. Then I understand. Qi Lu nodded, indicating that he understood everything. From the current point of view, Immortal United is really a good place. Where can I find good deeds that only enjoy power without fulfilling obligations? It has to be said that the law of survival of the jungle is really applicable everywhere. As long as the strength is strong enough, you can really do whatever you want. By the way, Elder Qi Lu, if you have time and are interested, you can go to Warcraft hunting ground. At the end, Elder Qingwing seemed to have remembered something, and said another sentence. Warcraft hunting ground? Qi Lu raised his eyebrows and repeated the name. It doesn't sound like a good place. That's right, that's the place where battles happen most frequently in this area. Elder Qingwing nodded, and then introduced the Warcraft hunting ground. As Qilu expected, it was indeed not a good place. The Warcraft hunting ground is located near the center of this area, and it is also the place where the number of Warcraft is most dense. Due to the vast area and numerous monsters, it has also become the best hunting place for the large and small forces in this area. In fact, at the beginning, there were not as many monsters in Warcraft hunting ground as there are now. It's just a normal dense area of Warcraft. But it is precisely because of the dense concentration of magical beasts that it attracts a large number of experienced gold diggers to hunt in the past. And as soon as there are more senior gold diggers, conflicts in various aspects will naturally emerge, and then a big battle will start out of control. While there were countless casualties, it also provided a large amount of nutrients for the Warcraft hunting ground, helping the growth of various natural treasures. Then, as the number of heaven, material, and earth treasures increases, the number of monsters attracted will also increase. And the number of Warcraft has increased, so it will attract more senior gold diggers in the past. After such a cycle, it became the current Warcraft hunting ground. A place dedicated to hunting monsters. However, after the formation of Warcraft hunting ground, the various forces also reached an agreement. Large-scale battles are prohibited to prevent the number of experienced gold diggers from plummeting, which will lead to the proliferation of monsters. The current Warcraft hunting ground is the best situation. It can not only limit the number of monsters within a certain range, but also limit the range of activities of monsters to a fixed area. If those powerful monsters started running around, it would be a troublesome matter. And another agreement reached by the various forces is that the treasures of heaven and earth in the Warcraft hunting ground are not allowed to be picked. Because these treasures of heaven and earth are used to attract monsters. The magical beast hunting ground that was finally formed cannot be abandoned due to the lack of natural materials and earthly treasures. Furthermore, after being devoured by hunting monsters, the effects are no worse than those of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. And if you're lucky, you can increase your lifespan if you encounter a magical beast that bursts with chi and blood. Isn't this much stronger than those natural treasures? Therefore, this agreement was also recognized by many forces and passed on to all members. But apart from these two agreements, there are no other rules. Everyone can do what they want. Elder Qingwing would mention such a sentence because he was thinking that if Elder Qilu had time, he could go and take care of the people of the Immortal United, and hunt a few monsters by the way to get a sense of presence. Anyway, he is also the new elder of the Immortal Alliance, so it can't only be known by the internal members of the Immortal Alliance. And Warcraft hunting ground is the best place to gain popularity. Because in Warcraft hunting ground, members of all forces will appear. As long as a certain member of a certain force knows about the existence of Elder Qilu, then the entire force will know about it. In this way, the deterrent power of the Immortal Alliance will also increase. After all, the position of elder cannot be taken casually. In a sense, the number of elders in a force can actually be used to roughly judge the overall combat power and comprehensive strength of the force. Although with the size of the Immortal United, it is no longer necessary to rely on this kind of thing to enhance deterrence. But if there is one more new elder, what's the point of publicizing it? Of course, whether to go or not depends on Qi Li's own wishes. The Immortal United never forces the elders to do something. I see, I'll go and have a look when I have time. Qi Li nodded after listening to the introduction about the World of Warcraft hunting ground. Being able to directly contact all the forces in this area is a good channel for obtaining information. But before that, let's go to the reference room of the Immortal United to look through it. In the data room of the Immortal United, not only the information of the Immortal United itself is recorded. There is also information about other forces. Maybe we can find clues about Yushir from inside. After Elder Qingwing said these words, he cupped his hands and left. Qi Lu was left alone, walked around the palace complex, found the reference room, and got in. Let's go to Warcraft hunting ground later, let's go through these materials first. If something really happened, the members of the Immortal United would come to inform them of these elders. Warcraft hunting ground. Although this place is densely populated with Warcraft. But that is also relative, it is impossible to see all the monsters. Otherwise, there is no need for those senior gold diggers to hunt, these Warcraft themselves can fight. And another point, there are not so many natural treasures here, which can afford so many monsters. So when you come to the Warcraft hunting ground to hunt Warcraft, you still need to look for Warcraft. It's just that the process of finding it is very easy. During this process, the people and horses of the various forces also tried their best to abide by the agreement and not disturb each other. However, if there is a real enmity between each other, it is normal to fight, and everyone regards it as a fun. After all, the agreement between the parties is that large-scale battles are not allowed. It's not that fighting isn't allowed. Small fights are impossible to stop. So when you come to the World of Warcraft hunting ground to hunt monsters, in addition to paying attention to the attacks of monsters, you must also pay attention, and be careful not to be plotted against by your enemies. However, for some big forces, this kind of thing doesn't have so much to pay attention to. Just like the Immortal Union. Another example is the Eternal God Realm. Those small powers dare not offend these big powers standing at the top of this area. But at this moment, in the center of the Warcraft hunting ground, the senior gold diggers of the Eternal God Realm are looking for prey. The senior gold diggers of other small forces naturally avoided them. If you are killed by these guys, there is no reason to go. Because of the reputation of the Eternal God's domain in this area, that is a terrible reputation. After all, compared to other forces, the Eternal God's domain is incompatible, there is certainly no harmony between the main god and the demon god. Then, as the only force formed by the main gods, the one who breaks out is naturally a bad name. In the world of the weak and the strong, only if you are strong enough and ferocious enough, will others be afraid of you. In order to survive, not to be provoked, and there must be vengeance, these are the human settings that Eternal God Realm must establish. Looking at it now, this approach is obviously very successful. There is news that a feathered snake appeared in the World of Warcraft hunting grounds. I don't know if it is true or not. Whether it's true or not, we have to come and see. I believe you also know how rare a feathered snake is. It is not easy to appear in this place. It's true. It's hard to find a monster that fits us so well in the World of Warcraft hunting field. A few senior gold diggers from the Eternal God Realm chatted casually while looking for traces of Warcraft. The feathered serpent is a magical beast that looks like a long snake with wings. With the power to control wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, his combat power is very tyrannical. Correspondingly, if one can swallow feathered serpent meat, in addition to strengthening one's physique, it can also strengthen the power of laws. That's why the senior gold diggers in the Eternal God's domain were so interested and couldn't wait to come and look for it. After all, powerful monsters are extremely rare. If it is hunted and killed by other forces, it will be a big loss. Although cultivators who practice the way of the demon god are not interested in the effect of feathered serpent meat that can strengthen the power of laws. But if they can add obstacles to the Eternal God Realm, they are still very happy to do it. Who made the relationship between the heavenly extreme realm and the divine extreme realm have always been at odds. After finding the feathered serpent, kill it as soon as possible, and then bring it back. Otherwise, those guys from the Immortal United will definitely come over and interfere with us after they hear the news. During the casual chat, a senior gold digger from the Eternal God Realm gave another advice. Perhaps in this area, other forces only dare to block the Eternal God's domain secretly. But the Immortal Union is definitely not in this list. It would be better to say that Immortal United and Eternal God's Realm are feuds, and if there is a chance, they will definitely not make each other happy. Yes, we know. The other senior gold diggers also nodded in agreement. But at this moment, a terrifying roar suddenly came from a distance. Roar. The sound is thick and long, and has strong penetrating power. It was like the sound of thunder, resounding through the heaven and earth. Even if the sound disappeared, the shock still remained. This is the roar of the feathered serpent. After hearing this voice, the senior gold diggers of Eternal God Realm became excited. The feathered snake can control the power of wind, rain, thunder and lightning, so the movement it makes is naturally not small, and its characteristics are quite obvious. The sound is like thunder, and the reverberation lingers around the beam. Can't go wrong. Go to the place where the voice came from. They came to the World of Warcraft hunting ground just for the feathered serpent, and now that they finally found their target, they naturally wouldn't hesitate. Several figures suddenly rushed to the distance like lightning. Soon, I saw where the feathered serpent was. It does look like a long snake with wings, but it is much bigger than a normal long snake. The feathered snakes that appeared this time were at least 100 meters long at a glance. The scales even shone with a metallic luster, proving how powerful its defense was. And the pair of wings made of white feathers stretched outwards, also tens of meters wide, stretched across the sky, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. Since feathered snakes are called feathered snakes, they can naturally fly. It would be too ridiculous if the magical beast that controlled the power of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning could not fly. But at this moment, the feathered serpent is not only flying in the sky, but beside it, thick thunderclouds are gathered. In the pitch-black thundercloud, thunder rolled, lightning flashed, and there were bursts of thunder. Feathered serpent's pair of huge vertical pupils stared down even more closely. A dozen or so veteran gold diggers covered in scorched black and wounds were also looking at feathered snake, looking for an opportunity to make a move. Being preempted? The experienced gold diggers of Eternal Gods frowned. But soon, it stretched out. Because looking at the appearance of those guys, one knew that they could never be the opponent of this feathered serpent. And on the other hand, so what if it was preempted? In the World of Warcraft hunting grounds, there is no rule against snatching other people's prey. With the fierce reputation of the Eternal God Realm, even if this feathered snake was robbed, these guys would not dare to say anything. At most, it is just a few words behind the back. But, in the current situation, there is no need to grab it at all. Just wait for these guys to be killed by feathered serpent, and they will goover and take over. By the way, these guys can also help consume the physical strength of the feathered serpent. You know, in the Warcraft hunting ground, the number of senior gold diggers who die at the hands of Warcraft every day is not a small number. But this still can't stop these senior gold diggers from flocking to them. The wages of avarice is death. This is normal. So after seeing this scene, the senior gold diggers of Eternal God Realm also stopped in tacit understanding. Then I found a place to hide myself. Prepare to sit here and watch the tigers fight. And those senior gold diggers who are confronting the feathered snake are actually feeling uncomfortable. Because they didn't expect that this feathered snake would be so strong. After several confrontations, they didn't get the slightest advantage. On the contrary, they lost soldiers and generals, and lost several lives here. But now it's hard to get off the tiger, and I can't get away even if I want to. Although feathered snake is powerful, but no matter how you say it, it is still a monster. When you provoke it first, it is impossible to say that if you don't fight it, you will stop fighting it. So by this time, these senior gold diggers were already thinking about how to escape. Warcraft can be hunted at any time. But there is only one life. What should I do now? You ask me? How do I know? This plumed snake seems to have its eyes on us, and it definitely doesn't want to let us go. Isn't that the end of us? Can you please say something nice? The longer the confrontation with the Quaddle, the more stressful it will be. The dark thunderclouds gathered all over the sky are the biggest source of pressure. You must know that the power of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning controlled by feathered snake is not ordinary wind, rain, thunder and lightning. The destructive power contained in it is not inferior to the real power of law, and even surpasses it. The thunderclouds that gather, the thunder that is constantly brewing, the longer it accumulates, the more powerful it will be. If you don't make a decision, no one will be able to leave. As of now, that's the only way to go. Everyone, make a full shot, and then run away separately. Let's live in peace. In the current situation, this decision is already the best way. Otherwise, when feathered snake completely gathers the next thunderbolt into shape, just a dozen of them will all fall here. Then it was swallowed by the infinite battlefield and turned into the nourishment of those heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Okay, let's do it. This proposal was unanimously approved. However, at the next moment, these senior gold diggers need to take full action. But everyone made the same decision, leaving enough energy to escape. Senior gold diggers are selfish. They don't want to sell their lives to keep others alive. The consequences of doing so can be imagined. Roar. The feathered snake also launched an attack the moment these senior gold diggers took action. At this moment, the thunderclouds all over the sky flashed with dazzling lightning, almost dyeing the entire sky deep purple. Boom! The thunder roared and resounded in all directions, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. Under this terrifying momentum, the power of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning controlled by the Quetzalcoatl also poured out. The violent thunder, like a deep purple waterfall, surged down from the sky and fell for 9 days. It was a sky curtain woven by endless thunder. A senior gold prospector, who only wanted to escape, would have difficulty resisting such a terrifying attack. Now we are working hard but not doing our best. The final result would be to be submerged under this violent thunder. No. I don't want to die yet. Help me, no matter who it is, please come and save me. How is it possible? Why does this feathered serpent have such terrifying power? Damn. Why are you all running away? A dozen senior gold diggers who were drowned by thunder falls finally felt what despair was at the last moment. When a force that is completely irresistible pours towards him. The feeling of slowly waiting to die. Shrouded in a deep sense of powerlessness, he heads toward death. What a bunch of funny trash. We have reached a time like this, but we still refuse to work together. Instead, we are all thinking about how to escape. They provoked the feathered snake and wanted to escape. Who taught them? Who knows? But that's fine. At least we took over the hunting rights of the Quetzalcoatl in an upright manner. The people from the eternal god realm who had just hidden their figure and aura were almost stunned when they saw this scene. I originally planned to watch a good show, but this is what happened. Didn't you survive even a single move? It seems that they still overestimated the strength of those members of the small forces. One thing to say is that not every force in the upper areas of the infinite battlefield is qualified to pick and choose those who join. In addition to being able to rank in the eternal god realm, the Immortal Alliance is a major force at this level. For those small forces whose overall strength is not very good, it would be nice to have people join them. How can you still pick and choose? Everyone is just huddled together to keep warm. Therefore, at this critical moment of life and death, it is normal for those guys to behave completely uncoordinated. Because they had never thought about working together sincerely, they were just working together. Okay, everyone, stop talking. Get ready to fight. Yes. Even when they were laughing at those guys, the senior gold diggers of the eternal god's realm did not forget what they should do now. After all, the Quetzalcoatl is not a weak monster, and it must not be taken lightly when fighting. But compared to that group of unorganized and undisciplined guys, The cooperation between the senior gold diggers of Eternal God Realm seems quite skilled. Create a web of laws, but don't let the feathered serpent you finally found escape. Following an order, several senior gold diggers shook their hands and threw out the power of laws that had been condensed into threads. They were instantly entangled together, forming a huge web of laws, and then shrouded towards the feathered serpent in the sky. And go. The thunder that filled the sky had tended to dissipate after the feathered snake attacked. Now it was caught again by the net of laws, and it suddenly turned into nothingness. Only the thunderclouds, which were so thick that they could not be dispersed, were still splashed on the sky like thick ink. The feathered serpent is hidden in the thunderclouds. Roar. Suddenly, a roar like the sound of angry thunder erupted from the thundercloud. The senior gold diggers who gathered around knew that it was not the sound of thunder, but the angry roar of the feathered serpent. It seems to have discovered its current situation. How alert! If we had moved slower, you might have escaped. The experienced gold diggers of the Eternal God Realm have extremely rich experience in hunting monsters. In particular, the rare magical beast like the feathered serpent, which must be captured, is a top priority. Although this guy is powerful, he is not slow at all in escaping when he senses danger. It is said that the feathered serpent controls the power of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. But in fact, the feathered snake almost always uses the power of thunder and lightning in battle. The rest of the wind and rain power is basically used for escape. The power of wind accelerates, and the power of rain sets up obstacles to confuse the enemy. Human perception hinders the enemy's pursuit. It can be said that a monster like the feathered serpent is definitely a good player at bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Therefore, if you don't use the net of law to imprison the feathered serpent, it is very likely that the feathered serpent, which was found with great difficulty, will escape. However, when the Quetzalcoatl is cornered, it will erupt with even more terrifying fighting power. This point must be noted. The angry feathered serpent is not that easy to deal with. This is also the most troublesome part when hunting feathered snakes. Thinking about it this way, those guys who came here to hunt the feathered snake before probably didn't understand the combat power of the feathered snake at all. Although the character of the Quetzalcoatl tends to bully the weak and avoid the strong, this does not mean that the Quetzalcoatl is easy to bully. Haven't you heard that it's more terrifying for an honest person to get angry? Although Quetzalcoatl is not an honest person, in a sense, this thing is much scarier than an honest person. As the law network approaches, the thunderclouds in the sky also show signs of restlessness. The roar of thunder became more frequent and louder. Boom! This is the warning given by the Quetzalcoatl. Because the senior gold diggers in the Eternal God's domain were far more powerful than those before, the Quetzalcoatl did not directly attack. Rather, he wanted to use this warning method to scare off the enemy. A meaningless warning only makes your situation worse. However, the experienced gold diggers of the Eternal God's domain are not novice hunters. Those who can survive to this day have at least stayed in the infinite battlefield for thousands of years. How could he be deterred by such a simple trick? On the contrary, in the process of the feathered serpent issuing the warning, the web of laws was condensed even more firmly. Everyone, get ready, the Quetzalcoatl should start attacking. One of the senior gold diggers warned. Don't worry, it's not the first time we've hunted monsters of this level. It's better to let the brothers who go up to the first wave of feathered snakes attack, be careful. Several senior gold diggers around were talking with a smile, and the net of laws that they were holding was also tightened. The big net woven with the power of law is not just to prevent feathered snakes from escaping. It can also imprison part of the feathered snake's power. Compared with those unorganized and undisciplined guys, their cooperation is much more skillful. In other words, almost all the senior gold diggers in the Eternal God's domain can cooperate with each other without any obstacles. This is also the result of their running in countless crises. When the newcomers no longer increase, the strength of the veterans can onlib continuously improved. And more importantly, since there is no power of faith in the infinite battlefield, when the gods or main gods fall, the supreme throne will also be shattered, and there will be no chance of resurrection. This is also the biggest reason why any senior gold digger in the eternal god's domain dare not mess around. The devouring of the infinite battlefield is ruthless, but it doesn't care who the target is. Boom! The next moment, thunder rolled. Feathered Serpent's patience seemed to have reached its limit, and it was no longer a mere warning. The pitch-black thunder cloud was like thick ink splashing, but the thunder light surging in it was extremely dazzling. While the thunder was surging, a long snake formed by several thunderbolts suddenly emerged from the thunder cloud, biting towards the senior gold diggers around, with a mighty momentum and the power of thunder and lightning. Dye the dark sky into a deep purple. Coming. You have all pulled the net of law. The law of fire, burning flames. The law of the rock, the royal mountain barrier. The moment the feathered serpent launched its attack, the senior gold digger saw the eternal god realm also moved. The power of law all over the sky gathered into an extremely fierce attack, and bombarded towards the biting thunder snake. This is also the advantage of the senior gold diggers of the eternal goddess domain against the feathered serpent. The power of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, no matter how you say it, belongs to the category of Tianwei. It is never possible to resist unscathed with the physical body. If it can be resolved quickly, there is no problem. For those powerful demon gods, it would not be a big deal if they resisted the mighty thunderbolt a few times, at most it would be a skin trauma. However, feathered snake's strength is there, and it is not so easy to win a quick battle. Once the fighting time is prolonged, small skin injuries will continue to accumulate, which will also be life-threatening. That's why in the World of Warcraft hunting grounds, the danger level of feathered snakes has always remained high. But for Eternal God's domain, it is different. Everyone is playing long distance, the big deal is to keep using the power of the law to fight, or it will be over. Moreover, the Eternal God's domain has the blessing of the net of laws, which can ensure that there will be no accidents when hunting feathered snakes. When the feathered snake can't hold on first, it's time to close the net. The whole process basically tends to be an assembly line-like operation. Everyone is doing what they should do in an orderly manner. A feathered serpent trapped in the net of laws is like a fish in a fishing net. I can only struggle desperately, but it is impossible to escape the fishing net. And the job of the senior gold diggers in the Eternal God's domain is to constantly consume the feathered snake's strength. Until the end, when they could capture it, they would take action, hunt down the feathered serpent, and then bring the spoils back to the Eternal God realm. It may be a waste of time to do so, but it is definitely the safest way. Because the Eternal God realm cannot accept meaningless sacrifices. Roar. Angry roars continued. Feathered Snake's mood also became more and more irritable. The thunder in the thunder cloud is also churning faster and faster, with thunder snakes constantly biting out. However, no matter how the feathered serpent attacks, it will be blocked by senior gold diggers of the Eternal God realm. Trapped it tightly in the net of law. It's about time. If this feathered serpent can burst out with energy and blood, it should start soon. Everyone, don't take it lightly. If this feathered serpent really uses its chi and blood to explode, we still have a tough battle to fight. At this time, a senior gold digger with rich experience in hunting feathered snakes suddenly gave a warning. The value of the monsters in the monster hunting grounds will increase exponentially if they can explode with energy and blood. But at the same time, the combat power will also increase exponentially. If one is not careful, all previous efforts may be wasted. No. Brothers, don't just talk about it, let's start to gather the net of double law now. You don't need to talk about this kind of thing? It's already ready. That's right, look down on us. The atmosphere in the Eternal God's domain is quite friendly. Almost all into The members are all old comrades who have fought side by side for thousands of years, and it is common to joke with each other. While opening their mouths to tease, the actions of these senior gold diggers did not stop at all. The net of double law condensed at the fastest speed. To ensure that even if the feathered serpent in front of him can use chi and blood burst, it is impossible to escape. Receive. In almost a few breaths, countless threads of law are entangled together. Then it shrank rapidly, covering the previous huge net of laws, and then overlapped together. The silk thread of the law is blended again, and the degree of firmness is improved by 10 times. At this moment, the fishing net used to trap the feathered snake, the fish, was no ordinary fishing net. It is a steel wire mesh woven from alloy steel. Also at this time, in the pitch-black thundercloud, a thunderous sound theater sounded through the heavens and the earth erupted. The sound wave was like a wave, spreading throughout the entire Warcraft hunting ground in an instant, and it was still spreading to farther places. This feathered snake really bursts with energy and blood. There is nothing wrong with the momentum just now. It's a pity that it is doomed when it encounters an experienced hunter. The Eternal God's domain still values monsters like feathered snakes very much. In the situation just now, if another senior gold digger came over, if he was a little negligent, his success would fall short. How can it be like now, every step, can predict the enemy's opportunity, know what the feathered serpent wants to do? This is the same as brushing bosses in some games. Without him, only hands are familiar. After all, Warcraft's brains are generally not very good. Even if the fighting instinct is strong, it is easy to deal with after getting familiar with it. It can only be said that unless the hard power is crushed by monsters, it will be different. It's useless to be familiar with it. If you can't beat it, you can't beat it, you have to accept your fate. However, for the senior gold diggers in the Eternal God's domain, there is no situation that they can't beat a feathered snake. It's just that they want to hunt and kill this feathered serpent in the safest way. Boom. The sound of angry thunder is endless. The feathered serpent, which was originally hiding in the thundercloud, also showed its figure at this moment. It had a huge body, nearly 100 meters long before, but now it has more than doubled in size. The wings formed by the gathering of white feathers on the back also became even bigger. And there is another pair of smaller wings, growing below. The scale armor, which was still shining with metallic luster, also turned crimson red, glowing blood-colored light. After the eruption of chi and blood, the feathered snake became even more ferocious and terrifying. The breath that spewed out naturally became stronger. However, even so, the final outcome does not seem to have changed much. It's not bad, as expected, it will burst out with chi and blood. Fortunately, we made preparations in advance, otherwise it would be really possible for this guy to run away. As an experienced hunter, of course, all possible situations must be taken into consideration. Naturally, it is impossible to ignore such things as the explosion of chi and blood. Even if the combat effectiveness of the feathered serpent has been enhanced. But in front of the experienced gold diggers of the Eternal God realm, it just became a little more troublesome. There is no possibility of a tragic victory. At most, it consumes a little more. So, it can be seen from here. There is such a huge gap in overall strength between those small powers and big powers of the Eternal God's domain level. One was crushed by a feathered serpent that hadn't yet used its chi and blood burst. The other one was able to easily hunt feathered serpents that used chi and blood burst. The battle continues. But all the process is an assembly line operation, which is constantly consuming the power of the feathered serpent. The net of double law that has been reinforced in advance is the fishing net that the feathered serpent cannot struggle to open no matter what. The senior gold diggers of Eternal God's domain also cooperated extremely tacitly. It can resolve every attack of the feathered serpent without any mistakes. Until all the strength of the feathered serpent is exhausted. Time passed bit by bit. The furious feathered serpent finally reached the moment when it was exhausted, and its powerful aura began to weaken. Such a situation also made the senior gold digger with rich hunting experience raise a smile at the corner of his mouth. Attention everyone, don't let your guard down at this time. Pay attention to prevent the feather snake's final counterattack. Before he could finish speaking, he heard a terrifying roar from the feathered serpent. Boom! It was like a thunderbolt fell from the sky. With this roar, the thunderclouds all over the sky also exploded. Endless thunderbolts surged out of the torn thunderclouds like waves pouring into the sky, roaring away in all directions. At this moment, the sky became a world made up of thunder. The terrifying thunder almost condensed into a deep purple liquid, and the terrifying power contained in it seemed to tear apart all obstacles. This was Feathered Serpent's last counterattack in desperation. Unfortunately, he was guessed again. Tighten the net of laws and stop this thunder tide. Yes. At the edge of the battlefield, the senior gold digger who controlled the net of law responded, and the power of law in his body rushed out. What should have been an invisible net of laws, at this moment, shone with brilliant brilliance. From the deep purple sky, a different color shines out. It looks like a flat boat in the sea. It seems that it will be overturned by the thunderous waves at any time and be thrown into the deep sea. But in fact, the firm net of laws is like the existence of Dinghe Shenzhen. In the face of the raging thunder waves, he did not waver at all, and firmly resisted the feathered snake's final counterattack. The devastating impact was completely protected by the net of laws. The price paid, that is, those senior gold diggers who control the net of laws, feel a little exhausted. After hunting the feathered serpent, it would be nice to go back and rest for a while. It's finally done. Although it took so much effort, it's still worth it to harvest a feathered serpent that can explode with energy and blood. After Feathered Serpent's final counterattack was resisted, the next thing was very simple. A feathered snake that has lost its resistance will inevitably end up being hunted. After working so hard for so long, it was finally rewarding. Even the senior gold diggers in the Eternal God realm are inevitably a little excited. After all, monsters like Feathered Snake are still very difficult to find, and it is luck to meet them. Especially to be able to meet a feathered serpent that can use chi and blood toxplode, that is luck among luck. Not only can it strengthen the physique and law power, but it can also provide a lot of lifespan. This is in the infinite battlefield. Is still very precious. And more importantly, even if the feathered serpent returned to its original size, it would still be nearly 100 meters long. After bringing it back to the Eternal God domain, it can almost meet the needs of most of the members. It's a great harvest. A few senior gold diggers from the Eternal God's domain sighed with emotion. However, just after the words fell, another voice sounded in the distance. Yeah, it's really rewarding. This voice immediately changed the faces of the senior gold diggers in the Eternal God realm. Looking up, I saw a group of dozens of senior gold diggers walking over carelessly. He didn't have the slightest idea of hiding his intentions. Because there is no need for this at all. It's you. The senior gold diggers of Eternal God realm immediately recognized who these guys were. They are the people of Immortal Union. That's why those guys don't hide their intentions at all. The Immortal Alliance and the Eternal God's domain are feuds, and there is no possibility of peaceful coexistence at all. If you meet him in a place like Warcraft Hunting Ground, it's impossible to pretend not to see him. Especially when the people from the Eternal God's domain also hunted a feathered serpent. You don't need to guess what the people of the Immortal United want to do. That's right, it's us. Can meet in this place, don't you think, we are very destined? The senior gold diggers of the Immortal United said aloud as they walked. The playfulness in the voice is clearly audible. They just feel that the luck of waiting for others is really good. After hearing the roar of the feathered serpent, he rushed here in a hurry, and unexpectedly met someone from the Eternal God realm. Moreover, the people of the Eternal God realm have already hunted and killed the feathered serpent. Under such circumstances, their immortal alliance, as the feud of the Eternal God realm, shouldn't they eat the people of the Eternal God realm, including the feathered snake? The answer is self-evident. This is also the purpose of Immortal and these senior gold diggers appearing here. When the people from the Eternal God realm and the people from the Immortal Union collide, a big battle is inevitable. But under the circumstances at this moment, the senior gold diggers of the Eternal God realm have no intention of fighting. Because when hunting feathered snakes, although there was no danger, but the consumption of power is real. If the battle with the Immortal Alliance started now, it would be at a disadvantage from the very beginning. The senior gold diggers in the Eternal God realm knew this matter well. The senior gold diggers of the Immortal United also knew it in their hearts. That's why it's such a joke. Fate? I just think it's really bad luck to meet you. In the face of the Immortal Alliance of enemies from the previous generation, the senior gold diggers of the Eternal God realm, even if they knew that the current situation of themselves and others was not good, they would never bow their heads in terms of momentum. But this time it was really a coincidence. If you don't come early, you can't play, but just when you and others have just hunted and killed the feathered serpent, you run over. If it had come earlier, the senior gold diggers of the Eternal God realm would have found a way to let feathered serpent include the people of the Immortal United within the attack range, so as to consume their strength. And this method is extremely effective. After all, physical training who prefers melee combat is already at a disadvantage when facing the feathered serpent. It would be better if you come later. Perhaps the senior gold diggers from the Eternal God's domain have already left the Warcraft hunting ground with the feathered snake they hunted. But it just happened to be in the middle of the time. It was the time when the senior gold diggers in the Eternal God's domain spent the most and did not leave. If at this time, if you fight against the senior gold diggers of the Immortal United, defeat is almost a certainty. Moreover, the feathered serpent, which was finally hunted, gave up like this, and it was really unwilling. And, the most crucial point is, even if they want to leave, are those guys from the Immortal United willing to let them go? The answer is of course impossible. Therefore, the senior gold diggers in the Eternal God's domain never thought of giving in. At worst, they would just fight to the death. Even if I was going to die here today, I would have to drag myself behind. Just to be honest. From the perspective of the senior gold diggers in the Eternal God realm, Hestil suffered a big loss by exchanging his own life for the lives of these guys. Isn't there no way now, otherwise who would want to make such a decision? Oh, how can you say it's bad luck? You should say it's fate. At this time, a bald man came out of the senior gold diggers of the Immortal United, and said strangely. Judging from the positions of him and others, it should be the leader of this group of senior gold diggers. On the body of the bald man, there are many lines, composed of scales. But the area covered is not much, and it seems to be a mixed race. Such situations are not uncommon, although bloodlines between different races may produce isolation. However, there may be mixed situations, and it also happens from time to time. It's just that there is no way to predict whether such a change is good or bad. However, now is not the time to care about this kind of thing at all. The big battle is just around the corner, so how can there be so much leisure to think about it? Seeing the Immortal United, the leader came out, and the Eternal God realm, of course, couldn't show weakness. Then a tall and thin man also came out. It was the man who commanded the battle when he was hunting feather snakes. Unlike the mixed-race bald man, this tall and thin man is a serious human race. If you don't believe it yourself, don't say it. Also, rather than making such meaningless ridicule, it's better to directly state your purpose. The tall and thin man didn't answer the bald man's words, but put the topic on the right track. What can the Eternal God's domain and the Immortal Union have in common? When they meet together, they either fight, or after the battle, the loser leaves. To be able to say a few more words is to ridicule and sneer in a strange way, such as at this time. After a difficult battle, a senior gold digger from the Eternal God's domain was bumped into by a member of the Immortal United. Why don't you make a mockery of it? After all, the victory this time is already doomed. In normal times, when people from the Eternal God realm collide with people from the Immortal Alliance, the Immortal Alliance still loses more than wins. Because Eternal God realm is taking the elite route, and it is also an elite route that ordinary big forces cannot follow. It is a road that is forced to be helpless, and has to bite the bullet and goon. Although Immortal United also has this idea. But when the pressure is not in place, there is no such thing as execution if there is no idea. So under normal circumstances, if it's an encounter, it's usually the Immortal United that was beaten. But this time, he happened to encounter the weak state of the people from the Eternal God's domain after the battle, so how could he not seize the opportunity? Our aim? Good question. Talking to smart people is comfortable. The tone of the bald man's tone was still so sinister, but the hostility in his eyes couldn't be faked. Just trash talk, before the war. How about this? After a pause, the bald man continued. You leave the feathered snake behind, then kneel down and beg for mercy, and he will let you leave. How about that? Having said that, the bald man opened his arms, showing a "how could I be so kind" expression. As if he was really willing to let the other party go. However, the tall and thin man knew very well in his heart that this guy's request was nothing more than humiliating them. Under the feud, there has never been a chance for peace talks, and there has never been such a precedent. Saying this kind of thing is just because of the arrogance of winning. It's really funny. It's really boring for you to say such things. You know that I will not agree to such a request, and you also know that such a situation is impossible, so you insist on saying it. Is it because you broke your brain before you came here? The tall and thin man returned with neither yin nor yang. Since the other party is willing to talk nonsense with him here, he is also willing to accompany him. The longer the time dragged on, the more senior gold diggers on the side of the Eternal God's domain would recover, which is a good thing. But obviously, the bald man is not really brainless. To ridicule this kind of thing, just say a few words. We all know each other so well, and we have been feuding for such a long time, it's useless to talk too much. It's better to kill these guys as soon as possible, and then bring the feathered serpent back. That being said, today is really lucky. It can be said that it is a bumper harvest to not only dampen the spirit of the Eternal God realm, but also to harvest a feathered serpent that can explode with energy and blood. So after hearing what the tall and thin man said, the bald man also laughed. Since you are not willing to cherish the opportunity one give, no wonder we are so cruel. Feathered snake, we want it. We want your life too. At this point, the bald man raised his arms and called out. The senior gold diggers of the Immortal United who followed him all had fierce eyes and hideous faces. If you have the ability, just try it. The tall and thin man was not afraid, and said with a cold snort. But being tough on the surface doesn't mean that he will really choose to fight against these guys under such unfavorable conditions. Escaping is definitely impossible, and it is impossible for those guys from the Immortal United to let them escape. But there is no problem calling for reinforcements. The senior gold diggers of the Eternal God's domain have been in the infinite battlefield for a long time, and they have researched a lot. Calling for reinforcements remotely is just one of the small methods. This is also one of the methods used by Eternal Gods to ensure the safety of many members. In the absence of newcomers, any member of the Eternal God's domain is the most precious asset. So when it was discovered that something was wrong, the call for help had already been sent out. It's just that it will take some time for the reinforcements to arrive. Therefore, the current task of the senior gold diggers present in the Eternal God realm is to survive this period of time until the reinforcements arrive. The immediate crisis is naturally resolved. Since you've said that, we'd be more respectful than obedient. Brothers, kill. The bald man didn't waste any more time, he shouted loudly, and rushed forward first. The number of times the Immortal United and the Eternal God's domain have fought is too many, and their rich experience has told them. When fighting the senior gold diggers of the Eternal Gods, be sure not to be kited. The power of law is suitable for long-range attacks most of the time. This is not good news for those who prefer melee combat. So getting close first is the right choice. Of course, the tall and thin man would not use his own weaknesses to touch the enemy's strengths. Although it is said that the power of the law has a wide range of uses, there are also some functions that can be used to strengthen one's own body. But compared with this kind of physical training that specializes in tempering the body, it is still far behind. So if you can drag and beat, you will naturally have to drag and beat. Pulling away the body first is what should be done. The other senior gold diggers are no exception. Everyone has extremely rich combat experience, and no one will make such low-level mistakes. Even if he tries his best, he will not expose his flaws. Therefore, although the war started, although the momentum was huge, but real casualties are rare. Everyone is an old opponent, and they all know the strengths and weaknesses of each other, so it is not so easy to make mistakes. On the contrary, the mighty momentum that came out shocked the senior gold diggers from other forces in the Warcraft hunting ground, and couldn't help but tremble. When he learned that the Eternal God's domain and the Immortal United were fighting again, he even chose to leave here quickly and hide far away. Because in this area, the relationship between the Eternal God's domain and the Immortal Union is no secret. All the big and small forces know that these two big forces have been feuding for generations. Once they meet, they will definitely fight. So it's no surprise. In addition, whether it is the Eternal God Realm or the Immortal Alliance, they are all first-class powers in this area. Naturally, it is impossible for anyone to dare to intervene in the battle between them, let alone take advantage of it. Perhaps when the snipe and the clam compete, the fisherman can indeed benefit. But when two tigers fight, a mouse is not entitled to take advantage of the injured tiger. Maybe when I stepped forward to pick up a bargain, the tiger happened to see it, and then I was eaten in one bite. So every time the senior gold diggers from the Eternal God Realm and the Immortal Alliance go to war, the senior gold diggers from other forces will always choose to stay away from that piece of right and wrong, and wait until they finish fighting. This time, of course, is no exception. Don't worry at all, the fight will be interrupted. However, as time went by, the Eternal God's domain side also fell behind as expected. After all, when hunting feathered snakes, they consumed too much power, and it was difficult to recover in a short time. In a hurry, but also to fight against the senior gold diggers of the Immortal United, how could it not be at a disadvantage? Don't look at the time of hunting feathered snakes, early preparations, anticipating the enemy's opportunity, so that the senior gold diggers of the Eternal God Realm achieved 0 casualties. But when facing a feathered serpent that can explode with energy and blood, there are too many things to pay attention to. Not to mention the physical strength consumed. Under extreme concentration, the mental power consumed is also a point that needs to be paid attention to. For these reasons, the disadvantage of the Eternal God's domain became more and more obvious in this battle. The power of law in the body can't keep up. On the surface, it seems to be the side of the Immortal United, covered in. The injured senior gold diggers were more miserable. But in fact, most of those shocking-looking wounds are skin trauma, which will not affect the combat power at all. A few deep wounds, even though the power of law is left to erode the wounds and prevent them from healing. But it is impossible to endanger life. On the other hand, on the side of the Eternal God's domain, when the power of the law is empty and the physical strength is exhausted, it basically declares that the time of death is approaching. To make an image metaphor, the mage and the warrior are fighting. At the beginning, it was the mage who was fighting the wild monsters, and used up half of the mana, and then encountered the warriors who came to steal the wild monsters. So the mage turned around and started fighting with the warrior, and flying the kite consumed half of the warrior's blood. But this blood volume is still a safe bloodline for fighters. However, the master has no blue. So, who is more powerful, a warrior with half blood or a mage with empty mana? The answer is naturally obvious at a glance. Although this metaphor is not absolute, it may not be completely accurate. But in the current situation, it's really not much worse. The mage will soon be empty mana, and the warrior is of course very excited. You are still as slippery as ever. Unfortunately, this time, you will lose. During the battle, the bald man felt the weakening of the opponent's attack range, and he knew it immediately. This is a sign of impending exhaustion. You know, most of the time, the Eternal God realm, which takes the elite route, is fighting against the Immortal United. This time, it was their turn to be elated. There is no result yet, so don't be too happy. The tall and thin man snorted coldly and said in a cold tone. If not for being taken advantage of by the Immortal Alliance, how could the Eternal God realm be at a disadvantage in the encounter? There is a difference between the big forces that take the quality route and the big forces that take the quantity route. But there are no ifs. In fact, the tall and thin man had a premonition of this when he was hunting feathered snakes before. Because the movement caused by the feathered serpent was too great. The entire Warcraft hunting ground was alarmed. How could it not be noticed by the Immortal Alliance? It's just that the tall and thin man didn't expect that the people from the Immortal Alliance would arrive in such a timely manner. That's why it turned out like this. After the situation gradually came to a disadvantage, casualties that had not occurred when hunting the feathered snake before, but now when fighting the people of the Immortal Alliance, began to appear. This is definitely something that is difficult to accept for the Eternal Divine Realm, which has almost no new members. There is a saying that those who are united with immortality exchange their lives for lives. One exchange for 10 seems like a loss. People in the Eternal God Realm are dying one by one in the true sense. However, the number of members of the Immortal Union can continue to increase. For the Immortal Alliance, as long as there are new people joining, it will be difficult to damage the foundation, and there will be no loss in any case. So we can't go on like this. Focus on defense, rescue will be here soon, everyone's top priority is to save lives. The tall and thin man quickly issued new orders. The Immortal Union is well prepared, so it will definitely not let them leave. If we continue to break through, it will only increase casualties. It is better to stick to the spot and preserve our vitality. The cooperation between the senior gold diggers and the Eternal God's domain has been honed through the test of time and countless dangerous situations. Once you make up your mind and stick to it, you can achieve it without any flaws. Even if the Immortal Alliance is allowed to attack by force, it will not be able to be breached in a short period of time. Even if they are almost exhausted. I just thought of sticking to the spot now. Don't you think it's too late? The bald man smiled coldly, knowing that Eternal God Realm chose to hold on at this moment, which meant that it had no extra strength to break through, so it called only defend as much as possible to delay its death. However, isn't the date of death after postponement not the date of death? It's just pushing back the time of death a little bit. The tall, thin man was silent. The execution ability of the people from the Eternal God Realm was most vividly demonstrated at this moment. It was said that they were holding on to the spot, but in the next moment, the basic defensive formation had been completed. Then start to cooperate to resist the enemy's attack. This approach can indeed minimize the occurrence of casualties, but it also gives up hope of escape. Instead, he placed his last hope on reinforcements. Don't you want to answer? It's really interesting. What you are thinking about is when the reinforcements will arrive. When the bald man saw this, he couldn't help but sneered and spoke. The Immortal Alliance has been dealing with the Eternal God realm for so long, how could it not be clear about the other party's methods? As soon as something goes wrong, calling for reinforcements is the usual method of the Eternal God realm. And there is no way to stop it, which is really troublesome. Because the Immortal Union cannot figure out the connection between the Force-Soft law. After all, they are not in the same power system. This is more serious than being separated by mountains. Of course, there is no way to stop it. Therefore, for this situation, Immortal Union usually adopts another response method. That's taking advantage of quantity. Compared with the Eternal Divine Realm, the Immortal Alliance is inferior in everything except the number of members, which is far superior. This time, naturally, there will be no exception. So after saying this, the bald man paused, then opened his arms, and continued. Since we all know that you will call for reinforcements, are you not prepared at all? Take a good look. When they discovered you, the members of the Immortal Alliance were already moving closer to this place. I hope you can hold on during the next attack until your reinforcements arrive. Before the bald man finished speaking, the tall and thin man could already see the dark crowd in the distance. It was as if a wave suddenly emerged from the horizon and was lapping towards the hunting grounds of Warcraft. The tall and thin man knew that he was a member of the Immortal Alliance. Damn it! This is of course to be expected. There have been more wars between the Eternal God Realm and the Immortal Union than imagined. Both parties know each other well, so they can often guess what the other party wants to do. But sometimes, even if you can guess what the other party wants to do, it doesn't mean that you can avoid this situation. Just like now, he was blocked by the people of the Immortal Alliance because he off hunting the feathered serpent. The way to avoid it is to give up this feathered snake. That is to say, I didn't come here in the first place. But is this possible? Release today. Give up hunting this feathered snake, give up hunting other monsters tomorrow, and stop competing for those natural and earthly treasures the day after tomorrow. Is it possible that the Eternal Divine Realm hides in the dark and waits for death silently to avoid these situations? That is of course impossible. So, even if a fight occurs, we must do what we should do. However, when we really encounter these things, even if we have expected it, we will definitely feel unhappy. But it was just a curse inwardly. On the surface, the tall and thin man's emotions did not fluctuate at all. The more dangerous it is, the more we must not panic, otherwise the enemy will think that they have an opportunity to take advantage of us. A bunch of chickens and dogs, no matter how many there are, what's the use? Do you think that as long as you have an advantage in numbers, you will bait a final winner? Then didn't your Immortal Union win a long time ago? These few words are already a clear irony. If we only talk about the number of members and the size of the power, the Immortal Union is much larger than the Eternal God Realm. However, in the confrontation process over the years, the Immortal Union has always been the party that loses more and wins less, and suffers the most. Now that it is mentioned by the tall and thin man again, the bald man's face is naturally not good. Because this is so similar to the current situation. What's the point of just talking? Rather than saying such things, you might as well find a way to survive. The bald man sneered. Not long after, the follow-up pursuers of the Immortal Alliance arrived. Then they immediately joined the offensive array and began to attack the stronghold formed by the senior gold diggers of the Eternal God Realm. Like a huge wave, they used wave after wave of offensives to continuously attack the enemy's position. As long as there was a slight flaw, the enemy's defense could be quickly disintegrated. How could the tall and thin man not understand this truth? So I can only do my best to resist this wave after wave of attacks. This moment is the most critical moment. Seeing the increasing casualties, the tall and thin man's heart trembled. But the more it is like this, the more you can't give up hope, even the slightest bit is the cornerstone to support your fighting spirit. Calculating the time, reinforcements are coming soon. I don't know who will come to support. Because every member of the Eternal God realm is an incomparably precious treasure. So whenever someone sends out a signal for help, the one who helped in the past will be the nearest elder. This is completely different from the Immortal Union. The elders of the Immortal Union are the elders with the highest degree of freedom among all forces. The tasks in the Immortal Union are not mandatory for the elders. Do it if you want to do it, forget it if you don't want to. Therefore, the pursuers of the Immortal United are basically ordinary members. It is precisely because of this that if the Eternal God realm can have elders come to support them, breaking out should not be a problem. After all, the strength gap between elders and ordinary members is a world-off difference. If it's the newly promoted elder who came here, maybe it can make the Immortal United suffer again. The tall and thin man thought to himself. Just a few days ago, the Eternal God realm ushered in a newcomer after a long absence. And it's an extremely powerful rookie. Within a few days after joining the Eternal God's domain, he took the position of an elder, and there were no dissatisfied people. Because the strength of this newcomer is obvious to all, he is definitely qualified to become one of the elders of the Eternal God realm. Therefore, if this newly promoted elder came to support him, he might be able to severely damage the attacking army of the Immortal Alliance this time. The place where the call for help was sent out should be this place. The number of enemies is really quite a lot. After an unknown amount of time, a crisp voice sounded. On this battlefield, it may be a little abrupt, and it also seems a little out of place. But when this voice sounded, the senior gold diggers on the side of Eternal God realm suddenly became excited. The support has finally arrived. Great, now, we will definitely be able to get out of here alive. Listen to this voice, could it be the new elder? That's right, it must be her. Everyone was trapped here by the attacking army of the Immortal United, and with constant casualties, they all planned to fight to the end. Can you not be excited when you suddenly get the news of the arrival of reinforcements? Not being afraid of death does not mean wanting to die. Before, there was no other way but to fight to the end, and life and death were at the mercy of fate. But if you can survive now, you must seize the opportunity. Reinforcements from the Eternal God realm? Although there was little movement, how could the Immortal United fail to notice it? The bald man turned his head and saw a girl and a middle-aged man appearing on the edge of the battlefield at some point. Other than that, there is no one else. Only 2 people? Is this a joke? 2 people in the area, running over to support, what can they do? It's really funny. With your attitude, you really look down on our Immortal Union. Seeing this scene, the bald man suddenly felt contemptuous. Anger came out with a bass. When your Eternal God realm was besieged, only 2 reinforcements came? Is this a shortage of manpower in your Eternal God realm, or do you really look down on the Immortal Union? What is this behavior, not contempt? However, when the tall and thin man saw the young girl and the middle-aged man, his expression became happy. Hearing what the bald man said again, the tall and thin man smiled faintly. I look down on you? Then you should take a good look at it. Let this new elder come over, but I think highly of you. Because only after seeing the strength of this newly promoted elder, can one know how powerful she is. It was never blown out. Joke. Just these 2 guys, what can you do? When the bald man heard the words, there was a hint of sarcasm on his face, and his eyes were filled with disdain. Split a part of the manpower to intercept and kill these 2 lifeless guys. Let them know that our Immortal Alliance is not something to be messed with. Yes. As soon as the words came out, someone responded immediately. Soon, part of the Immortal Union of senior gold diggers who besieged the Eternal God realm split up and killed the incoming people. It's just a young girl and a middle-aged man, so what's there to be afraid of? However, facing such a situation, the tall and thin man just sneered. It's time for you to feel the strength of our newly promoted elders in the eternal God's domain. Okay? Are we so unwelcome? The girl who had just arrived at this place couldn't help asking herself when she saw the enemy attacking and killing her. The middle-aged man on the side smiled and said, with this kind of attitude, at least you don't have to hesitate, don't you? Right. The girl nodded, then her eyes narrowed. An invisible air suddenly burst out, spreading rapidly like a circle of ripples. Then it enveloped the girl, stopped its spreading steps, and formed a special domain. Reincarnation field. This low shout also announced the formation of the domain. All the enemies who rushed into the realm of reincarnation felt an inexplicable force suddenly locked on their bodies at this moment, and they couldn't get rid of it no matter what they did. How is this going? What is this inexplicable force? The sudden situation made them feel a bad premonition. But in the next second, another crisp low drink was heard. Death reincarnation. Before the words fell, all the enemies within the coverage of the reincarnation domain all changed their expressions. Because, they clearly felt that their lifespan was passing by rapidly. Can't break free. Can't resist. Damn it. My lifespan. No, no. Don't, give it back, give me my life back. That's the lifespan I've worked so hard to gain, no, you can't just take it away. Damn it. How could this happen? Not surprisingly, all the enemies who felt the passing of their lifespan panicked. However, no matter what kind of reaction they had, they couldn't stop their lifespan from being continuously drawn. Then, in just a few breaths, the first enemy whose lifespan was drained appeared. At the last moment of his life, that guy was like a fish out of water, struggling desperately, but to no avail. Then, with a face full of horror and despair, he fell to the ground. When the lifespan is exhausted, the corpse will naturally be swallowed by the infinite battlefield. In the next second, it was a dry bone. Really dead. The reality is before the eyes of the immortal unite, the drawn lifespan has really disappeared. How is it possible? How is this possible? You can really extract lifespan directly, you, who are you? No, it's impossible, absolutely impossible. Fake, it's all fake. I do not believe. The senior gold diggers of the Immortal United only felt chills all over their bodies, and couldn't believe what they saw. In the infinite battlefield, lifespan is undoubtedly the most important thing. Thanks to the restrictions of the world rules of the secret space, everyone finally stood on the same starting line in this respect. However, the scene in front of them told them that the gap between the strong and the weak will always exist. Especially this unbelievable scene now has refreshed their shallow cognition in the past. You know, nothing like this has ever happened before. Lifespan can be extracted directly. This is a problem that the gold diggers in the infinite battlefield have worked hard for many years, but they have not solved it. Now it has become their reminder. No matter how unwilling they are to believe the picture in front of them, the ending will not change. The power of the reincarnation domain has locked them. As long as they don't leave the enveloping range of the reincarnation domain, their lifespan will continue to decrease. This is a special change resulting from the combination of the law of reincarnation and the twisted world rules of the infinite battlefield. And this young girl is naturally Yu Shi'er. When Yu Shi'er was hunted down and came to the infinite battlefield by accident, she was in a bit of a panic. But the power left by the King of Men to Yu Shi'er was activated by the infinite battlefield. And in an unexpected form, it grew up. It has become the current reincarnation field. In the field of reincarnation, the lifespan locked by the rules of the world will be temporarily loosened, so that it can be extracted. The special power has become Yu Shi'er's biggest capital to survive in the infinite battlefield. And with the continuous growth of the field of reincarnation, Yu Shi'er also discovered something. The captured lifespan seems to be used to strengthen the law of reincarnation. Birth to death and death to life are all part of samsara. And this process is the change of lifespan, which corresponds to one of the world rules of the infinite battlefield, which seems to coincide with each other. This gave Yushir the opportunity to comprehend the law of reincarnation, and also allowed her to understand the inheritance of the King of Man most likely. Turn it into your own power. So with the passage of time, the current Yushir is completely different from before. The eternal God realm also took a fancy to Yushir's potential and her terrifying talent, so she became an elder. And Yushir lived up to expectations, using her terrifying strength to suppress all dissatisfied voices. The law of reincarnation possesses unimaginable power in the infinite battlefield. In other words, the law of reincarnation itself is extremely tyrannical. After superimposing the special world rules of the infinite battlefield, the condensed reincarnation field is even more powerful. Almost no one can resist the erosion of the law of reincarnation, and can only watch their lifespan being taken away. Then, in despair and powerlessness, he collapsed in terror. Just like the senior gold diggers of the Immortal United at this moment, the eyes looking at Yushir are full of fear. If there is really only a gap in strength, they can still fight to the death. What if it can be reversed? However, in the field of reincarnation that they are now facing, there is no such thing as a gap in strength. Such a strange power, a method that can directly take away life, is simply irresistible, and there is no chance of winning. As long as you enter the realm of reincarnation, your life will be controlled by others. How could this not make them feel scared? So when I saw my companions, they fell down one by one. The despair on their faces and the fear in their eyes deeply stimulated their mentality and disintegrated their fighting spirit. How to fight this kind of battle with no chance of winning? No, we can't win. Let's run away. If we continue to stay here, we will just die. No, not right. Stand back, all back to me. This weird force seems to be unable to cover too far away. Suddenly, someone found out about it. The scope of coverage of the reincarnation field is indeed limited, because it is the convergence of the laws of reincarnation, so the consumption of the power of the law is very large, and there is no way to cover too far. In the face of large-scale enemies, it is more than enough for defense. But it's almost useless for attacking. It was discovered so quickly. But even if you find out about it, how can you stop me? Yushir was not surprised. The reincarnation field. Disadvantages are not secrets, nor are they unspeakable weaknesses. At best, it's an inconvenient minor drawback. So even if she was discovered, Yushir didn't think there would be any problem. Because as she said, even if the scope of the reincarnation domain is not large, what does it matter? Could these guys be able to break through the blockade of the reincarnation field? Obviously impossible. It's just that the chance of them escaping has become a little bigger. But this has no effect on Yushir, and it will not affect her strength at all. After all, when Yushir was attacking, she didn't use the power of the reincarnation domain, but the power of the laws of reincarnation. But this time, Yushir came here after receiving a signal for help from members of the Eternal God realm. The main purpose is to force the enemy back. So opening the reincarnation field and using it for defense is enough. You must know that the field of reincarnation is opened with Yushir as the center, and it will move with her actions. To put it simply, wherever Yushir goes, the realm of reincarnation will follow. And where the reincarnation domain goes, for the enemy, it is a death penalty zone. Therefore, as long as Yushir controls the realm of reincarnation and opens a way for the people of the Eternal God realm, they can be easily rescued without any accidents. This is also the reason why Yushir would say this sentence. Even if you discover the drawbacks in the field of reincarnation, what can you do? It's not the same as there is no way. Then the picture on this battlefield became a little weird. After figuring out the scope of the reincarnation field, all the senior gold diggers of the Immortal Alliance consciously stayed away from Yushir. I was afraid that if I retreated a little slower, the new elder of the Eternal God Realm would take away their lifespan with a wave of his hand. Then Yushir took a step forward, and this large group of senior gold diggers had to take a step back. A large vacuum area looks so dazzling on this battlefield. But there is no way, if you don't hide, you will die. Who dares to stand still? The bald man at the head of the Immortal United was so angry that his eyes were red. Is this the new elder of the Eternal God Realm? Good. Very good. It can directly take lifespan, such a strange power can be mastered. No wonder you are so confident. No wonder there are only 2 people who dare to come and save people. The bald man was unwilling and unconvinced, and he was even more angry in his heart. Because this ability has never appeared in the past, it is like a taboo power. I've said it a long time ago, if you think our new elder is easy to deal with, just try it. If you can come back alive, remember to tell me how you feel. The tall and thin man said sarcastically. When this new elder of the Eternal God Realm appeared, he knew that he and others were saved. Even if the newly promoted elder has the heart, he can launch a counterattack. Let the Immortal United steal chickens, without losing money. Hee, don't be too happy too soon. There are elders in your Eternal God Realm who have taken action. Could it bet hat there are no elders after our Immortal Union? The bald man sneered when he heard the words, and looked at the tall and thin man with a ferocious face. In any case, this time it is the Immortal Alliance that is besieging the Eternal God Realm. They can withdraw at any time. So sending someone back to inform the elders of the Immortal United would naturally not be known by the people of the Eternal God Realm. Next, let's see whose elder is the better one. Immortal United Headquarters, Library Pavilion. Qi Lu was still flipping through the information collected by the Immortal United. Mainly to check the information of those members, as well as the information of members of other forces. For other things, just glance at them by the way. Qi Lu has been doing this kind of thing for a long time. After browsing so much information, the only clue I found was probably the Eternal God Realm. In the recent period, there was a newcomer and a newly promoted elder. However, due to the difficulty of collecting such information, the content isn't detailed. The information about the newcomer and the newly promoted elder is limited to his. It is not clear what ability he has. Because the number of shots in front of many forces is simply not there. The position of the newly promoted elder is probably also an internal assessment. The new elder of the Eternal God Realm. During this period of time, Yushir has improved so fast, she has become an elder. Qi Lu was thinking in his heart, but he didn't think at all that the newcomer would be Yushir. However, at this moment, a senior gold digger from the Immortal United stumbled into the library, and when he saw Qi Lu, he hurried over, bent down, and said respectfully, "Elder Qi Lu, something happened at the demonic beast hunting ground. Our Immortal Alliance is fighting with the Eternal God Realm. The elders of the Eternal God Realm made a move, we are almost unable to withstand it." What this said is really succinct. Although there is no detailed process, the beginning and end of the matter are quite clear. Has the elder of the Eternal God Realm made a move? Which elder is it? Hearing this, Qi Lu was not in a hurry, but asked a question, slowly. Anyway, the rules of the Immortal Union are like this, the elders do things according to their own ideas, it doesn't matter whether they go or not. So of course Qi Lu had to ask clearly. It's not because he's afraid of offending the Eternal God Realm. In fact, to Qi Lu, whether it is the Eternal God Realm or the Immortal Union, the meaning is the same. We are all strangers, so how to get along with each other is naturally based on your own senses. From the information recorded by the Immortal Union, the details of the elders of the Eternal God Realm are basically known. There is only one new elder left, and the investigation has not been done yet. Therefore, unless it was the new elder who made the move, Qila didn't have any thoughts about the past. Yes, it's the newly promoted elder from the eternal god realm. I see, take me there. Qi Lu is such a sincere person. However, in the eyes of the senior gold diggers of the Immortal United, Elder Qi Li's behavior is a manifestation of a sense of responsibility. It is so rare to see such an elder in the Immortal Union. Hearing that the Immortal United was in trouble, it was so simple and decided make a move. If Qi Lu knew about this kind of thinking, he would probably say that the Immortal Union should be disbanded. Do you elders just not care about the face of the Immortal Union? Of course, with Qi Li's motivation for action, it seems that he is not qualified to say such things. Yes, Elder Qi Lu, please follow me. The battle in Warcraft Hunting Ground is still going on. I have to say that the field of reincarnation really restrains those physical training. Although, in this, the world rules of the infinite battlefield account for a large part of the reason. After all, things like locking lifespans only happen in infinite battlefields. That's why it created such a special power. Every time Yu Shi'er took a step forward, she could force those senior gold diggers of the Immortal United to retreat one after another, for fear that if she was not careful, she would be enveloped in the realm of reincarnation. That was the real thing. Even the bald man in the lead didn't dare to beat him up, so he had no choice but to back off. Under such circumstances, the steadfast position formed by the senior gold diggers of the eternal god's domain and the outer encirclement would be destroyed without any attack. Just looking at the situation, Yu Shi'er didn't have the energy left to counterattack the Immortal United. To maintain the existence of the reincarnation domain, the consumption is huge after all. Because this domain of reincarnation is a unique product that emerged from the combination of the laws of reincarnation and the world rules of the infinite battlefield. But in any case, it violated the world rules of the infinite battlefield. Initiated a lifespan lock. This is the most important rule of the world in order to provoke a battle among gold diggers in the infinite battlefield. So the consumption that needs to be paid is naturally impossible to reduce. This is also the biggest reason why Yu Shi'er came here only to rescue the senior gold diggers from the Eternal Alliance. To be honest, if only Yu Shi'er was here by herself, she could come and go freely. The law of reincarnation clears the way, who dares to stop it? One must know that the achievements of the King of Kings are not blown out. Then how could Yu Shi'er, who had inherited the inheritance of the king, be weaker after fully integrating this inheritance? But then again, the reason why the field of reincarnation can have such a large deterrent and lethality is mainly due to the fact that ordinary members of the Immortal Alliance are not strong in comparison. For enemies weaker than oneself, the field of reincarnation is really a unique skill. And when facing a strong enemy, Yu Shi'er would not use the reincarnation domain. Because the effect of the realm of reincarnation is not obvious under the circumstances of almost the same cultivation level. Those powerful demon gods are also capable enough to resist the erosion of the law of reincarnation without being deprived of life. This is also the meaning of the existence of elders. After all, driving Wuxuan to cut grass is still very fast. But when facing those bosses, it is necessary to compete with real operations. The elders of those big forces are just like the level bosses of the game, they are used to guard the level. And those ordinary members are just some mobs that can be seen everywhere. Of course it is used to mow the lawn. Therefore, when dealing with the elders of the hostile forces, of course one's own side must also send elders to deal with it. This is the current situation for the senior gold diggers of the Immortal United, who can only wait in anxiety. While waiting, he watched helplessly as the people from the Eternal God realm evacuated. Is it possible that such a good opportunity that I have come across so hard should be wasted like this? Do not. Can't let this happen. At this moment, the people from the Eternal God realm were about to be taken away by Yu Shi'er using the reincarnation realm. The senior gold diggers of the Immortal United finally couldn't bear it anymore. physical training, although it is biased towards melee combat. But it doesn't mean that they don't have the means to attack from a distance, it's just that the power is not that great. You must know that the power of terror is not only able to explode destructive power when it touches the target. The attack triggered by shattering the void can also form a strong lethality. And the methods that can be used are not limited to these. Even if it is impossible to effectively deal a blow to the enemies in the reincarnation domain, it is still possible to prevent them from leaving. It's really troublesome. Is their hatred for the eternal God realm so deep? Seeing this scene, Yu Shi'er couldn't help rubbing the center of her brows. Even though the reincarnation field is a magical skill of mowing grass, its strong defense mainly comes from eliminating all those close to it. As long as the enemies are eliminated, won't they be attacked? But for those enemies hiding outside the coverage of the reincarnation domain, it can play very little effect. Unless Yu Shi'er takes the initiative to condense the law of reincarnation and extend the realm of reincarnation. Or directly use the law of reincarnation to attack. In order to effectively deal with the enemy. But in the current situation, if Yu Shi'er gave up maintaining the realm of reincarnation and started to attack instead, it would be contrary to her original intention. Without the cover of the reincarnation domain, the senior gold diggers of the eternal God domain will be in trouble again. What's the difference between that and before she came here? Senior, what can you do? Thinking of this, Yu Shi'er glanced at the middle-aged man who came here with her. People in the eternal God realm are not surprised by this senior's shout. But the people of Immortal United were taken aback. Originally, they thought that the middle-aged man who came with this new elder from the eternal God realm was a follower. Who would have thought that it would be the senior of this new elder? Although it is said that there is no requirement for the strength of the seniors, it must be stronger than the juniors. But how weak can a newly promoted elder, who is so powerful, be willing to kill a senior? So the people of Immortal United are also nervous at the moment. I thought, why is our elder not here yet? It's just that most people in the Immortal United understand that the elders of the Immortal United are just a decoration most of the time. An ornament used to increase deterrence, the number of times they are willing to make shots is very small. The low team cohesion is fully revealed. However, who makes the overall strength of the Immortal United powerful? Those newcomers are still flocking to it. There is no good way, but it must be killed as soon as possible. The Immortal United must have sent someone to contact the elders. If they wait until their elders arrive, it will be really troublesome. The middle-aged man shook his head and said aloud. Now it's all about confrontation, what good way can we think of? After all, the eternal God realm was the one that was ambushed, and even if there were any backhands, it would not be the means of the eternal God realm. Therefore, using absolute strength to fight a bloody path is the best way. I understand, this is the only way to do it now. Yu Shi'er nodded, agreeing to this statement. Then he turned his head and said aloud, everyone, are you ready? This time, we must fight our way. I hope everyone will not fall behind. Having said that, Yu Shi'er also began to shrink the coverage of the realm of reincarnation. To maintain the field of reincarnation, the elimination of the power of the law. It consumes a lot of energy, so when you start to take the initiative to attack, you can save as much as you can. And if you want to kill a bloody road, you also need a sharp knife to cut through the encirclement of the Immortal United. So after making this decision, everyone can only ask for more blessings. No problem, Elder, please go ahead. We can still take care of ourselves, the elders don't have to worry. These chickens and dogs, even if we have little physical strength, we will not be afraid. That's right, let them see how powerful our eternal God realm is. How proud the senior gold diggers of the eternal God realm were, they immediately shouted after hearing this. After living in the infinite battlefield for thousands of years, even tens of thousands of years, many things have become bearish. Including life and death, it is the same. It's just that they don't want to die so aggrieved. Therefore, it is not unacceptable for them to fight bloody to the end and die in the battlefield. Then let them see how powerful we are in the eternal God realm. When Yu Shi'er heard the words, she also said it with great pride. Seeing this, the middle-aged man on the side nodded silently. Practitioners from the God realm, whether they are the main god or not, must not lose their fighting spirit. However, at this time, there was a sudden commotion at the outermost periphery of the encirclement formed by the people of the Immortal United. Immediately afterwards, a burst of excited shouts came from outside to inside. The elders of our Immortal Union have also arrived. Great, I knew that our elders would not ignore us. Which elder is this time? It's also the new elder of our Immortal Union. Are you talking about Elder Qi Lu? I heard that Elder Qi Lu joined our Immortal Union at the invitation of Elder Qingwing. Yes, I've heard about it too. And I also know that Elder Qi Lu is unparalleled in combat power, and even Elder Qingwing will lose a little bit. Is Elder Qi Li's strength so strong? Then it seems that this time he is stable. The sudden change caused the faces of the people in the Eternal God realm to change. If there are elders on the side of the Immortal United, it will be difficult to handle the matter. You must know that the elders appointed by the great forces in the infinite battlefield have a high gold content. It can even be said that there is no comparison between ordinary members and elders. It is basically the crushing of the realm of cultivation. Just like before, when Yu Shi'er came to the battlefield, there was only one elder, but she was able to force so many ordinary members of the Immortal United to bind their hands and feet, and dare not attack at will. Even if Yu Shi'er's reincarnation field is a special case, it is enough to explain the problem. So when the elders of the Immortal United appear, it's no wonder that the faces of the people from the Eternal God realm look good. This aura is stronger than I imagined. When did the Immortal United have such an elder? There was also a look of surprise on the face of the middle-aged man. The Immortal Union can have information on all the elders of the Eternal God realm except for the new elders, so the Eternal God realm is no exception, and it will also have information on most of the elders of the Immortal Union. The information is poor, and it is because the Immortal Joint recruitment is too fast that it is too late to collect information. So the middle-aged man actually knows the information of most of the elders in the Immortal Union. It is naturally clear that this aura is definitely an aura that has never appeared before. The Immortal Union also has new elders. Moreover, he is also an extremely powerful new elder. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man couldn't help but glance at Yu Shi'er. Why does he feel so similar to her? However, on Yu Shi'er's face, there were extremely complicated emotions such as surprise, uneasiness, and disbelief. Mixed together, and finally turned into a sentence. Yes. Could it be Brother Qi Lu? However, Yu Shi'er kept this sentence in her heart and did not say it. Because Yu Shi'er also knows that at this moment, the two sides have different positions, and it is not a good time to recognize each other. In case this was Brother Qi Li's plan, wouldn't it disrupt his arrangement? I took the initiative to stand up? We should wait and see what happens. You know? The middle-aged man seemed to see something. Yu Shi'er heard this and shook her head. Not to deny, but not to say. Things are getting complicated. While speaking, the encirclement of the Immortal Union actively opened a hole. Qi Lu, who came from the headquarters of the Immortal United, walked into the encirclement with a calm expression on his face. When her eyes caught Yu Shi'er, she was slightly taken aback, but her expression didn't change at all. He just quietly raised his right index finger and placed it by his mouth. What do you mean? Yu Shi'er immediately understood. This is not the place to talk. The encounter between the Immortal United and the Eternal God's domain is interesting, and it even involves their respective elders. Qi Li's index finger on his mouth curled into a gesture of rubbing his chin. The expression on his face was also a calm smile. It was as if he didn't pay attention to his opponent at all. Elders are the backbone of every faction. In the infinite battlefield, the battle of the elders will be involved, and it will be a big battle. That's why Qi sighed with emotion. This battle was provoked by your immortal alliance. If you want ultimate defeat, then do it as soon as possible. The middle-aged man took another look at Yushir's expression, knowing that it might not be appropriate for her to come forward at this time, so he took the initiative to take over the job and came out to talk to Qi Lu. Admit defeat? If you are willing, I can accept your surrender on behalf of the Immortal United. I hope you can be a little more sincere. Qi Lu smiled, and continued with his expression unchanged. On the surface, he is still an elder of the Immortal United, so he still has to continue to pretend like this. Anyway, it's a matter of not working hard. Even if you come to paddle, you won't lose your momentum. In that case, there is nothing to say. The number of joint battles between Eternal God's domain and Immortal has long been difficult to count, and this time is not bad. Let's just click directly. Let's see the real chapter under our hands. The middle-aged man shook his head and said in a cold voice. Qi Lu smiled slightly and said, "That's exactly what I mean." Needless to say nonsense, Qi Lu came here just for a formality, to see if he could find clues about Yushir. As a result, who would have thought that they would meet Yushir face to face? This means that there is no place to find after breaking through the iron shoes, and it takes no effort to get it. Then this battle must end as soon as possible, and then I can find Yushir to find out about the situation. Before he finished speaking, Qi Lu had already rushed out, punching the middle-aged man. I'm here to hold you back, you take people out as soon as possible. Seeing this, the middle-aged man gave Yushir a warning without looking back, and then quickly went up to meet her. With a wave of both hands, an ice sword appeared in the middle-aged man's hand. Boom! In the next instant, Qi Li's fist collided with this ice sword. However, the extremely sharp ice sword couldn't break through Qi Li's skin at all, leaving only a white mark. Suddenly the middle-aged man frowned. What a terrifying physical strength. The ice sword condensed with the power of law itself has the power to pierce armor, so the destructive power cannot be measured by common sense. With a wave at will, even without using force, you can easily break through mountains and mountains. But even so, he couldn't break through the skin of the person in front of him. One could imagine how strong his physical body was. The end is terrifying. However, the power of this sword is more than just slashing. The middle-aged man flicked his wrist lightly, and the power of extreme cold surged rapidly. Emerging from the ice sword, it spread towards Qi Li's arm, and in an instant, one of Qi Li's arms was turned into an ice sculpture. The law of ice has reached the extreme. Even if the world is as big as it can still be frozen. Ice. It's just the frost spreading upwards, but Qi Li's heart skipped a beat, as I remembered something. I always feel that this breath is so familiar. You. Then, amid the flashes of spiritual light, Qi Lu looked into the eyes of the middle-aged man, revealing a look of astonishment. No way, it's you? This endless talk also made the middle-aged man narrow his eyes. Because the astonishment contained in the tone of the person in front of him was not feigned. Instead, I was really shocked. Could it be that he really knew himself? But it shouldn't be. If it was really his old friend, why would he appear in this place? Now is not the time to say these things. If you have anything to say, you have to wait until after the fight. You're right. Ice Spirit Holy King, Senior. Qi Lu condensed these words into a thread, and passed them into the ears of the middle-aged man. Regardless of whether the identity of the Ice Spirit Saint King is true or not, it cannot be revealed at all here. Therefore, Qi Lu can guarantee that what he said will never be detected by others, except for the interlocutor. What did you say? After hearing Qi Li's address, the middle-aged man's pupils shrank suddenly, and the shock in his eyes showed his inner unrest. Although the change in mood was fleeting, it still made Qi Lu sure. Even if this middle-aged man is not the Holy King of Ice Spirit, he must have heard of this name before. In fact, Qi Lu also found it very strange why the Ice Spirit Sage King, who was in the same era as the Dragon Sacred King, would appear in this place. When the middle-aged man didn't show his aura before, Qi Lu really didn't feel it. After all, Qi Lu had never clearly perceived the breath of the Holy King of Ice Spirit from the beginning to the end. I just know that the land of the extreme west is the place where the Holy King of Ice Spirit fell. And Nayland Qingqi has been inherited by the Ice Spirit Sage King. From these 2 points, Qi Lu can roughly guess what the breath of the Ice Spirit Holy King is like, but he can't be sure. Until now, when Qi Lu was fighting with this middle-aged man, he sensed a trace of familiarity from the aura that erupted from him. That's why he made this guess. So I said these words directly to test. As it stands now, the results don't appear to be bad. It seems that we have something to talk about later. Qi Lu knew that this place was not a good place to talk. If he could test out the results, his goal would be considered achieved. As for the more detailed situation, we have to wait until the battle is over before discussing it in detail. Senior Ice Spirit Saint King, whether you believe it or not, we should not be mice. This battle is just a farce. Please, Senior Ice Spirit Sacred King, cooperate with me to perform this drama well. With that in mind, Qi Lu continued. Of course, all the words are passed on in secret and will not be known by a third party. After all, it is still very stressful to act in an aboveboard manner. If others find out, there is no way to continue undercover. You don't think that I will believe everything you say. However, the middle-aged man replied like this. Obviously, he didn't believe what Qi Lu said. Under such circumstances, it is absolutely impossible to gain trust based on a known person's one-sided words. Even if the other party recognizes his identity, it doesn't mean that the other party is trustworthy. Who knows what will happen? Maybe you have to kill someone to keep your mouth shut in order to ensure your own safety. Of course, I don't think what I say will definitely gain your trust. Naturally, Qi Lu would not feel that just a few words by himself could change the attitude of this middle-aged man. Because it was him himself, and the reaction he made was the same. Therefore, the hope of change had to rest on you sheer. So in order to show my sincerity, I will make way for you to leave in the next battle. After that, you can find a way to confirm my identity. I will go to the Eternal God Realm again to find you. This is currently the best solution. Anyway, the current battle is definitely inevitable. Then after the war, confirming the identity can also make the current battle look more real. In case of poor acting skills and being seen through, the situation will become troublesome instead. It's impossible to silence everyone present. That's the serious thing. Are you sure? When the middle-aged man heard the words, there was a playful look in his eyes. No matter who the other party is or what their identity is, it will be determined later. Taking the people from the Eternal God Realm out of here is now the business. So the other party's proposal is not bad. Of course, this is my sincerity. So I hope that the Senior Ice Spirit Saint King can cooperate with the performance, otherwise I can't guarantee how many casualties will be caused. Qi Lu nodded slightly, but at the end, he also gave a warning. Acting is a matter for two people. If the other party is unwilling to cooperate, then Qi Lu can't act well by himself. On the premise of not suffering any disadvantages, the intensified war will only affect the ordinary members around. Because of the strength of the Ice Spirit Saint King, there should be no doubt about it. The top powerhouses of the same era as the Dragon Sage King will not be weak no matter what. And Qi Lu is equally confident that he will never suffer in the hands of the Ice Spirit Holy King. Even if he cannot win, then a draw should not be a problem. So who will suffer in the end? Wouldn't that mean that the city gate caught fire and brought disaster to the fish in the pond? But Qi Lu just doesn't care about the life and death of the people who are united by the immortals. I just don't know what the middle-aged man in front of me is thinking. I understand. Since you want to do this, I will accompany you to the end. The middle-aged man also nodded. After all, if he did this, the eternal God's domain would be the beneficiary. Why would he refuse? What's more, even if this is deceiving him, he can stop the play at any time and show his real strength. So if you don't suffer anyway, what's the problem with cooperating? Then let's get started. After Qi finished speaking, he stopped talking. Afterwards, I'd better wait until I go to the eternal God realm and ask again. Now, it's time to fight. In fact, this seemingly long communication time is actually just a few breaths. During this period, the middle-aged man's ice sword collided with Qi Lu's fist, and the spreading frost only froze one of Qi Li's arms, not even half Ofi's body. And it's not because the freezing speed is too slow. In fact, if the person who bears this frost force is not Qi Lu, but someone else, it is estimated that by this time, it has become an ice sculpture. Even the elders in the immortal union may not be spared. This is the strength of the Holy King of Ice Spirit. It's just that if you meet Qi Lu, that's an exception. Because what Qi Lu possesses is not a tyrannical physique, but also the power-off law. If pure physique is too strong to resist the ice, how about adding the power-off law? The answer is right in front of you. Small tricks. Qi Lu sneered and said aloud. This sentence is naturally for those guys from the Immortal United. Since you want to act, of course you have to understand what the role you are playing, the new elder of the Immortal United, what to do. Therefore, in order to increase the morale of the people of the Immortal Union, of course one's momentum cannot be weakened. After saying that, Qi Li's frozen arm shook suddenly. The ice crystals covering it were instantly shattered. This is not the water that the middle-aged man put out in order to cooperate with the acting, but Qi Li's own strength. The middle-aged man who saw this scene also understood that the strength of the man in front of him really cannot be underestimated. After all, someone who can become a newly promoted elder of the Immortal United, if he has no ability, it is impossible. It can even be said that the strength of the newly promoted elders is generally stronger than those of the old elders. Why? It's very simple, because veteran elders also have seniority. It can also be ranked by seniority, coupled with not weak combat power, it is enough to serve as an elder. But what do new elders have? Without qualifications, only strength is left. Then, without sufficient outstanding strength, it is absolutely impossible to become a newly promoted elder. So the middle-aged man also paid attention to the proposal of the man in front of him at this time. You want to act, right? Then I can only accompany you to the end. If you don't want all the people from the eternal God realm to be buried here, that's the only way to do it. Because it is completely unreasonable to want a newly promoted elder to let them leave for no reason. Even if the young man in front of him is willing to do this, the Immortal United will never agree. You must know that even the president of the Immortal Union cannot speak his mind in the Immortal Union. Not to mention a new elder? The factional struggle among the big forces is very cruel. Therefore, it is necessary to show enough strength to prove that this big battle is not the newly promoted elder. It was because he really couldn't resist, that's why he had no choice but to let the people from the eternal God realm escape. Frozen Ice Realm. Open! Thinking of this, the middle-aged man suddenly gave a low shout. The next moment, with the middle-aged man at the center, a circle of brilliantest blue storm suddenly erupted. What followed was ice chips all over the sky, like ice needles, coming out with the icy blue storm raging. Boom! The sky was full of smoke and dust, and the hustle and bustle of the battlefield seemed to be cut off in an instant. The roaring, killing, and roaring sounds around him all disappeared at this moment. Only the freezing storm was left raging, and as the ice needles flew, the ground was covered by ice crystals and turned into a frozen land. The sky was dyed the color of ice crystals, like a frost prison with a dome. Another field formed by the power of law. Frosty world. Frozen seems to be the forte of the ice spirit Holy King, and this seems to prove the identity of the middle-aged man. The ice crystals between the sky and the earth swept away, and all the areas covered by the ice world turned into a world composed of ice crystals. Enemies shrouded and instantly turned into ice sculptures. The moment the ice world was formed, it was even more terrifying than the reincarnation domain. After all, it takes a certain amount of time for the reincarnation domain to over a lifespan. The longer the lifespan, the longer it takes to devour. And the ice world condensed by this middle-aged man does not require any preparation time at all, and the shot is instant kill. Ordinary members of the Immortal Alliance are not as strong as Qi Lu. The moment of being frozen is the moment of death. The erosion of the law of ice also has the ability of extinction, which can wipe out all vitality. This is the power of the law. To achieve perfection, there must be a breakthrough, and then a stronger and more terrifying power will be formed. Damn it! What is this? It's terrible, the sudden freezing, I can't resist it at all. Who is this guy, and why have I never heard of such a character before? With such terrifying strength, isn't he an elder of the eternal God realm? No, it's impossible. The sudden terrifying scene immediately made the people of Immortal United feel terrified. The irresistible power is always the most desperate thing. This middle-aged man, who was unknown in the past, actually possessed such terrifying power. This is something no one can imagine. Does this count as proving your identity? Qi Lu thought to himself, then suddenly raised his head and said loudly. It's not okay to go on like this. With me here, I can't let you continue to do whatever you want. The Immortal Union is not something you can slaughter at will. Having said so far, Qi Lu clasped his palms together and crossed his fingers. In an instant, a violent and incomparable coercion erupted from his body. It instantly turned into a circle of air waves, visible to the naked eye, spreading in all directions like ripples. The way of the demon god is also a way to seize the prestige of heaven and earth. It's just different from the way of the main god. The demon god does not control the laws, but imitates the heaven and the earth, vowing to suppress all laws. The power of heaven and earth is so terrifying. Qi Li's eyes froze, as if there was a flash of thunder. The berserk coercion, which was originally like Xuanhuan Tianwei, skyrocketed again and turned into a stormy sea. Sweeping towards the surroundings, impacting on the ice world condensed by the middle-aged man, it was like a turbulent wave hitting the shore, with a mighty momentum. Even if you are acting now, you should be dedicated. Moreover, Qi Lu also really wanted to try to see how strong the legendary Ice Spirit King was. Although it's not enough to make a full-strength shot, in the sparring, not intentionally throwing water is the greatest respect for the opponent. Boom! At this moment, it was as if the sky was falling apart. The violent coercion collided on the world made of ice crystals, as if the power of heaven came down to the world, and the catastrophe came. The doomsday sentence seems to tell the world that the world is coming to an end. In the next second, the world of ice crystals collapsed. The frost in the sky disappeared without a trace, like clouds being washed away. The frozen ground was covered with dense cracks at this moment, and then collapsed suddenly, turning into ice shards everywhere. Then, under the coercion like a huge wave, it was crushed into nothingness. The power of the demon god, even if it is imposing, is not weaker than Tianwei. This was the first official move by Qi Lu and the middle-aged man. The movement caused was already so terrifying. Even if the formation and destruction of the ice crystal world only lasted for a few breaths, the damage caused is unimaginable. All the people of the Immortal Union who were frozen were already irreparable, and now they were all crushed together. But the shock left behind will not dissipate. The scene of the ground collapsing that day may become their nightmare for a long time. My God, is this the strength of an elder? What an unimaginable terrifying power. Eternal God realm actually has such a tyrannical person. Without Elder Qi Lu, we might not have a chance to survive this time. Yeah, the power of this frost is too terrifying. There is no chance of resistance. Elder Qi Lu is willing to come here to help us. It is our greatest luck. That's right, it's hard to imagine how I would survive if Elder Qi Lu hadn't come over. On the faces of the immortal united people, there is a look of lingering fear. The feeling of the rest of life after a catastrophe is always complicated. This also increased Qi Li's prestige in the Immortal Alliance by a large margin. Not only because Qi Lu appeared in this place this time, but also because of the powerful strength he displayed. Just relying on their own coercion, they can shatter this ice crystal world that makes them helpless. What a tyrannical strength this is. Your strength is really surprising. I suddenly believe what you said. The middle-aged man who saw this scene also had a look of astonishment in his, but it disappeared soon. After all, it is expected that this young man will have a powerful combat power. It's just that it's so powerful that it's unbelievable. No wonder he dared to say that kind of proposal. It turned out that they were not negotiating conditions, but giving notices. Interesting. Brother Qi Lu, you are still as good as ever. Yu Shi'er, who was at the side, also had splendor in her eyes. Although he didn't speak, the middle-aged man caught a glimpse of Yu Shi'er's twinkling eyes, and he knew it from the bottom of his heart. From this point of view, that young man may really be a friend. But now is not the time to say these things. The people of Eternal God Realm are still in danger. Even if they want to talk about other things, they should finish this scene. Before that, the middle-aged man was a little disapproving of Qi Lu's proposal. But now, it is finally paying attention. Maybe the acting this time is also showing his strength. Although sparring is different from fighting desperately, you can still tell if there is water. Then let me see, what strength do you have to be able to stand in this place? The middle-aged man lightly clenched his fist, and ice shards flew around him. When the frost spread, the middle-aged man said to Yu Shi'er without turning his head, "Little girl, after the war starts later, you find a chance to take the people from the Eternal God Realm out, and I will be there soon." Well, I see. Yu Shi'er nodded in response, but gave Qi Lu a deep look. Don't look, there will definitely be a chance to meet in the future. The middle-aged man seemed to sense Yu Shi'er's movements, and couldn't help laughing. From this point of view, these two people not only know each other, but also have a close relationship. That adds another level of credibility. In this way, I can't be perfunctory. We must give this young man an explanation, lest he be difficult to speak with the Immortal United. Now that such a decision has been made, there is only one requirement for the next battle: big noise. That is, it is destructive. Only in this way can the people of the Immortal United feel that it is not because the elders are not strong enough, but because they are really powerless. After all, this battle is not just a duel between two top powers. Elder Qi Lu can act with all his strength without any scruples. But under this level of battle, whether the people of the Immortal United can survive is still unknown. Even if it's just the aftermath of a top-notch battle, it's not something ordinary people can afford. If the barriers of space were weaker, even the heavens and the earth could collapse. It's not just as simple as breaking the void. Therefore, under such circumstances, as long as they can save their lives, it is enough for them to be grateful. How could you think about it again? Why did the people from the Eternal God Realm escape? Anyway, the future is long, and there is no rush to deal with the Eternal God Realm. If you keep the green hills, you are not afraid of having no firewood. Boy, it looks like you should be ready, so I won't be polite. The heart of extreme ice, show up. With the power of endless frost as flesh and blood, and the law of infinite ice as bones, gather together. Extreme Ice Giant. Following the voice of the middle-aged man who seemed to be chanting, the ice shards lingering around him suddenly rioted. The endless frost falls down from the sky, emerges from the ground, and gathers from all directions. In an instant, the middle-aged man was completely submerged in the snow-white, turning into a heart of ice crystals. It looks like a piece of crystal-clear crystal. Then in the next second, this heart made of ice crystals started beating like a real heart, and while beating, it flew into the sky. At this moment, the frost all over the sky swarmed towards the ice crystal heart like 1,000 streams returning to the sea. The law of ice is condensing, and the power of frost is gathering. In just a few breaths, the rudiment of an indomitable ice crystal giant appeared. That is, the embodiment of the law of ice possesses extremely terrifying power. The ice giant, as the name suggests, what it brings is the terrifying extreme cold. The extremely ice giant, which is hundreds of feet high, is surrounded by frost all over its body. Just standing there, the ground under your feet began to spread ice crystals outward, forming a frozen field. And the frost lingering around him, like a cloud covering the sky, covered the sky and exuded a curl of cold air. Without doing anything at all, it already has a huge deterrent and lethal power. The spreading ice crystals scared the people of Immortal United back again and again. Occasionally, a few avoiders came into contact with the spreading ice crystals, and in the blink of an eye, they became an ice sculpture. The incoming frost and the law of ice, contained in it, were simply not a force they could resist. Even people from the eternal God realm need to envelop the body with the power of law in order to barely resist the freezing. And it's because of this frost force, it didn't target them at all. At this moment, this battlefield can no longer be called a battlefield. Instead, it should be called Frozen World. At this moment, neither the people from the eternal God realm nor the people from the Immortal Union have any intention of fighting. They just want to get out of here as soon as possible. Get out of this dangerous place. Damn, why is this happening? Why is this guy so strong? Totally irresistible freezing, this is too scary. Run, run quickly. Never touch these ice crystals, or you will definitely die. At this time, don't even think about fighting those damned guys from the eternal God realm. It's important to save your life. Elder Qi Lu, Elder Qi Lu. Help us. Help us. Countless Immortal United people wailed in shock and fled crazily. But within this frozen domain, ice crystals spread on the ground, and frost fell from the sky, so there was nowhere to hide. The law of ice has long blocked this area, and the frozen power locked on them, even if weak, is enough to slow down their movements, making it difficult for them to escape from this place. Escape from this dead zone. All that was left to them was endless despair. Is this the strength of the Ice Spirit Holy King? It's really terrifying. Qi Lu raised his head and looked at the ice giant that went straight into the clouds, and the frost that was like a cloud. Although he knew in his heart that even if this extreme ice giant did not have the full strength of the Ice Spirit Sacred King, he was still amazed enough. After all, it is the top power who fights side by side with the Dragon Sage King, and the combat power he possesses is indeed unparalleled. If that's the case, then I can't keep my hand. Fortunately, I also learned how to visualize the golden body of the law, otherwise today would really be impossible to end. Thinking of this, Qi Lu no longer hesitated. The golden body of law gathered by the body of law is then visualized. It is a completely different concept from the concretization carried out by the power of pure law. The former requires a strong enough physical body to carry the power of law and fuse it into a more terrifying power. The latter, on the other hand, does not require much physical strength, and only needs a strong enough law force. Therefore, from outsiders' point of view, Qi Li's method of embodying the golden body is more like a means of the Tao of the demon god. After all, the power of the law is integrated into the flesh. Then, what is displayed is the extreme physical strength. But Qi Lu himself knew very well that if he wanted to concretize the golden body of law, he needed more than just being tyrannical with his physical body. The requirements for the power of law are also not low, and it can even be said to be quite high. It is more than enough to fight against this ice giant. It's still very simple to visualize the golden body of the law hundreds of feet high. Senior Ice Spirit Saint King, don't say that I am releasing water. While talking to himself, Qi Li's body expanded rapidly, and in just a few breaths, he turned into a giant. The ferocious armor covering his body made Qi Lu look like a god of war. With a height of several hundred feet, it is not weaker than the ice giant Adel. In fact, the limit of the golden body of law that Qi Lu can concretize is far more than that. But in order to create an evenly matched effect, Qi Lu would do this. But even so, the visual impact is just as shocking. What is this? Among the Immortal Alliance, is there such a powerful person? Listen to them, this guy is the new elder of the Immortal United, and he is so terrifying. A new elder too? Are the newly promoted elders these days all so powerful? Damn, I feel that this guy is obviously more terrifying. Don't build up other people's aspirations here, and destroy your own prestige. Yes, he must be bluffing. We will definitely not lose. So this time, the object of astonishment became the people of the Eternal God Realm. Originally, when they saw the ice giant appearing, they thought that their side must have won. Who would have thought that the battle situation would change so quickly? On the other side, in the blink of an eye, a god of war that was not weaker than the extreme ice giant came out. And he is also the new elder of the Immortal United. It's troublesome right now. However, the senior gold digger of the Immortal United suddenly felt elated. Because of this elder Qi Lu, the senior gold diggers of the Immortal Alliance have already communicated with each other. Especially on that day, those guys who brought Elder Qi Lu to the trading market even told all the things they knew, and the key point was Elder Qi Lu's ability. It can instantly transform into a towering giant, possessing endless power, splitting the sky and breaking the earth, omnipotent. The end is extremely terrifying. So seeing this scene at this moment, the senior gold diggers of Immortal United quickly reacted after being shocked at the beginning. This is Elder Qi Li's signature ability. With Elder Qi Lu in charge, how could the Immortal United lose? This kid is truly a genius. However, unlike those senior gold diggers from Eternal God's Realm and Immortal United, the middle-aged man in the heart of extreme ice narrowed his eyes slightly, but he could see some clues of this towering giant. In the end, it is still a peerless power with invincible combat power, and his eyesight is not comparable to those experienced gold diggers. Maybe the middle-aged man couldn't see how this towering giant was condensed. But the power of law contained in it can be felt. At this moment, the middle-aged man is also clear. It turns out that this guy serves as an elder in the Immortal United, so he is an undercover agent. Good, very good. Ha ha ha, I haven't had a hearty battle for a long time, and today I can be satisfied with this. Wished. The middle-aged man couldn't help laughing, and his mood improved a lot. But the next battle must continue. And do your best. Now that the ice giant has been condensed, he should not be merciful in order to show his respect. Boom. Thinking of this, the giant ice giant who stood upright no longer stood still. With a sudden step on the ground was crushed, and the cracks spread, as if an earthquake had occurred. Swinging out the fist, the power was so strong that it immediately triggered a storm, roaring towards it, and the sound of hunting and roaring sounded. Needless to say, this punch, even if there are mountains and seas ahead, can't smash mountains and open seas. Although the ice giant is the condensed law of ice, it is not weak at all in terms of strength. You know, even those main gods focus on the power of law. But in terms of physique alone, it is much stronger than most of the body, viewed it as not comparable to the demon god. It's like comparing physical attributes between a level 100 mage and a level 10 fighter. Even if the mage's bonus points are all added to intelligence, the natural growth of physical attributes is still stronger than that of fighters. So don't think that the melee ability of the extreme ice giant is just a display. That would be a big loss. Fortunately, once Qi Lu entered the fighting state, he never underestimated his opponent. After all, there are many examples of capsized boats in the gutter, and Qi Lu doesn't want to be the next one. This is in the trial space, but it is a lesson of blood. So facing the attack of the extreme ice giant, Qi Lu was unambiguous at all, and went straight to meet it. Boom! The two fists collided, and the momentum was overwhelming. The aroused air wave flew thousands of feet, and the impact, like ripples, traversed thousands of miles. The frost in the sky was washed away, and the ice crystals on the ground were shattered. The terrifying impact swept away all obstacles and shattered everything that stood in front of him. None of the senior gold diggers who had already fled here were spared. All of them were affected by this terrible impact, vomiting blood on the spot, and even their consciousness became a little blurred. Fortunately, they all knew in their hearts that if they really fainted here, they might never wake up again. So they all gritted their teeth and continued to flee outward. And this is only the first move, and it has already affected such a vast land. Almost the entire Warcraft hunting ground has noticed something is wrong here. Looking from a distance, you can see two towering giants confronting each other. At this moment, no matter which side the senior gold diggers were from, they were all shocked. Then, what is that? What a terrifying aura, what a terrifying coercion. If they continue to fight like this, will it affect us? It's very possible. Let's get out of here quickly. Yeah, I can't come to the World of Warcraft hunting ground these days. Stop talking, let's go. The chilling atmosphere also affected these senior gold diggers. It also made them come to a conclusion: the Warcraft hunting ground is not safe anymore, everyone should run away. This level of battle, they have been in the infinite battlefield for so long, and this is the first time they have seen it. It is really terrifying. In order not to cause trouble for himself, but also to save his own life, must stay away from here. And the same conclusion was reached, as well as those monsters in the monster hunting ground. These simple-minded guys have only one idea: to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. Now this place is not safe anymore, let's go to another place and stay for a while, then come back and have a look. Anyway, migratory birds also have to migrate, and this group of monsters will think that they are migrating. But what's more, I'm still trembling with fear from this violent breath. It's just that neither the middle-aged man nor Qi Lu knew about these situations. They are now at the moment of fierce battle. Although neither of them is a fighting fanatic, they are also very happy to accept a hearty battle. Because only by fighting against opponents of the same realm and pushing one's limits, can one discover one's own shortcomings. If you want to go further, you must constantly break through your own limits. Therefore, the more intense the battle, the more exciting it is for the two of them. It's really exciting. Unfortunately, for bystanders, it is not so exciting. In the battle between two towering giants, a single blow is the power to crush mountains and rivers. With every gesture, the sky is falling apart. It's too late for them to escape, and they are still in the mood to watch the battle. This level of battle, I am afraid that only the powers of the same level are eligible to watch it. For those who are not strong enough, wanting to watch the battle is tantamount to flying moths to the flame. It is as easy to crush them as to crush an ant for any lingering prestige that escapes. Dare to stay? Run for your life. And this scene was exactly the development that the middle-aged man and Qi Lebeth wanted to see. Such as: if those guys don't escape, how can you take away the people from the eternal God realm safely? Now that the goal has been achieved, the rest is probably the battle that the two want. Let's go first. Yu Shi'er turned her head to look at Qi Lu, and then said to the people around her. Yes, Elder. The senior gold diggers of Eternal God Realm nodded one after another. They respected this new elder. I also know that if I wait for others to stay here, they are not even considered as cannon fodder, so it is better to leave earlier. Don't stay and make a mess. The Immortal United, who were also running away, also saw this scene. However, at this time, no one had the strength to stop them, and could only watch them leave. Damn it. It's better to let the people from the Eternal God Realm run away. Boom. At this moment, it was a loud noise that interrupted their complaints. The battle between the two towering giants also woke up these guys, and made them wake up. The situation has developed into this way, and it is already very good to be able to survive. What else do you want to do? Thanks to Elder Qi Lu for coming to reinforce us, otherwise none of us would have survived. People from Eternal God Realm can deal with them at any time, let them run away this time, and come back next time. Yeah, let's leave this place first. The rest, just leave it to Elder Qi Lu. After some emotion, the senior gold diggers of the Immortal United did not dare to stay longer. Such a dangerous battlefield, of course, the sooner the better to leave. Not to mention the people from the Eternal God Realm also ran away. So soon, it disappeared from Warcraft hunting ground. This scene made the middle-aged man among the ice giants laugh. Boy, this should not be your full strength. This sentence was said by Qi Lu. Middle-aged men don't care about those guys from Immortal United, they are just a group of chickens and dogs that are not worth caring about. Even if no one rescued him this time, the middle-aged man could still escape from the encirclement of the Immortal Alliance. It's just that I don't know how strong the other elders are in the Immortal Alliance. Senior Ice Spirit Saint King, I'm afraid this is not your full strength. Qi Lu didn't answer, but asked a rhetorical question. Answering with questions also made the middle-aged man understand. Since it's not a life-and-death fight, how can it be possible to use all the cards in the hole? Furthermore, the goal of this acting is to make the people of the Immortal United take the initiative to regress. Why waste so much effort? Just to test the opponent's cards? Then, do you want to continue fighting, or stop here? The middle-aged man asked again. Qi Lu smiled slightly, and said, if Senior Ice Spirit Saint King is willing to continue fighting, I will naturally accompany him to the end. This is giving back the right to choose to middle-aged men. Whether it is war or peace, it is decided with one word. Forget it, I'm already old, and I can't compare to you young people. The middle-aged man shook his head, perhaps acknowledging his identity, but he also made a choice for this battle. It's just for sparring, there's no need to continue this meaningless battle. It's just acting, and now that the audience is gone, there's no need to continue. Then it will be as Senior wishes. Qi Lu didn't care. The figurative law golden body has not reached its limit, and it can persist for a long time. It's easy to keep going. But the seniors want it to end, so let's end it. But in acting, you can't be anticlimactic. At the end, you still have to do it beautifully. For example, the movement must be loud, so that those guys feel that they are fighting with all their strength, instead of acting for them. Therefore, after making this decision, the two have a very good understanding. All gathered the strongest power that he could mobilize at this moment, and then attacked brazenly. Under the sudden collision, the explosive momentum and the sweeping air wave swept across the entire monster hunting ground in an instant. Boom! It's like a catastrophe coming to the world, and the world is furious. The berserk shock wave was like the attack of the last days, and in an instant, it drowned the creatures who hadn't escaped from the hunting ground off the monsters. Whether it is a monster or a senior gold digger, they are all treated equally. Those weak and weak were instantly shattered. Hiss. Is this the true strength of Elder Qi Lu? It's too scary, it's just Yu Wei, it can sweep thousands of miles. If we were a step slower and didn't escape, we would probably be dead by now. It's only now that we feel how lucky we are. Yes. The senior gold digger who survived the catastrophe felt the violent impact from behind, and couldn't help saying with lingering fear. This is a real wonder, and a heartfelt fear. It's like the powerlessness of ants in the face of flames. Touch it and die. And the veteran Taoist who joined forces with Immortal. The gold hunters, those who feel the same way, are the senior gold diggers from the Eternal God realm. For the newly promoted elder of the Immortal United, such a terrifying power can unexpectedly erupt. They also felt the chills in their hearts. I kept rejoicing in my heart that I and others evacuated early, otherwise they would all be planted in the World of Warcraft hunting ground. Only Yushir felt at ease as usual, and firmly believed that Brother Qi Lu would never have an accident. Your strength is indeed beyond my imagination, you are truly terrifying. After fighting the last move, the middle-aged man was also ready to withdraw. The giant ice giant, with a height of hundreds of feet, disintegrated and turned into frost all over the sky. Suddenly, within thousands of miles, a blizzard appeared out of thin air, whistling like a dragon's chant, and as cold and sharp as a sharp sword. However, the frozen domain has not yet disintegrated at this moment, and this howling snowstorm can condense into an extreme ice giant again at any time. Although the middle-aged man had some confidence in Qi Lu, he had to be cautious. There is nothing wrong with leaving this behind. Qi Lu didn't take it seriously either. The figurative golden body of Law quickly dissipated. Not even the last phantom remained, as if it had never appeared before, fully demonstrating his trust. But it made the middle-aged man smile a little awkwardly. Maybe it's because I used the heart of a villain to save the belly of a gentleman. Senior Ice Spirit Saint King, this battle is over, let's stay here and say goodbye. Afterwards, I will find an opportunity to go to the Eternal God realm in person. Qi Lu cupped his hands at the middle-aged man. Okay, then I will wait for your arrival in the Eternal God realm. The middle-aged man nodded and said, when the time comes, if you have any questions, I will tell you. Farewell. Farewell. After the two parties finished speaking, the figure disappeared immediately. Only this blizzard covering thousands of miles was left, and it was still going on. Judging from this momentum, it will probably continue for a few more days, just treat it as Warcraft hunting ground for the winter. In the face of this sudden winter, I only hope that those monsters and senior gold diggers will not mind this matter. However, even if they mind, it is of no use. Because they really can't. Immortal United Headquarters. After the war, Qi Lu stayed in the palace complex of the Immortal United Headquarters after he came back. He randomly found a magnificent palace and lived in it. Take a good rest for 2 days. During this period of time, the Immortal Alliance met the Eternal God's domain by chance, and the battle that took place was well fermented. In a short period of time, it spread to everyone in this area. The name of Elder Qi Lu has even increased. Almost all the forces know that the Immortal United has a powerful new elder, and they really can't afford to mess with it. The battle with a mysterious newcomer from Eternal God's domain directly turned the entire Warcraft hunting ground into a death penalty zone. Those monsters were so scared that they started to migrate. I heard that after that battle, there was a blizzard in the Warcraft hunting ground, and it hasn't stopped until now. However, after the blizzard subsided a little, those senior gold diggers were more careful, and they were able to brave the blizzard and enter the Warcraft hunting ground to see the situation. Then they discovered many powerful monsters who were affected by the aftermath of that great war and died in the monster hunting ground. As for those senior gold diggers who were affected by Yu Wei and died accidentally, it has long been swallowed by the infinite battlefield. This also made all kinds of treasures in the World of Warcraft hunting ground more open. After the blizzard stops, it is estimated that it will be another bumper harvest year. But it's a pity that the treasures of heaven and earth in the Warcraft hunting ground are not allowed to be picked, and Warcraft can also be raised. I hope that those monsters who were scared away can return to the hunting ground after the blizzard stops. But to be honest, those powerful monsters that died due to the aftermath of the war still made those brave senior gold diggers make a fortune. It doesn't take any effort at all, just drag the corpses of the monsters out. It actually made many people envious. Because the prey that entered the trading market is expressly prohibited and is not allowed to be snatched. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a mess? So these days, there are indeed many senior gold diggers who have gone to the Warcraft hunting ground to pick up bargains. Who wouldn't want to be able to pick up monsters without having to work hard on their own? Unfortunately, things like luck are always mysterious. It is rare to find cheap ones. Of course, Qilu knew nothing about these things. He stayed at the headquarters of the Immortal United, in the palace he chose, waiting for the opportunity. Now is the cusp of the storm, and it is really not a good time to run to the Eternal God realm. Let's wait until this is over. However, in the Immortal Union, Elder Qingwing, who heard about this incident, went to find Qilu once. After all, in the factional struggle of the Immortal United, Qilu was tacitly regarded as the faction of Elder Qingwing. Now that he has shown such a formidable strength, it is natural for Elder Qingwing to look good. This is a good thing. Therefore, it is reasonable to go and have a look. Elder Qilu, I really didn't expect that you would make such a big deal in just a few days. Elder Qingwing said this, but he didn't come to Xingshi to inquire about his crimes. Didn't he see a smile on his face? Obviously just having fun. Isn't this great? At least there is some new information in the data room of the Immortal United. Qilu watched Elder Qingwing arrive, still half lying on the sofa, not even thinking of standing up. He didn't believe that after the great battle 2 days ago, the Immortal United would not collect that information. For example, the new Elder of the Eternal God realm, and that mysterious newcomer. Speaking of which, while Elder Qilu was becoming famous, the mysterious newcomer of Eternal God realm was also being discussed. Everyone felt that the mysterious newcomer might be the hidden trump card of Eternal God realm. It is designed to burst out at critical moments and kill the enemy with one blow. After all, the strength of that mysterious newcomer is really too strong, even far surpassing some elders. It can't be an ordinary newcomer. But instead of taking the position of elder, he remained extremely low-key. Isn't this hiding one's true strength and becoming an unknown killer? What else could it be? As soon as this argument came out, it was quickly accepted by many senior gold diggers. Then they all sighed. Elder Qilu is really amazing. The trump card of the Eternal God's domain was broken just like that, and he was able to escape completely. This level of strength is simply terrifying. The old man didn't say anything bad. It's just that you made such a big commotion when you came to the Immortal United. Although your identity was confirmed, all the members and elders of the Immortal United recognized your existence. However, at the same time, people from other factions have officially noticed you. Elder young man. Having said that, the voice paused. This is a reminder. When Qilu had just joined the Immortal United. Even if he became an elder right away, he was not as eye-catching as imagined. After all, he is just a newly promoted elder. He has no strength, but no connections, so he will inevitably be despised. The elders of other factions of Immortal United, although they had heard Qilu's name, didn't care much about it. What should really be concerned about is Elder Qingwing. But it's different now. When the strength displayed by Elder Qilu reaches ascertained limit, even if he doesn't have any connections, he is still a terrifying existence that cannot be ignored. The so-called connections, the so-called alliance, are vulnerable to absolute strength. So Elder Qingwing came here this time to remind Qilu. Tell him to pay attention at ordinary times, so as not to be tricked by others. Don't worry, Elder Qingwing. People don't offend me, I don't offend others. But if there is really someone who is so closed-eyed, then I sincerely hope that he will still be able to speak the next day. Qi Lu was still half lying on the sofa, and said these words without blinking an eye. Seriously expressed his attitude. This is definitely not a joke, and he has the strength to do so. Do whatever you want, as long as you don't go too far, even the president will only turn a blind eye and close one eye. Elder Qingwen couldn't help shaking his head when he heard the words, and said with a wry smile. Although factional fighting is brutal and merciless. But isn't this approach too arbitrary? But having said that, Elder Qi Li's style is quite in line with his strength. When you can speak with your fists, you are determined not to reason with others. Then let him go. Anyway, the president of the Immortal United doesn't care about this kind of thing. As long as the internal friction is not too serious, some newcomers will join. The demon gods of the Tianji territory have always believed in the law of the jungle, as long as they don't attack for no reason. I was just acting in self-defense. Qi Lu shrugged. This is a good reason, at least logically, he will definitely have the upper hand. Then the rest is to speak with fists. And in terms of fists, has Qi Lu ever been afraid of anyone? It's all said here, Elder Qingwen naturally won't have any more opinions. Anyway, what was consumed was the power of other factions. It was too late for him to be happy, so why did he want to stop it? I just told him to be careful, chatted for a while, and left. Although the elders are free, they still have their own things to do. Following me? Qi Lu watched Elder Qingwen leave, and repeated it in his heart. In that case, let's destroy them all. Different from the atmosphere of the Immortal Union, it is the atmosphere of the Eternal God's domain. Being ambushed by the Immortal Alliance did arouse the anger of the Eternal God realm, but this was not the first time. After the anger is over, life goes on the same. You can't go directly to the Immortal Union for shopping. That's the brain disease. On the contrary, the middle-aged man who fought against Qi Lu caused a burst-off shock in the Eternal God realm. The outside world is rumored that this mysterious newcomer is the hidden trump card of the Eternal God realm. But only the people in the Eternal God realm know it clearly. This is a killer hammer. This so-called mysterious newcomer actually came to the Eternal God realm together with the new elders of the Eternal God realm. At the beginning, he didn't show any strength, otherwise he must be another new elder. So this unexpected discovery also made them feel extremely shocked. It turns out that in their Eternal God realm, there is such a great power. That would be great too. However, the middle-aged man ignored the arguments of those senior gold diggers. After returning to the Eternal God realm, she went to find Yu Shi'er. Little girl, who is that kid? You should know him. The middle-aged man said this very firmly. The middle-aged man is very clear about Yu Shi'er's identity, the successor of the King of Men. This breath, the breath that should have been buried in the long river of time, unexpectedly appeared on the infinite battlefield. It really surprised him for a while. So after confirming Yu Shi'er's identity, he showed up to talk to Yu Shi'er. It's just that after asking a lot of things, Yu Shi'er didn't know anything honestly. For this kind of thing, she should go to Qi Lu. Yu Shi'er is just a shopkeeper, how many things can she know? If it wasn't for the good deeds done by that damned demon emperor, Yu Shi'er would never have appeared in such a place. So after coming and going, the middle-aged man had nothing to say and could only let nature take its course. The identity continued to be hidden. Because now is not the time to reveal your identity. But Yu Shi'er's call from senior, other than. In fact, there is no disadvantage at all. No matter in terms of strength or seniority, it is true that a middle-aged man can be called a senior. Holy King of Ice Spirit, if his identity is confirmed, even Qi Lu should call him senior if he is emotionally reasonable. So at this time, Yu Shi'er was suddenly asked this question, and was stunned for a moment. Then he opened his mouth and answered. Senior said, was it Brother Qi Lu? That kid seems to be called Qi Lu, or a member of the human race. The middle-aged man nodded, but didn't answer, but continued to look at Yu Shi'er, motioning for her to continue talking. If Senior wants to ask who Brother Qi Lu is, I can't tell. But I know that Brother Qi Lu has a good relationship with the great Dragon King. Yu Shi'er scratched her head and said this sentence. The Dragon King was mentioned because before this, the middle-aged man asked her about the Dragon King. Is it the remnant soul of the Dragon King? That old thing, I really don't know where the remnant soul is left. However, if you can talk to that old guy, then you should be someone you can trust. The middle-aged man nodded again when he heard the words, thinking secretly in his heart. The law of the soul has infinite uses. It is quite easy to use to perceive the good and evil of a person's soul, as well as the kindness and malice of thinking. To put it simply, one can tell at a glance whether it is an enemy or a friend in front of the soul law. There is no way to hide it. Therefore, a guy who can be recognized by the Dragon King can be regarded as affriend even if his strength is not good. What's more, the strength of that kid Qi Lu has been recognized by him. Then I understand. Little girl, in a few days, that boy Qi Lu may come to the Eternal God realm. Do you want to prepare? After the middle-aged man confirmed whether Qi Lu was an enemy or a friend, he couldn't help but joked. Because he could tell that Yu Shi'er, a little girl, had a deep-rooted affection for Qi Lu. It's just that I haven't dared to say it. This made him suddenly want to pull the red line. However, it is better to let nature take its course when it comes to the relationship between children and daughters. Only when things come together will they last forever, and a twisted melon can't quench your thirst. Whether it is sweet or not, you can only follow the fate. So this thought, the middle-aged man just thought about it, and didn't plan to do anything more. No need, Senior. Yu Shi'er just smiled when she heard this euphemistic ridicule. Although she would feel a little nervous, the relationship between her and Brother Qi Lu was so close that she didn't need to prepare anything. Okay, then I don't care about it. When the middle-aged man heard the words, he didn't say anything more. He hasn't experienced many things like feelings, so he is really a blind spot of knowledge. I like to watch the excitement and have fun, which can be regarded as adding a little fun to my serious life. Time flies. The turmoil caused by the union of the eternal gods and the immortal has also been diluted with the passage of time. After all, in the infinite battlefield, there are big battles happening every day. It's just that the combination of eternal God's domain and immortal has made a lot of noise. So the time to dilute the influence is a little longer. But these are small things. Qi Lu has been resting in the headquarters palace of the Immortal United for a long time. Finally, he waited for an opportunity, slipped out quietly, and went round and round to the residence of the Eternal God realm. After all, the Eternal God's domain is a deep-rooted power, and it is easy to find out where it is stationed. These preparations in advance are naturally necessary. With Qi Li's ability, it's very easy not to be discovered by others. Otherwise, it would be no small matter to be discovered by those senior gold diggers in the territory of the Eternal God realm. The newly promoted elder of the Immortal Union, a powerful being who has recently gained fame, sneaked into the residence of the Eternal God realm without anyone noticing. What exactly do you want to do? No matter what the facts are, anyway, those guys can't stand their wild thinking. At that time, there will be another big battle, and the plan will be ruined. So Qi Lu was still very careful. After arriving at the residence of the Eternal God realm, Qi Lu also sensed several powerful auras entrenched here. Presumably it should be the elder of the Eternal God realm, or the president. That's right, how could there be only 3 or 2 little cats in such a powerful force that has been baptized for a long time? It's just that until the time of full-scale war, those great powers who hide their trump cards will not make a move. Boy, you are here. Following his breath, he arrived at the middle-aged man's residence, but he was not surprised at Qi Li's arrival. These days, the middle-aged man has not left the residence of the Eternal God realm. It can be regarded as a tacit understanding between the two. There was too much noise before, and everyone was staring at us. Even if I wanted to come over, I had no chance. Qi Lu spread out his hands, expressing his helplessness, and said that it was not his fault. If the wind outside had died down earlier, he would have come here long ago. That's true. Boy, tell me, you made it a point. Come here, do you have any questions? The middle-aged man smiled, and then said aloud. Such things as time are not tense. Sooner or later, almost the same. Qi Lu nodded, thought about it seriously, and brought up the old question from before. Then, the first thing I want to ask is, Senior Ice Spirit Holy King, why are you here? Qi Lu didn't ask the middle-aged man if he was the Holy King of Ice Spirit. Because this question is included in the question at this moment. Are you so sure about my identity? The middle-aged man heard another question from Qi Lu, and couldn't help laughing. Senior didn't deny it, so I naturally affirmed it. When Qi Lu said this, he was being polite. Regarding his perception, Qi Lu is still quite confident, and he can be sure that he will not admit his mistake, unless he has never seen it before. Well, actually, since you can recognize my identity, I should believe you. The middle-aged man finally admitted his identity. It is the top power who disappeared in the historical records together with the Dragon King, the Ice Spirit King. However, I still have doubts. How on earth did you recognize me? The Holy King of Ice Spirit has been thinking about this question for some time. Even if Qi Lu did know the Dragon's Sage King, if he hadn't experienced the aura aspect, no matter what, he wouldn't be able to recognize it at the first sight. Actually, at the beginning, I was just guessing. But Senior, your reaction made me confirm my guess, so I can confirm your identity. If you have to say it, it should be the inheritance you left in the Sifeng realm, Senior. Qi Lu answered the question from the Holy King of Ice Spirit. Perhaps, like the human king, he has left some power in the Sifeng realm as an inheritance. Is that ice crystal skeleton really the skeleton of the Holy King of Ice Spirit? Qi Lu didn't know about this. However, the blood of ice obtained by Nalan Qingqi cannot be faked. Then without thinking too much, you can guess that in this, the Dragon King must be an indispensable role. So sometimes, Qi Lu also thinks that the soul law is really a terrifying power-off law. After fully mastering the law of the soul, the power derived is really terrifying. The top power in the same era as the Dragon Sage King is much better than the human king. Although the remnant soul was separated, at least it was still alive. When he met the Overlord earlier, Qi Lu had already guessed this, but unexpectedly, he guessed it right. The Dragon Sacred King is not dead, and the Overlord is not dead, so the Ice Spirit Sacred King should not die either. Have you seen that inheritance? The Holy King of Ice Spirit was a little surprised. There was a slight pause in the voice, and he continued, in this way, the one who gets the inheritance should not be you. Because if Qi Lu got the inheritance, it is impossible for the Ice Spirit Holy King not to perceive it. No matter how you say it, it's all the power left by him. Speaking of which, if Qi Lu really got the inheritance left by the Holy King of Ice Spirit, then there is no need to test it before. It's not me, it's someone else. Well, don't look at me, she's fine now, don't worry. Qi Lu responded to the words of the Holy King of Ice Spirit, and after looking at his eyes, he knew what he wanted to ask. It is human nature to care about one's own inheritors, even the Ice Spirit Sage King is not exempt. Didn't he see the previous king of people, but when he saw you Shi'er, he seemed more cordial. One's own inheritors are like one's own descendants. So Qi Lu didn't wait for the Holy King of Ice Spirit to ask, and answered directly. Yes, that's good. The inheritance I left is also to leave a hope for the people. Looking at it now, it may be redundant. The Holy King of Bingling looked at Qi Lu and was silent for a long while before continuing. The meaning of this sentence is actually to praise Qi Lu. The student surpasses the master. It can be seen that Qi Lu does not have any aura of old friends on him, nor has he received any inheritance, but can have such an achievement. It is indeed worthy of the title of a heavenly genius, a son of the times. With such amazing talent and stunning beauty, the Ice Spirit Sage King has only seen one Dragon Sage King since ancient times. Perhaps the former king of humanity also had such amazing talent and potential, but I have never seen the Holy King of Ice Spirit before. So I can't feel the power of the same age as the King of Kings, and the pressure I am under is how desperate. Yes, what one feels when staying beside those peerless geniuses is despair. Surrounding those geniuses, there is a huge vortex. Those who cannot resist the power of the vortex are destined to be strangled. It can be seen from a very simple thing: the king of people suppressed Anara. However, in the era of human kings, there was not a single one who was qualified to be as famous as the human king. From this point alone, one can already see how tyrannical the human king is. But now, the Holy King of Ice Spirit saw the shadow of the human king from Qi Lu. This is not to say that Qi Lu has embarked on the path of being a king. Instead, it seems that Qi Lu also has the potential to suppress an era. That's why the Ice Spirit Saint King said that the inheritance he left for the human race may be redundant. This is a kind of self-deprecating. But there is no accident. The Bingling Saint King is definitely happy to have a heavenly genius appear again in the human race. The future is unpredictable. The predecessors have done their best for the human race. In my opinion, they have fulfilled their duties. Qi Lu did not follow the words of the Holy King of Ice Spirit this time. Because no matter what the seniors did, whether it was useful or not, it was all good intentions. Then he is not qualified to laugh at him as a junior. Okay, kid, you don't have to comfort me anymore, my mentality is not that fragile yet. The Holy King of Ice Spirit was very open-minded. After laughing at himself, he laughed again. The human race should be happy that such a son of luck can be born. How can they be so sad? Before you asked me why I appeared in this place, I can tell you. Appreciate further details. When Qi Lu heard this, his eyes lit up. He has been searching for what those ancient powers want to do. That's why there are so many mysteries left in history, and Qi Lu keeps searching, but he can't find a clue. The reason is actually very simple. After I came to the Tianji realm with the giant dragon Sacred King, I accidentally learned that there is still a secret space called the Infinite Battlefield, so I wanted to come in and take a look, so I stayed until now. The Holy King of Ice Spirit explained the reason lightly. But it made Qi Lu feel a little strange. That's it? That's it. Ice Spirit, Holy King point. Head. Qi Lu fell silent, always feeling something was wrong, but couldn't put it into words. After pondering in my mind for a long time, I slowly said, Senior Ice Spirit Sage King, Senior Dragon Sacred King, they should have entered the infinite battlefield with you. That's right. The Holy King of Ice Spirit nodded again, and then added, I heard that you are quite familiar with that old guy? In a sense, it is true. But, now is not the time to talk about that. Qi Lu felt that the Holy King of Bingling would change the subject if he continued talking, so he had to correct it immediately. Okay, then go on, why did you suddenly mention the Dragon King? The Holy King of Ice Spirit shrugged. It's like this. When I came to the Tianji realm, I met the Senior Dragon Sacred King. He gave me the keel of the Dragon God. That's why I was thinking, as if you have come to the infinite battlefield together, then, why did you stay here, Senior, while Senior Dragon Sacred King is not here anymore? Qi Lu raised his doubts straight to the point, but the Holy King of Bingling was stunned for a moment. Because he didn't expect that Qi Lu would actually meet the great Dragon Sage King. This is really a fate. Moreover, the keel that Qi Lu specifically mentioned can also prove that he isn't lying to him, but that it is true. So if you don't explain things clearly, it will be difficult to end. I didn't expect that you already knew so much. Originally, I didn't want you to participate in this matter. Thinking of this, the Ice Spirit Saint King couldn't help sighing, and then continued. Actually, what I said before is not wrong, I just omitted some details. A few details? Qi raised his eyebrows and didn't speak, waiting for the Holy King of Bingling to finish speaking. There are some things that I don't know that you are clear about. But now, since I'm going to tell you the whole thing, I won't ask you. But let me tell you everything. The Holy King of Ice Spirit didn't ask Qi either, but continued talking on his own. He didn't ask Qi if he knew these things, and if he knew those things, he just told them all in detail, so that Qi could understand the whole thing and what was going on. It is impossible to verify the time when the infinite battlefield appeared. But one thing that is certain is that before the ancient times, the gate of the secret realm also existed in the realm of the gods. When the Holy King of Ice Spirit said this, Qi frowned. Because one word can be heard from this sentence, before ancient times. When was that? That was the era that was even more glorious than the dragon god, a long time ago. This also made Qi realize, could it be that the existence of the infinite battlefield involved something so long ago? However, the Holy King of Bingling didn't care about Qi expression, but continued. It's just that, in the long past, one day, all the gates of the secret realm of God's realm disappeared suddenly. Since then, it has never been found again. Presumably the impact of this matter, boy, you should also be able to imagine. When the Holy King of Ice Spirit raised this question, he paused for a moment to give Qi some time to digest. When Qi heard this, he naturally nodded. Because this question is not difficult to answer. Although the survival rules of the infinite battlefield are somewhat cruel, the value of its existence cannot be slandered. That is to use the lives of the weak to pile up the emergence of the strong, that is, to mass-produce the real strong. Therefore, when the gate of the secret realm of the God realm was closed, the only one who can enjoy the benefits of the infinite battlefield is the Tianji domain. The longer this difference lasts, the more obvious the gap between the two worlds will be. Wait, if you say that, is this a conspiracy by the Tianji region? Qi suddenly thought of this question. You are right. After the gate to the secret realm of the absolute God realm was closed, another period of time has passed. What happened, as you may know, was called a great event of the ancient catastrophe by the main gods of the absolute God realm. What the Holy King of Ice Spirit said next confirmed Qi conjecture. Suddenly, Qi eyes widened. This. Qi never thought of it. The reason for the appearance of the ancient catastrophe was that the gate of the secret realm in the infinite battlefield located in the realm of the gods was closed. While this may be only one of the reasons, it is undeniable that it is definitely the main reason. It may even be the fuse. Because the infinite battlefield is used to create strong people, the gap between the God realm and the heaven realm is getting farther and farther. As a result, the evil thoughts of the Tianji territory were aroused, and the invasion catastrophe started. The ancient catastrophe. I don't think I need to say more about the result of the ancient catastrophe. Looking at your expression, I should know. The Holy King of Ice Spirit continued. Yes, please continue. Qi took a deep breath, then nodded, and spoke. Qi really knew the outcome of the Great Tribulation in the ancient times, and it also led to the fall of the human king. Because really speaking, the impact of the great calamity of the ancient times was not limited to the ancient times. It also affected the era of the King of People. I really didn't expect that there was such a reason behind this. That being said, the human king probably doesn't know the existence of the infinite battlefield. Because the infinite battlefield is located at the gate of the secret realm of the extreme God realm, it has disappeared long before the ancient times. Therefore, in the intervening period of time, the knowledge of the infinite battlefield is probably blank. So, after the ancient catastrophe was completely over, we also came to the God realm and heard about it. The great dragon sage king feels that the cause of the great calamity in the ancient times may not be in the realm of the gods. So we went to the Tianji realm, and as a result, we found a different place. This is the gate of the secret realm. Then, we came to the infinite battlefield together. Speaking of this, the Ice Spirit Saint King can be regarded as adding a little bit of detail that was omitted before. This is why he will appear in the infinite battlefield. I see. There was also a look of surprise on Qi Li's face. But after thinking about it carefully, I felt that this matter seemed to be too simple. So after pondering for a while, he asked again, what happened after that? Where did Senior Dragon Sage King go? After all, when it comes to this place, Qi Li knows a lot. The Dragon Sage King and the Human King must have met, so it is normal for the Ice Spirit Sage King to know the Human King. And when it comes to the great calamity of the ancient times, after the affairs of the Shinji realm have been sorted out, the only thing left is the Tianji realm. Therefore, it seems reasonable that the Dragon Sage King would set his sights on the Tianji territory. Then it makes sense why Qi Lu was able to encounter the treasure map left by the Dragon Sage King in the Tianji region. But the antecedents are indeed complete, but what about the consequences? If it is said that the Dragon Sage King has also been to the infinite battlefield, where is he now? If the great Dragon Sacred King has left the infinite battlefield, why does the Ice Spirit Sacred King still stay in this place? This was also what Qi Li felt most puzzled about. That guy, there are more important things to do. But the Ice Spirit Sage King sighed. As soon as the Dragon King was mentioned, a look of memory appeared in Heizi's, with a little sadness. It's hard to imagine that these top powers who have gone through an unknown number of years will also show such an expression. But soon, the Ice Spirit King's face recovered. Then actively changed the subject. Since you asked this question, I would like to ask you, do you know the origin of this eternal God's domain and the union with immortality? Origin? Aren't these two big forces the original forces in the infinite battlefield? When Qi Lu heard this, he was immediately at a loss. He didn't understand why the Holy King of Ice Spirit asked this question all of a sudden. There is one thing to say, isn't the various forces in the infinite battlefield formed spontaneously because of these senior gold diggers in order to survive? Could there be any particular reason? Qi Lu had already guessed that the immortal union and the eternal God's domain were created because of the conflict between the demon god and the main god. But now hearing what the Ice Spirit Sage King said, could it be that there is another reason? Of course not. The Holy King of Ice Spirit didn't expect Qi Lu to know the secrets behind these two powerful forces. Speaking of this matter, he just felt that Qi Lu, as the arrogance of the human race in this era, should know about this matter. So after Qi Lu answered, he also shook his head, and then continued. This matter also started when we came to the infinite battlefield. Appreciate further details. When Qi Lu heard this, she raised her eyebrows, as if she was listening attentively. After talking for so long, the Holy King of Ice Spirit is finally willing to make some serious news. I hope this trip will be worthwhile. The Holy King of Ice Spirit didn't care about Qi Li's expression, but his voice paused a little, maybe he was recalling. After a long while, he continued, at that time, we first discovered the gate off the secret realm of the infinite battlefield in the Tianji region, but we didn't know where it led, so after some discussion, we decided to come in and check. Who would have thought that when I came in, I discovered an astonishing secret. The gate of the secret realm located in the God realm was cut off artificially. Hearing this, Qi Lu asked subconsciously. Who? One of the strongest demon gods in the Tianji domain, the immortal demon god. The Holy King of Ice Spirit pronounced the name word by word. He abandoned the name of God, proclaimed himself a heavenly demon, and pursued immortality. Similarly, he also suppressed an era. His appearance was long before the so-called ancient times. After achieving the name of immortal heavenly demon, he went to the infinite battlefield in person, cut off the gate of the secret realm of God's realm, and led the great tribulation of the Ancient One. And trying to use this as an opportunity to annex the God realm, and then be promoted to the legendary realm. Having said this, he stopped. After hearing this, Qi Lu also took a deep breath. It turned out that the ancient catastrophe that once affected the entire God realm was actually designed. It's just that the immortal heavenly demon probably never imagined that under such circumstances, the Tianji territory would still lose. However, this is all a thing of the past. What is the purpose of the Bingling Holy King mentioning it now? No, wait a minute, immortal heavenly demon, immortal alliance, immortal. When Qi Lu connected the word immortal, he suddenly discovered that the appearance of this immortal combination could not be because of this immortal demon. It seems that you should have thought of it. Seeing the change of expression on Qi Li's face, the Holy King of Bingling could probably guess what he was thinking. So he nodded and said, when we came to the infinite battlefield and discovered this secret. The immortal heavenly demon is still in the infinite battlefield. As for why that guy didn't leave, we actually don't know. Maybe it was because of the failure of the ancient catastrophe that he didn't achieve his goal, so he stayed. Then you may have guessed what happened next. A big battle broke out between us and the immortal heavenly demon, but in the end, there was no way to get rid of the immortal heavenly demon. That's why I sealed the immortal heavenly demon in this infinite battlefield. The immortal union was established by those demon gods in order to rescue the sealed immortal demon. And the eternal God realm was established to prevent the actions of the immortal alliance, and to find a way to completely kill the immortal heavenly demons and disintegrate the plots of those demon gods. Now, do you understand? The Holy King of Ice Spirit finally explained everything clearly. And Qi Lu also understood. There is one thing to say, a long time ago, Qi Lu thought, why do these ancient powers have no enemies? Now it can be regarded as knowing that it is not that these ancient powers have no enemies. It's that those enemies don't know where they are hiding. For example, the demon emperor, whose location is unknown now, is not the old opponent of the dragon god and the human king. Then when it came to the dragon king, good guy, he just sealed him in the infinite battlefield. If Qi Lu hadn't come to this place, he probably wouldn't have thought of Idavan if he was killed. The immortal heavenly demon, which appeared far before the ancient times, even dominated the great tribulation of the ancient ones. Its combat power can be imagined, and it is absolutely powerful to an unimaginable level. Didn't you see that the Ice Spirit Sage King and the giant dragon Sacred King teamed up to kill the immortal sky demon, so they can only seal it? In that case, this immortal demon is really not a good thing. At least for Qi Lu, it's not a good thing. Don't look at the immortal demon who dominated the ancient catastrophe, only thinking about destroying the realm of the gods. But in fact, this guy never thought about Tianjiu in his heart. What had thought of was only himself. So what if the world is destroyed? As long as you can complete your pursuit, that's enough. Immortal, immortal, immortal. What a shocking history, what a wonderful story. It turns out that the immortal union and the eternal God's domain still have such a secret, for the sake of the immortal heavenly demon. Save, or destroy. Qi Lu rubbed the center of his brows, but he didn't ask about the Dragon King anymore. Because from what the Holy King of Ice Spirit said, we can get information that the Holy Dragon King has left the infinite battlefield. Well, for the Holy King of Ice Spirit, who stayed in the infinite battlefield, he probably doesn't know what happened to the Holy Dragon King later. So the question now is how to kill the sealed immortal demon? Another big problem. Back then, even the Holy King of Dragon and the Holy King of Bingling couldn't do it together, now it's their turn to do it. Can it really be done? To be honest, Qi Lu felt a headache just thinking about this kind of thing. No, I can't continue to think about it, or else I really feel that the future is worrying and I am at a loss. But if you don't do this, it won't work. Immortal heavenly demon's behavior style and means of doing things can be analyzed from the things he has done. Brave and resourceful, for one's own purpose, and scrupulous means, no matter how many sacrifices, there is no fear. Especially when the strength is still so tyrannical, this is very difficult to deal with. Senior, after such a long time in the past, haven't you thought of any good solution? After thinking so much, Chila couldn't help asking. After a pause, he added another sentence, by the way, Senior, your current strength should not be as good as before. It's really not as good as it was back then. The Holy King of Ice Spirit was sincere, and when asked by Qi Lu, he nodded and agreed. Just kidding, if the Ice Spirit Sacred King, who was still at his peak, looked like this, then the immortal demon would be happy. Can it still be sealed in the infinite battlefield? However, Qi Lu could also imagine that there were too many places where the Holy King of Bingling lost his strength. Needless to say about the inheritance left behind, the battle with the immortal heavenly demon must not be easy, and it is absolutely impossible to be unscathed. And back then, when the Ice Spirit Saint King and others came to the Tianji realm, they probably experienced a lot of battles. Today, compared to the beginning, there is a world of difference. But the immortal heavenly demon won't feel good either. After being silent for a while, the Holy King of Ice Spirit suddenly spoke. In that seal, the body of the immortal heavenly demon will be worn down until it dies completely. At the beginning, we couldn't kill the immortal demon directly, so we came up with this method, using time to obliterate the immortal demon. It's just that time has changed, and the sea has changed. We can't predict what will happen in the future, so I will stay here. In this way, everything is explained. It is really impossible for the eternal God's domain and immortal to live together in peace. It's just that, as the Ice Spirit Saint King said, the gate to the secret realm of the God realm has long been closed, so the strength of the eternal God realm can only continue to decline, and there is no way to replenish it. The process of fighting against the Immortal Alliance will become more and more difficult. If the Immortal Alliance rescued the immortal heavenly demon, something big would happen. So for the current problem, there is no need to rush to deal with the immortal demon, but to get rid of the immortal union first. If this is the case, getting rid of the immortal union is an imminent thing. Senior Ice Spirit Saint King, you probably think the same way. Qi Lu felt that he had figured out the key. It's clear what to do now. That's right, it would be much easier if we could get rid of the Immortal United. The Holy King of Ice Spirit nodded in agreement, but then sighed. Take a breath. But this matter, how easy is it? The Eternal God's domain and the Immortal Union may indeed be at the same level, in terms of power level. But in terms of the number of members, Eternal God's domain is far behind. This is also the biggest problem of the Eternal God realm's encirclement and suppression of the Immortal Alliance. Manpower is far from enough. Even if the top combat power is sufficient, it can't run the entire infinite battlefield. If you really want to provoke those demon gods to attack, then you will be in big trouble. After all, there is no harmony between the Tianji realm and the Shinji realm. Therefore, even if the Eternal God realm is guarded by the Ice Spirit Saint King, there is no way to destroy the Immortal Union. This matter is easy to say, but difficult to say. It's not too difficult. Qi Lu touched his chin and said aloud. How do I say this? When the Ice Spirit Saint King heard the words, he immediately looked over. It's very simple. You were in a purely hostile relationship before, so many methods cannot be used. But it's different now. With me as an internal response, it will be very easy with some means. After all, there are not many demon gods who know about the immortal demon. Qi Lu spoke slowly. In a few words, the situation at the moment was analyzed. The Immortal Union was indeed established to undo the seal of the immortal demon. However, After such a long period of change and reorganization, how many members can remember this incident? It is no exaggeration to say that there are not many members who even know the existence of the immortal demon. On the other hand, the eternal God's domain is completely different. Almost everyone has come from that era, internally and externally. They are able to stay true to their original intentions and fulfill their duties. That's why the will to fight against the immortal union has never weakened. He has never forgotten the responsibility of the eternal God realm. Then, under such circumstances, the eternal God's domain and the immortal union are on the same starting line. That is to say, in the eyes of other large and small forces, eternal God's domain and immortal union are actually the same. They are all enemies on their heads. As long as one side shows signs of decline, I believe that these guys will not care about the difference between these two big forces, but will try their best to get a share of the pie and strengthen themselves. In this way, the goal of the eternal God realm is achieved. Because for the domain of the ancient gods, as long as the immortal alliance disappears, it will be fine. As for what benefits you can get from it, you can ignore it and don't care at all. After all, as long as the immortal union disappears, it will be the greatest benefit to eternal God's domain. And the biggest reason why Qi Lu would mention this matter is that his current status is the elder of the immortal united. The situation of the immortal union is clear. This can be regarded as the biggest negligence of the immortal united. But it's not their fault. Who would have thought that after such a long time, such a freak would appear in the divine realm? To be able to fight against the demon god without relying on the power of the law at all. No one would have guessed that this guy is actually an undercover agent. This is also the biggest advantage of eternal God's domain. So, as long as the main force of the immortal united can be dealt with at taunts, someone will naturally be willing to take over the rest. Those guys are a group of hyenas who are starving and hungry. How could you give up such a good opportunity? Qi Lu spoke slowly. It also caused a look of joy to appear on the face of the Ice Spirit, Holy King. If you do as you said, maybe there is really hope of getting rid of the immortal union. Not hope, but must. Qi Lu smiled slightly. However, this matter still needs to be discussed in the long run, an thorough plan is needed, and there must be no rush. What can be said now is just a rough idea, which will be gradually improved later. So after thinking for a moment, Qi Lu went on to say, if at the same time, all the top combat forces of the Immortal Alliance were to be encircled and suppressed, would the Eternal God Realm be able to mobilize so many people? The number of ordinary members must be incomparable, so we can only start from the top combat power. After all, the deterrent power of the Immortal Alliance is reflected in the top combat power, not ordinary members. Just get rid of the top combat power of the Immortal United. So whether the remaining deterrents can suppress other forces is another matter. At that time, some people will follow the Eternal God Realm to pick up the leaks and share the big cake of the Immortal Union. If it's just top-notch combat power, the manpower is still enough. The Ice Spirit Saint King is still very clear about the structure of the Eternal God Realm. Speaking of this, Qi Lu suddenly thought of it. The Eternal God Realm was established to prevent the Immortal Alliance from undoing the seal of the immortal heavenly demon, so in a sense, isn't it the power established by the Ice Spirit Holy King and the others? No wonder the Ice Spirit Saint King is so clear about the situation of the Eternal God Realm, it turned out to be his own from the beginning. But then again, it's strange that the Ice Spirit Saint King didn't become the president of the Eternal God Realm. However, Qi Lu didn't bother to explore the specific situation. There is no need for that. Because if you think about it carefully, you know that before the Holy King of Ice Spirit, there should be many gods and main gods who came to the infinite battlefield. Even after entering the infinite battlefield with the Holy King of Ice Spirit, there are still many gods and main gods. But after the battle with the immortal demon, how much is left? In the final analysis, the appearance of the Holy King Ice Spirit and the Holy Dragon King is more like a clarion call to attack the immortal Sky Demon. Afterwards, the eternal God realm appeared, but it was the unanimous wish of the surviving gods and the main god. It can be seen from the name. The domain of the gods that stretches through the ages and never dies. It is still the good wishes of those gods and the main god. It's just that this matter doesn't belong to Qi Liguan, so it doesn't matter whether there are other deep meanings. Back to business. If there are enough people, we can start planning. It is only necessary to get rid of the elders of the Immortal Union. This plan is more than half completed. Senior, the specific information will be provided to you when I return to the Immortal United. Qi Lu stroked his chin, thinking while talking. This is the advantage of poor intelligence. And the other reason why Qi Lu dared to say this plan was the appearance of the Ice Spirit, Holy King. You know, even if they are the same top combat power, when they really fight, there is still a gap in the strength they explode. The Holy King of Ice Spirit is without a doubt the most powerful level among the top combat powers. It is the most crucial point to have him to support the Eternal God realm. Because top combat power is not the same thing as ordinary members, and thesis not Chinese cabbage, so the number must not be many. Therefore, every additional peak combat power is a huge improvement for one side. Didn't you see that the Immortal United can have multiple new elders? Is it a big deal? It is enough to show that elders are still very scarce. This should also have something to do with the twisted world rules of the infinite battlefield. But it is precisely because of this that the appearance of the Ice Spirit Saint King has brought enough vitality to the Eternal God realm. Just imagine, how long has the Ice Spirit Saint King been in the infinite battlefield? What kind of strength is it now? If you really go all out, it's not a problem for one person to stand up to 10 elders. And Qi Lu was behind the scenes, to help provide information. And at the most critical moment, she will directly reveal her identity and rise up. It can be said that these points are the biggest reasons why Qi Lu feels that Eternal God realm can win the final victory. Otherwise, if the Eternal God realm and the Immortal Union are really head-to-head. Anyway, Qi Lu felt overwhelmed. Now, it depends on whether you dare to bet on this, Senior. However, the final decision on whether to implement the plan is still in the hands of the Holy King of Ice Spirit. After all, the founder and witness of the Eternal God realm is the Ice Spirit Holy King, not Qi Lu. Why don't you dare? As long as the foundation of the Eternal God's domain is still there, some top combat power is still affordable. The Holy King of Ice Spirit smiled heartily and agreed to the matter. Back then, when he was fighting against the immortal demon, he dared to go straight up without saying a word. Can he still be afraid now? As long as we can bear the bottom line, some necessary losses can still be borne. That's the plan in the early stage. Afterwards, we have to see how the Immortal United reacts. However, other forces are not easy to eat. Now we are leading the battle next. As long as they see a little opportunity, the speed of attack will be much faster than ours. Speaking of this, Qi Lu was not in a hurry. In fact, the best part of this plan is that as long as the preliminary work is done well, they don't need to do it themselves later. It's like when hunting, those incompetent guys dare not do it. But when the hunter dragged back the half-dead prey and asked them to help them deal with it, they would share the meat with them. Then their actions will be fast. Maybe in order to grab meat, they can fight themselves. This is the nature of greed. If it is used well, it can help solve many problems. So Qi Lu wasn't worried at all that the plan would fail, as long as nothing went wrong. Then I will trouble you. The Holy King of Ice Spirit also knew that the key point of this plan was still Qi Lu. If he wanted to be an intelligence agent, he had to rely on Qi Lu, who was in the Immortal United. A matter of duty. Qi Lu waved his hands, then changed the subject and said, "By the way, Senior, I'm actually curious about one more thing." The Holy King of Ice Spirit raised his eyebrows and said, "What's the matter?" exactly, how did you and Yushir meet? To be honest, it was already very strange that the Holy King of Ice Spirit would appear in this place. Because this area is not the innermost area of the infinite battlefield, and it is even quite close to the periphery. And the battle that once happened to seal the immortal demon was in the center of the infinite battlefield. That's why Qilu was curious. However, when asked about this, the Holy King of Ice Spirit scratched his head in embarrassment. After a long while, I said, actually, I have been staying in the outermost area of the infinite battlefield before. A confused look appeared on Qili's face. Co-author of the guy who was in the outermost area for tens of thousands of years and listened to Huda, is that you? That is really destined. Later, I met that girl and found that she had the aura of a king, so I came into contact with her. I really didn't expect that he would be the successor of the human king, and even come to the infinite battlefield. When talking about this matter, the Holy King of Bingling was full of emotion. Even the human king has never been to the infinite battlefield, but let Heronheritors come here. Have to say, fate is really magical. The latter sentence was followed by Qilu. Isn't that right? If it wasn't for the power of the law of fate, why would you Ashir come to this ruined place? However, speaking of it, it is really strange. That damned guy, the Demon Emperor, messed up the threads of fate. What exactly was he trying to do? It actually led them all into the infinite battlefield. So, it's actually okay. The Holy King of Ice Spirit seemed to agree with Qili's statement. But after a pause, he continued, but, boy, have you ever heard a sentence? What words? I control my own life. No one was alarmed by the fact that Qili ran to the eternal God realm. In order to avoid people's eyes and ears, Qili left directly after meeting the Ice Spirit Saint King and returned to the Immortal Union. Even Yushir didn't go to see her. After all, the days to come are still long, and when the Immortal Union ice eliminated, you can see as many times as you want. Right now, it's best to be careful. So, after Qilu returned to the Immortal Union, he began to look through the details of the Immortal Union. This kind of behavior seems to be in line with Elder Qili's usual style. So no one was surprised. But he didn't want to. Qili gave all the information he found to the Holy King of Bingling. Then let the Holy King of Ice Spirit use this to arrange the plans that need to be carried out in the future, so as to wipe out all the elders of the Immortal United. In fact, to be honest, it would be inaccurate to say that everything was done in one go. Because there are no absolutes in the world, if you say it too surely, there is no way to guarantee that it will be done. But as long as 90% of the elders of the Immortal Alliance can be killed, it is enough to make the entire Immortal Alliance into a mess. Then, with the deterrence greatly reduced, the Eternal God's domain took the lead. It is impossible not to be tempted by those forces, large and small. This is also the general action of the whole plan. And what Qili needs to do is to tell the Bingling Holy King the confidential information of the Immortal Alliance. Although all forces will collect information, some important confidential information can be obtained without wanting to collect it. What's more, how many people would it take to determine all the movements of the elders of the Immortal United? And more importantly, are you able to confirm the movements of those elders if you want to? Ordinary members are sent out, but don't be killed by the elders before the news is sent back. So don't look at these things as trivial, but they are really important. This is also a manifestation of the importance of intelligence. Then, there is the latest news from the Eternal God's domain. Because they were about to attack the top combat power of the Immortal Alliance, the ordinary members of the Eternal God's domain began to gather back, in case those guys from the Immortal Alliance jumped over the wall and began to encircle and suppress the Eternal Alliance desperately. Of course, there must be little movement. Otherwise, it will inevitably attract the attention of various forces, and it will lose the meaning of the original secret operation. But to be honest, the movements of the Eternal God's domain will definitely be noticed by some forces. But as long as it is done slowly, it is a normal personnel transfer. Speaking of which, in the subsequent exchange, the Holy King of Ice Spirit also said another thing to Qi Lu. That is the Eternal God realm and the Immortal Union, not only in this area, but also in the inner area. It can be said that in the infinite battlefield, the Eternal God realm and the Immortal Union are definitely the two biggest forces. Except for the outermost area, almost all areas of the infinite battlefield are covered. And they're all opposites. For the sake of an immortal demon, basically the entire infinite battlefield was involved. However, the most ridiculous point is that members of the Immortal Alliance have basically never heard of the name Immortal Demon. It is also not clear at all what the name Immortal United is for. Compared with the Eternal God's domain, the members of the Immortal Alliance are more like senior gold diggers who gathered together to survive. It is not the demon god who is working hard to break the seal of the immortal demon. Perhaps, the demon god is selfish from the bottom of his heart. It was precisely because of this that the Holy King of Ice Spirit was confident and willing to try Qi Li's suggestion. The Eternal God's domain, which takes the elite route, can't compete in quantity, but in terms of quality, it is still very confident. In addition, the intelligence between the various stations of the Immortal United is shared to a certain extent. And Qi Lu, the new elder of the Immortal United, helped to provide information. Therefore, the plan to snipe the Immortal United top combat power is under the leadership of the Ice Spirit King. Also in the Eternal God's domain, the implementation went quite smoothly. The unique contact method of Eternal God's domain passed this news to the Eternal God's domain resident in each area. It has to be said that the Holy King of Ice Spirit is still one of the founders of the Eternal God realm, and he still has a great say. The top combat powers in the Eternal God's domain are all gearing up and ready to fight. Just waited for an order. After all, there is an inextricable enmity between Eternal God's domain and Immortal Union. Starting from the aspect of the original purpose of establishment, there are completely opposite ideas and goals that cannot coexist. To be honest, this is like the inextricable hatred between Shinjiu and Tianjiu. Although the new members of the Immortal Alliance may not understand why they want to fight to the death with the Eternal God realm. But so what? Just like family hatred and national hatred, this is not a matter of one person, but a matter of everyone. Therefore, when the top fighters of the Eternal God's realm learned that they were about to launch a sniper operation against the Immortal Alliance, they didn't feel awkward at all, and they didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. What sprouted in their hearts was all excitement and excitement. As if it was a matter of course. It can also be seen from this that, in fact, they have been looking forward to his matter for a long time. Finally waited for this day. Can you not be excited? Can you not be excited? Can you not be high-spirited? After so many years of hatred, it is finally going to be resolved in one go. And Qi Lu, who was staying at the headquarters of the Immortal United, naturally knew about these situations. Then, Elder Qingwen came to visit. Elder Qi Lu, you should know the latest developments in the Eternal God realm. In the library pavilion of the Immortal United, Elder Qingwen got to the point after exchanging a few words with Qi Lu. Although the movement caused by the Eternal God realm was not big, it was impossible to hide it from the eyes of the Immortal United. As two major powers that have been hostile for generations, they must be closely monitored. So Qi Lu didn't think that the actions of the Eternal God realm could hide the Immortal Union. However, in any of the forces, the transfer of personnel from various stations is actually a very normal thing. As long as the Eternal God's domain is still operating normally as before the plan begins. Then the Immortal United will not be aware of the thoughts of the Eternal God realm. This is also one of the reasons why Elder Qingwen came to look for Qi Lu. After all, in the Immortal Alliance in this area, the elder who fought against the Eternal God realm for the last time was Qi Lu. That's why Elder Qingwen wanted to come over and ask, to see if Qi Lu could figure out what the Eternal God Realm wanted to do. Elder Qingwing refers to? As soon as Qi Lu heard this, he understood what Elder Qingwing wanted to ask. But pretending to be stupid, Qi Lu is also a good hand, so it is naturally impossible for Elder Qingwing to see the slightest flaw. Ask a question first, to test Elder Qingwing's intentions. Recently, the Eternal God's domain seems to be deliberately recruiting Pieplito do something. There are far fewer members of their operations outside than in the past. Elder Qingwing did not doubt him, and spoke out about his problem. From the perspective of other forces, the strangest thing about Eternal God's domain now is the gathering of ordinary members. It seemed that he was planning some big event before he stopped his hunting activities. So the Immortal United will naturally be vigilant. Although in terms of the number of members of the Eternal God's domain, it basically poses no threat to the Immortal Union. However, for the basic respect of this feud, the Immortal United will still give it. However, when Qi Lu heard this question, his heart was filled with joy. Obviously, judging from Elder Qingwing's attitude, it can be known that the Immortal Alliance should have been misled by the actions of the Eternal God Realm, resulting in a misunderstanding and neglecting the most important thing. From the point of view of ordinary people, if the Eternal God Realm would gather ordinary members, it must be to gather all the power to carry out some kind of action. It would never have occurred to him that gathering ordinary members was just to prevent counterattacks. But the real target is those top combat powers. But that's okay, let the misunderstanding continue, so that it will be beneficial to the next action. So, under Elder Qingwing's watchful eye, Qi Lu touched his chin, pretended to think, and then said aloud, "The Eternal God Realm has begun to recruit people. Could it be that we are afraid of being beaten by us? After all, they were attacked by us once before, and they also lost a lot of strength. Elder Qingwing should be very clear that there are no newcomers in the Eternal God Realm. So it's normal for them to be more cautious." Having said that, the analysis is well-founded. This is also the biggest disadvantage of Eternal God's domain, they can't afford to lose any power. From your analysis, it seems reasonable. Elder Qingwing seemed to agree with this point of view, he couldn't help but nodded. As one of the elders of the Immortal Alliance, Elder Qingwing is naturally full of confidence in the Immortal Alliance. Of course, it is impossible to think that the Eternal God Realm may pose a threat to the Immortal Alliance. It's just that the recent behavior of the Eternal God Realm made him feel a little weird. But now when he heard Elder Qi Li's analysis, his heart suddenly became clear. That's right, it must be that the Eternal God's domain began to recruit people in order to reduce unnecessary losses. Because of the previous battle, Elder Qingwing was also very aware of how terrifying power Elder Qi Lu displayed. Even after the war ended, the Warcraft hunting ground was closed for a long time by the aftermath of the battle. Therefore, the behavior of the Eternal God Realm this time is very likely out of fear. After all, before this, there were only a handful of elders in the Immortal Union who were as powerful as Elder Qi Lu. And it's not in the resident in this area, so of course it won't arouse the fear of the Eternal God Realm. Furthermore, since we are united in immortality, do we need to be afraid of the plots of the Eternal God Realm? Seeing Elder Qingwing's thoughtful look, Qi Lu added another sentence. A strong self-confidence appeared on his face. This is pride in one's own strength. No matter who the opponent is, he can break it with one force. Elder Qi Lu is right. Even if there are any plots and tricks in the Eternal God Realm, with Elder Qi Lu here, why should we be afraid? Elder Qingwing seemed to be infected by this extreme self-confidence, and his morale immediately rose. For nothing else, if Elder Qi Lu is guarding here, who else would dare to offend? At the very beginning, when Elder Qingwing introduced Qi Lu to join the Immortal United, on the surface, it seemed that he was boldly admitting defeat, but in fact, Elder Qingwing was also unconvinced in his heart. After all, a veteran elder is suppressed by a new elder, can he feel comfortable? But now, after witnessing the previous battle, Elder Qingwen was convinced. Elder Qi Li's combat strength is indeed much stronger than his own. This is an undeniable fact. It was also the main reason why Elder Qingwen came here to discuss this matter with Elder Qi Lu. Because only when your strength is strong enough, others will pay enough attention to your opinion. There is one thing to say, if Qi Lu didn't have the previous battle with the Ice Spirit King to show his strength, then this time, with the abnormal performance of the Eternal God Realm, it's impossible for Elder Qingwen to come here on purpose to ask Qi Lu for his opinion. This is the right to speak created by strength. To be honest, it is actually the same in Eternal God domain. Why was the Holy King of Ice Spirit able to promote Qi Li's plan and proceed smoothly? In addition to this plan, which meets the expectations of all top combat powers, the strength of the Ice Spirit Saint King is also a factor that cannot be ignored. As one of the founders of the Eternal God Realm, even if the strength of the Ice Spirit Holy King is not as good as before, that is by no means comparable to ordinary main gods. However, the Holy King of Ice Spirit has always acted in a low-key manner. Moreover, they had been staying in the outermost area not touched by the Immortal United before, so the intelligence was so scarce. As a result, the Immortal United didn't know the Holy King of Ice Spirit at all, and thought it was another newcomer. So it also proves a point. That is the importance of intelligence work. Know yourself and know the enemy, and you will never be imperiled in 100 battles. This sentence is really not wrong at all. If you want to target the enemy and make a plan, you need enough intelligence to support it. As for Qi Li's plan to proceed so smoothly, the lack of intelligence is obviously a very critical link. Since Elder Qi Lu is so confident, the old man has nothing to worry about. The Eternal God Realm must have declined, and there will be no trouble. After Elder Qingwen got the answer he wanted, he chatted for a few more words before leaving. Qi Lu looked at the back of Elder Qingwen leaving. His expression remained unchanged, but there was a sneer in his heart. It is good to have confidence. However, in the case of insufficient information, it is better not to be so confident. However, the conceit of the Immortal Union seems to be something of the same origin. Maybe the former immortal heavenly demon had the same conceit, that's why the Immortal United learned this bad thing. Regarding the actions of the Eternal God Realm, most of the Immortal United's resident units have a disapproving attitude. I feel that there is really nothing to care about in the current Eternal God's domain. After all, the Eternal God's domain has no newcomers to supplement. After so many years of confrontation, even the Eternal God's domain has been extremely careful and guaranteed not to lose strength. However, such a thing as 0 casualties is still difficult to achieve. The overall strength of the Eternal God's domain has actually been decreasing as little has accumulated. It's just that between these two major forces, large-scale conflicts rarely occur, so no problems have been exposed. But in fact, regarding this situation, the Eternal God's realm is well aware of it, and the Immortal United can vaguely guess it. It's just that no one can make up their minds to start the final battle and decide the winner. So it exists until now. But also because of this, from the bottom of their hearts, the Immortal United did not pay attention to the Eternal God Realm. What is there to care about a force that has no newcomers to worry about? I'm afraid that if you don't do it yourself, it will die with time. And this kind of thinking is actually the main reason why the top combat power of Eternal God's domain fully supports this plan. If you don't succeed, you will succeed. Otherwise, it would only be detrimental to the Eternal God Realm if it dragged on like this. For the Immortal United, there are fresh blood replenishment at any time, and time will not bring them much loss. So in the end, the actions of the Eternal God Realm were basically ignored by the Immortal United. Because, although the personnel of the Eternal God Realm are transferred very frequently, but there has been no major action. So instead of paying attention to the movements of the Eternal God's domain, it is better to focus on the factional struggles within the Immortal United. This is also one of the disadvantages brought about by the growing size of the Immortal Union. Those newcomers who joined in order to save their lives didn't even know the purpose of the establishment of the Immortal Alliance, so how could they be of phone mind? They chose to stand in line after being fooled by those elders. The president of the Immortal Union, in order to be able to control the Immortal Union, will not take care of this kind of internal friction. Containing each other and checking and balancing each other is what the president of the Immortal Union wants to see. To prevent those elders from thinking about the position of the president when they have nothing to do. Therefore, after a period of time, the Eternal God Realm, still obsessed with mobilizing members and recruiting staff. But those forces, large and small, no longer paid attention to the actions of the Eternal God Realm. Instead, he turned his gaze back to the Warcraft hunting ground. The blizzard left over from the previous battle finally dissipated. In the world of Warcraft hunting ground, the scene of spring blossoms is also ushered in. The treasures of heaven, material and earth are in full bloom, and the migrating monsters return. The hunting activities were finally able to start again, which naturally attracted the attention of all forces. Everyone came to the infinite battlefield to become stronger. Then after finding out that he couldn't get out, it became a matter of survival. So how can the actions of the Eternal God Realm compare to the importance of the Warcraft hunting ground? Anyway, they have no enmity with Eternal God Realm. Then life goes back to how it used to be. Everything is expected, habit is really a terrible thing. Qilu was not at all surprised by the changes in the outside world. After all, for thousands of years, there has been no resolution, and it has been passed in my own hands. Presumably, the Immortal Union would not have thought of it. Blind confidence gives the Immortal Union people, conceited pride makes them defiant. I hope they can live with this attitude in the future. The positions of all the elders of the Immortal Union have been determined. The elders of the Eternal God Realm are all in place. This contest of top combat power is about to begin. Senior Ice Spirit Saint King, whether it is success or failure, it's all here. I hope the result will be as I wish. Look up and look into the distance. Qilu calculated the time in his mind, knowing that the plan would start soon. In the infinite battlefield, although there is night and day, for those experienced gold diggers, there is no difference. They knew very well that the lifespan in the infinite battlefield was precious, but they didn't dare to spend that time on extravagant sleep. So the difference between day and night is probably the change of the sky. The rest, as always. However, on this night of the day, it is the time of silence. Boom. Damn it. You actually attacked this old man. With a loud noise and an angry curse, it seemed to be a fuse. Among the multiple areas of the infinite battlefield, the pot was completely exploded in just an instant. It seems that at this moment, wars broke out everywhere. The resulting prestige spread and made the startled senior gold diggers understand that none of those who started the war was weak. Each of them is an elder-level existence among the forces of all parties. In the middle of the night, all of a sudden, what happened? Why did you start fighting so well? There is no sign at all, just such a baffling fight. What's going on? And both sides of the war are so strong. No, you can't stay here. If it is affected, something will happen. Quick, run, don't talk anymore. The senior gold diggers who originally wanted to watch a wave strongly Chosito leave when they realized that this level of battle was not something they could watch. If it is affected because of this kind of thing, it is really a disaster. It's okay to watch the excitement, but the premise is that you can't kill yourself. So let's run. However, those who have this kind of thinking are generally those senior gold diggers who are not strong enough. For the elders of the various forces, this series of sudden battles seemed to be announcing something. Moreover, for the distribution of forces in the infinite battlefield, it is definitely a shocking change. So they didn't leave. Instead, they are probing who the two sides in the war are. Because this kind of thing can never be a temporary intention, it must be planned for a long time. Only then can the attack be launched at the same time, and the flames of war can be swept across such a huge area in an instant. So, who will start the war? Damn it! Damn Eternal God Realm! How dare you do this? How dare you come and attack our Immortal United? The sudden attack caught the Immortal United by surprise and did not react at all. Because they never expected that such a thing would happen. Enraged, the members of the Immortal United flew into a rage. All the elders were involved in the battle, and also, because they were attacked by enemies who were also elders. So at the beginning of the battle, many elders died unexpectedly, without even having time to resist. From the very beginning, the Eternal God's domain had the upper hand. This is something that the people of Immortal United never thought of. Damn Eternal God's realm, it really has the guts to make such a decision. Aren't they afraid of being encircled and suppressed by the Immortal Alliance and disappearing from the infinite battlefield? And this matter was discovered after the Immortal United. All the forces, large and small, also found out in astonishment who the two sides in this great war were. It turned out that the Eternal God Realm took the initiative to attack the Immortal Union? How is this possible? The sky is about to change. Eternal God Realm implemented the Elder Sniper tactics. It seems to want to wipe out the Elders of the Immortal United. Can they really do this kind of thing? I don't know, no one knows whether they can do it or not. But Eternal God Realm really made a move. All the battles were fought by their elders. Then what are we going to do? How to do it? The forces of all parties suddenly discovered that this was a problem. A big question that may change the fate of the entire force once a choice is made. Just wait and see what happens. Or choose to stand in line now? All the forces who noticed this matter began to think about this issue. Two dogs fight, play off. The praying mantis catches the cicada, and the oriole follows behind. It's a pity, for the Eternal God's domain and the Immortal United, these wait-and-see forces are neither fishermen nor squirrels. At most, they were just a group of them, eating meat after watching the two sides in the battle decide the outcome. Then follow the yellow dog, who drank some soup. Words, although the words are a little harsh. But that's what it is. Whether it's the Eternal God's domain or the Immortal Union, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Therefore, the plan of sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight is feasible. But when the winner is decided and they go to pick up the leeks, there is no guarantee that the winner will not settle accounts with them after here covers. So, the choice to make now is to stand in line. In other words, it doesn't matter if you don't stand in line. As long as you can bear it, it's fine if you don't go up to share the cake when the Eternal God's domain and the Immortal Union decide the winner. In this way, there will be no excuses left and the winners will have the opportunity to find trouble with them. However, such a big piece of cake, do not share a bite, is it really reconciled? The answer is obvious. If such a good opportunity is not grasped, when other forces develop and grow, it will be him who will die. After all, in a place like the infinite battlefield, when encountering such a situation, you still want to stay out of it. That is simply impossible. As long as you come here, you have to run around for your own life all the time. So choosing a camp has become an inevitable thing, and the speed cannot be slowed down. Because the sloppy behavior is even more hated. Therefore, if you can only make a choice once, you have to be more cautious. It can be said that this incident is enough to cause the distribution offices in the entire infinite battlefield to undergo a major reshuffle. When one of the Eternal God's domain and the Immortal Union falls, it is unknown how many forces will be able to take advantage of this sudden east wind to rise up and become the overlord of one side. And at this time, let alone the struggle between the heavenly realm and the divine realm. Not to mention that the Eternal God realm is a power established by the main god, and the Immortal Union is a power established by the demon god. In terms of emotion and reason, shouldn't these guys help the Immortal United? That was all a joke. In the face of the huge interests related to oneself, these are all imaginary. As long as you can gain benefits and make yourself stronger, it is not the same to help anyone. Anyway, it's not to join one of them and become their subordinate, but just to choose a camp. After this big battle is over, it's not the same as before, just do what you have to do. So what's the difference? So, on this issue, the factors that need to be considered are very simple. Whoever thinks can win the final victory, then hurry over and contribute to get a chance to share the cake. I think it's better to choose the Eternal God realm. After all, it was the battle started by the Eternal God's domain, so we must have made sufficient preparations, and the chances of winning must be greater. Yes, I think so too. The sudden attack didn't give the Immortal United any time to react. It can be seen that the Immortal United is at a disadvantage now, and it is really not a good choice. But, having said that. But don't forget that the Immortal Alliance is not a good thing. Although they were stunned by the attack from the Eternal God realm at first, it may not be the case after they reacted. Yeah, I also think that the Immortal United will not lose so easily, and things will turn around. What's more, those guys from the Eternal God's domain won't deal with us at all. So why should we help them? Joke, is this the time to say such things? What we need is just a right winner, a chance for us to rise. If you don't believe in our choices, just make your own. We'll wait and see when the battle is over. I'm looking forward to. I can kill all of you damned fellows with my own hands. Then I really look forward to seeing the day you can do it. During the initial debate, the anger of all parties became more and more intense. After all, in this area, there are forces that have enmity with each other, not just the Eternal God realm and the Immortal Alliance. It's just that it was suppressed very well before, so it didn't fully explode. But now is such a good time. Under the guidance of the fuse of the Eternal God realm's attack on the Immortal Union, the mutual enmity finally began to erupt. This is like a volcano that has accumulated for a long time. The usual quietness is just the tranquility before the eruption. So after the dispute, forces large and small have also chosen camps one after another. Participated in this battle. It can be said that at this moment, the entire infinite battlefield has become a mess. Because it was the Eternal God realm who took the initiative to provoke the flames of war, in the eyes of outsiders, it had the upper hand. Therefore, the forces that chose the camp of the Eternal God's domain also accounted for the majority. But at the same time, there are also some guys who feel that the Immortal United must have their own cards, but they didn't show them. At this time, you should take a gamble. Sending charcoal in the snow is always better than icing on the cake. If the bet wins, it will simply take off on the spot, there is no doubt at all. Since then, he has become the most solid ally of the Immortal Alliance, running rampant in the infinite battlefield and doing whatever he wants. Such a day is comfortable even thinking about it. As a result, this great melee, completely unanticipated by the Immortal United, completely unfolded. Originally, when he was suddenly attacked by the Eternal God realm, the Immortal Alliance wanted to send people to destroy the resident of the Eternal God realm. After all, in terms of the number of ordinary members, the Immortal United will not be afraid of any force. However, this approach has not yet been implemented. Countless forces that later joined the battle immediately dispelled the idea of Immortal Union. The Immortal Alliance that has been dragged into the melee, no matter how many ordinary members there are, they have to face it with caution at this moment. At this moment, no one is afraid of the name of Immortal United. Because it was the Eternal God's domain who launched the main attack. Before the Eternal God realm fell, the anger of the Immortal Alliance would not spread to them. And it would be embarrassing if the Eternal God realm fell. We all die together. So, at this time, who would be afraid of the threat of the Immortal Union? After making a choice, he must use 120% of his power to attack the Immortal United. If the Immortal Alliance wins, is it still worth it? Absolutely can't let this happen. As a result, the current situation has become even more chaotic. Once you choose to participate in the war, you are involuntary, and there is absolutely no possibility of paddling. Because the loser is going to disappear in the infinite battlefield, who to rest or relax. And there is such a good opportunity, if you don't seize it. Don't you want to regret it for a lifetime? This step is also the most interesting step in Qi Li's plan. This is a serious conspiracy, and I will tell you clearly, either join the war or die. Choose one for yourself. If you don't make a choice at this time, you may not be able to withstand the pressure of a big reshuffle after the war. If the choice is not correct, it is just finding a good cemetery for yourself. But if you make the right choice, that's a skyrocket. Who would be willing to give up such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Therefore, after the flames of war were ignited, the intensity of the melee actually exceeded Qi Li's expectation. It probably has something to do with how long Qi Li came to the infinite battlefield. Because he hadn't lived in the infinity battlefield for a long time, Qi Li still couldn't fully understand how much pressure the senior gold diggers living here had on their daily lives. Of course, this should also have something to do with Qi Li's strength. When the law of survival of the jungle is developed to the extreme, strength can really represent everything. Therefore, when such a golden opportunity appeared in front of him, no senior gold digger was willing to give up. Even if he died here because of a wrong choice, he would not hesitate. This is what gamblers do. But what does it matter? What Qi Li wanted was such an effect, so that he could better hold back the power of the Immortal Alliance and ensure the safety of the Eternal God realm. Let the sniping operation of the top combat power of the Eternal God's domain proceed more smoothly. The most difficult step, but went smoothly beyond expectations. This battle will not be lost. At this moment, Qi Li will naturally not stay at the headquarters of the Immortal United. If all the other elders of Immortal Union were attacked, Qi Li would be left safe and sound. Isn't that just telling others that he has a problem? So before the operation started, Qi Li also left the headquarters of the Immortal United. Then in the wild, pretending to be attacked. But it's just pretending. But Qi Li's identity has never been revealed in the Eternal God realm. At present, it is known that Qi Li is an internal response, but in fact did Isenli the Holy King of Bingling and Yushir. And the two of them are also the main force for this raid on the many elders of the Eternal God realm. Naturally, it was impossible for them to deal with Qi Li. Isn't that a waste of combat power? So this time, the one who attacked Qi Li was actually another elder in the Eternal God realm that Qi Li didn't know. Moreover, the strength of this elder is also ranked in the middle and lower reaches among the many elders in the Eternal God realm. Throwing it to Qi Li's side is just to save a little waste of combat power. Then in the ensuing battle, Qi Li pretended to be invincible, then seized the opportunity, rubbed the soles of his feet with oil, and slipped away. Anyway, just let others know that he was also attacked, and it doesn't have to be a life and death fight. That would be too silly. As for the elder who was thrown away by Qi Li, after realizing that he had really lost his target, he could only sigh in annoyance, and then set off towards the nearest battlefield to support the other elders of the Eternal God realm. This is also the strategy set in the plan. At this time, don't talk about benevolence, righteousness, and morality, and fight alone. Only what the winner says is right, what the loser says is wrong, if the loser can still speak. Therefore, as the flames of war continue to spread, the sniper plan of the top combat power of the Eternal Gods will only become smoother and smoother. The Immortal Union is doomed to fail. However, on the battlefield, things are changing rapidly, and it is impossible to say so absolutely. In order to prevent the Immortal United from having any cards yet to be played, after getting rid of the opponent, Qi Li, he also concealed his body shape and aura, and checked on various battlefields to prevent accidents. So far, things are looking good. Especially the Holy King of Ice Spirit, whose combat power is really amazing. The speed at which the battle was ended was also quite astonishing. In a short period of time, the number of immortal united elders who died in his hands already exceeded the number of palms, and the number is still increasing. Every time an elder of the immortal union falls, the eternal God's domain will have one more combat power to spare. Then you can go to support more places. So after looking around, Qi Lu was indeed relieved a lot. At least it proved that this plan is no problem. As for the follow-you preparation, that is another matter. However, with this kind of development at the moment, the situation is tilted towards the side of the eternal God realm. It's almost impossible to turn around. So it proved that there is no problem to pick in the follow-up operation. Then, as the situation becomes more and more clear, the odds of winning the eternal God's domain will only increase. As long as the Immortal Alliance can be completely destroyed, no one will think about breaking the seal of the Immortal Demon. At that time, just wait for time to wipe out the Immortal Demon. A disaster left over from the distant past. Finally got it resolved today. It's really easy. Therefore, Qi Lu deliberately spared time to watch Yu Shi'er's battle. I want to see how much Yu Shi'er has improved during this period of time. Extreme God Territory, Central Territory, Divine Mountain. The area that has long been shrouded by the chessboard of heaven and earth is silent as a dead zone at this moment. It has been a while since the most recent battle, and there are many bones, telling the pain of that time. The king who was willing to become a chess piece of the heaven and earth chessboard, after obtaining the control of the heaven and earth chessboard from Qi Lu, still guarded the sacred mountain in the central region, and never thought of leaving. The king's throne on top of the mountain. The king of people sitting here is like a statue. With a pleasing aesthetic feeling, but also exudes an awe-inspiring, heroic atmosphere. The tightly closed eyes seem to be in deep sleep, quiet and solemn. But at this moment, it slowly opened. A sharp light flashed away. The power I left behind has disappeared. Has it been completely fused? That's a good thing. That girl's thread of fate seems to be entangled with Qi Li's thread of fate again. Did they meet? Fate begins to flow. As a result, is it good or bad? Following the human king's soliloquy, a cluster of flames emerged from the void, and then floated in front of the human king's eyes. This is the flame that represents Yu Shi'er's reincarnation trend, and it is also a protective power left by the king for her successor. At this time, the flames were beating strangely. A little bit of fire light drifted away, like a flower that was about to wither. Although the law of reincarnation is different from the law of destiny, all laws are interlinked. After the law of reincarnation is perfected and reached the extreme, the thread of fate from reincarnation can also be seen. But only for a few specific goals. For example, the human king's own thread of fate has been entwined with the law of reincarnation. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible to be affected by the law of fate of the demon emperor. And Yu Shi'er, who is the successor of the human king, has been contaminated with the power of the law of reincarnation after obtaining the power of the human king. In a sense, this is also a continuation of the king's power, so it can naturally be observed by the king. Otherwise, how did Yu Shi'er survive in such a chaotic environment when she was thrown into the Tianji realm by the gate of fate? Unlike Qi Lu, she was reminded by the system not to use the power of law. Therefore, almost all the encounters are enemies. Moreover, under the tug of the thread of disturbed fate, Yu Shi'er had encountered a demon god left over from the ancient times. If it wasn't for the power left behind by the human king, Yu Shi'er wouldn't have had the chance to enter the infinite battlefield. Therefore, when Yu Shi'er's fate changed drastically, the human king could naturally sense it. Like now. A cluster of flames that appeared in front of the human king's eyes was slowly withering and gradually extinguished. This means that Yu Shi'er has completely integrated the inheritance of the human king and turned it into her own power. This is certainly a good thing. But it also meant that the human king's care for Yu Shi'er came to an end. But for the king of people, this change is not a bad thing, but a gratifying thing. It's as if my younger generation has grown up, the kind of mood that is worth being happy and proud of. It's just that the plot of the Demon Emperor is far more than that. I hope you can handle it. Speaking of which, the flame has been completely extinguished. Although the human king didn't know what the Devil Emperor wanted to do, but based on her understanding of the Devil Emperor, she knew that what the devil did was definitely not as simple as pure revenge, and must have another purpose. Just like before, with deep thoughts, no matter what you do, it is not as simple as it seems on the surface. However, even with the strength of the Renwang, it is difficult to predict what will happen behind the gate of destiny. So we can only place our hopes on Qi Lu and Yu Shi'er. However, with Qi Li's ability, he should be able to save the day. It's time for this world to change. The last sentence fell, and the king's eyes closed again. What it means in the words is indeed intriguing. The law of reincarnation, life and death. Only a crisp shout was heard. When Qi Lu restrained her breath, hid her figure, and came to this battlefield, Yu Shi'er seemed to have already started to finish. The guy who is Yu Shi'er's opponent looks like a human race, but his skin color is a little pale at the moment. Immediately afterwards, Qi Lu saw it. That guy, starting from the place where Yu Shi'er's hand touched, there were obvious cracks. This appearance is like broken porcelain. As the cracks spread, the body becomes fragments and falls down piece by piece. All vitality was wiped out. This is the power of the law of reincarnation. The third. Strange, why does Yu Shi'er also like to count? It is said that when Qi Lu is fighting, sometimes he will count, but that is to give the enemy a sense of oppression. Watching the despair of approaching death is definitely the greatest torturito of the spirit. In the end, this is just Qi Li's bad taste. So, where did Yu Shi'er learn it from? Brother Qi Lu. The enemy whose vitality has been wiped out has turned into flying ash at this moment, floating between the sky and the earth. Yu Shi'er, who sensed Qi Li's aura, also recovered and found Qi Li's location. It's not that Qi Li's ability to restrain his breath is not good enough. It's because the threads of fate of the two are entangled together, and when they get close, there will be a special induction. It's okay to say that you have a good heart, but in short, it's very convenient. Shi'er, long time no see. I'm so sorry, it took me so long to find you. Qi Lu touched his nose, and greeted Yu Shi'er, with a rare gentle tone and a little apology. How should I put it, the Demon Emperor would implicate Yu Shi'er, in fact, it must be because of Qi Lu. Of course, the Demon Emperor's hatred for the human king is also a factor that cannot be ignored. It's just that the last straw that really crushed the Demon Emperor was the heaven and earth chessboard brought out by Qi Lu. As a result, the Demon Emperor had no choice but to use the law of fate that had almost completely given up, which caused this twists and turns. That's why Qi Lu felt that he should have caused Yu Shi'er to suffer. No, brother Qi Lu, it's not your fault. Yu Shi'er heard the words, but she took the initiative to step forward and hug Qi Lu. Perhaps the biggest gain Yu Shi'er has gained from the experience during this period of time is not the complete integration of the king's inheritance. Instead, let your heart become brave, so that your behavior can face your heart. This move made Qi Lu startled. Then he quickly came back to his senses, smiled gratifiedly, and wrapped his arms around Yu Shi'er's back. Actually, during this time, Shi'er has been thinking about what to do if she never sees brother Qi Lu again. If I want to be like this forever in the future, how should I live? Fortunately. When Yu Shi'er spoke, her body was still trembling slightly. The joy of reunion, and the fear of the past, all burst out at this moment. No, never again. Qi Lu patted Yu Shi'er on the back, hugged her tightly, and comforted her softly. As if making a promise, it looked solemn and solemn. The past is all in the past. Now our destiny is connected. Even if you want to escape, you can't escape. Perhaps it is inappropriate to say these words at this time, but it can make you a Shi'er feel at ease. Calm down the panic and anxiety caused by this accident. After all, you Shi'er only got the power of the king, not the same firm will ask the king. Even though he looks strong on the outside, he is still sensitive on the inside. Brother Qi Lu, it's okay. When she was almost done venting her emotions, Yu Shi'er finally felt how tightly Qi Lu was hugging her. It felt like she was afraid that she would run away, with an irresistible force. This made Yu Shi'er's face feel hot when she woke up. Now should not be the time to talk about love. I always feel that there are more important things to do. Are you sure it's enough? Qi Lu asked back. People will always change, and being able to clearly recognize one's feelings is also a kind of growth. Then, hold me for a while longer? Yu Shi'er said hesitantly. Brother Qi Li's embrace was too warm, and he was really reluctant to leave. If possible, I really want time to stop at this second. Why don't I master the law of time? Okay, it doesn't matter how long you want to hug. Naturally, Qi Lu would not refuse. Although the war has already begun, it is not a problem to delay such a little time. After all, Yu Shi'er has already dealt with 3 enemies, and those are the 3 elders of the Immortal Union. So it's not a big deal to take a break now. It's a pity that Yu Shi'er, who had just learned to be brave, buried her head in Qi Li's arms, but still felt a little shy after all. Even though I have already made a decision and want to face my feelings directly, but when things come to an end, I still think about it. Otherwise, just wait. Right now, the timing is still not quite right. Enough, enough. Really? Real. Okay then. Qi Lu smiled softly, and let go of Yu Shi'er's arm, allowing her to choose. Hugging for so long is enough, but this place is not a store after all, and it can't be quiet. The entire infinite battlefield is in a state of flames of war. The great battle between Eternal God Realm and Immortal Alliance involved all other forces. Therefore, Yu Shi'er's responsibility is also quite heavy, so naturally she can't stay here forever. It's been so long, you've become a lot stronger. Even without me, you can protect yourself. Qi Lu rubbed Yu Shi'er's head, messing her soft long hair a bit. Let Yu Shi'er look at Qi Lu tenderly, then put her hand on the back of Qi Lu's hand. In this way, I won't hold back Brother Qi Lu. No, you never held me back. Hearing this, Qi Lu couldn't help laughing, and then emphasized it seriously, never. Well, I see. A beautiful smile bloomed on Yu Shi'er's face. Like the epiphyllum in the dark night, it is so dazzling that people can't take their eyes off it. Still, the fight goes on, and so does the planning. Qi Lu didn't intend to reveal his identity so early. So after meeting Yu Shi'er, the two separated again. Then they left here one by one, and rushed to the next battlefield together. Although this battle is a targeted sniper attack from the Immortal Alliance stop combat power. But it is impossible to say that every battle can be won. It's hard to believe this kind of words. No matter how good the plan is, it can't keep up with the changes. Especially this kind of life and death battle, which is changing rapidly, it is impossible to make a complete prediction at all, and we can only try to increase the odds of winning. Therefore, after the flames of war were ignited, even though the Immortal United had killed many elders at the beginning. But the Eternal God's domain side is not completely without losses. Even if there are very few elders, there are also elders who died in battle. In this way, it is time for the two sides to support each other and compete for speed. Because the ordinary members are all involved in the flames of war provoked by other forces, and they must be unable to spare their hands. So what ultimately determines the direction of the battle is just as the Eternal God's domain expected. It is the task of the top combat power. But there is one thing to say, in fact, in the battles of the past, the top combat power is also a huge deterrent. It's just that there has never been a force before that has such courage and dared to release all the top combat power in one go. With the mentality that if you don't succeed, you will be benevolent, come taught his kind of decisive battle. After all, the loss of the top combat power was too great, which basically declared the demise of this force. Not everyone dares to bet on the future of all members, even their lives. Such a decision has been made. This is also the biggest reason why countless forces are amazed by the behavior of the eternal God realm. Once a war starts, either you will die or I will die. But it was precisely because of this decision that it triggered a change in the entire infinite battlefield. The so-called pull a hair and move the whole body. If only a small force makes such a decision, it won't have much impact. But it happened that a power at the level of the eternal God's domain made such a decision, and the impact would be completely different. You must know that in the introduction of the Ice Spirit Saint King, the eternal God realm and the Immortal Alliance are definitely the two most powerful forces in the infinite battlefield. In addition, no one can beat its edge. Therefore, in this war, we must be cautious, and we must not underestimate any enemy. Then Yu Shi's mission has not been completed yet, and the battle is still going on. However, after learning about the changes in Yu Shi these days, Qi Lu was relieved a lot. With Qi Li's eyesight, it can be seen that Yu Shi's inheritance of the king has been completely integrated. After turning the power of the human king into her own power, Yu Shi's strength can be regarded as a true inheritance of the human king. Perhaps there is still a big gap from the King of Kings at his peak. But it is more than enough to deal with the elders in the immortal union. And most importantly, the law of reincarnation seems to have some bonus in the infinite battlefield. The power exerted feels stronger. This also allowed Qi Lu to not have to worry about Yu Shi's combat power at all. If you really want to calculate it, it is a little worse than the Ice Spirit Saint King, and it is also ranked at the top of the combat power. So what Qi Lu said before, in this plan, in addition to the Ice Spirit Sacred King being the biggest advantage of the eternal God realm, perhaps Yu Shi should be added. It's really strange, the president of the Immortal United seems to have never appeared before. I heard that no one has seen the president of the Immortal United in Thaner area, so where is he? As the flames of war continued to spread, the battle continued. Qi Lu also discovered this problem. In fact, from the very beginning, Qi Lu discovered that the president of the Immortal Union had been missing. After asking and inquiring, I can only know that the president went to Thaner area of the infinite battlefield. As for where exactly it went, no one knows. After all, the Immortal United has stations in many areas of the infinite battlefield. Therefore, it is uncertain where the president of the Immortal United will be. Here I will talk about it. There may be many elders of the Immortal United, but there is only one president of the Immortal United. Although there are many Immortal United resident, not every resident must elect a president. It was also after many inquisitions to no avail that Qi Lu decided not to care about the president who had gone somewhere. Anyway, no matter how strong the president of the Immortal United is, there is only one person. An extra combat power is not an uncontrollable factor. And Qi Lu chose not to reveal his identity. In fact, he was waiting for the president of the Immortal United to show up. As the last hidden power, it is natural to make a move at the most critical time. So before the president of the Immortal United appeared, Qi Lu had been hidden in the dark and did not choose to make a move. The current situation is extremely chaotic. Even the members of the Immortal Alliance couldn't possibly notice that their elder Qi Lu had already left the battle. As for Immortal uniting with other elders, that's really embarrassing, they are all in battle. Who has the heart to think about anything else? Even these elders don't know how many elders have died in battle in the Immortal Union. They only thought that the elders of the Eternal God realm were really a group of lunatics, who dared to attack them so boldly. If they return to the Immortal Union this time, then these lunatics must know. If you dare to anger the Immortal United, what price will you pay? This also allowed Qi Lu to stay away from the battlefield with peace of mind and observe the overall situation. Of course, the Eternal God's domain has the upper hand. And with the passage of time, the advantages obtained will become greater and greater. Among them, the tyrannical combat power of the Ice Spirit Saint King is naturally indispensable. He helped everywhere and slaughtered a large number of Immortal United elders. But it is undeniable that there are also extremely powerful elders in the Immortal Alliance. It also caused a lot of damage to Eternal God domain. But this was expected before starting to act. The war started, the flames of war raged, and the loss of these forces was inevitable. But as long as the lost power is within acceptable limits, it's fine. Because the elders of the Eternal God realm also understand that if they continue to fight with the Immortal United, they will definitely lose in the end. That being the case, it's better to go to the bottom of the boat once, so that I can lose myself and understand. Or, be the last to win. You are the new elder of the Eternal God realm. It's unbelievable to have such a terrifying power. Yu Shi'er, who was in the 8th battle, was shaking off the enemy when a voice suddenly sounded from behind. It was the voice of another elder of the Immortal Union. If Qi Lu was still here, he could tell that this voice was that of Elder Qingwen. The 8th battle meant that Yu Shi'er had killed the 7 elders of the Immortal Union. Only this time it was her turn to be besieged. Who are you? Elder of the Immortal Union? Yu Shi'er turned her head, glanced at the visitor, and asked in a cold voice. Although this battle has spread to the entire infinite battlefield, the flames of war have spread to all major regions. However, the forces of all parties had a tacit understanding and did not disturb the elder-level battle between the Eternal God realm and the Immortal United. Because they know that this time the big battle, the thing that controls the most core changes in this situation is the battle between the elders of the Eternal God realm and the Immortal United. Whoever wins will be the final winner. Therefore, none of these large and small forces dared to disturb those elders. When Yu Shi'er asked this question, she was naturally confirming whether the person who came was the elder of the Immortal United. It is both a question and a warning. It means, if you are not an elder of the Immortal United, don't get involved in his battle. Old man, young man, one of the oldest elders of the Immortal Alliance. It's not like you, a new elder, can be compared. Elder Qingwen snorted coldly. Being one of the oldest elders of the Immortal Alliance is indeed something that young man is very proud of. The Immortal United has been able to dominate the infinite battlefield for so long, and these veteran elders are indeed indispensable. Although nothing to the founder of the Immortal Union. So comparable. But compared to those newcomers who joined later, they are much stronger. Since you are the elder of the Immortal United, then you have nothing to say. If you want to fight, let's fight. Yu Shi'er heard the words, so naturally she wouldn't say anything more. An enemy is an enemy, what else is there to say? This fighting style was probably also influenced by Qi Lu. If you want to fight, you can fight. It is useless to talk too much. Okay, what a pleasure. Since you want to seek death yourself, then you can't blame the old man. Elder Qingwen is of course also full of anger, and his tone of speech is naturally not polite. Previously, being attacked by the elders of the Eternal God realm already surprised Qingwen a lot. Then in the battle, Elder Qingwen, whose combat strength can be ranked at the forefront of the entire Immortal Alliance, is not surprisingly the winner. After killing the assailant, Elder Qingwen understood the whole story as quickly as possible. Then there is the rage. The Eternal God realm dared to take the initiative to attack the Immortal Union? Who gave them the guts to do such a thing? Are they not afraid of death? However, within this short period of time, the entire infinite battlefield was in chaos. All forces, large and small, joined the battle, which made Elder Qingwen aware of it. A major reshuffle of forces in the infinite battlefield is inevitable. As for the enmity between Eternal God's domain and Immortal United, which lasted for an unknown number of years, there must be a result. So, after confirming the situation, Elder Qingwen understood one thing. The key to ending the battle lies in the outcome between their elders. Whoever's elder can get out of the quagmire of the Great War first will be able to seize the next opportunity. Decide what happens next. Once you understand this, what you have to do next is quite clear. So Elder Qingwen resolutely returned to the battlefield to support the other elders who were caught in a fierce battle and couldn't get out of the Immortal Alliance. This action immediately intensified the casualties of the elders of the Eternal God realm. It also turned this battle, a single-body sniper battle against the top combat power, into a support-style melee. The elders of the two major forces, after finishing their own battles, began to rush towards another battlefield, gathering continuously. The heads-up fight eventually turned into a team fight. As for the Bingling Sacred King and Yushir, existences with significantly higher levels of combat power are still in a state of wandering. Because they resolved the battle so fast, the other elders of the Immortal United had no chance to support them. However, if you often walk by the river, do you have shoes that don't get wet? Yushir was a little slow this time, so she was caught by Elder Qingwen. Elder Qingwen, you are here. If it's later, you may never see me again. On the other side, the man who was slapped and flew away by Yushir also came over and said aloud. This man, with golden hair all over his body, stood up like steel needles, looking hideous and terrifying. The figure is extremely thin, and it looks like a mouse eye. When he walked over, Elder Qingwen glanced at him, and then said, Golden Mouse, I can't see that you usually have such strength. After this battle, among the many elders of the Immortal United, you can also be ranked in the forefront. Everywhere is under the care of Elder Qingwen. The skinny man, Golden Mouse, said with a flattering smile. This guy is indeed one of the elders of the Immortal Union, and a member of the Ratman clan. It's just that the Ratman's physique is inherently weak, and they are also at a disadvantage when they turn to physical training, so their combat power isn't considered strong. But if there is a short, there must be a long. The physique of the Ratmen is indeed not good, but their speed is their strong point, and their ability to escape is top-notch. This is also the main reason why the Golden Mouse can last so long in Yushir's hands. He didn't come to fight at all, he just ran for his life. Speaking of this, everyone may have thought of it. That's right, the Golden Mouse didn't get caught by Yushir after finishing off the first enemy he met. But in the process of fleeing for his life, he was met by Yushir, and that's why he fought this battle. Then, relying on his superb escape skills, he survived until now. That's why he flattered Elder Qingwen when he saw the top combat power in the Immortal Alliance. After all, the strength gap between the elders is quite huge. Elders whose combat power can be ranked among the first class, and those elders who are at the bottom are completely different things. Elder Qingwen claims to be one of the oldest elders, which is both his pride and fact. Of course the Golden Retriever has to please. And what Elder Qingwen said just now is actually a kind of solicitation. Don't talk about anything else, let's just talk about the strength of this new elder of the Eternal God realm. Qingwen has also heard about it. In this battle, many elders of the Immortal United were beheaded one after another, and their combat power was extremely terrifying. And the fact that the Golden Mouse can last for such a long time in this Gaishan's is enough to show his ability. Even if the combat power is not strong, there must be merits. So it's always right to recruit, by the way. The meaning of Elder Qingwen's words was very clear, and the Golden Hairy Mouse naturally understood it. So the answer to Elder Qingwen meant accepting the solicitation. As a low-level elder in the Immortal Union, the Golden Mouse is not qualified to be the leader of a faction. Then the best choice is to keep up with a good backer. As for Elder Qingwen's strength, it goes without saying. Now that he is making a solicitation again, of course the golden retriever will not refuse such kindness. Where is the golden hairy elder? The matter of caring is also a manifestation of your ability. Here, the old man is just a little effort. Elder Qingwing saw that the golden retriever was so witty, and his mood improved. He waved his hand and said. During this conversation, Yu Shi'er was regarded as nothing. Yu Shi'er couldn't help but frowned her beautiful eyebrows, and said, "You guys don't think much of me, don't you? At this time, you are still talking about solicitation here. Do you think you are sure to win? Why are you so anxious? Are you so anxious to seek death?" Elder Qingwing's words also confirmed Yu Shi'er's conjecture. They seem to really think that they have won. That's why it looks so easy. It's no wonder Elder Qingwing thinks so, mainly because how long has it been since Yu Shi'er came to the infinite battlefield? How long has it been since you joined the eternal God realm? With no record at all, how could it be possible to make a name for himself? Although here. During the First World War, Yu Shi'er indeed beheaded many elders of the Immortal Union. But in Qingwing's view, the opponents defeated by this new elder of the eternal God realm were all guys who were not very well known. Throwing it into the Immortal Union, it can only be ranked as a second-rate orthodrate elder, not a top-level elder. Naturally, she would not pay so much attention to Yu Shi'er's strength. However, it's one thing not to take it seriously, and if a fight really starts, Elder Qingwing won't be merciful. In this case, the old man will help you. When Elder Qingwing said this, his eyes turned cold. In an instant, countless vines bit towards Yu Shi'er like ancient giant snakes. The talent of the tree people is particularly powerful at this moment, and the giant rattan snakes all over the sky are like a sudden storm. It was also like a wave covering the sky and covering the sun, beating from all directions. There is no way to avoid it. Seeing this, Yu Shi'er flicked her fingers. A group of storms shot away like a sharp arrow, hitting the rattan giant snake. Boom! Then there was a muffled sound. The giant rattan snake that attacked was naturally extremely tough, and Yu Shi'er's probing blow did not leave even the slightest trace. It's really a strange move. It's just some rattan, but it can be so hard. Yu Shi'er is not as knowledgeable as Qi Lu, and doesn't have a deep understanding of the tree human race. So you will test it before you make a move. Putting it on Qi Lu, the cane attacked such a big opening, it is estimated that the next moment, it would have appeared in front of Elder Qingwing. But Yu Shi'er also had her own countermeasures. Seeing the giant rattan snake attacking, she naturally stopped muttering. Stretch your hands forward, palms forward. Looking at this posture, it seems that they want to prop up a high wall to prevent these vine giant snakes from moving forward. Of course, the fact is exactly the same, it's just that the material that makes up the high wall is not ordinary. The law of reincarnation, decay. There was only a low shout, and an invisible high wall was erected around Yu Shi'er. If it can be revealed, it can be seen that this circle of high walls, like a tower, completely surrounds Yu Shi'er, protecting all directions and corners without leaving any gaps. Boom! Then in the next second, the rattan giant snake all over the sky rushed up, making a loud noise that shook the sky. It's just that no matter how powerful the momentum is, these rattan giant snakes can't help but get Yu Shi'er's defense. The high wall surrounding Yu Shi'er was like an insurmountable moat. As long as these vine giant snakes collide, they will be swallowed up by the power of the law of reincarnation and turn into dead branches. Then, in the shock caused by the huge impact, it turned into sawdust flying all over the sky. Okay? There is still such a method, but it has some skills. It's no wonder that so many elders were able to be beheaded. It turned out that they were not weak in strength, but that they met their opponents. Needless to say, Elder Qingwing's eyesight. Even if you can't recognize the law of reincarnation, you can see the strength of this force. Reincarnation is not only a process of depriving life, but also a process of giving life. It's just that what is involved in it is far more than simple life and death, and there are more treacherous forces in it. So there is an argument, that is, the higher the level of law power, the more complicated it will be. As a result, it becomes increasingly difficult to grasp. Because the high-level law power, while mastering it, is equivalent to mastering a large amount of low-level law power. The difficulty naturally increases geometrically. But in the same way, it is precisely because of this that the higher the power of the law, the stronger it will be. Such is the defensive method used by Yushir. It's not the complete power of reincarnation, it's just the deprivation of vitality. After all, the rattan snake is still a plant, and after depriving it of all vitality, only broken branches remain. So it's not that hard to defend. However, the same method cannot be used to deal with those tyrannical demon gods. It's like Elder Qingwing personally launched an attack, and the ordinary wall-off decay couldn't resist it. But the rattan giant snake summoned by Elder Qingwing only shared the physical strength of Elder Qingwing at most. How could it be possible to share the cultivation realm of Elder Qingwing? It seems that there is no way to take you down with these small tricks. The old man should show some real skills. As the Elder of the Immortal United, a powerful demon god, it is impossible for him to be unfamiliar with melee combat. It's just that there are very few enemies worthy of Elder Qingwing's personal attack. For most of the enemies, Elder Qingwing only needs to use the natural ability of the tree human race to deal with them. Therefore, when Elder Qingwing decided to take action himself, it meant that it was going to start getting serious. Of course the Golden Retriever had heard of this. But it was the first time to see Elder Qingwing make a move with his own eyes. In the past, there were vines like rain, wooden stakes like forests, surrounded by plants all over the sky, and the enemy died. At this moment, the situation is different. Elder Qingwing, I wonder if you need a little help from me. So the Golden Retriever hurried forward and asked aloud. I just want to refresh my sense of existence. Elder Qingwing glanced at the golden mouse and didn't speak, but the meaning in his eyes was already obvious. Play by ear. The demon god doesn't pay much attention to benevolence, righteousness and morality, let alone the eternal god realm is the first to attack the immortal union. So it's better to put it aside for the time being. The most important thing now is the victory of the Immortal United. Furthermore, this is not an agreed challenge, nor is it a group arena, but an encounter. How to deal with the enemy as quickly as possible should be the first consideration. The beating is just a trivial matter. So Elder Qingwing did not hesitate. While attacking, a set of wooden armor has been wrapped around the body. It's strange to say, why does a tree man still wear wooden armor? Don't you think it doesn't fit? But Yushir has no time to think about such details. When Elder Qingwing made a move in person, the sense of oppression suddenly became heavier. Don't look at Elder Qingwing as a member of the Shuren clan, but he doesn't have the slow feeling of ordinary Shuren at all. On the contrary, the speed is unbelievable. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of my eyes. So fast. Yushir's pupils shrank suddenly, but her body movements were not slow. At any rate, it was taught by Qi Lu, even though he was practicing the way of a main god, he never fell behind in melee combat. Facing Elder Qingwing's surprise attack, even though Yushir had some difficulty coping with it, she was by no means powerless to fight back. In addition, condensed in every attack. The law of reincarnation, on the contrary, made Elder Qingwing's hands and feet restrained. The lethality of the law of reincarnation does not need to be emphasized too much. As long as the realm of cultivation is not as good as his own, all vitality can be deprived in an instant. Turning into the field of reincarnation can even leverage the world rules of the infinite battlefield and directly capture the lifespan of the target. But in the face of an existence whose cultivation realm is not weaker than himself, or even better, the law of reincarnation can also cause no small trouble. Deprivation of vitality, even if it cannot be completed in one go, is by no means completely useless. After personally experiencing the power of the law of reincarnation, Elder Qingwing also understood that it is better not to touch it if it is not necessary. This scene left the golden retriever stunned. Since when did Elder Qingwing make a move in person, he would be restrained. It turns out that the newly promoted Elder of the Eternal God realm is so powerful. In other words, if he can help Elder Qingwing kill this guy, it will be his vote. Isn't his position in the Immortal Union stable? Thinking of this, the golden retriever suddenly became excited. Stretching out his hand, he pulled out a large handful of golden hairs from his body. The roots were as hard and sharp as steel needles. This is one of the means of attack of the golden retriever. The golden hair of the golden mouse is rumored to be that in the early years, when he was still in the Tianji region, due to an accident, he swallowed some special treasures of heaven and earth, and the formed things turned into golden fur. It is also the origin of the name golden retriever. This golden fur has saved the golden retriever many times. Not only is the defense powerful and indestructible, but these plucked golden hairs can also be used as weapons. Well, it should be said that the hidden weapon is more suitable. The extremely hard golden hair, even if it is thrown into the Tianji domain, can be regarded as a top-notch forging material. If it was thrown into a lower plane, it would probably be a God-given weapon with indestructible properties. Of course, there is no need to worry that the golden mouse will become a bald mouse if it plucks too much hair. The growth speed of these golden hairs is still very fast. Go! Swish dash! Following the golden mouse's low shout, there was a sound of piercing through the air, and the golden fur that struck turned into golden light. So fast, there is hardly any reaction time. Every golden hair that roared away was aimed at Yu Shi'er, who was in the battle. Even though the golden retriever is not strong enough in combat and has first-class escape skills, it is still one of the elders of the Immortal United. How could it be possible to have nothing at all? If it is true that there is no ability at all, it is impossible for the golden mouse to be the elder. Therefore, although the hidden weapon skill of the golden retriever does not match the fighting style of most demon gods, but it is indeed the best in the world. The timing he seized was just right. It was the time when Yu Shi'er was fighting Elder Qingwing, and there was no time for him to pay attention. After all, Yu Shi'er is different from Qi Lu, even if her fighting skills are exquisite, even if her fighting awareness is superb. But the experience of facing strong enemies is still too little. Unlike Qi Lu at all the fighting skills he possessed were lessons learned in blood, completely turned into instinct. So we can be invincible. At this moment, Yu Shi'er is facing the plot of the golden retriever, and the sudden golden retriever attacks. For a while, I couldn't think of any way to dodge, and in a hurry, I had toxepted hard. The condensed law of reincarnation turned into armor, blocking the front. It's a pity that the effect of the power of reincarnation on dead creatures is far inferior to that on living creatures. After all, Yu Shi'er is not a human king, and she can't make it into the category of reincarnation even if it is heaven and earth, and let herself bedridden. It can be seen from this that Yu Shi'er still has a long way to go to learn what she has to learn. However, although the effect is a bit worse, it is still somewhat effective. Yu Shi'er's hasty response also blocked most of the golden hair needles, reducing a lot of threats. But still a few golden hair, steel needles penetrated Yu Shi'er's defense and landed on her body. Strong penetrating power allows the golden hair needle to pass through the body. Puff! There was a burst of blood. Damn, I almost forgot, there is another enemy. Yu Shi'er gritted her teeth. Fortunately at the last moment, she avoided all vital points. Although the golden hair steel needle caused some injuries, they were basically minor injuries, with no major problems. It's just that the blood overflowing from the wound stained the clothes red, making Yu Shi'er look a little miserable. It was actually blocked. It seems that I was right to choose to escape. Seeing this scene, the golden mouse couldn't help but think in his heart. Bullying the weak and fearing the hard, the fox fakes the tiger's power. In this kind of thing, the golden retriever is a good hand, and when he encounters a hard stubble, he runs away quickly, and can still be complacent. After all, being able to escape from a powerful enemy is also a skill, isn't it? If you keep the green hills, you are not afraid of running out of firewood. The reaction speed is good. I didn't expect that you still have the strength to resist these attacks. Elder Qingwen squinted his eyes, sneered, and said half mockingly half praise. Arrive. Humph, I still have the power to deal with you. Yu Shi'er also snorted coldly and replied. There was no accusation of such a sneak attack. Because everyone understands that this kind of life and death battle has to be divided between life and death, and of course they will use any means. The war is cruel and dark, and there is never any glamorous whitewash. What is recorded is nothing more than high-sounding words. Only the final victor is the real justice. That being the case, there is nothing despicable at all. As long as you work hard to win, that's enough. Haven't you heard the saying, soldiers never tire of cheating? It says it'll. The old man thinks it would be more appropriate to say this sentence when you really do it. Elder Qingwen said with a face full of disdain. The demon god has always been contemptuous of the main god. I feel that these guys who only consume the power of law are not qualified fighters at all. However, they probably won't admit that in the eyes of those main gods, they are reckless people who don't know how to fight at all. So, the chain of contempt is a circle. While you despise others, you don't know whether others will despise you. But it doesn't matter, if this kind of thing really happens, then the solution is very simple. Just one fight will do. Whoever wins is entitled to continue to despise the other side. After all, the dead will not express their opinions. But Yu Shi'er doesn't care about this. Her mission is to destroy these enemies. It has nothing to do with other things. I'll do it, and I'll do it soon. Trust you, it won't be long. Yu Shi'er let out a breath of turbid air slowly, and the power of the law of reincarnation enveloped the wound. The dead energy is gone, and the vitality spreads. The wound formed by the golden hair needle piercing through it quickly healed. At the same time, there was an extremely terrifying aura erupting from Yu Shi'er's body. Like a tsunami, it hit our faces. The law of reincarnation, endless progress. This is an ability that is rarely used in the law of reincarnation. Use the power of reincarnation to pave the way forward, temporarily increase your own strength, and kill the enemy by leapfrogging. To put it more figuratively, it's the end of the boat. After the blessing of the power of reincarnation disappears, the caster will also be weak for a period of time. Generally speaking, it is not a commonly used method. But this time, Yu Shi'er could feel that the enemies in front of her were not as easy to deal with as those guys before. There is no way. Qingwen is also one of the elders who really stand at the top of the battle power in the Immortal Alliance. Compared with Qi Lu, it is indeed a bit worse. But compared with Yu Shi'er, it's not bad. Coupled with the sneak attack from time to time by the golden retriever, it naturally has the upper hand. Yu Shi'er also saw this, so she decided to use this move in order to end the battle as soon as possible. And it's definitely worth it. Because, no matter whether it is the Eternal God Realm or the Immortal Alliance, the number of people who can truly achieve top combat power far surpassing other elders is extremely limited. If Yu Shi'er could exchange Elder Qingwen's life at the price of being weak for a period of time. For Eternal God's domain, it must have made a profit. After all, the state of weakness can be lifted. But life is gone, it is really gone. So if you decide to do this, you can't hesitate, otherwise, the longer you delay, the more difficult it will be. Is it a secret technique to temporarily increase your strength? Interesting. Although it is very useful, it should have a time limit and side effects. For his opponent, the sudden outburst of abnormal momentum, Elder Qingwen saw the truth at a glance. This kind of secret technique to temporarily increase strength is not a rare thing. Just like some monsters in the infinite battlefield, the blood burst that can be used is actually a kind of secret technique. Although there are some differences in principle, the effect reflected is actually the same. So Elder Qingweng's face became more serious. Even knowing that this secret technique has a time limit, it also has side effects. However, that was after the end of the secret technique. At least during the duration of the secret technique, the strength of the opponent has actually become stronger, and it must not be underestimated. Although your secret technique is very useful, it's too young to use this method to defeat the old man. Elder Qingweng said, and the speed of attack accelerated again. The light and shadow flowed, and in an instant, thousands of shots had been made. Moreover, the power carried by each attack is enough to break mountains and mountains, which is extremely terrifying. At the same time, giant rattan snakes all over the sky appeared again, and accompanied by Elder Qingweng's attack, they surrounded him from all directions. The impenetrable attack covered every corner, leaving no gaps at all. Since the enemy has even used the secret technique, then of course I have to give it enough respect. However, Yu Shi'er's reaction was extremely calm. Even if the incoming attack was close at hand, the expression on his face did not fluctuate in the slightest. Opposite. Instead, he said in a flat tone, "Reincarnation is also a kind of relief, and it is also a new choice. Now, the choice is in front of you, why not give it a try?" "What are you saying?" Hearing this, Elder Qingweng couldn't help frowning. But before he could react, Yu Shi'er had already raised her hand, and the condensed power of the law of reincarnation was like a volcano ready to explode. At this moment, it erupted with a boom. A circle of substantial air waves suddenly formed, and suddenly spread out towards the surroundings. The law of reincarnation, life and death intertwine. Call. At this moment, it seemed that the world stood still. The spreading power of the law of reincarnation raged in all directions with unrivaled impact. Cooperating with the giant rattan snake that Elder Qingweng attacked, it turned into dead branches again, and then under the terrifying impact, it turned into sawdust all over the sky, flying with the wind, and finally, it was completely annihilated and turned into nothingness. Even Elder Qingweng can hardly resist this terrifying force at this moment. The power of intertwining life and death cut off all vitality. The closer she was to Yu Shi'er, the greater the horror she had to endure. This is the reason why Yu Shi'er didn't look flustered at all, because there was no need at all. The power enhanced by the law of reincarnation is by no means comparable to ordinary desperately used secret techniques. On this point, Elder Qingweng was completely wrong in his prediction. Even after Elder Qingweng found out that Yu Shi'er used the secret technique, he subconsciously became cautious. But in the face of absolute power, prudence and vigilance cannot resolve the fundamental gap. No bragging, no blackmail if the person who is fighting Elder Qingweng at this moment is the King of Kings. Then the whole process is simple. Facing the king who is willing to fight with all his strength, if Elder Qingweng survives a move, he can be counted as a winner. Unfortunately, this is impossible. The human king is an existence that really stands on top of the peak, perhaps compared with the immortal demon, it is the same level. However, it is a pity that the human king does not know about the immortal demon. The immortal heavenly demon also doesn't know the existence of the human king. This is also the regret brought about by not being able to meet the most powerful Tianjiao of the two eras. Although at this moment, Elder Qingweng is not facing a human king, but similarly, he is not an immortal demon either. How terrifying is the power of intertwining life and death! At this moment, even the sky and the earth became dark. Between the interlacing of life and death, the sky and the earth seemed to alternate between day and night. The endless terrifying aura spread to the surroundings, completely enveloping Elder Qingweng, leaving no way out. And the golden hairy mouse in the distance also did not escape this disaster. There was no time to react. At the same time that the golden mouse sensed the danger, the dark world and the terrifying shadows had already covered him. How could Yu Shi'er, who had fought the golden mouse before, ignore this guy who was good at running away? So the move this time is directly an indiscriminate large-scale attack. Don't ask for a one-hit kill, but ask for an absolute impossibility to dodge. The intertwining of life and death is the period when vitality is lost and death energy spreads. The moment the domain was formed, Elder Qingwing's eyes widened suddenly, his pupils constricted suddenly, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Puff! What a terrifying power, you actually possess such a powerful secret technique. Even though he had become vigilant and subconsciously started to guard against Yu Shi'er's attack, he was seriously injured. This is what Elder Qingwing finds most incredible. Although the secret technique to temporarily increase one's own strength is not uncommon, the secret technique that can increase so much strength in Onigo is really unheard of and unseen. Today can be regarded as an eye-opener and a long experience. It's just that the price of gaining insight is a bit painful, which can already be said to be unacceptable. When the force of intertwining life and death fell on Elder Qingwing's body, it directly killed half of his life, without any exaggeration. This is the power of Yu Shi'er's all-out attack after temporarily enhancing her strength. Even the Elder Qingwing, who is at the top of the Immortal Alliance, can't afford it. Although the people of the Tree People are born with strong vitality. But I can't afford to spend it like this. The ripples swept over, making Elder Qingwing's appearance look a lot older. The loss of vitality made Elder Qingwing so uncomfortable that he wanted to vomit blood, even though he had already vomited once. But this uncomfortable feeling didn't get any better. As for the golden mouse, whose strength is far inferior to that of Elder Qingwing, that would be a disaster. When the terrifying intertwining force of life and death spread over, the spiked golden hair of the golden mouse seemed to be completely rusted, and under the ensuing impact, it was shattered into a pile of powder. Really turned into a bald mouse. But that's just the appearance. What really gave the golden retriever a fatal blow was the loss of vitality. The crushing force of the law of reincarnation invaded the golden retriever's body, erasing all his vitality. This kind of attack, when there is a gap in cultivation level, is simply irresistible. It can be called the instant death effect. Such is the power of law. For those who have the ability to resist, it is not such a difficult force to deal with. But for the weak, who are unable to resist, it is a real reminder. The moment when death's sickle hung high above his head and swung it vigorously. It is the arrival of the time of death. Do not. The golden retriever can feel that death is approaching. It is the despair brought about by the force of life and death. Sometimes, instant death may be a gift, and instant death is also a kind of mercy. Because the depression of waiting for the darkness to come is definitely not a good feeling. Especially when there is nothing you can do. However, Yu Shi'er didn't have the kindness of being merciless. The moment she made a move, she just let nature take its course. So at this time, the one thing that golden retriever regrets the most is, why didn't he escape? Why are you still waiting to die in this place? It's a pity that there is no such thing as regret medicine, even in the infinite battlefield. When you make a wrong choice at a fork in your life, you must learn to pay the price for your choice. Even if the price is his own life. So the ending of the golden retriever is doomed. Under the attack of the intertwined force of life and death, he fell down without any accident. Then it turned into a pile of dry bones, and there was no chance of waking up again. This is also the main reason why Yu Shi'er used this trick, but I hope the enemy can never dodge. If we don't get rid of this guy who likes to hide in the dark and make dirty tricks first, who knows what he will do in the next battle, and where he will pull the situation of this battle. You actually let you kill another elder. Damn you. Elder Qingwing could feel the disappearance of the golden mouse's breath, so couldn't help frowning, and his tone was cold. The golden mouse is an elder he recruited, and he is considered a member of Ofi's own faction, so he is here now. Then Elder Qingwen would naturally feel a little unhappy. But what is more, is the fear of Yu Shi'er. Unexpectedly, the newly promoted elders of the Eternal God Realm are so powerful. Holding such a terrifying secret technique in his hands, he can increase his strength to an unmatched level in a short period of time. So of course I have to say a few harsh words to strengthen my courage. Moreover, Elder Qingwen also understands that the more powerful the secret technique, the greater the side effects after it ends. Then, if you want to deal with this guy in front of you, the easiest way is to delay until the effect of her secret technique is over. However, how to delay until then is a big problem. Damn me? Hee, it's just a mouse that got rid of casually. Don't worry, you will be the next one to die, don't worry so much. Yu Shi'er spoke slowly, trying to make her breathing as even as possible, also to gather strength. Using the law of reincarnation to enhance one's own strength, the effect is powerful, and the side effect is only weakness for a period of time. Compared with the burst of qi and blood of those monsters, it is much stronger. But to say there are no disadvantages? Of course there is, it's just that the duration is shorter, and it can't support a long battle. So Yu Shi'er didn't want to use this kind of nonsense to delay the enemy. Instead, after gathering enough strength, he shot again. But this time, it's not an indiscriminate and large-scale attack that consumes a lot of money like life and death. After all, Elder Qingwen has already been consumed for a while, and it is much easier to deal with his strength greatly reduced. At least, he won't be allowed to dodge this attack. End this life and fall into reincarnation. This blow is life and death. Yu Shi'er whispered, raised her right hand, stretched out her index finger, and pointed at Elder Qingwen. The power of the law of reincarnation condensed into a sharp arrow burst out, completely locked on the target, and there was no way to dodge. This sound was like a death sentence. The sharp arrow that turned into substance was also reflected in Elder Qingwen's eyes, getting closer and closer. If it hits, it must be another dry bone. However, at this critical moment, a black shadow flashed past. Boom! After hearing a muffled sound, the sharp arrow of reincarnation has come to the Elder Qingwen's brow, but not a little distance away. Suddenly, it shattered. It really shocked Elder Qingwen into a cold sweat. Anyone else? Yu Shi'er was also shocked in her heart, knowing that this must be another elder of the Immortal Union. The speed of the enemy's support is too fast. In a short period of time, reinforcements arrived one after another. This is really the worst possible situation. Originally, Yu Shi'er wanted to leave here as soon as possible after getting rid of Elder Qingwen. Then go back to the Eternal God Realm to rest for a period of time to get rid of the weak state. Who would have thought that the Immortal United would come to reinforce them again? But it's still at this time. The blessing of the law of reincarnation is coming to an end. If you enter a weak state, let alone defeat the enemy in front of you, whether you can leave alive is a problem. Just when Yu Shi'er was in doubt, a man as strong as a bear, with knotted muscles and dark skin, suddenly appeared in front of Elder Qingwen like a bolt of lightning. His face was square, like a knife and an axe, and his eyes were cold and stern, like falling frost. The body, which only wore an animal skin battle skirt, was covered with strange scars that seemed to be formed after a lightning strike. It set off his sturdy temperament even more sharply. It turned out to be you. After seeing the man's face clearly, Yu Shi'er couldn't help taking a deep breath. Although Yu Shi'er saw this guy for the first time, there is information about him in the Eternal God Realm. And it also marked the words of special attention. Among the Immortal Alliance, the combat power is so strong that it can be ranked among the top 3 elders, the Thunder Tiger. It is rumored that he once tempered his body with heaven and earth tribulation thunder, and the scars left on his body are the best proof. Moreover, in the past record, Thunder Tiger also fought against the President of the Eternal God Realm, and managed to retreat completely. There are countless strong men who died in his hands. It can be said that in the entire Immortal Union, there are only a few elders who really need special attention. And Thunder Tiger is definitely one of them. This is undoubtedly worse for the current situation. If it was only an ordinary elder who came from Immortal United, then Yu Shi or could still find a way to leave. After all, Elder Qingwing has been seriously injured, so he definitely doesn't want to continue fighting. However, it happened to be Thunder Tiger. This time, it's dangerous. Qing man, when did you become such a waste? You will be seriously injured when facing such an opponent. The Thunder Tiger who suddenly appeared did not pay attention to the opponent in front of him, but glanced at Elder Qingwing, and said coldly. There was no sarcasm in the tone, only the usual indifference. As if to state a fact. The new elder of the Eternal God Realm has incomplete information. However, Elder Qingwing did not refute Thunder Tiger's words, but frowned. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied with Thunder Tiger's claim that he was a waste, but his skills were not as good as others, so it was hard to argue. If other elders dare to say that about him, they must be educated. Let those guys who don't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth know the high and low in the Immortal Union. Can such a clumsy excuse be said? You've probably really become a waste. Thunder Tiger shook his head, his tone was still without sarcasm, but it was more harsh than sarcasm. But after saying this, Thunder Tiger didn't say any more, but looked at Yu Shi. Being able to defeat Qingwing, your strength should be pretty good. I don't know if you can let me have a good fight? Although the tone is indifferent, the eyes are full of fighting spirit. This sentence is not ridicule or contempt, but sincere. Because it can be known from the intelligence that the guy who dares to use the heaven and earth to temper his body must not be a normal person. It can also be seen from Thunder Tiger's previous record that he is a martial idiot who loves to fight. Otherwise, I wouldn't have challenged the president of the Eternal God Realm. Therefore, for Thunder Tiger, the existence of the Immortal Alliance is actually not important. What's more important is whether he himself is refreshed, and whether there is any battle that can make him enjoy himself. This is also the reason why the Thunder Tiger has been wandering outside of this war so far. Ordinary opponents are no longer in the eyes of Thunder Tiger. Earlier, Thunder Tiger heard that in the Eternal God Realm, there is a guy who knows the law of ice. He is powerful and can kill the elders of the Immortal Union everywhere. He can fight. He is currently looking for that guy. However, in the process of searching, I unexpectedly felt the fluctuation of the power of this world. So on a whim, I decided to come and have a look. Then I discovered that there must be two people here who can defeat Elder Qingwing. In this case, the Thunder Tiger can't let it go, it has to fight with it, taught its skills. Then it became what it is now. You really know how to pick your time. Yu Shi was not in the mood to answer Thunder Tiger's words. Have a good fight? If Yu Shi had not been consumed yet and was still in her prime, she might still have a hearty battle with the Thunder Tiger. But now, even the blessing of the law of reincarnation is about to disappear, and it is about to enter a weak state. How could it be the opponent of Thunder Tiger? Is it true that the reputation of the Thunder Tiger is blown out? Pick time? No. Ever since I became famous as Thunder Tiger, I have never taken advantage of someone's danger. When the Thunder Tiger heard the words, he roared angrily, and then punched out, smashing the void beside him on the spot. Then a large number of treasures of heaven, material, and earth were taken out from the space crack. I know that the secret technique you used will end soon, and then you will suffer the side effects of the secret technique. So I will help you recover, you only need to fight me once. We are not only competing, but also deciding whether to live or die. Seeing this scene, the Elder Qingwing was stunned and didn't know what to say for a while. There is one thing to say, the one thing Elder Qingwing wants to say the most right now is, are you out of your mind? Since it's a matter of life and death, why do you have to wait for the Enemito recover? You look heroic, don't you? If it wasn't for the fact that his own strength was not as good as that of Thunder Tiger, Elder Qingwen wanted to give Thunder Tiger a punch right now. Then open this guy's celestial spirit cover, to see what this guy is thinking. It's not all muscle, is it? What you said is true. Let alone Elder Qingwen, even Yu Shi'er felt a little unbelievable. Although in the information database of the Eternal God Realm, there is a record of the basic information of the Thunder Tiger, and it is marked with special attention. Position Thunder Tiger as a standard dangerous character. However, there was really no mention of Thunder Tiger's character in the intelligence database. All he knew was that the Thunder Tiger was fond of fighting, but he was not a bloodthirsty person. Although he acted unruly, he was quite upright. Now Yu Shi'er can be considered to have realized what it means to be unruly and upright. To put it bluntly, it is just a tendon, what comes to mind is what it is. Of course, say what you say. Thunder Tiger said indifferently. Then, with a push with one palm, he pushed the treasures of heaven and earth floating in front of him to Yu Shi'er. One must know that Thunder Tiger is a long-established powerhouse in the infinite battlefield, possessing innumerable treasures of heaven and earth. Compared with a newcomer like Yu Shi'er, her family background is extremely rich. There is no way, who let Yu Shi'er come to the infinite battlefield, it only took so little time. I didn't even have time to collect the treasures of heaven and earth. However, this does not prevent Yu Shi'er from knowing the functions of these natural treasures. At any rate, he stayed with the Ice Spirit Sage King for a while, and his theoretical knowledge is quite rich. Seeing so many treasures of heaven, material, and earth now, out of caution, after identifying them one by one, I found that nothing was done. Then he cupped his hands and said, "Since that's the case, then I thank you for your kindness." "Need not." Thunder Tiger replied calmly. "The sooner you recover, the sooner our battle can begin." Hearing these words, Elder Qingwen only felt that his brain hurts. What kind of a muscle is this? It is clearly lack of heart. Right now, there is such a good opportunity to kill the new elders of the Eternal God Realm, but you just don't do it. You have to wait until the opponent recovers, before starting the war. You kid can't be an undercover agent, can you? Qing Man, I think your injuries are not serious, do you want to leave first? However, Thunder Tiger couldn't hear Elder Qingwen's inner voice, so he just glanced at him and asked. "Thank you for your kindness, I'll just watch it here." Elder Qingwen replied indifferently. I also added a sentence in my heart, who knows if you are an undercover agent, will you let people go on purpose, if I am not here to stare at you, can I rest assured? Then it's up to you. Thunder Tiger heard the words, and didn't say any more, but quietly waited for Yu Shi'er to recover. It may take a few days for the weak state brought about by the temporary strengthening of the law of reincarnation to recover naturally. However, with the help of a large number of natural treasures, the recovery time can be greatly shortened. The enemy has such kind intentions, Yu Shi'er will naturally not refuse. It's just hard to imagine that there can be such a gentleman's elder in the immortal union. Or a specially marked dangerous character, Thunder Tiger. But this information did not appear in the information database of the Eternal God Realm. Perhaps it was because the opponents who fought Thunder Tiger were basically dead. According to the records, among the targets targeted by the Thunder Tiger, the only one who survived the battle and defeated the Thunder Tiger was the president of the Eternal God Realm. That was also Thunder Tiger's only failure in the battle on the infinite battlefield. Besides, none of Thunder Tiger's enemies survived. This is also one of the reasons why Thunder Tiger's information is scarce. Naturally, no information about personality was recorded. As you wish, I have fully recovered. Now, let's fight. Since Thunder Tiger kept his promise and did not take advantage of others, Yu Shi'er would naturally not break his word. What Thunder Tiger wanted was a hearty battle, so a battle with him would bite. It's just that the very first sentence, it's a matter of life and death, now that I think about it, why doesn't it feel right? If this is really the case, then how did the Thunder Tiger escape from the hands of the President of the Eternal God Realm? This should not be in line with his style. Of course, under the current situation, it is definitely not possible to ask this question. At least have to wait until after the fight to ask. Otherwise, no matter how it sounds, it seems to be mocking. It is good. Then, take the lesson. Thunder Tiger took a step forward, clasped his fists, and said. Compared with those unscrupulous monks, Thunder Tiger is more like a martial artist, with good etiquette. Don't talk about sneak attacks, don't make plots, be upright and aboveboard. Please. Yu Shi'er also clasped her fists together. This is a representative, and I am ready. Boom. All of a sudden, a burst of sound was heard, like thunder. At this instant, the Thunder Tiger had crossed space and arrived in front of Yu Shi'er. With a bang, a punch came out, and there was a sound of hunting wind, hissing as if the void was broken, and it was extremely ear-piercing. The wind of the fist is like a tsunami, and the intent of the fist is like the power of heaven. This is the strength of the Thunder Tiger, he must be one of the top demon gods. It's also the reason why Thunder Tiger is upright and never takes advantage of others, he has extreme confidence in his own strength. Fighting, never need to take advantage of others' danger, that's what villains do. The law of reincarnation aging. Yu Shi'er was astonished at the strength of this force, but her reaction speed was not slow. Yu Shi'er, who had fully recovered, was not as powerful as the Ice Spirit Sacred King and Qi Lu, but she was still among the most popular in the infinite battlefield. Facing the Thunder Tiger, she would not be powerless to fight back. Therefore, before the wind of the fist and the will of the fist arrived, the power of the law of reincarnation was condensed into a shield. Birth, old age, sickness, and death are all ways of reincarnation. Facing the Thunder Tiger, directly using the power of life and death is difficult to play its due role. Because the more powerful the target is, the more consumption is required to directly judge life and death. And if it doesn't have the desired effect, it's not worth the candle. So the weakening of aging is better. When Thunder Tiger's fist wind came over the environment, like a dragon's fist intent, and hit Yu Shi'er's condensed shield, the aging power also began to take effect. Weakening and dying like peeling off cocoons are the meaning of aging. It is the function of this shield to wipe away the incoming fist wind and fist intention bit by bit. You are indeed a good opponent. My waiting is not in vain. Thunder Tiger's eyes lit up, and he didn't feel any displeasure at all, because his attack was blocked. Instead, there was a feeling of meeting an opponent, and I became excited. However, Yu Shi'er did not reply. Because through this fight, she can feel that Thunder Tiger is stronger than Elder Qingwing, it's not a level. No wonder Elder Qingwing was called a waste by Thunder Tiger, and he didn't dare to refute it, so the gap is so big. Therefore, Yu Shi'er couldn't be distracted in this battle. Fortunately, Yu Shi'er's combat skills and combat awareness are not bad, and it is not impossible to fight back against the Thunder Tiger. The power of the law of reincarnation can somewhat make Thunder Tiger feel scruples. It's just that it's far from the restrictions on Elder Qingwing. At the level of the Thunder Tiger, the physical body is so strong, and the power of ordinary laws may be difficult to leave even the slightest trace. It can really be called invulnerable. Unless one can fully grasp the power of a certain law, one can still fight against it. However, Yu Shi'er's mastery of the law of reincarnation, even if it is inherited from the king of humans, is impossible to achieve perfection now. That's why when facing Thunder Tiger, he felt powerless. Even if you want to increase the distance, use the power of the law of reincarnation to wear down the Thunder Tiger's strength, and then engage in a decisive battle. But how could Thunder Tiger make Yu Shi'er fulfill his wish? Boom. Once again smashing the shield of reincarnation power condensed by Yu Shi'er, the terrifying fist wind also impacted on Yu Shi'er. Puff. With a mouthful of blood spurting out, Yu Shi'er also flew out backwards. The Thunder Tiger who punched looked at the wrinkles on his arms, which were the traces of aging. The physical body is the foundation of body cultivation. Aging, for a demon god, should not have existed. But under the power of the law of reincarnation, this kind of thing seems a little hard to resist. It's such a terrifying power of law, it can actually affect my physical condition. Thunder Tiger clenched his fist and said slowly. Any demon god can fully grasp the changes in his own situation, to the point of accuracy. Although the power of the law of reincarnation cannot instantly deprive Thunder Tiger of his life, it can slowly devour his vitality. Let him go from the peak to the twilight. This is also what makes Thunder Tiger feel terrible. The elders who are enough to rank among the top 3 in the Immortal Union really deserve their reputation. Yu Shi'er in the distance also wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, as if talking to herself. However, what Yu Shi'er didn't know was. In fact, in the intelligence database of the Eternal God Realm, the information about the Thunder Tiger is already outdated. The Thunder Tiger, who had challenged the president of the Eternal God Realm and retreated completely, was no longer the same as it used to be. Because of that battle, no third person saw it. Therefore, no one knows that the recorded retire with full body refers on Lito leave alive. That time was Thunder Tiger's only failure, and it was also the closest to death. If you survive, you will be successful. Then when you are on the verge of death, break and stand. It can be said that the only failure was also an opportunity for Thunder Tiger to improve his strength again. Therefore, the current Thunder Tiger can be said to be definitely the number 1 among the elders of the Immortal United. Although the world rules of the infinite battlefield will suppress the strength of every gold digger. But it will not seal understanding. When it's time for an epiphany, you will also have an epiphany. It's just that the information collected by Eternal God's domain has not been updated. Similarly, it was also because of this incident that the Thunder Tiger became more obsessed with fighting to his limit. The closer the battle is to death, the more you can force yourself to unleash your full potential. Thus Nirvana rebirth. That's why such unnecessary things happened now. First help Yu Shi'er recover, and then fight with him. Thunder Tiger did this to find qualified opponents. After all, in the infinite battlefield, there are really not many strong players who are qualified to be the opponent of Thunder Tiger. I finally found one, so I can't waste it. At this moment, Thunder Tiger also felt sincerely that his waiting was not in vain. Although Yu Shi'er's strength could not push the Thunder Tiger to the limit, the power of the law of reincarnation gave him a very novel experience and some new insights. What is immortality? Why immortality? Beyond life and death, beyond reincarnation. Being invincible is not the end of immortality, but only the beginning. Thunder Tiger has been pursuing the strongest power, but found that there is no end to the road of becoming stronger. Come again. I feel more and more excited now. As a qualified martial idiot, every bit of progress in himself can make Thunder Tiger feel excited. This is his lifelong pursuit, so that he can do what he wants without worrying about the eyes of others. I will accompany you to the end. Yu Shi'er is naturally not to be outdone. Because there is no way out, if you want to leave, you can only defeat Thunder Tiger. Besides, there is an elder Qingwing staring at him beside him. However, the only advantage of fighting the Thunder Tiger is probably that you don't have to worry about being attacked by others. This may be Wu Qi's persistence. Thunder Tiger does not allow anyone to intervene in his battle, even if the outcome is crucial. In fact, as I said earlier, Thunder Tiger doesn't care. He only cares about his own gains. Joining the Immortal United was just an accident. That's why Elder Qingwing, who knew this, never intervened in this battle. Otherwise, the Thunder Tiger who has been disturbed won't care if you are one off his own. This also saved Yu Shi'er a lot of worry, and she could concentrate on competing with Thunder Tiger instead of thinking about other things. After all, being distracted during battle has a great impact on combat power. What Thunder Tiger wanted was a perfect battle. To improve yourself. What a troublesome guy, if it wasn't for your strength, Although Elder Qingwen was watching the battle, it was hard to say what was going on in his heart. No matter who meets a teammate like Thunder Tiger, he won't be too happy. It does what it wants, and sometimes even makes no distinction between the enemy and the enemy. If it wasn't true that he couldn't beat him, Elder Qingwen didn't want to suffer this. Therefore, seeing the ongoing battle, Elder Qingwen was not at all happy. And the one who was also unhappy was actually Yu Shi'er. The combat power of the Thunder Tiger is indeed terrifying. After getting familiar with the law of reincarnation, Thunder Tiger's attack became more and more difficult to resist. The more you fight, the braver you become, the more you fight, the stronger you become. And it's super adaptable. He really deserves to be the strongest elder in the Immortal Alliance, and he's also a martial idiot. This is probably also Wu Qi's instinct, to adapt to the opponent's fighting style as quickly as possible. Then combine your own strength to choose the most suitable countermeasures to defeat the enemy. What a terrifying fighting instinct. No wonder the Thunder Tiger had experienced countless battles in the infinite battlefield, but he was only defeated once. The reason for the defeat was also very simple. It is because of the President of the Eternal God Realm, the level of combat power directly crushes the Thunder Tiger. In such a clear-cut battle, the role of fighting instinct seemed so insignificant. Perhaps some of the remaining functions are to help oneself find a good escape route. However, that is something only the President of the Eternal God Realm can do. At least the current Yu Shi'er is no match for Thunder Tiger in terms of hard power. It was also because of this that it became more and more difficult to face Thunder Tiger's fighting instinct. The longer the delay, the more difficult the opponent will be. Yu Shi'er, who was already at a disadvantage, was losing ground even more. In the end, he could only guarantee that his life would not be threatened, but the wounds on his body continued to increase. Perhaps under the power of the law of reincarnation, as long as one does not die, one can recover. But the premise is also, to be able to save life. Every battle is a desperate fight. Am I too weak? Yu Shi'er couldn't help thinking about it in her mind. But soon, Yu Shi'er put this thought behind her. Because there are people beyond people, and there is a sky beyond the sky, if you don't experience real bloody battles, how can you become stronger? So the current self is far from enough. Elder Qingwen, who was watching the battle from a distance, was already a little impatient. I kept thinking in my heart, this damn Thunder Tiger could not really be an undercover agent sent by the Eternal God Realm. Obviously at the beginning, an enemy that could be killed easily had to take so much effort. So far, the problem has not been resolved. Isn't it really just procrastinating? Moreover, the more important point is the Eternal God Realm is now attacking the Immortal Union. Now that the President of the Immortal United is missing, Thunder Tiger, the #1 fighter among the elders, is wasting time here again. Isn't this clearly pitting the Immortal Union? The longer the Thunder Tiger spends here, the greater the upper hand the Eternal God's domain will have. After all, there is still a huge gap between the newly promoted elders of the Eternal God Realm and the Thunder Tiger. In addition, Young Man himself is still staying in this place. In this way, it is equivalent to 2 first-class elders of the Immortal Union being held back by a first-class elder of the Eternal God Realm. No matter how it is considered, it is a big loss for the Immortal Alliance, okay? Therefore, every second Elder Qingwen stayed here, the irritability in his heart became deeper. If Thunder Tiger could get rid of the new elders of the Eternal God Realm at once, then he wouldn't be so impatient. But the question is, how long has this been dragging on? Elder Qingwen was so angry that he swears. Elder Qingwen, why are you staying in this place? Want to watch a play? At this moment, a familiar voice appeared in Elder Qingwen's ears. Immediately, Elder Qingwen turned his head, and saw a familiar face. It was Elder Qi Lu. Elder Qi Lu, why are you here? Elder Qingwen was a little surprised. To be honest, since the Eternal God Realm suddenly attacked the elders of the Immortal Union, Elder Qingwen seldom heard about Elder Qi Lu, as if this guy had disappeared since then. Didn't expect it to appear in this place. I felt the power fluctuations in this place, and I sensed that there was a battle, so I came here to take a look. Qi Lu replied with a very calm face, and glanced in the direction of the battlefield. Finding that Yu Shi'er is still safe for the time being, she is relieved. I see. Elder Qingwen nodded, agreeing with Elder Qi Li's statement. This is a common thing. When they go to support other elders, they also use this method to judge whether they need to go there. If the battle has been stalemate, then you must go and have a look. In a one-sided battle, it depends on who is at a disadvantage. If the enemy is at a disadvantage, then there is no need to go there, even if the winner has not yet been determined, it doesn't matter. But if one's own people are at a disadvantage, they must quickly support them. Elder Qi Lu probably also sensed the battle here, and it has been stalemate, so he came here. Thinking of this, Elder Qingwen blushed a little. Because he thought of what Elder Qi Lu said just now, "Are you here, watching aptly?" Elder Qi Lu, it's actually like this, Thunder Tiger, he doesn't like others to intervene in his battle. So in order to avoid Elder Qi Li's misunderstanding, Elder Qingwen also had to say one more word to explain his behavior. It's not that I want to watch the show, but Thunder Tiger's brain circuit is really not normal. In order to prove that what he said was true, he even said that Thunder Tiger first helped the opponent recover his strength, then he shook his head and said, "So, it's not that this old man wants to stand here. Is there such a thing?" After hearing these words, Qi Lu also seemed a little surprised. This is a pure martial idiot. The brain circuit is a little more strange, and there seems to be nothing wrong with it. In this way, Yu Shi'er is still so safe now, thanks to Thunder Tiger? There is one thing to say, in the library pavilion of the Immortal Union, although the information of the elders is recorded. But a lot of information is old information. Especially, the elders like Thunder Tiger, who hardly stay in the Immortal Union, have even fewer sources of information. After all, the members of the Immortal United have nothing to do, and they don't always go to investigate the elders of their own family. Isn't there something wrong with that? Therefore, Qi Li's knowledge of Thunder Tiger was limited to knowing the existence of this guy. Of course, another reason is that in the materials of the Immortal United, it is not necessary to record the black history of the elders. A guy who might be indistinguishable from himself when he fights to the top is really not something to show off. So after learning about these things, Qi Lu was not so anxious. To be honest, the reason why Qi Lu came here was because he sensed Yu Shi'er's breath, which seemed to be a little disordered. It should have met a very difficult enemy, and even fell into danger. It was impossible for Qi Lu to feel at ease, so he came here. Looking at it now, it turns out that there are still people who are willing to take the initiative to be a training partner, which is a good thing. As long as the safety of life can be guaranteed, fighting against powerful enemies is the best way to hone oneself, there is no one. That's how Qi Lu came here. However, in the trial space, he couldn't even guarantee his own safety. It's just unlimited resurrection. So in the current situation, Qi Lu is not in a hurry to stop this battle. Anyway, I was just watching from the side, no matter what. It was impossible for Yu Shi'er to be in danger. Let's use the power of Thunder Tiger to sharpen Yu Shi'er. However, before that, it would be better to send Elder Qingwen away first. Otherwise, when he comes to save people later, it is inevitable to deal with the trouble of Elder Qingwen first. If the news leaked out, wouldn't it be that he had exposed his identity in advance? Thinking of this, Qi Lu spoke again, and said, "Elder Qingwen, I think you have suffered serious injuries. Now that I am here to watch over you, why don't you go back and heal your injuries first?" The words were full of concern, and it was hard for Elder Qingwen to refuse. Thinking about it carefully, since Elder Qi Lu has come, it must be a cure for a situation. Then it doesn't matter if you are here or not. So Elder Qingwing also nodded, and said, Elder Qi Lu said that with you here, I can rest assured. Then I will trouble Elder Qi Lu to worry about it. It's okay, it's a trivial matter. The old man took his leave. After saying that, Elder Qingwing cupped his hands and left. Elder Qingwing still believed in Elder Qi Lu, a member he had recruited by himself. After all, there is a clear distinction between the main god and the demon god, and there is still a big difference. Really, no matter how you look at it, Thunder Tiger is more like an undercover agent than Elder Qi Lu. It can be regarded as taking him away. Otherwise, it will be much more difficult to deal with two people than one person. Seeing Elder Qingwing's back disappearing from his sight, Qi Lu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's not that I'm afraid of not being able to beat him. The main reason is that it is much more difficult to stop two people from escaping than to stop one person. Qi Lu is also planning to wait here for the president of the Immortal Union Topir, so that he can play it by ear, so it is natural to be cautious. Now that the goal has been achieved, the next step is to observe the battle between Yu Shi'er and the Thunder Tiger. Everything is mainly to sharpen Yu Shi'er, just to ensure the safety of life. Facing a martial idiot, there is no need to worry about him playing tricks. Otherwise, Thunder Tiger wouldn't have spent so much trouble in the beginning. This guy's strength is indeed much stronger than Elder Qingwing's. Not long after, Qi Lu expressed such emotion. According to the information in the Immortal United, Thunder Tiger's combat strength is indeed among the best among all the elders. If it wasn't for this guy who was obsessed with fighting, he was a complete martial idiot, and he was always single-minded in doing things. It won't be what it is now. Such an opponent is indeed a good choice as a stepping stone on Yu Shi'er's way forward. However, in the current situation, Yu Shi'er is at a disadvantage. And it looks like it's about to lose. Instead, Qi Lu broke into a cold sweat. However, Qi Lu still chose to believe in Yu Shi'er's potential, and believed that she could do more than that. Even if you can't defeat your opponent, you shouldn't lose miserably. Keep growing, Shi'er, I will always be by your side. Qi Lu thought silently in his heart. And on the other side. After Elder Qingwing left the battlefield where Thunder Tiger and Yu Shi'er were, he was about to go back to the treasure house of the Immortal Union to get some natural and earthly treasures to heal his wounds. Just on the way, I met a guy in a black cloak, hiding his face in the shadow off the hood. The familiar breath made Elder Qingwing stunned for a moment. Immediately reacted quickly. President? That's right, this faceless guy, judging from the perceived aura, is the president of the Immortal United. On this point, Elder Qingwing can guarantee that he will never admit his mistake. Anyway, he is also one of the elders with the oldest qualifications in the Immortal Alliance. How could he even recognize the breath of the president of the Immortal Alliance? That would be too ashamed of his identity. It's me. The tone of the man in the cloak was a little low, with an indescribable weirdness. But to Elder Qingwing, this voice is very familiar. Immediately stepped forward and spoke. President, you are back. You must have known about the bold actions of the Eternal God Realm. How dare you take the initiative to attack the Immortal Union? For this kind of reckless behavior, we must let them know who is the #1 force on the infinite battlefield. Please take action and lead us to destroy the Eternal God Realm. After saying that, Elder Qingwing lowered his head and made a gesture of request. The president of the Immortal Alliance can be described as the well-deserved #1 combat force of the Immortal Alliance. Even the Thunder Tiger is by no means a match for the president of the Immortal United. Previously, one of the main reasons why Eternal God's domain attacked the Immortal Alliance with great success and defeated the Immortal Alliance was that the president of the Immortal Alliance disappeared and lost a lot of power. Now, the strongest combat power of the Immortal Alliance is back. You scum of the Eternal God Realm, just wait to tremble. Elder Qingwen thought so in his heart. However, Elder Qingwen, who had been speaking for a while, did not wait for the president's answer. I didn't feel the president's anger either. It shouldn't be. This time, it was the Eternal God Realm who took the initiative to attack the Immortal Union. Under the circumstances that the two sides are still feuds and old enemies, can the president of the Immortal United not be angry? Obviously impossible. Could it be that the president in front of me is a fake? Thinking of this, Elder Qingwen suddenly felt something was wrong, and couldn't help but look up. Under the hood of the man in the cloak, there was a chilling gaze. Even in the shadows, it was extremely clear. The president is angry? Or, are you thinking about how to destroy the Eternal God Realm? Elder Qingwen couldn't help thinking in his heart when he saw this gaze that sent chills down his spine. In this way, the president is indeed the former president. Seeing such a bold move by the eternal gods, how could it be possible not to get angry? Maybe he was so angry that he couldn't speak. But at this moment, the cloaked man spoke. Youth. Your subordinate is here. What is the president's order? Elder Qingwen thought that the president was about to make a move, so he quickly responded. However, the man in the cloak didn't answer Qingwen's words, but spoke on his own. The people of the Tree People have a strong and long life force, a long lifespan, and unique talents. Hearing this, Elder Qingwen suddenly felt something was wrong. Just when I was about to speak and asked what the president wanted to say, he heard the last sentence. It's a good sacrifice. Sacrifice? Elder Qingwen was startled in his heart. He wanted to comfort himself and said, did he hear wrong? But at this time, if you still deceive yourself and others, you will be living up to your own life too much. It's just looking for a dead end. President, what do you want to say? What is a good sacrifice? Therefore, Elder Qingwen didn't hesitate anymore, and immediately asked aloud. Although Qingwen is the elder of the Immortal Union, it doesn't mean that he's willing to sacrifice unconditionally for the Immortal Union. If that was the case, there would not be so many factions in the Immortal United. So this time, if the president doesn't speak clearly, Qingwen felt that there was no need for him to be so attached to the position of elder. Of course it's literally, young man, you join the Immortal Alliance. Don't you want to sacrifice for the great cause of the Immortal Alliance? Don't you want to be a sacrifice when the heavenly demon recovers? That is a great honor. The man in the cloak didn't care about Elder Qingwen's mood and expression at all. He suddenly opened his arms and said in a high-pitched tone. At this time, even if Elder Qingwen couldn't see the expression of the man in the cloak, he could still guess it. His face must be full of fanaticism. The demon revived? The great cause of the Immortal Union? President, what are you talking about? How could it be an honor to be a sacrifice? Elder Qingwen only felt a little chill behind his back. He had never heard of this matter. Rather, it would cost too much to break the seal of the immortal sky demon. Except for the fanatical believers of the immortal heavenly demon, no one would be willing to become a sacrifice to release the immortal heavenly demon. Therefore, in the Immortal Union, the purpose of establishing the Immortal Union has never been said. Except for the first batch of members who knew it. Since then, this secret has been in the hands of the President of the Immortal United. It is up to them to use the power of the Immortal Union to collect enough sacrifices, enough blood food, and enough lives. Come and prepare for the release of the immortal demon in the seal. Now, the day has finally come. The President of the Immortal United will suddenly disappear for such a long time because of this. For this last step. In fact, after the President of the Immortal United came back, even if the eternal gods did not start a war with the immortals would take the initiative to find the eternal gods to start a war, but it would be a few days earlier or later. Now, it saves a lot of time. The Immortal Union was established to undo the seal of the immortal heavenly demon. If it is to break the seal of the immortal heavenly demon, then even the joint destruction of the immortals is worth it. The man in the cloak doesn't care about the survival of the immortal union at all, he just wants to accomplish the ultimate goal. You don't need to know what I'm talking about. Young man, you just need to know that your sacrifice is a kind of honor, and that's enough. With a grateful heart, become a sacrifice for the recovery of the demon. Become our great ancestor, the power to rule the world. With fanatical words in his mouth, the cloaked man also started to walk towards Elder Qingwing. Step by step, he came in front of him. It also made Elder Qingwing understand that what this guy said just now was not a joke. He really wanted to turn himself into a sacrifice. Damn it. Is this the purpose of the immortal union from the very beginning? Are you all just looking for sacrifices? Elder Qingwing took a deep breath, knowing the shock of this incident suddenly. To him, it was not insignificant. The place where I spent so much effort turned out to be a scam from the very beginning. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably have a nervous breakdown by this time. To be able to calm down like Elder Qingwing is really a dragon and a phoenix among people. What is looking for sacrifices? This is an opportunity for you to gain glory, shouldn't you cherish it? Young man, you are one of the oldest elders in the immortal union, this is your chance. You don't want to catch it? The cloaked man spoke slowly with bewitching words. It seems that by becoming a sacrifice, one can glorify one's ancestors. However, Elder Qingwing took a deep breath, and then let it out slowly. Then he said, "It's unimaginable that this old man's life would be wasted in such a place. If you become a sacrifice, you can get the words of glory. Why don't you make this sacrifice yourself?" This old man doesn't know who the heavenly demon you are talking about is, nor who the ancestor you are talking about. But the old man knows that it is not so easy for you to want the old man's life. The previous fantasy was shattered by the cruel reality. Elder Qingwing never imagined that his efforts would be so ridiculous. The immortal union is not the big force he imagined at all, it is just a tool. Thank goodness they are still fighting desperately for the immortal unity. As a result, their efforts were meaningless at all. Elder Qingwing didn't believe that the president of the Immortal United would not be clear about the actions of the Eternal God Realm, but he didn't do anything, just watched the battle with cold eyes. Happened. Even, you have to take action yourself to destroy the Immortal Union. What a sad thing. In his mouth, what is that damned ancestor? It is worth him to do such a thing, even if it destroys the Immortal Union. It's okay, all the sacrifices said so before they were alive. But it doesn't matter, because you will soon be speechless. The tone of the man in the cloak is still low, not at all unhappy, but with a hint of coldness. Those guys from the Eternal God Realm are not suitable to be sacrifices, but only suitable to be blood food, so don't worry. The most important thing now is to find the elders in the Immortal Union. After so many years, it is really not easy to collect all the sacrifices. Because offerings are different from eating blood. Sacrificial offerings have high requirements for cultivation, and there are not many sacrifices in the infinite battlefield. It can only be cultivated slowly, so there will be an immortal union. And the news of the immortal heavenly demon was blocked because many sacrifices before were not willing to sacrifice their lives. So there is no need to tell them about this kind of thing. Otherwise, who would want to join the immortal union? In a sense, the immortal union is just a place to raise sacrifices. Each president, who is the shepherd of these sacrifices, will take away these sacrifices at the right time. Even the feud of the Immortal Alliance, Eternal God Realm doesn't know about this matter. Otherwise, there would be many ways to destroy the immortal union. It's a pity that there are no ifs in everything. Elder Qingwing also realized this, and in a short period of time, he experienced the collapse of his beliefs. It turned out that the immortal union that I wanted to protect had never existed from the very beginning. This old man will not be a sacrifice. If the immortal union in my mind didn't exist from the beginning, then I will overthrow the current immortal union and re-establish a brand new immortal union. Elder Qingwing said sharply, as if setting a goal for himself. A delusional guy always has a big goal. But it doesn't matter, becoming the power of the great ancestor is the only ending you can get. The cloaked man smiled and stretched out his hand towards Elder Qingwing. At that moment, it was as if lightning flashed suddenly, and blood appeared suddenly. The attack that exceeded the reaction speed of Elder Qingwing appeared in front of his eyes in an instant. It was impossible for the seriously injured body to keep up with the speed of the cloaked man, so he could only watch helplessly as the attack came. Then it landed on his chest. Boom! This muffled sound seemed to appear directly in Elder Qingwing's heart. Extremely violent, like a thunderstorm. The seemingly simple and unpretentious palm, but possessed extraordinary power, erupted in an instant. Puff! Without any ability to resist, Elder Qingwing flew upside down. The blood in the mouth spat out uncontrollably, spilling out a beautiful line of blood in midair. It is like water in a basin, spilled out. With just one palm, Elder Qingwing almost lost all his strength, unable to stand up and fight again. It is enough to see how tyrannical this palm is. You know, no matter how you say it, Elder Qingwing is one of the top elders in the Immortal Union. Even if he was seriously injured, he was not an ordinary gold digger, and he could not be compared with them. However, at this moment, it seemed so fragile, as if it was vulnerable to a single blow. This is the method displayed by the President of the Immortal United. Just have such strength. He is the well-deserved first person in the Immortal Union. After falling to the ground, Elder Qingwing only felt a pain in his heart that seemed to be shattered, with a sense of oppression. Where he was hit, a bloody palm print emerged, proving the horror of this blow. The power penetrating into the body was burning like a flame in Elder Qingwing's body. Every minute and every second brings great pain. Cough, cough, cough. What a terrifying power. Although the old man knew early on, you have terrifying strength and some unfathomable cultivation. But this blow is still beyond the old man's imagination. As expected of the President of the Immortal Union. Elder Qingwing coughed violently, gritted his teeth, and said these words. The irreparable gap in strength made him clearly know that if he wanted to win, it would be tantamount to wishful thinking. That is simply impossible. Even if the guy in front of him is a lunatic, he is also a lunatic with terrifying strength. He wants to destroy the Immortal Union, just for the ancestors who don't know what it looks like. Maybe, it really can be done. No, it should be said, it must be possible. However, even if the old man loses to you, he will never admit defeat. You are no longer the president in the old man's memory. Now, you are just a madman who has been dazzled. Standing up, the Elder Qingwing, who was somewhat difficult, had an unexpectedly resolute attitude. He has devoted so much effort to the Immortal Union. How could it be so easy to accept the fact that the Immortal Alliance is just a farce? Even if one's own strength is not enough to defeat the guy in front of him and the President of the Immortal Union, that's okay. At least I have a clear conscience. It's really stubborn. Your thoughts only make me feel ridiculous. For the sake of the great ancestors, for the sake of the former heavenly demon, to be able to reappear in the world and rule the world. This should be the glory of your life, the supreme glory. And why are you refusing? The voice of the man in the cloak gradually became higher, with clearly audible fanaticism and piety. Perhaps, in his opinion, sacrificing himself for the sake of the immortal demon is really a matter of supreme glory. This is the mentality that many fanatical believers will have. For your own beliefs, even if you give up your life, you will not hesitate. It's a pity that such a concept, in the eyes of outsiders, is the way off thinking of a madman, and it will not be recognized at all. Especially, when this lunatic still possessed terrifying strength, the destructive power he caused was truly terrifying. as it is now. Not everyone is as crazy as you. The Immortal Union is not your tool. Elder Qingwing said sharply. But the cloaked man shook his head and said, it doesn't seem to make sense. But it doesn't matter, the sacrifice is not qualified to express opinions, it is enough to be a sacrifice quietly. Young man, although you are very ignorant, it doesn't matter. Yes, I am still willing to give you a chance to become a sacrifice. All you need is for you to die in my hands. Having said that, the man in the cloak flickered and disappeared instantly. Elder Qingwing only felt his eyes go dark, and then he felt himself flying into midair. No, to be more precise, it should have been lifted into the air. The man in the cloak strangled his neck and lifted him into the air. Elder Qingwing, who was strangled by the neck, could not speak, and could only let out a hoarse hiss. A violent force spread out from the palm of the cloaked man. Along the throat and neck of Elder Qingwing, it quickly poured into his body. It was a force with strong destructive power, violent, fierce, and amazingly lethal, capable of directly destroying life. How tyrannical is the power possessed by the President of the Immortal United? Even if it is this piece of heaven and earth, if it is grasped by a palm, it will be torn to pieces. As strong as Elder Qingwing, even in the hands of the cloaked man, he was powerless to fight back. After being strangled by the throat in an instant, all strength has been lost, and only the last dying struggle is left. What a powerful force, it can be called unparalleled combat power. In the eyes of the cloaked man, shrouded under the hood, under the frantic light, is the ultimate indifference. It is completely indifferent to the coldness of life. The Immortal Union is nothing more than a breeding circle established for the revival of the immortal heavenly demon. In order to choose sacrifices and collect enough blood food, it is really hard to go through such a lot of trouble. But all of this is worth it. As long as the great ancestor, the immortal heavenly demon, appears, all enemies will be wiped out. As the most devout believer of the immortal heavenly demon, I will follow my ancestors, enjoy the power of immortality forever, and live the same life as the heaven and the earth. Therefore, those of you who are disobedient and unwilling to sacrifice your own lives, deserve to die. Damn it! The gaze of the man in the cloak became colder and colder, without any emotion. The power in his hands was also slowly increasing, and the violent power poured into Elder Qingwing's body, destroying his vitality. Lines of blood suddenly appeared on Elder Qingwing's body at unknown times, and began to spread. That is the life force that is locked up. Even if Elder Qingwing's consciousness disappears, he seems to be dead. However, the vitality in the body still needs to be completely sealed off, not to be lost in the slightest. Otherwise, it would not be a qualified sacrifice. You won't succeed. At the last second when the light in his eyes disappeared, Elder Qingwing said these words. Before the words fell, he was exhausted and died. The last whisper was like a curse. In Elder Qingwing's heart, what he was thinking about was another matter. If there is really one person to stop the President of the Immortal United, then this person must be Elder Qi Lu. Perhaps, recruiting Elder Qi Lu into the Immortal Union was the most correct thing I did in my life. I just hope that Elder Qi Lu will not be harmed. Even before dying, don't you want to be a sacrifice? What a pity. Although you don't want this honor, this matter is out of your hands. Hearing Elder Qingwing's last words, the cloaked man couldn't help but sneered. Then, with a swipe of the palm, a door of space was opened, and then the breathless Elder Qingwing was thrown into it. Next, who should it be? Among the Immortal Union, who else is a qualified sacrifice? Maybe the battle ended too quickly, maybe the movement of the battle was too small. Qi Lu didn't know anything about Elder Qingwing. Of course, it was impossible for Qi Lu to imagine that the biggest undercover agent in the Immortal Alliance was actually the President of the Immortal Alliance. This wave turned out to be against oneself? However, what Qi Lu could see was the battle in front of him. Yu Shier's body was already covered with scars, and she didn't have much physical strength left. Basically, it was time to decide the winner. Sure enough, it was a bit of a waste of time to let the current Yu Shier defeat the Thunder Tiger. As the opponent, Thunder Tiger, although he also has wounds on his body. But compared with Yu Shier, it's much better. It's not a scale at all. Although this battle is not as exciting as I imagined, it is still quite enjoyable. Your ability has made me feel a lot. Thank you for your dedication. But now, it's time to end this battle. After the Thunder Tiger had confirmed the opponent's methods and used them all, he no longer wanted to fight. Because the subsequent battles are all unnutritious things. Of course, the fewer battles you can't improve yourself, the better. So, it's time to end the fight. Hateful. Yu Shier gasped for breath, but didn't know what to say. Skills are not as good as people, what is there to say? It's just that the losers are probably going to die here. I'm really not reconciled, they have already come here. After finally seeing Brother Qi Lu again, but never having the chance to see him again? What a coincidence, I also want to end this battle. However, in Yu Shier's mind, she couldn't help but start thinking wildly. Qi Lu, who had been watching the battle from a distance, ran over. It's one thing to squeeze potential, but it's not good if you really play it off. After all, Yu Shier is not like herself, even if she makes a mistake, she still has a chance to be resurrected, and she can risk her life to collect insights. So it's always good to be careful. Brother Qi Lu? Yu Shier heard this voice, looked back, surprised and happy. It's not too late, it's just right. Qi Lu smiled at Yu Shier, also telling her, I'm here, you don't have to be afraid of anything. In fact, with the fate of the two of them tied together, as long as Qi Li appeared nearby, Yu Shier should be able to sense it. It's just that the battle just now was too thrilling, Yu Shier had to concentrate. So I ignored this feeling. But Thunder Tiger really didn't notice Qi Li's arrival. After all, with Qi Li's method of restraining his breath, the ability to see through his disguise is one of the few since ancient times. What's more, Thunder Tiger has such a rough personality. Who are you? At this time, Thunder Tiger also spoke. In the tone, there was no anger at being interrupted in the battle, but a little excitement. Because he didn't even notice the appearance of the man in front of him, he must be an incredible strong man. Maybe there will be another hearty battle. If you can force out your own potential, let yourself be able to have another life, between life and death. Feeling. Maybe I can challenge the president of the Eternal God Realm again. However, Thunder Tiger didn't notice the strangeness in Qi Li's eyes when he heard the question. Don't you know me? This question is really a doubt in Qi Li's heart. Originally, he thought that in order not to reveal his identity, he had Tozalant's Thunder Tiger. But looking at it now, he doesn't even know who he is? Why should I know you? Thunder Tiger heard the words and couldn't help asking back. His tone and posture didn't look like he was pretending to be stupid at all. In fact, Qi Li didn't think this martial idiot would act like a fool, it should be, he really didn't know him. But why is this the case? Could it be that this guy doesn't care about the immortal union at all? Thinking of this, Qi Li couldn't help but nodded approvingly. Apart from this, he really couldn't think of a second explanation. This is really a qualified martial idiot, with a standard style. Don't care about anything other than a worthwhile target for your opponent. In fact, that was exactly the case, although the name of Elder Qi Lu was quite resounding in this area. But from Thunder Tiger's point of view, his own people couldn't challenge him, so he didn't care anymore. Therefore, these days, Thunder Tiger has been looking for the enemy who uses the law of ice. I don't know what the Ice Spirit Sacred King would think if he knew about it. Anyway, Qi Li thought it was quite weird. This guy really doesn't know himself, so it's easy to handle. After all, in the materials of the Immortal United, It was also stated that the Thunder Tiger is a lone ranger through and through. Others ignore him, and he ignores others, just doing his own thing. So don't even think about it, Thunder Tiger will expose his identity. Because of this guy, he doesn't care about the survival of the Immortal Union. That is to say, in terms of abiding by the rules, it may prove that he is indeed the elder of the Immortal United.